Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 102, Mission to the Hidden Mist. Chapter 102, Mission to the Hidden Mist. Early morning, at the main gate of Konoha. The soft morning light filtered through the forest canopy, casting mottled shadows on the wide road leading out of the village. The air was slightly cool and fresh, carrying the damp scent of grass and trees. The massive gate at the village entrance was already open. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane stood ready, and everything was enveloped in an atmosphere of quiet readiness. Hyuga Hayashi stood waiting at Konoha's main gate, accompanied by two jonin from the Hyuga clan, Takuma and Haman. Ha! Full speed ahead for youth. A vibrant shout was the first thing to arrive. Might Guy, wearing his signature green jumpsuit, suddenly rushed toward the gate. Close behind him was Ten-Ten, carrying a huge scroll and looking pained, and Rock Lee, also wearing a green jumpsuit and his eyes full of fighting spirit. And standing among them was the figure upon whom Hyuga Hayashi's gaze finally settled, Hyuga Niji. You've arrived. I didn't expect the client this time to be Lord Hayashi. Guy was somewhat surprised. Even though he had received notification from the Hokage, he was still shocked upon actually seeing Hayashi. It was truly astonishing that the clan chief of the Hyuga was personally going on a mission to the Hidden Mist village. I apologize for the trouble. Hyuga Hayashi nodded slightly, his gaze barely leaving Niji. His voice was still steady, but that word, trouble, seemed to carry more profound meaning than usual. Ten-Ten and Rock also sensed the unusual gravity, their eyes quietly shifting between Hayashi and Niji. Takuma and Haman remained silent, keeping their eyes downcast. Niji, come here. Hayashi's voice rang out clearly, carrying an undeniable meaning, directly breaking the distance Niji was trying to maintain. Niji's body tensed again, he knew he couldn't avoid it anymore. He raised his head, his eyes showing complex detachment and a hint of unspeakable expectation hidden deep within. He stepped forward 2 paces as instructed, walked up to Hayashi, and bowed slightly, his voice respectful yet carrying a rigid sense of distance, Lord Head. Hayashi looked at the nephew before him, a genius who, like his own brother, bore heavy shackles, and a trace of complexity flashed in the depths of his eyes. He said nothing more, only slowly raised his hand and handed over a long blade he had been holding in his left hand. Hold this for me. Hayashi's voice was unusually soft, forming a subtle contrast to his usual solemn authority. He gently placed the blade onto Niji's outstretched hands. The moment the blade fully settled into Niji's palms, a cold, familiar sensation, accompanied by a deep-seated stirring from his bloodline, instantly swept over his entire body. His pupils sharply contracted, and his breath hitched for a moment. Dainichi Gatsukiri. The name exploded in his mind like a clap of thunder. Niji's fingers instinctively tightened, his knuckles turning slightly white from the effort. He abruptly looked up at Hyuga Hayashi, and for the first time that morning, his clear Byakugan eyes revealed intense, unconcealed emotions, shock, pain, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. Lord Head, why? Why would he hand this blade to him? Hyuga Hayashi met Niji's gaze. He offered no explanation, merely giving Niji a deep look, a look that seemed to contain 1,000 words, yet was too heavy to express. Then, he slowly turned around, facing the misty road leading out of the village. Let's depart. Hayashi's voice returned to its usual composure. Niji stood rigidly in place, holding the Dainichi Gatsukiri, which felt heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if he were holding his father's cold remains. The morning sun fell upon him, but it could not dispel the turbulent waves that had suddenly surged in his heart. Guy, Ten-Ten, and Rock worriedly watched him, while Takuma and Haman exchanged glances. This journey to the Hidden Mist, from the very first step outside Konoha's gate, had already been colored by the heavy and complex weight of this blade from the past. Genji had long ago received a letter from the Konoha Hokage, so he was not surprised to hear that Konoha's envoys were coming. Please let the Konoha envoys enter. At this time in the Hidden Mist, the 4th Mizuka Jigura had died, but the Hidden Mist village kept the news secret, fearing that the lack of high-level combat power would lead to instability and external villages coveting their resources. All affairs of the Hidden Mist were fully managed by Elder Genji. Genji's confidant, Gonbiai, went out to welcome the Konoha envoys. After entering Genji's office, the Konoha group was very surprised. The one meeting them was not the 4th Mizuka Jigura, but Elder Genji. Senior Genji, may I ask if the Mizukage Lord is available? Since the Hidden Sand Village had proposed a joint Chunin exams, Hayashi's excuse this time was also related to that. But where was the Mizukage? Why was Genji the one receiving them? Hayashi stepped forward and inquired. Genji, leaning on his snakehead staff, stood up with slightly sluggish movements. His gaze swept over Hayashi's party, lingering especially on the 4 pairs of iconic, clear, and spotless Byakugan. Then he nodded calmly. In truth, his heart was far from as calm as his exterior, stirring up massive waves of shock. Is this real or fake? Konoha sent the clan chief of the Hyuga clan as an envoy. Could it be that Konoha's intelligence network is already so terrifying that they discovered the death of the 4th, a secret we tried desperately to seal? Did they specifically send members of the Hyuga clan to test the waters? The Mizukage Lord, indeed has extremely important and urgent matters to handle recently and simply cannot spare the time. Therefore, he has fully entrusted me with the important task of receiving your esteemed envoys and discussing the Chunin exams. Whatever you have to say, please say it to me, this old man has the authority to handle it. Genji scrutinized Hayashi's group. Good heavens, 4 Hyuga. Plus Might Guy, the boy who looks like Might Guy's son, and a young girl. The Hokage isn't even pretending anymore. Did they learn their diplomatic policy from the Hidden Cloud Village? Who among the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist and Konoha doesn't know that during the Third Great Ninja War, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist were deployed for the first time and 4 of them were kicked to death by Might Guy's father. Juzo Biwa and Kurosaki Raiga even fled, and the only one who returned was Suikazan Fuguki, who was killed by the rogue ninja Kisame Hoshigaki a few years ago. Oh right, Juzo Biwa returned a few years ago to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and died, but annoyingly, the Kubikurabocho, which had finally returned, was taken away again by the rogue ninja Zabuza. Konoha sending such an envoy group must mean they've guessed something. Might Due, a genin, could kick 4 elite jonin to death, so has Might Guy, who is already a jonin, surpassed his father. They are preparing to let Might Guy unleash the 8 gates and go on a rampage in the Hidden Mist if things go south. I must keep these guys steady. This old man has lived for almost 90 years, if nothing else, he has patience. Let's wait it out. Can these youngsters really outlast me? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, To Trade or Not to Trade. Chapter 103, To Trade or Not to Trade. Everyone moved to the reception room, where the atmosphere was slightly more relaxed than in the office. The 2 parties sat across from each other at the long table. Ao and Gonbi stood behind Genji like shadows, their eyes sharp as eagles. Niji sat beside Hayashi, holding the Dainichi Gatsukiri. The power of the Byakugan was silently gathering, ready to perceive any subtle chakra fluctuations at any moment. Tenten and Rock Lee sat on either side of Might Guy, unconsciously straightening their backs upon entering such a formal diplomatic setting for the first time. Hyuga Hayashi sat opposite Genji, with Takuma and Haman standing behind him like 2 silent, protective stone statues. Hayashi dispensed with pleasantries, gently pushing the 3rd Hokage's personal letter and the detailed regulations for the joint Chunin exams across the smooth table, directly toward Genji. Elder Genji, this is the official invitation letter from Hokage-sama and the rules for this session of the Chunin exams. Hidden Leaf Village sincerely invites the Hidden Mist Village to send excellent genin to participate, promoting exchange and understanding among the 5 great ninja villages and solidifying this hard-won peace. Hayashi's voice was steady and strong. Genji's wrinkled hand did not immediately reach for the documents. His thin, withered fingers slowly rubbed the cold carving atop his snakehead cane, and his cloudy gaze scrutinized Hayashi's face, as if weighing the true intention behind this invitation. Genji's brow furrowed deeply, carving several deeper lines into his forehead. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying deliberate confusion and a hint of evasion. The joint Chunin exams. Didn't our Hidden Mist Village already clearly state that we would not participate? Hyuga Hayashi showed no surprise or anger. Asking them to participate in the Chunin exams was merely an incidental goal for this trip, it wouldn't matter if they declined. Nevertheless, he still needed to make an effort. Hayashi leaned forward slightly, his gaze calm yet penetrating, looking directly into Genji's eyes, which were trying to conceal his thoughts. His voice was clear and steady, carrying undeniable force. Hee, elder, perhaps due to your advanced age and heavy workload, you've gotten things mixed up. He chuckled softly, his tone tranquil. Your village's formal reply was previously directed toward the Hidden Sand Village, not the Hidden Leaf Village. Hayashi paused briefly, glanced over the documents on the table, and then refocused on Genji. And our Hidden Leaf Village, acting as the host, is issuing a brand new invitation to the Hidden Mist Village at this moment. Genji raised an eyebrow. Is that supposed to be different? What is this? Does your Hidden Leaf Village think it's so important? Do you think you, Hyuga Hayashi, are Minato Namikaze? A name carrying deep dread and complex emotions surfaced in Genji's mind. The legend who single-handedly turned the tide of the Third Great Ninja War, causing all enemy ninja to flee in terror at the mere mention of his name. If Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze were still alive, then this old man might swallow his pride today. If you asked me to participate, I would just send a few people over. After all, that was Minato Namikaze. But Minato Namikaze has been dead for a long time. Hidden Leaf Village is only supported by Hiruzen Sarutobi at the top, and the Sannin have long since disappeared to who knows where. Hayashi's generation only possesses the strength of elite Jonin, and below that are. Genji's gaze swept over the serious Might Guy standing nearby. Looking somewhat dull, he wondered if Guy had surpassed his father yet. Then there are the students beside Might Guy, the next generation, who haven't fully matured yet and are nothing to fear. What right does your Hidden Leaf Village have to negotiate with the Hidden Mist from a position of strength? He really had to consider whether, if he spoke impolitely, the green-skinned watermelon head next to him would immediately open the 8 gates and stage a scenario where the Hidden Mist kills Hidden Leaf Village's envoys. Genji didn't know if Hidden Leaf Village would use the tactic, but Kumogakure certainly played that game smoothly. Thinking of this, Genji made a decision. He had to refuse the invitation but needed to save Hidden Leaf Village some face. The truth is, the Hidden Mist Village has recently experienced some minor internal disturbances. We are short-staffed and overwhelmed with complex affairs, and even the Mizukichi-sama is tied up with various matters and unable to receive you all. This old man is also unable to travel to Hidden Leaf Village, so we cannot send someone of sufficient standing to lead a team, unlike the Hidden Sand Village. Regarding the joint Chunin exams, we appreciate Hidden Leaf Village's generous invitation. His tone was sincere, carrying a touch of well-placed weariness. However, please understand our difficulties. How about, we participate in 2 years, once our internal affairs have been straightened out? Genji's words were flawless, adopting a humble posture with sufficient justification, saving Hidden Leaf Village face while blocking any excuse for them to press the issue further. He was certain Hayashi couldn't press the matter further. After all, Hidden Leaf Village couldn't force another village to participate in the exams. That would put Hidden Leaf Village in the wrong. Ao's and Gonbiai's tense muscles also relaxed slightly. Hyuga Hayashi quietly listened to Genji's theatrically delivered refusal, his face showing no disappointment or dissatisfaction at being rejected, not even a ripple of emotion. It was as if the topic of the Chunin exams was truly just a stepping stone for him, to be discarded once used. When Genji finished his, in 2 years, statement, Hayashi didn't even spare him an extra glance, instead tossing out the true, critical topic of this trip with extreme naturalness. In that case, Hayashi's voice was as steady as a deep pool. Then let us discuss the matter of the Byakugan again. Hearing Byakugan, Genji finally understood Hayashi's true purpose for coming, to reclaim the Byakugan Eye that Ao had obtained during the Third Great Ninja War. He hadn't cared about the invitation just now at all. Hayashi didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. I wonder if your village is willing to exchange Ao's Byakugan Eye for the Kubikurabocho we acquired. During the Third Great Ninja War, the grandson of the Hyuga Great Elder went to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, he only managed to destroy one eye before death, and the other Byakugan was seized. They thought they were going to make a big splash, but instead of showing off their skill, they exposed their weakness. The reason the Great Elder's influence is still inferior to the Third Elder and Sixth Elder is precisely because his grandson shamed the Hyuga clan by losing a Byakugan. You killed Zabuza Momochi. Genji was stunned. Zabuza Momochi fled with the Kubikurabocho. Since the Kubikurabocho is now in Hidden Leaf Village's hands, it means Zabuza either died at Hidden Leaf Village's hands or joined Hidden Leaf Village. The fact that Hidden Leaf Village could offer the Kubikurabocho as a bargaining chip genuinely tempted Genji. After all, even though Ao seized a Byakugan, he can only use it himself, he cannot pass it down genetically. Although Ao used the Byakugan to see through the Genjutsu controlling Yugura, compared to the Kubikurabocho, the Byakugan is not only troublesome but also difficult to utilize. With the Kubikurabocho, the Hidden Mist could easily dispatch a squad to hunt down Kisame Hashigaki, reclaim the Samahata, and re-establish the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Seeing Genji deep in thought, Hayashi spoke again, urging him. Will you trade? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, The Kagaya Clan Ruins. Chapter 104, The Kagaya Clan Ruins. The confrontation at the negotiating table is never accomplished in a single stroke. The first formal contact between the two sides concluded under the consideration of Genji. The night was like ink, thickly smeared across the sky above the Hidden Mist Village. The hazy moisture of the day condensed into colder, wetter mist at night, silently enveloping this land that had just broken free from the bloody mist regime policy. Moving away from the lights of the Mizukichi building, Hyuga Hayashi, accompanied by Niji, slipped quietly away from their arranged residence like two specters merging with the night, heading toward the Kagaya clan ruins marked on the letter outside the village. The air was filled with the salty tang of the sea breeze and an indescribable, old scent of blood mixed with rust and bone powder, seemingly seeped deep into the soil. Before them lay a massive ruin. Broken, enormous stone pillars, like the skeletons of giant beasts, jutted menacingly toward the night sky. The remnants of collapsed buildings were covered in slick moss and twisted vines, and scattered among the crumbling walls were many ghastly white, strangely shaped, giant bone columns. Those were the last remnants left by the Kagaya clan's famous ability, the Shikatsumiyaku. Moonlight struggled to penetrate the thick fog, casting mottled, distorted shadows on the ruins, like ghostly claws. The entire area was so silent it was unnerving. Hyuga Hayashi stood at the entrance to the ruins, the veins around his eyes instantly bulging. Pure white light flared in the darkness, sweeping over the dead zone like two searchlights. As expected, Hayashi understood immediately. The Kagaya clan had been completely wiped out in a bloody internal conflict many years ago. This place was truly a land of death. However, the number of people lying in ambush was still considerable. Yet, within this seemingly uninhabited silence, his Byakugan clearly saw them. Dozens of figures were lurking in the shadows of the broken stone pillars, behind the massive bone piles, and concealed by the twisted vines. They were like venomous snakes coiled in the darkness, silently flicking their tongues, waiting for their prey to step into the center of the encirclement. Niji, protect yourself. Hayashi's voice was low and calm. The moment Hayashi activated his Byakugan, Niji had already sensed the numerous people lying in wait around them, ready for battle. His Byakugan also activated, and the 359-degree field of view instantly locked onto the positions and movements of all hidden individuals. Just then, a voice filled with clear hostility abruptly rang out from the center of the ruins, shattering the silence. Esteemed guests of Hidden Leaf Village, instead of resting in your residence late at night, you run off to this desolate forbidden area. What exactly are you trying to do? Accompanied by heavy footsteps, a figure slowly emerged from behind a broken giant pillar. The moonlight barely outlined his figure, tall and muscular, dressed in dark hidden mist ninja attire. Most notably, thick white bandages were wrapped around his neck, extending up to his chin. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious, beast-like light in the gloom. In his hand, he carried an extremely bizarrely shaped giant weapon. It looked like a combination of an axe and a heavy hammer. The axe blade was broad and heavy, while the hammerhead was large with a short handle, and there seemed to be a mechanical link in the middle. It was one of the 7 ninja swords, Dull Blade, Kabutowari. The Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan have old ties. I came to look around here. Hayashi's gaze lingered on the man's face and the iconic weapon for a moment, information from the Umbu intelligence files quickly flashing through his mind. He recognized the person. It was Toroi Saburo, the son of Toroi Ebisu, the previous wielder of Dull Blade, Kabutowari. Toroi Saburo. Hayashi's voice remained steady, betraying no hint of tension despite being surrounded. The Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan also shared some connections in the distant past. I only came here to reminisce about our former relationship. He casually dismissed the late-night visit as reminiscing, yet his gaze was sharp as a knife, scrutinizing the opponent. It seems those old fogies in the Hyuga clan truly have a death wish. Toroi Saburo let out a sneer. He casually swung the Kabutowari twice, creating a dull whooshing sound, the axe blade and hammerhead reflecting a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. Reminisce about old ties. He grinned, revealing stark white teeth. In the Hidden Mist Village, any unauthorized nighttime activity by outsiders warrants suspicion. He violently slammed the hammerhead of the Kabutowari onto the ground, producing a heavy thud and scattering broken stones. If you want to reminisce, you must first report to Lord Genji and obtain permission. If an esteemed guest acts so furtively, are you not afraid of being treated as a spy gathering intelligence? His voice suddenly rose, laced with menace. The surrounding killing intent instantly intensified, and the faint sound of weapons being drawn could be heard in the darkness. Report to Genji. Hayashi deliberately slowed his speech. Why not report to Lord Mizukage? His gaze was fixed on Toroi Saburo's face, especially those fierce eyes, not missing the slightest change in expression. Since entering the Hidden Mist Village, he had rarely heard anyone mention Mizukage Yugura. Virtually everyone referred to Genji when discussing important matters. A bold conjecture formed in his mind. Did Genji kill the Mizukage and take power himself? Is the Hidden Mist secretly withholding the news of the death to prevent others from realizing that the village currently lacks a sitting Mizukage? After a momentary lapse, Toroi Saburo forcibly suppressed his churning emotions, the veins on his neck bulging with effort. He violently pointed the Kabutowari's axe blade at Hayashi, making a grating metallic sound. His voice, strained by forced suppression, sounded even more hoarse and aggressive, as if masking his inner turmoil. Because Lord Mizukage is extremely busy with state affairs and doesn't have the time to entertain you. Take down these 2 spies attempting to investigate Hidden Mist intelligence. In that instant, the killing intent that could no longer be restrained erupted like a bursting dam. Shing shing shing. In the darkness, over a dozen kunai, tipped with a faint blue cold light, tore through the humid air like bloodthirsty wasps, shooting in from tricky angles all around, targeting the vital points of Hayashi and Niji. Simultaneously, several dark figures burst forth like phantoms from behind the rubble and bone piles, wielding ninja swords and charging forward with chilling killing intent. Hyuga Hayashi moved. His figure seemed to instantly break free from the constraints of gravity, like a crane suddenly spreading its wings under the moonlight. His wide kimono sleeves and long black hair fluttered wildly in the fierce wind. All the deadly kunai missed, grazing his sleeves and hair tips before embedding themselves in the crumbling walls behind him with dull thuds. In the instant he dodged the attack, before Hayashi's body even touched the ground, his arms pushed out horizontally like lightning. 80 trigrams empty palm. Buzz. Two unseen, violent blasts of chakra, like invisible giant fists, slammed with perfect precision into the two hidden mist ninja who had just emerged from cover. The two ninja didn't even have time to scream, their bodies were struck as if hit head-on by a speeding train. They were sent flying backward like ragged sacks, crashing heavily onto the pile of white bones in the distance. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed violently from their mouths and noses, killing them instantly. One strike, 2 kills, clean and decisive. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, really from the main family. Chapter 105, really from the main family. Rotation. Niji immediately used rotation to deflect the attack. Hayashi's figure landed at that exact moment, as light as a feather. He drew the Dainichi Gatsukiri from his waist. Clang. A kunai deflected by Niji was easily swatted away by the blade of the Dainichi Gatsukiri, flying far away and disappearing into the darkness. Niji has already learned rotation. I didn't expect you to have learned rotation already, that's truly impressive, Niji. Hayashi's tone carried a hint of gratification. However, next time you use it, remember to pay more attention to your teammates' positions. After speaking, Hayashi looked at Toroi Saburo and the dozen or so hidden mist ninja. Behind them, a sneaky shadow was lurking near the Byakugan's maximum range. Humph, no wonder the Hyuga clan is becoming increasingly decadent. These old farts are timid in public fights, but brave in private ones, suppressing the young people within the clan, and boosting the prestige of outsiders. They truly are good old dogs for foreigners. Hayashi also recognized that person, he was one of the Hyuga clan elders. Those old geezers are really tired of living. He wondered if Hinata and Hanabi had been troubled by them in the village, but with Naruto nearby, they probably wouldn't dare to act. Niji, don't hold back. Hayashi shouted, then sheathed his sword, preparing to charge forward. His most formidable attack method was still Gentle Fist. He didn't use the sword often anyway, for Hayashi, its commemorative significance outweighed its practical use. Clan head, don't panic, we're here to help you. Takuma, with you and me, brothers, we will surely ensure the clan head's safety. Haman is right. Two figures rapidly approached, none other than Hyuga Takuma and Hyuga Haman. Ada. Burn, youth. Niji, we're here to help you. Gai-sensei will be right behind us. A green whirlwind, accompanied by a characteristic strange yell, charged over with extremely exaggerated yet exceptionally swift movements, leaving a trail of dust. It was Rock Lee, Might Guy's most youthful disciple. Close behind, another agile figure landed gracefully. Tenten's hands were already pressed on a giant scroll, her sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. The other two members of Team Guy also arrived just in time to provide support. Meanwhile, in Genji's office. Bang. The heavy office door was violently smashed open by a brute force. A green figure, moving faster than the eye could follow, surged in like a cannonball, trailing hot air currents and swirling dust. Genji's wrinkled eyelids snapped open, and a rare, undisguised look of astonishment flickered in his world-weary, profound eyes. Before he could react, the green figure had teleported across half the room, abruptly appearing in front of the hidden mist elder. Their noses were almost touching, separated by mere millimeters. Might Guy, confused face. Genji, confused face. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Genji's body instinctively tilted backward, trying to distance himself from this overly intimate and oppressive proximity. His age-spotted hand unconsciously tightened around the cold shaft of the snake-headed staff, a symbol of his status, resting on the table's edge, his knuckles slightly white. Guy's hot breath almost sprayed onto Genji's face. His green jumpsuit was particularly conspicuous in the dim light. Maintaining this aggressive face-to-face posture, he bared his teeth, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, his gaze still fixed intently on Genji's unfathomably deep eyes. After a brief, suffocating silence, Genji's ancient and steady voice finally broke. Distinguished guest. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, his gaze calmly meeting Guy's overly intense stare. Visiting late at night, what is the meaning of this? Lord Genji. Guy's voice uncharacteristically adopted a solemn, even serious tone. He took a small step back, still very close, but finally giving Genji a bit of breathing room and shifting the conversation's atmosphere from pure oppression to a substantive exchange. He looked directly into Genji's eyes and said, word by word, actually, we're here this time for another matter. A matter concerning Hidden Leaf Village's internal affairs, and possibly involving the peace of Hidden Mist. Guy's voice continued, carrying the heavy resolve of exposing a family scandal, according to the intelligence we've gathered, this person has not only betrayed Hidden Leaf Village but is also very likely colluding with some individuals within the Hidden Mist Village. This news is a family disgrace for the Hyuga clan, and I only just found out about it. Guy's tone was filled with heartache and anger. Clearly, he found it utterly despicable that a traitor had emerged from the Hyuga clan, self-proclaimed as Hidden Leaf Village's strongest noble clan, potentially implicating an allied village. A Hyuga rogue ninja. That must be a member of the main family, because members of the Hyuga branch family, from the moment the caged bird seal was carved upon them, their lives and freedom no longer belong to themselves. Once deemed a rogue ninja, there's no need for pursuit, the main family merely needs to activate the curse mark. That curse mark, deeply embedded in the soul, would instantly activate from 1,000 miles away, like the coldest executioner, wiping out their existence. The so-called escape is simply an impossible luxury for the branch family. A Hyuga traitor capable of reaching the Land of Water's border, or even infiltrating the Hidden Mist's heartland to seek refuge, could only be one identity, a core member of the main family, unbranded by the seal. So that's it, that mysterious person who secretly contacted me, making numerous promises, claiming to be able to provide the secrets of the Byakugan and internal intelligence on Hidden Leaf Village's Hyuga, he really is a core member of the Hyuga main family. Genji's eyes flickered with a strange light. The price offered by the other party was simply too generous, even appearing somewhat cheap, to the point that it gave the astute Genji a slight illusion. Could this be a desperate individual from the branch family, with a special status, extraordinary talent, and ambition so great that they dared to challenge the taboo of the caged bird seal? After all, only those who are cornered and have nothing to lose would throw out all their chips so recklessly, just to gain a slim chance of survival. Because he suspected the other party was from the branch family and that cooperating with him might be a scam, Genji didn't agree. He didn't expect him to actually be from the main family. This left Genji feeling an extremely absurd, almost comical, confusion. That's strange. The Hyuga main family is considered high-ranking in Hidden Leaf Village, so why do they act as if they've never seen or eaten anything good? They give a lot and ask for little, which doesn't look like someone who has ever been wealthy. At the time, Genji's evaluation of them was, they give a lot, ask for little, and don't look like they've ever been wealthy. He didn't expect them to actually be the wealthy lords of the Hyuga main family. It seems that apart from the clan head, the rest of the Hyuga main family only dares to act tough within their own nest. Outwardly, they truly have the demeanor of the current third Hokage, but the third Hokage at least has a bottom line, while they don't even have that. And Hyuga Hayashi doesn't seem like a weakling, so why do the other members of the main family act like poodles? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Peeping. Chapter 106, Peeping. A waterfall several zhang high cascaded from the green rock cliff, like a noisy silver chain, plunging into the clear, bottomless deep pool below, making a continuous rushing sound. The splashing water dampened the pebbles by the pool and several clumps of lush ferns. The air was filled with moist water vapor and the fresh scent of grass and trees. Hyuga Hinata and her younger sister Hanabi sat by the pool. Hanabi curled up like a kitten, resting her head on her sister's lap. Hinata's hair tips were slightly damp with the scattered mist. Feeling her sister's small body tense, she reached out and gently stroked Hanabi's little head. "It's all right, Hanabi." Hinata's voice was soft, like a breeze sweeping across the water. "Father is very powerful. He will definitely return safely from his mission to the Hidden Mist Village this time." Her fingertips were warm, gently comforting her sister. "MHM." Hanabi leaned her small face further into her sister's arm, responding softly, but her small hand unconsciously clutched Hinata's sleeve tightly. Recently, father felt so mysterious, as if he was hiding many things from her and her sister. Thinking this, Hanabi lifted her small face, her pure Byakugan looking towards the bottom of the waterfall. In the most intense area of the water flow, a golden figure stood steadily in the waist-deep pool, enduring the rush of water. In his hand, a jet-black energy sphere, emanating an astonishing aura, was condensed. During this time, Naruto learned Rasengan and was developing Rasengan and Great Rasen Shuriken. Besides teaching Hanabi and Hinata vacuum attack, Naruto now spent every day in training. He had an idea, since he was so talented in Kekkei Genkai development, perhaps he could develop Kekkei Mora himself. 6 Paths level doesn't necessarily have Kekkei Mora, but Kekkei Mora is definitely 6 Paths level. The definition of Kekkei Mora is an ability formed by the fusion of 7 chakra nature transformations: fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, and yang, surpassing Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Tota. Developing ninjutsu related to the 7 chakra natures using Rasengan as a medium was Naruto's experimental idea. The attribute of Rasengan is wind, and its power is on par with wind release, Rasen Shuriken. However, the essence of wind release, Rasen Shuriken's attack is to destroy target cells at a microscopic level, forming a continuous damage effect similar to poison, which harms the user during its development. After some exploration, Naruto found that he made rapid progress in the 5 elemental releases, but he couldn't grasp the development of Yin-Yang release at all. Yin release, utilizing spiritual energy, can create physical forms from nothing. Yang release, utilizing physical energy, injects chakra or will into inorganic matter, giving it life. Examples of Yin nature transformation include the Nara clan's shadow paralysis jutsu and the Yamanaka clan's mind ninjutsu, while examples of Yang nature transformation include the Akimichi clan's partial expansion jutsu and medical ninjutsu. If one refers to the manifestation of Yin-Yang release ninjutsu with this line of thought, Rasengan simply cannot integrate a single Yin-Yang release chakra. The release of Rasengan failed again. After walking under the waterfall to cool his head and calm down, Naruto continued to ponder. Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy, so trying to inject more spiritual or physical energy into ninjutsu to enhance it is not feasible. Of course, it could also be that he simply hasn't found the method to integrate them. Also, it seems the method Naruto used to practice Rasen Shuriken in the original work is not suitable for creating Rasengan. Of course, it might also be because he hasn't learned Sage Mode yet, but if he wants to learn Sage Mode in the future, he can practice his willpower under the waterfall. Looking at the sky, it was almost time to rest. Naruto waded ashore, his soaked black compression shirt clinging to his well-proportioned muscles, outlining the slender yet powerful physique of the young man. He bent down to pick up his orange jacket, casually tossed on a rock, and draped it over his shoulder, carrying the dampness from his training. Carrying a refreshing coolness, Naruto walked towards the Hyuga sisters sitting quietly by the pool. He put on his sunny, warm smile again, temporarily casting aside the frustrations of training. His voice, much clearer than the roar of the waterfall, carried a cheerful vitality. "Let's go back and eat. I'm starving after training all morning. What do you want for lunch today?" As he spoke, he walked over to Hinata and Hanabi, his gaze falling on the small figure curled up on Hinata's lap. Upon hearing the words eat, Hanabi, who had just been immersed in sadness and worry, instantly perked up. Like a greedy little beast, she suddenly lifted her head from her sister's soft lap, her pure Byakugan shining brightly as she looked at Naruto. All the gloom on her face vanished, replaced by pure, childlike joy. "Yay!" Hanabi's voice was clear and loud, almost drowning out the background sound of the waterfall. Excitedly, she began to list dishes on her small fingers, her eyes growing brighter with each item she named. "I want to eat dango. Takoyaki. Dried bananas." She paused, as if it wasn't enough, then hastily added, with a hint of coquetry and anticipation. And Big Brother Naruto's sweet and sour fish. That's the best. All right. I'll make it when we get back. We'll buy dango and things on the way home." Naruto readily agreed, his smile still bright and warm, as if that sharp throw just now was an illusion. Big Brother Naruto is the best. Hanabi cheered excitedly, immediately springing up from her sister's warm lap, her small hand tightly gripping Hinata's wrist, impatiently dragging her towards Naruto. "Then let's go quickly." Naruto looked at Hanabi dotingly, then his gaze naturally shifted to Hinata, asking gently, "What do you want to eat, Hinata?" Hinata, pulled by her sister, stood up, a gentle, faint smile on her face. She lightly tidied the corner of her clothes that Hanabi had wrinkled. "For me, anything is fine. Naruto-kun's cooking always suits my taste." Her voice was soft, carrying sincere contentment. "Is that so?" Naruto nodded with a chuckle. However, just as the echo of this warm everyday conversation faded, Naruto's smile instantly vanished, his gaze, sharp as a hawk's, sweeping towards the dense forest at 7 o'clock. Without a moment's hesitation, his right hand shot out like lightning into Hinata's ninja tool pouch, precisely gripping a cold kunai. With a sudden flick of his wrist, a dark, cold gleam tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing whistle, accurately embedding itself into the swaying shadows of the branches and leaves. Whoosh! Thud! Ah! A suppressed cry of pain immediately followed. Almost at the same moment Naruto made his move. The relaxed expressions on Hinata's and Hanabi's faces instantly froze, replaced by solemnity. Both simultaneously activated their Byakugan and looked in that direction. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, it's over, I messed up this time. Chapter 107, it's over, I messed up this time. When the figure sensed two cold, all-seeing Byakugan gazes penetrate the trees and lock onto him, he trembled violently, as if pricked by invisible needles. He didn't even dare to turn his head, nor did he care to check his injuries. Enduring the severe pain, he stumbled and fled with all his might, like a startled rabbit. The figure made several frantic leaps through the forest, quickly disappearing into the deeper shadows, leaving behind only trampled grass and a few drops of dark red blood on the leaves. "Is that Fuichiro?" Hinata's voice carried a hint of uncertainty and clear confusion. Maintaining her Byakugan, her brows were slightly furrowed. Although the other party's figure fled in a sorry state, under the Byakugan's insight, the familiar silhouette and chakra characteristics were clearly captured. The Hyuga clan is a large clan with many members, so Hinata naturally couldn't recognize every face. But she knew this Fuichiro. He was a member of the main family, or more precisely, the grandson of the sixth elder of the clan. This identity deepened the doubts in Hinata's heart. Why would someone from the main family hide in the dark, spying on their training here? And when did he sneak in there? What was his purpose? Hanabi also recognized the other party. Her small face still held a trace of dissatisfaction from having her food fantasies interrupted, but more so a childish annoyance and confusion. Is that Fuichiro? Why is he hiding there? So sneaky. He scared me. You know him. Naruto, hearing this, paused his movement, which had been preparing to give chase. He withdrew his foot, his sharp, blade-like gaze shifting from the direction Fuichiro disappeared to Hinata and Hanabi. His golden eyebrows were slightly raised, carrying a hint of inquiry and lingering vigilance. Yes. Hinata nodded, her pure Byakugan still activated, ensuring no other lurkers remained in the area. Her voice carried a barely perceptible heaviness. He is the grandson of the sixth elder of the main family. Humph, he's just a good-for-nothing. Hanabi pouted beside her, her small face showing undisguised disdain. She seemed to have little respect for this main family brother, and the annoyance from having her meal interrupted hadn't completely faded. Naruto tilted his head slightly, a clear look of confusion on his face. Elder. Isn't the Hyuga main family a single lineage? In his understanding, the Hyuga main family, in order to maintain the purity and control of the Byakugan, had always adhered to an extremely strict inheritance system. Only the heirs of the clan head's line were true main family members, other branch family members would be branded with the caged bird seal, their lives controlled by the main family. How could that person named Fuichiro also be main family? Hinata sighed softly, finally slowly deactivating her Byakugan. The veins on her forehead receded, and her eyes returned to their clear state, though now tinged with complex emotions. She looked at Naruto, her voice gentle but carrying a heavy sense of helplessness, as if revealing a family scar they wished to keep hidden. No, Naruto-kun. She shook her head slightly. The main family was indeed a single lineage at first, but... She paused, seemingly choosing her words carefully. Over the long years, there have been variables within the clan. There were a few, particularly strong or particularly protective clan heads. Hinata's gaze inadvertently swept over Hanabi, who was nestled beside her, a subtle flicker of pity and determination in her eyes, as if confirming a resolve to protect. With their prestige and power, they overruled all objections, even going so far as to modify certain marginal clauses of the clan rules, forcibly bringing their other children into the main family, exempting them from the fate of being branded with the caged bird seal. Although such situations are extremely rare, each time accompanied by great controversy and hidden currents, it did happen. She paused, as if recalling those dusty family secret records, and then clearly pointed to Fuichiro's identity. The grandfather of this person named Fuichiro, the sixth elder, is a product of such an exception. The sixth elder is my great-grandfather's nephew and one of the survivors from the Sengoku period. Because of his father, their branch also became part of the main family, and the first child of each generation does not have the caged bird seal. Naruto also looked at Hanabi. The Hyuga clan usually has the caged bird seal inscribed at the age of 3, but little Hanabi had never been branded with it. Given this, it made sense. The method Hyuga Hayashi used to avoid having his daughter branded with the caged bird seal might have been one previously used when those elder branch families became main family members. Hanabi seemed to sense her sister's and Naruto's overly complex gazes, blinking her big eyes in confusion, her small hand anxiously twisting Hinata's clothes. She didn't understand why the atmosphere suddenly became so heavy. She instinctively snuggled closer to her sister, her pure vision reflecting Naruto's furrowed brows and her sister's solemn eyes. Naruto directly scooped Hanabi up by her armpits. What's wrong? If he ever bullied you or your sister, tell Big Brother, and Big Brother will help you beat him up. Hee, how could he bully Hanabi and Big Sister? He usually walks around us when he sees us. Because as soon as he gets close, Sister Natsu will tell Dad. Then Dad will find an opportunity to beat up both Fuichiro and his dad. Sister Natsu was Hanabi's maid who took care of her daily life when she was little, Natsu Hyuga from the branch family. That's good, then let's go home for dinner. Naruto said cheerfully, his tone completely relaxed. Yay. Hanabi immediately cheered, her earlier unease long gone, her mind filled only with the longed for takoyaki and sweet and sour fish. Naruto gently placed Hanabi back on the ground, his thick, warm hand naturally taking her small one. The small hand immediately trustingly and tightly squeezed his. At the same time, Naruto's other hand gently held Hinata's slightly cool wrist. Hinata felt the warmth and strength from his wrist, pausing slightly, then looked up at Naruto. Meeting his sunny, warm gaze, filled with comfort and an unspoken, "I've got this," the lingering heaviness in Hinata's eyes quietly melted away, transforming into a warm current in her heart. She gently squeezed Naruto's hand back, a faint but genuine curve forming on her lips. Let's go." Hyuga Hayashi's figure stood like a bedrock in the center of the battlefield. At his feet were several hidden mist ninja, their chakra sealed by pressure points and tightly bound with ropes. He didn't even linger his gaze on them, as if these people were merely fallen leaves casually swept aside during battlefield cleanup. His sight was firmly fixed on a more important target. That Hyuga Hiroshi, also bound and slumped on the ground, his face ashen. Hiroshi's Byakugan was forcibly deactivated, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "It's over, I completely messed up this time. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 108, This is how a clan head should act. Chapter 108, This is how a clan head should act. Just then, a steady yet slightly hurried set of footsteps approached from a distance. The Mizuki's advisor, Genji, surrounded by several hidden mist ninja whose presence was heavy and who were clearly elite guards, finally arrived at the edge of the chaotic battlefield. His gaze first swept over his captured subordinates and the sensitive Hyuga traitor, and a flicker of gloom and alarm, quickly masked, crossed his eyes. Hidden Leaf Village's actions were too fast. Hayashi's strength was greater than he had estimated. Toroi Saburo, who wielded Dull Blade, Kabutowari, not only lost, but his sword also fell into their hands. This put the Hidden Mist side in an extremely passive position. If the opponent's strength had been ordinary, they could have easily taken them down, but now Toroi Saburo, one of the Hidden Mist Village's top fighting forces, had been captured. Relying only on Mei Terumi and a few elite jonin beside him, they might not actually be able to take down these few individuals. If they were counter-killed after engaging in battle, it would be over. Hayashi slowly turned around, his posture calm and unhurried, as if he were not the one who had just gone through a fierce battle. He casually, as if discarding a useless piece of junk, lightly flicked his toe, kicking the massive blade, a symbol of the Hidden Mist 7 ninja swordsman's glory and power, with a whoosh toward Hyuga Takuma, who was slightly behind him. "Takuma, take this." Takuma reacted extremely quickly, stepping forward steadily, channeling chakra into his hands, and firmly catching this unique weapon. After completing all this, Hayashi finally turned his gaze toward Genji, who had just settled down. Under the night sky, those pure Byakugan eyes were like cold stars, calm and waveless, yet possessing a power that could pierce the heart. His voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the residual noise of the battlefield, carrying an unmistakable declaration. "Elder Genji, you arrived just in time." Hayashi's tone even carried a hint of well-placed, almost conversational politeness, but beneath that courtesy lay a cold blade. "We are no longer trading for Kubikura Bocho." He paused slightly, his gaze piercing Genji like a physical entity. "We will use this dull blade, Kabutowari, along with these hidden mist prisoners." Hayashi raised his hand and pointed to the massive blade in Takuma's hand and the many hidden mist ninja behind him, treating them as mere bargaining chips. "How about exchanging them for the Byakugan that Ao stole and the Hidden Mist Village's medical equipment?" The wrinkles on Genji's face seemed to deepen further. He gently rubbed the top of his snake-headed staff with his withered fingers, his cloudy eyes sweeping back and forth between Hayashi, Kabutowari, and the bound Hyuga Hiroshi. Although the Byakugan can only be used by one person and tends to be focused down by enemy ninja on the battlefield, its strategic value is not as high as imagined, but it is still a Byakugan. However, Toroi Saburo, the group of Hidden Mist Ninja, and Dull Blade, Kabutowari are all vital combat resources for the Hidden Mist Village. Just as the scales in Genji's heart were violently swinging, weighing every minute detail of advantage and disadvantage. Hua! A roar, like a volcanic eruption and the shattering of thunder, erupted without warning. The source of the sound was Might Guy, who had arrived alongside Genji and was standing to his side. 8 gates, open. Gate of rest, open. Gate of life, open. Gate of hurt, open. Gate of limit, open. Gate of view, open. Boom. An unimaginable, violent, and suffocating torrent of chakra suddenly burst forth from Guy's green-clad body. That was not an ordinary release of chakra, it was like opening the floodgates restraining a prehistoric giant beast. Green steam instantly billowed and swirled, enveloping his entire body. The ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch with a cha-cha-cha sound, and shattered stones and dust were swept into the air by the turbulent airflow. The air let out an agonizing shriek, as if space itself were twisting. Guy's hair stood on end, his eyes were blood-red like lava, his muscles bulged all over, his veins swelled like coiled dragons, and his skin turned crimson and seemed ready to tear from the surging power within. The mere precursor to opening the gates, that terrifying pressure, was enough to solidify the air and shatter the courage of ordinary ninja. 8 gates, open. Gate of rest, open. Gate of life, open. Gate of hurt, open. Almost at the exact moment Guy erupted, another voice, equally filled with resolute will, rang out. Lee, without any hesitation, immediately followed suit. Although his aura was far from Guy's world-shattering level, he instantly entered the state of being surrounded by green steam, his eyes firm as bedrock, locking onto Genji and the guards around him. Two clusters of deep green, violent chakra shot up into the sky, like two suppressed volcanoes erupting simultaneously. That feeling of absolute purity of power, that insane will to destroy everything, and that terrifying pressure capable of shaking mountains, struck Genji and the hidden mist personnel behind him like an invisible, relentless tsunami. The guards behind Genji instantly turned pale, subconsciously taking half a step back. Their hands were already on their weapons, but their bodies were trembling instinctively. They had never felt such a pure, unreasonable sense of oppression, as if capable of kicking apart a mountain with a single step. At this moment, Might Guy's action became the final straw. Gate of Wonder, open. Hidden Leaf Village's blue beast makes his appearance. Genji, who was at the center of the storm and directly enduring this overwhelming pressure, had his elderly eyes, originally cloudy and glinting with calculation, suddenly clear the moment Guy and Lee simultaneously erupted. All hesitation, weighing, calculation, and political consideration instantly melted away like snow under the sun before that pure, destructive power. There was no room for extra thought, no room for diplomatic rhetoric. Locked down by one terrifying aura capable of instantly wiping out him and everyone around him, Genji, almost purely out of survival instinct, blurted out in his aged, dry voice. Fine. Even the three words, "will trade," seemed to be squeezed out by the pressure, delivered with absolute, immediate decisiveness. We'll trade. This response sounded very faint amidst the solid bursts of chakra from Guy and Lee. It announced that this brief yet fierce confrontation had reached a temporary close under the deterrence of absolute power. The cold axe blade of dull blade, Kabadawari seemed, at this moment, to reflect the momentary complex feelings in Genji's eyes. Heh, worthy of an elder, so decisive. Hyuga Hayashi's voice rang out, carrying undisguised appreciation. He even raised his hands and began clapping, slowly and deliberately, once, twice, thrice. Clap. 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 The crisp applause was particularly harsh in the dead silence of the battlefield, like invisible slaps across Genji's wrinkled old face. There was no genuine admiration in the applause, only the victor's mockery toward the defeated for knowing their place, the strong man's elegant sneer at those forced to bow their heads. Hayashi's pure Byakugan calmly watched Genji, the corner of his mouth seeming to hold a subtle, faint curve, as if saying, "See. For a ninja, strength is what truly matters." Guy, Lee, stop. His voice was calm. Might Guy and Lee slowly closed the 8 gates. Yes. Elder Hayashi. Hayashi calmly looked at the hidden mist group opposite him, though inwardly, he was ecstatic. What kind of miserable life did I live before within the Hyuga clan? This is how a clan head should act. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Inuzuka Hana. Chapter 109, Inuzuka Hana. The morning sun streamed through the window, warmly illuminating Naruto's newly renovated small apartment. Just as Naruto finished breakfast, the doorbell rang repeatedly. I'm coming. Naruto mumbled a response and shuffled in his slippers to open the door. What do you mean Kakashi took Sasuke to train, and only the two of us are going on this mission? Although the mission reward would only be split between the two of them, Naruto didn't really care for that small amount of money. His shadow clone had recently finished writing the romantic ninjutsu Tales of Shimura, Volume 7 and a side story volume, ready to earn serious cash. But what are Kakashi and Sasuke doing? It's almost time for the Chunin exams, and they're secretly getting special tutoring now. Naruto stared blankly at Sakura Haruno standing at the door. Just then, a calm and gentle voice came from behind Naruto, near the dining table. Are you going on a mission? Naruto, you go ahead. I'll wash the dishes and then head to work. Inoichi Yamanaka was seen sitting elegantly at the dining table, with a steaming cup of clear tea and an empty plate in front of him, having clearly just finished breakfast. He unhurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his movements calm and composed, as if this were his own home. Inoichi Yamanaka picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. Why is Ino's dad at Naruto's place? Only then did Sakura Haruno notice Inoichi Yamanaka by the dining table. Facing Sakura Haruno's shock, Inoichi Yamanaka simply chuckled, looking completely at ease. Hee, it's Sakura Haruno. Good morning. It's nothing major, just due to some circumstances, I'll be imposing on Naruto for a few days. He casually explained the cohabitation situation, then very understandingly waved his hand at the two youngsters. You two have a mission, so hurry up and go. Don't delay your work. Naruto left a note on the refrigerator about his mission, so Hanabi wouldn't worry if she came looking for him and couldn't find him. The two of them then went downstairs together. Konoha village's streets were already bustling in the early morning. Having moved away from the shock caused by the weighty tenant at home, Sakura Haruno finally regained her ability to think and remembered Naruto's question from earlier. She sighed, her shoulders slightly drooping, and explained with a mix of disappointment and resignation. Kakashi-sensei sent a message via his Ninken this morning, saying that he wants to teach Sasuke a new ninjutsu and needs a quiet place for special training for a few days. So this mission. Only the two of us can complete it. Kakashi-sensei said, She spread her hands, imitating Kakashi's lazy, slightly annoying tone. Although I really want to teach you both, the moves I specialize in aren't quite suitable for the two of you. He really is unreliable. Naruto rubbed his forehead. That certainly sounded like something Kakashi would do. And he didn't even notify me about this. Is he still mad because of that time I scared him? I gave you a wife, and you're still unhappy. Kakashi, why don't you just go back to playing Jinchuriki? So, what kind of mission do we have this time? Sakura Haruno pulled a scroll from her ninja tool pouch and shook it in front of Naruto. The stamp of the mission assignment office was clearly visible on the scroll, and the rank was marked D. Here, the mission scroll is here. She unrolled the scroll and quickly scanned the contents. It's to go to Konoha Hospital's logistics warehouse and help the medical unit move a batch of newly arrived supplies. Helping the medical unit move supplies. Can't the medical unit's own logistics personnel handle this kind of job? The village has been peaceful lately, and I haven't heard of any major war breaking out that would require stocking up on massive medical supplies. Hearing Naruto say that, Sakura Haruno also slightly furrowed her delicate brows and thought carefully, now that you mention it, it is a bit strange. The hospital hasn't seemed particularly busy recently either. But since they accepted the mission, they had to go and check it out. Konoha Hospital's logistics warehouse was located behind the main hospital building. It was a large, standalone bungalow. The air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant and the unique bitter aroma of medicinal herbs. Tall shelves were stacked with various boxes, sacks, and medical equipment, making the space feel crowded but generally orderly. After arriving at the warehouse, a strong arm hooked around Naruto's neck. Yo. A vigorous, slightly rough greeting suddenly exploded next to Naruto's ear. Immediately afterward, an extremely strong, smoothly muscled arm hooked tightly around Naruto's neck from the side, like an iron hoop. Well, if it isn't Naruto. What a rare guest. What brought you here today? The voice was hearty and unrestrained, carrying a familiar teasing tone. Although the pressure prevented him from turning his head, based solely on the unrestrained posture and the magnificent bosom, Naruto knew who was holding his neck. Cough, cough. Hana, big sis Hana, easy. I can't breathe. Struggling to escape the overly enthusiastic chokehold, Naruto managed to turn his head with difficulty and saw a face that was smiling brightly and full of vigor. It was none other than Inuzuka Kiba's older sister, Inuzuka Hana. She was wearing a green vest, but perhaps because, well, certain parts of her development were too prominent, the vest was stretched tightly, outlining an extremely impressive figure. She held Naruto casually, her other hand resting on her hip, exuding an aura that was healthy, vibrant, and powerful. Big sis Hana, we're here for a mission. Sakura Haruno quickly stepped forward, explaining while involuntarily widening her eyes, her gaze lingering uncontrollably for several seconds on the magnificent area tightly encased by Inuzuka Hana's vest. So big. This thought, which was both direct and slightly rude, popped out uncontrollably, making her cheeks flush slightly. She quickly averted her gaze, pretending to look at the nearby shelves. When would she be that big? Inuzuka Hana was a ninja from the same graduating class as Uchiha Itachi and had already become a jonin. The three large brown dogs beside her were Ninken, the Himura brothers. So you guys took the mission to help move supplies. Not bad. You've only been graduates for less than 3 months, and you're already taking independent missions. Come with me. These are medical devices that Hayashi-sama exchanged from Hidden Mist. The Bloody Mist regime policies there have caused their medical ninjutsu to develop rapidly recently, and these medical devices are quite a bit better than ours. Just like Konoha Village, which specializes in treating poisoning due to dealing with Hidden Sand Village's poisons, or Hidden Cloud Village, which specializes in treating electric shock because they often shock themselves or their comrades while practicing or learning ninja taijutsu. Because the policies of the Bloody Mist regime led to massive casualties among their medical ninja, the medical ninja in Hidden Mist Village have progressed with astonishing speed. The medical ninja who survived that hellish environment were forced to grow at the fastest possible rate. They accumulated terrifying experience in handling fatal injuries, emergency battlefield surgery, controlling massive hemorrhages, temporary organ replacement and maintenance, and maximizing the survival of the wounded under rudimentary conditions. Treatment cannot rely solely on medical ninjutsu, because many medical ninja do not have a strong level of medical ninjutsu. Surgical operations are very necessary. Medical machinery is also consequently more advanced. Although Hidden Mist Village hasn't produced a medical ninja who can surpass Tsunade since the implementation of the Bloody Mist regime, they are still very impressive. Their average standard definitely surpasses the other 4 great ninja villages. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 110, Keep It Down, Is It Glorious? Chapter 110, Keep It Down, Is It Glorious? After moving their belongings, Inuzuka Hana led the two to a barbecue restaurant for a meal. Naruto stroked Grey's head. It had been a while since Greymaru's 3 brothers had seen Naruto. Seeing their big brother being petted, Grey and Hysen immediately crowded over, vying to rub their big, fluffy heads against Naruto's chest and arms, making affectionate, wooing sounds, their tails slapping the floor with a rhythmic thud. For a moment, Naruto was surrounded by 3 enthusiastic large dogs, almost engulfed in fur. The Grey Mare is still like you so much. Watching Naruto, who was stroking Grey's head and being nudged by Grey and Hysen, Inuzuka Hana smiled and suggested, "Do you want to raise a Ninken too?" Naruto was being enthusiastically face-washed by Hysen's tongue when he heard this and paused. Huh? Raise a Ninken. That's right. Inuzuka Hana put down her cup, leaned forward slightly, an encouraging smile on her face. Kuromaru would be very happy if he knew you had this intention. Kuromaru is the summoning beast of Inuzuka Hana's mother, Inuzuka Tsum, and holds a status among the Ninken clan equivalent to Gemabunta's status in Mount Myaboku. And he can speak human language and communicate normally with humans. It must be said, Naruto was indeed tempted. In his previous life, he always wanted a puppy, so raising a Ninken seemed like a good idea too. Is that possible? Of course, why don't we go pick one after dinner? Alright. On the way back, Sakura looked at Naruto, who was grinning foolishly while holding a small yellow dog. It was a small Ninken, seemingly a few months old. It had fluffy, soft, bright yellow fur like the rising sun, 2 round, wet black eyes curiously and excitedly surveying this new world, and a pink tongue constantly sticking out with joy, trembling with its tender woo-woo barks. Its 4 short legs paddled happily in the air, and a similarly fluffy tail wagged like it had a motor. Dahuang is very cute, isn't he? Naruto put Dahuang on his left shoulder and turned to look at Sakura. The little yellow dog seemed to adapt well to this position, using its small paws to cling to Naruto's clothes to steady itself, continuing to stick out its tongue and make excited woo-woo sounds, tilting its head curiously at Sakura. A smile unconsciously appeared on Sakura's face. She stepped forward, her voice unconsciously softening, carrying a hint of anticipation and caution. Yes, it really is, so cute. She looked into Dahuang's round eyes and couldn't help but reach out a finger. Can I hold it? Of course you can. Naruto was even happier that Sakura also liked Dahuang, more joyful than if he himself had been praised. He gently lifted the little yellow dog from his shoulder and carefully offered it to Sakura. Just then, Dahuang suddenly sprang from Naruto's hands, its fur bristling, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Like a golden arrow, it shot towards an alley entrance on the other side of the street. Dahuang. Naruto froze, with no time to think, his body instinctively chased after the leaping golden shadow. Sakura also immediately ran after them. Wait for me, Naruto. Their footsteps were exceptionally clear on the quiet evening street, urgently tapping against the stone path. Turning the narrow corner piled with debris, the scene before them suddenly changed. This was the road behind the public bathhouse, where swirling steam mixed with the faint scent of soap was wafting from within the bathhouse walls. Immediately after, a cry of pain exploded. Ah! Whose dog is this? Let go. Quickly let go. A white-haired man with spiky hair, wearing gray casual clothes, was frantically shaking his left hand. Dahuang was clamped tightly onto his hand, its small body dangling in midair, swinging back and forth with the man's movements, its throat rumbling with low, threatening growls, its 4 paws still desperately clawing at the man's arm. Dahuang. Naruto rushed forward, grabbed Dahuang by the waist, and forcefully pulled it down. The puppy reluctantly kicked its legs, baring its teeth at the white-haired man. A woo-woo-woo-woof. Almost simultaneously, Sakura's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across the man's face, then quickly glanced at the small hole in the public bathhouse wall beside him, and her expression instantly turned grim. You. Her voice was icy, and her finger pointed directly at him without hesitation. You're peeping. As a frequent visitor to the village's public bathhouse, she was all too familiar with this location. This was the women's bath. And at this moment, the angle and posture of this white-haired man made his intentions blatantly obvious. Peeping Tom. Sakura's fists clenched, cracking, and flames of anger burned in her emerald eyes. Die. Those words, filled with murderous intent, made the white-haired man, who was shaking his hand and hissing in pain, stiffen all over. He seemed to want to explain something. However, as his gaze swept over Naruto, who was tightly clutching the dog and glaring at him vigilantly, he was struck by lightning, completely stunned. An expression of extreme astonishment and disbelief appeared on his always cynical face, his mouth slightly agape, his pupils trembling, as if he had seen a phantom that should never have appeared here. He unconsciously mumbled a name. Minato. What are you looking at? Bastard. Naruto placed a wang on a clear spot nearby, shielded Sakura, and, using the momentum of his charge, delivered a fierce kick to the white-haired man's stomach. Oof. The man was caught off guard, letting out a short cry of pain, and was sent flying, his back hitting the brick wall behind him with a bang, kicking up a small cloud of dust. He clutched his stomach and bent over, but the ghost-like shocked expression on his face remained undiminished, still mixed with the distortion of intense pain, fixed on Naruto's face. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost drip. The lingering glow of the sunset filtered through the window, casting a warm hue over the serious room, yet it could not dispel the chill and awkwardness of the moment. Jiraiya was trying hard to straighten his back, attempting to maintain some dignity as one of the Sannin under Hiruzen Sarutobi's almost fiery gaze. He patted the dust from his clothes, cleared his throat, and explained in a tone mixed with helplessness and forced righteousness. Oh, old man, and you two little ones, it's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I was just conducting necessary field research. Art comes from life, and as a creator, observing various details of life is. I was just conducting necessary field research only. Art comes from life, as a creator, observing various life details is. Bang. Before he finished speaking, a stack of documents, whistling through the air, accurately struck Jiraiya's face, interrupting his obviously unbelievable sophistry. The papers scattered, fluttering down. Keep it down, is it glorious? Hiruzen Sarutobi abruptly stood up from behind his desk, his pipe thudding heavily on the tabletop, making a dull sound. The veins on his forehead subtly throbbed, clearly indicating his immense anger. You call peeping into the women's bath research? Jiraiya, I think you're getting worse with age. Caught peeping, don't you dare say you're my disciple when you go out, you bastard. Thinking this, the third Hokage looked at the drawer where he kept his crystal ball. When I die, this crystal ball must be buried with me. Only Jiraiya knows about my use of the telescope technique to peep, the crystal ball must be disposed of before I die, I must leave a good name in the world. Beside him, Sakura, with her arms crossed, still had unextinguished anger in her eyes, mixed with deep disdain. Naruto stood beside her, holding the wang, who was baring its teeth at Jiraiya. Just returned to the village. Haven't even figured out which way the Hokage office door opens, and the first place you go is the public bathhouse's women's section. The third Hokage's voice was filled with the heartbreak of disappointment, and the deep shame brought by Jiraiya's absurd behavior. My old face. Hidden Leaf Village's face. You've completely disgraced us. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 111, It's Dark. Chapter 111, It's Dark. Documents were scattered all over the floor, with a few sheets drifting down near Naruto and Sakura's feet. The office was a mess, leaving only Hiruzen Sarutobi's heavy breathing, Jiraiya's awkward silence, and Sakura's icy stare that seemed capable of freezing the air. I think you could speak up a little. Naruto took the lead, his normally bright and cheerful face currently showing no emotion. He twitched his mouth, his gaze fixed on Jiraiya like a nail. This senior Jiraiya, doesn't he look quite proud and glorious? He deliberately emphasized the words senior and glorious, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The big yellow in his arm seemed to sense the hostility in its owner's voice and let out a low woof at Jiraiya, as if agreeing. Sakura glanced at Naruto, slightly surprised. She rarely saw Naruto display such blatant and sustained disgust toward someone he had just met. It seemed that this time, even Naruto, who was usually big-hearted, optimistic, and held goodwill toward everyone, was genuinely angry. Lord Third. Naruto turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi, his tone unusually serious and formal for when addressing the third. How do you plan to punish him? He did not use milder terms like handle or discipline, but directly used punish, demonstrating his insistence on a severe response to the matter. It seems even Naruto, who usually has a good temper, is angry. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly, his brow furrowed even deeper. He looked at the disciple in front of him, who was bowing his head and, for once, seemed somewhat flustered and in the wrong, feeling extremely troubled and difficult to handle. Punish Jiraiya. Given his status and strength, ordinary punishments would be meaningless. Detention, fines, mission restrictions, these had limited restraining power over a ninja of his caliber, especially since he traveled abroad year-round, making Hidden Leaf Village's rules and regulations inherently lax for him. What truly troubled the third Hokage went far beyond that. His original intention was to have Jiraiya take on the important task of guiding Naruto upon his return to the village. As the teacher of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and simultaneously one of the village's top powerhouses and most experienced ninja, Jiraiya was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to teach Naruto, help him control the power within him, and guide his growth. The third Hokage knew well that he was advanced in age, and Naruto's future path required a more suitable guide. But who could have imagined that this first meeting would take place in such a ridiculous and disgraceful manner? That old bastard Jiraiya, instead of reporting to his teacher first thing upon returning to the village, actually sneaked off to peep. Disgusting. I even used the crystal ball, cough, 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 and he got caught red-handed by Naruto and Sakura. What a terrible first impression this left on Naruto, who always admired heroes and possessed an upright and kind heart. Naruto in the third's eyes. Pervert, lecher, shameless, old rogue. Once these labels are attached, getting Naruto to wholeheartedly accept him as a teacher will likely be harder than ascending to heaven. How am I supposed to arrange for Naruto to study under you now? Jiraiya, you good for nothing. Looking at Naruto's undisguised contempt and his insistent demand for punishment, and then at Jiraiya's awkward appearance, knowing he was in the wrong yet trying to maintain a facade, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a throbbing pain in his temples. He took a deep drag from his pipe and slowly exhaled. The smoke curled in the pillar of sunset light, mirroring his current chaotic and helpless state of mind. How should he handle this to both slightly appease Naruto's anger and leave room for subsequent arrangements? This troublesome disciple truly presented him with a huge problem. Regarding this matter, I will provide an explanation. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried obvious fatigue. He vigorously rubbed his throbbing temples, as if trying to massage the headache away. Naruto, Sakura, you've both worked hard today. Go home and rest first. Naruto opened his mouth, intending to say something more, but seeing the exhaustion on the third's face and glancing at Sakura beside him, he ultimately swallowed his words. That old pervert Jiraiya is the third's disciple, and lechery is a hobby they both share. The third punishing him would be a ghost's tale. Sakura, polite but coldly, bowed slightly. Then, Lord Third, we will take our leave. Before leaving, she shot Jiraiya a fierce glare. The heavy wooden door of the office gently closed behind the two of them, separating the inside from the outside. Almost the instant the door closed, Jiraiya, who had just been sullen and seemed deeply reflective, was instantly injected with vitality. His back straightened immediately, and the awkwardness and discomfort on his face vanished without a trace. In its place was an expression mixed with surprise, curiosity, and intense gossipy interest. He darted to the desk, leaning forward, his eyes shining astonishingly bright. Hey, old man. He lowered his voice, but the excitement in his tone couldn't be suppressed. That kid just now, golden hair, blue eyes, and that expression, is he Naruto? Minato had previously told him that he intended to name his child after the main character of his tale of the utterly gutsy ninja. Which means that blonde kid who looks so much like Minato is indeed Minato's son. Without waiting for Hiruzen Sarutobi to answer, or rather, he never intended to wait, Jiraiya's mind had already jumped to the next, more crucial question. He stroked his chin, a knowing, sneaky smile that all men understood appearing on his face. That pink-haired girl, she hits pretty hard and has a fiery temper. Is she Naruto's girlfriend? She's quite cute, and her personality is very much like Kushina's. It seems Naruto has the same taste as his father. The third Hokage looked at the disciple before him, who had instantly, fully recovered, and whose interests had completely drifted off to the horizon. He felt that the melancholy and headache brought on by age and responsibility were instantly replaced by a much stronger urge to grab another stack of documents and throw them. Why didn't this Jiraiya guy just die outside? Outside the door, Naruto and Sakura, who were about to leave, froze simultaneously. Naruto. Sakura. The two exchanged disbelieving glances, both seeing the same shock in the other's eyes. Immediately afterward, Sakura's face flushed crimson at a visible speed. Girlfriend, huh? Inside the room, the whispered discussion about Naruto's girlfriend possibility and personality analysis was still faintly audible. The sky had completely darkened. It wasn't just the sky outside the window, but also Sakura's mood at that moment. Where was the promised explanation? Where was the promised severe handling? Are they not even going to pretend anymore? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 112, Chapter 112, So You Are Jealous. Chapter 112, So You Are Jealous. After parting ways with Sakura, Naruto returned home. You're back. A gentle male voice came from the direction of the kitchen. Inoichi Yamanaka, wearing a plain apron, walked out holding a steaming platter of tempura, and the aroma of fried shrimp and vegetables instantly filled the entire living room. Yes, I'm back. Naruto replied. He squatted down and carefully placed Simba, whom he had been holding in his arms, onto the floor. As soon as the little guy touched the ground, it cautiously sniffed the unfamiliar environment, its small nose twitching. Then, seemingly confirming it was safe, it quickly wagged its tail, trotted to a soft rug next to the sofa, curled up into a golden furball, and its eyelids soon grew heavy and drooped. In just a few seconds, faint, even snores began to sound. It looks like it's really exhausted. Inoichi carefully placed the tempura platter on the dining table, a gentle smile on his face as he watched the instantly sleeping puppy. Where did you get a puppy from? He untied his apron, his gaze softly falling on the sleeping Simba. It's quite cute, with very bright fur. Hanane-chan gave it to me. Naruto washed his hands and sat down at the dining table, his tone relaxing a bit when he mentioned Inuzuka Hana. It's a ninken trained by the Inuzuka clan. I named it Simba. Oh. An Inuzuka ninken. Inoichi raised an eyebrow, a hint of understanding and appreciation flashing in his eyes. That's quite something. The Inuzuka clan's secret techniques for cooperating with ninken are quite famous. The ninken they train are not only loyal but also often have excellent perception and tracking abilities. Treat it well, and it will become your reliable partner. I will. Naruto nodded seriously, feeling deeply content as he looked at the small sleeping figure on the rug. Simba is so adorable. It's fine if it can't participate in battles later, the family can certainly afford to raise a dog. Inoichi neatly placed chopsticks in front of Naruto. Come, let's eat. While it's hot. The dinner atmosphere was quiet and warm, temporarily dispelling the day's disturbances. It wasn't until they were almost finished eating that Inoichi, as if remembering something, said, "Oh, by the way, Naruto, there's something I need to tell you. Tonight, I need to work overtime at the intelligence department. There are some urgent messages that need to be analyzed and processed." He paused, looking at Naruto, his tone becoming a bit more formal. Also, in a while, the Chunin exams will be held. Kakashi has already submitted Team 7's names according to procedure. So, these next few days, you mustn't slack off on training and studying, you need to maintain your condition well. This Chunin exams will be a joint Chunin exams with multiple countries, so the difficulty will be much higher. It's not just a test of strength, but a comprehensive examination of a ninja's overall qualities. Intelligence analysis, judgment, and teamwork are all very important. Understand? Yes, I understand, Uncle Inoichi. Naruto finished the last bite of rice in his bowl, looked up, and the eagerness in his eyes had settled into a more determined resolve. It's finally coming, the Konoha Crush plan. The caged bird will eventually fly high. At that time, I'll first gouge out Danzo's eyes and then try to control Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru is truly formidable when it comes to scientific research. Inoichi tidied the dishes unhurriedly, as if mentioning it casually. If nothing unexpected happens, Ino and the rest of Team 10 should also participate in this Chunin exams. He stopped his movements, his gaze gentle yet with an unmissable seriousness, looking at Naruto. When you're in the exam, you can't intentionally look after Ino or, conversely, bully her just because you're familiar with her. You must treat her like any other opponent, give it your all, but also abide by the rules and boundaries. Do you understand? His words contained both protection for his daughter and expectations for Naruto's character as a ninja. Not letting personal friendship affect judgment, nor losing grace due to competition. I will. Naruto immediately straightened his back, answering without hesitation, his expression frank. Of course, he wouldn't bully Ino, but he understood what Uncle Inoichi meant, to treat Ino as an opponent worthy of serious consideration. Humph. Inoichi's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a knowing and slightly mischievous smile. I heard your promise. He tidied the dishes and then picked up a rag to wipe the dining table, his tone becoming solemn. If a man gives his word, no matter what the situation, he must see it through. This is not only a promise to others but also a self-restraint. He wiped the clean table again with a dry rag, then looked at Naruto, resuming his usual gentle tone. All right, go rest after dinner. I'll take care of the dishes. Get plenty of rest, starting tomorrow, you'll be very busy. Okay. Naruto responded loudly, rising from his seat. He walked to the sofa, squatted down, and gently stroked Simba's soft ears. The little guy whimpered in its sleep and rubbed against his fingers. When Naruto returned to his room and closed the door, the voice from the depths of his consciousness, suppressed for so long in the real world, could no longer be contained, sweeping him like a tide into a familiar and empty mental space. This place had long since been transformed by Naruto and no longer resembled its original water prison. Underfoot was lush green grass, and above, the sun and moon rotated, with countless stars twinkling. Behind the enormous cage door, crimson chakra surged like lava, and Kurama's massive body almost filled Naruto's entire field of vision. It wasn't lying down as usual, but rather bowed slightly, its beastly eyes, seemingly burning with lava, locked onto Naruto, and the chakra airflow exhaled from its nostrils carried a scorching temperature. Brat. A deep, oppressive voice echoed directly through the empty space, each syllable like a rolling boulder. Why did you get a dog? From Kurama's seemingly intimidating question, Naruto caught a trace of an extremely strange, indescribable emotion. He blinked his clear blue eyes, and a ludicrous yet seemingly reasonable thought popped into his head. A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he tentatively asked in return. What? Because foxes are also canids, so you are jealous. Woof. The moment the words fell, Kurama let out an extremely intimidating growl, as if its tail had been stepped on. The entire consciousness space seemed to vibrate with it, and the grass on the ground began to sway wildly. The sound was filled with offended indignation and a hint of embarrassment. What a joke! Kurama's voice suddenly rose, making Naruto's eardrums hum. Its massive head drew closer, its hot breath almost blowing onto Naruto's face, and its bared fangs glinted menacingly. How could this great one be jealous of a mere puppy? That weak, tail-wagging creature that can't even control its chakra, is it worthy of this great one's attention? It's utterly absurd. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 113, 8 trigrams ceiling style variation. Chapter 113, 8 trigrams ceiling style variation. Kurama roared with extreme speed, trying to cover something up with volume and disdain. But that overly intense reaction, the gaze fixed on Naruto as if trying to see through him, and the persistent questioning attitude, which clearly contradicted disdain, only served to confirm Naruto's suspicions. Looking at the stubborn and irritable giant beast before him, the smile on Naruto's lips deepened. So even a powerful being like the Nine-Tailed could have such awkward feelings, similar to a pet vying for affection. This discovery made him feel a little amused, and a little, strangely warm. Yes, you're not jealous, you're the most generous. Naruto waved his hand and said in a tone used to coax a child, Simba is just a regular Ninken. He can't compare to the majestic Lord Kurama at all, so relax. Although the words sounded reassuring, combined with Naruto's stifled smile, they sounded completely teasing. Humph. Does this great one need your comfort? Kurama snorted viciously, but the intense gaze focused on Naruto seemed to relax slightly. It sullenly withdrew its massive head and lay back down. Its tail, however, was still impatiently slapping the ground, kicking up dirt. It was clearly extremely dissatisfied with Naruto's attitude but couldn't afford to continue arguing about the dog. It could only hold its breath, turn its head away, and leave Naruto with a sulky, furry silhouette. Calm temporarily returned to the consciousness space, leaving only Kurama's heavy breathing and the dull thud of its tail occasionally hitting the ground. Naruto looked at its appearance and finally couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter. The sound of the laughter seemed to make Kurama's ears twitch slightly, but its head turned even further away, as if saying, I can't be bothered with you. Naruto stopped laughing, but the warmth and seriousness in his eyes gradually replaced the amusement. He walked a few steps forward until he reached the edge of the ceiling bars, looking up at the massive figure with its back to him. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unprecedented clarity and solemnity, echoing in this space that belonged only to the two of them. Hey, Kurama. There was no response, only the sound of the tail hitting the ground paused for an instant. Naruto took a deep breath and continued, you know, since the night I was born, you have been sealed inside me. We spent the days when I was ostracized by the villagers and alone, and we have experienced a lot of time together. He paused, his blue eyes appearing exceptionally bright in the dim space. We share a common enemy, the mysterious masked man who caused the nine-tailed fox attack, killed my parents, and also controlled you. When mentioning that name, Naruto's voice carried a chill, but it quickly shifted back to a more determined warmth. Facing such an enemy, facing this world that still has many problems but which I want to change, shouldn't we be the ones standing side by side the most? He stretched out his hand, and even though it was separated by the ceiling bars, the gesture felt like an invisible invitation and confirmation. So, Kurama. Naruto's voice became unusually soft, yet full of power. To me, we are brothers, comrades who must trust each other, and, in a sense, the most special family. Your place in my heart is unique and irreplaceable by anyone else. Simba is a companion, a friend, but he will never be Kurama. That position, from beginning to end, can only be occupied by you. After the words fell, the consciousness space plunged into true silence. Even Kurama's heavy breathing seemed to quiet down. The tail that had been restlessly slapping the ground finally became completely still, resting softly on the floor. After a long while, Kurama's muffled, thunder-like voice sounded again. It still carried that impatient tone, but the sharpness and anger seemed to have dissipated significantly, even mixed with a hint of extremely slight, hard-to-detect awkwardness. Humph, you smooth-talking brat. Who said we're brothers or family? Stop trying to get close to me. Despite the words, it slowly turned its head back, and those lava-like beast eyes looked at Naruto once more. This time, the gaze lacked the previous intensity and annoyance, replaced by a complex, deep scrutiny, and a subtle hint of being moved. It didn't admit it, but it didn't refute it either. Naruto looked at its returned gaze, and a brilliant, cloudless smile bloomed on his face. He knew that some things didn't need verbal confirmation. Some connections had already quietly taken root during this long symbiosis of conflict and adaptation, becoming unbreakable. Then it settled. Naruto said with a grin, as if he had just concluded a major agreement. Kurama looked at his carefree smiling face, finally just snorting a blast of hot air from its nose, lying down again, and closing its eyes. But this time, its posture appeared much more relaxed. That silent acquiescence was already the best response. Naruto clapped his hands sharply in front of his chest, his eyes focused and bright. He didn't say anything more, instead immediately beginning to form hand signs. The hand sign movements were not fast, each sign carried a peculiar rhythm, subtly echoing the pulse of the immense chakra within him. As the sequence of signs was completed, he raised his right hand. In his palm, instead of the usual chakra light, complex and archaic black characters appeared. These characters subtly writhed like living things, emanating an aura that was profound, stable, and contained the dual mysteries of sealing and unsealing. This was clearly not an ordinary sealing technique, but a high-level skill that touched the core of the 8 trigrams sealing style. It bore the style of the sealing techniques of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, yet it seemed to have been adjusted or, inheritedly applied, by Naruto based on his own understanding. 8 trigrams sealing style, variation. This feeling is... Kurama, inside the cage, suddenly raised its head, its pupils contracting as it stared intensely at Naruto's hand reaching toward the sealing gate. The next second, Naruto's right hand, carrying the flowing black characters, pressed lightly yet incredibly firmly onto the massive sealing gate. There was no earth-shattering boom, nor any violent surge of chakra. There was only a faint click, as if a lock cylinder had been delicately picked by a precise tool. Then, near the bottom of the indestructible sealing gate, which symbolized absolute confinement, a perfectly round hole suddenly appeared between the tightly fitting wooden planks and talismans. At the edge of the hole, black sealing characters coiled and froze like vines, maintaining the opening while miraculously restraining the full outpouring of the violent chakra within. Whoa! The nine-tailed involuntarily let out a deep roar filled with astonishment. It clearly felt that the 8 trigram sealing style, which had bound it for over a decade and was as solid as a rock, had indeed been opened with a controlled, stable breach. Naruto, what are you doing? Although the 8 trigram sealing style still needs to be maintained, I've had some breakthroughs recently researching sealing techniques. I can open up some space without triggering the countermeasures left behind by the 4th Hokage and his wife, giving you more freedom. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 114, The Time to Soar High is Approaching. Chapter 114, The Time to Soar High is Approaching. Kurama let out an ambiguous snort from its nose, its massive head lowering further until it was almost level with the newly opened hole. Its sharp gaze pierced through, locking onto Naruto. I've actually wanted to ask for a long time. Its voice lowered, losing its usual frenzy and gaining a touch of investigative solemnity. You mentioned it before, and now you say. The backup plan left by the 4th Hokage couple. What exactly is it? Does the chakra of those two still remain in this seal in some form? Naruto nodded, his expression becoming serious. Maintaining the stability of the seal's opening, he explained, yeah. They cleverly integrated a portion of their chakra consciousness into the core of this 8 trigram sealing style. Under normal circumstances, it won't appear. Only when the seal faces an extreme impact, or, when the tailed beast chakra in my body goes out of control to a certain dangerous critical point, will their chakra consciousness be triggered and temporarily manifest. These 2 strands of chakra had seen everything since his birth, and they might not necessarily approve of him. Before finding a way to gain their trust, Naruto didn't plan to directly undo the seal to release the 4th Hokage couple's chakra. Because Naruto really wanted to see if the 2 of them still had any sealing techniques he hadn't learned, or ideas for developing sealing techniques and the like. If it's Kushina, I can try, using my chakra to nurture and anchor that remaining consciousness of hers. This proposal made Naruto's eyes widen instantly, his face full of shock and disbelief. Kurama continued in that low voice, its tone complex, Kushina. She was my previous Jinchuriki. There was a long period of confrontation between us. My chakra existed within her body for a long time, having the most direct contact and intertwining with her chakra and vitality. This connection, even after her death, even if only a small remnant of chakra consciousness remains, my chakra might be able to act as a kind of nourishment and stabilization, delaying its dissipation, or even making its state more stable. It paused for a moment, turning its gaze aside as if unwilling to look directly at the fire of hope that might ignite in Naruto's eyes, its voice carrying an unquestionable boundary. However, as for Minato, it might not work. Minato wasn't my Jinchuriki. I can try, but I can't make any guarantees. If human chakra is defined as A and tailed beast chakra as B, then the chakra of a tailed beast Jinchuriki is AB. B can inject chakra into AB, but cannot directly inject chakra into A. However, AB can inject chakra into both A and B. Now Minato was A, Kushina was AB, and the nine-tailed was B. The nine-tailed couldn't guarantee it could preserve Minato's chakra. He could teach this method to Naruto, but he always had a strange feeling that Naruto didn't seem to respect the fourth very much. Or rather, he didn't have much respect for any of the Hokage. It's okay, just do your best. Naruto waved his hand. Regarding Minato and Kushina, Naruto's feelings were complex. Because in his heart, he always felt that he wasn't the original Naruto. But he really wanted to learn Kushina's sealing techniques knowledge. Although there was a better solution, he couldn't exactly dig up Uzumaki Mito's grave and use Edo Tensei to bring the old lady back, right? After coming out of the consciousness space, Naruto began practicing sealing techniques. During the day, he practiced chakra nature transformation while learning new ninjutsu. At night, he practiced sealing techniques. It couldn't be helped, those high and mighty alien poodles simply didn't care about ninjutsu. However, sealing techniques were definitely the most broken thing in the Naruto world. Whether you were a local or an alien, you couldn't be immune to sealing techniques. I don't care about this or that, take my sealing techniques. Later, he would also need to find Uchiha Hikari, who was sealed by the Senju and Sarutobi together. Her eyes were also quite powerful. Those lunatics from the Uchiha used the transcription seal to transplant other ocular techniques into her, giving her eyes many different abilities. Uchiha Hikari's ocular techniques included Kagetsuchi, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, engraved Tsukuyomi. The activation method is similar to the Infinite Tsukuyomi, a mass Jinjutsu that projects the Sharingan onto the moon, Yachihoko, and Susanoo. Honestly, in terms of Sharingan abilities alone, there was probably no one with more than her. He didn't know if the Hokage building's database had them or not. The Naruto from the 7th Hokage era in the Ultimate Ninja Storm plot had found a scroll about her. Everything could be obtained during the Chunin exams. If the Hokage building didn't have it, once the third died, he could definitely visit the Sarutobi clan's territory and the original Senju clan's territory. I have not yet reached my prime, when I do, there will be changes. It was time. The time to soar high was approaching. Early the next morning. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm golden spots of light in the room. Naruto opened his eyes and was wide awake almost instantly. He felt more invigorated than ever before, his mind as clear as if it had been washed by a mountain spring, and his body surging with abundant vitality. Even his breathing felt smoother and more powerful than usual. He sat up, ruffled his bright blonde hair, and felt the smooth and full flow of chakra within his body. Is it because of yesterday? With a slight thought, his consciousness sank into his body for a moment. Sure enough, although the newly opened window on the seal gate had automatically shrunk and stabilized into a finer chakra flow channel after he left the consciousness space, the effect was already apparent. Kurama's massive chakra was leaking out in a more stable manner, thread by thread, engaging in a deeper level of fusion and circulation with his own chakra, subtly nourishing his mind and body. This feels great. Naruto grinned and clenched his fist. He hopped out of bed and finished washing up. When he walked into the living room, as expected, he didn't see Inoichi Yamanaka. Uncle Inoichi must have worked overtime all night and just crashed in the lounge. Naruto went to the refrigerator, peeled off yesterday's note, and then wrote a new one that said training, sticking it in the original spot. He decided to head over to the Yamanaka clan's place first today to see if Ino, Hinata, or Hanabi were free. Having done this, Naruto patted Simba, who was lying on the cushion next to the sofa. The dog had already pricked up its ears upon hearing his movement and was watching him with bright black eyes. Let's go, Simba. He bent down and picked up Simba. We're going out today. I'll pick out a comfortable new bed for you while we're at it. You can't just keep sleeping by the sofa. Woof-a-woo. Simba wagged its tail excitedly, gave a short bark, and rubbed its wet nose against Naruto's chin. Naruto smiled and placed it steadily on one of his shoulders. The morning streets of Hidden Leaf Village were already bustling. With Simba perched on his shoulder, Naruto walked with a light step, debating whether to go to the bun shop first or straight to the flower shop. Suddenly, a vibrant shout rang out from behind him. Big brother Naruto. Naruto turned to look and saw three small figures running toward him. Running at the very front was the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru. His face was filled with excitement and the look of someone who had found their leader. Following closely behind him were his little sidekicks, Moegi and Isu-Dan. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Outsiders. Chapter 115, Outsiders. Yo, it's you guys. Naruto stopped, looking at them with a hint of surprise. The last time he saw Konohamaru, the boy had wanted to beat him up. How did his attitude change so quickly? Konohamaru, panting heavily, ran up to Naruto with Moegi and Isu-Dan, looking up with a small face. His tone was accusatory and sought support. Big brother Naruto. We ran into bad guys yesterday. There were two weirdly dressed people from another village who bullied us. They even tried to attack us. Naruto was stunned. Outsiders. bullying children. Moegi nodded vigorously beside him, adding, yes, yes. It was scary. That guy carrying a roll of cloth even tried to tie up Isudan with strange strings. Isudan sniffled, whispering with lingering fear, thank goodness Big Brother Shikamaru and the others happened to pass by. As the three children described the events one after another, Naruto gradually understood. It turned out that just yesterday, while he and Sakura were temporarily called away to the medical unit to help transport an emergency batch of medicine, the prelude to the Chunin exams had quietly begun in the streets and alleys of Hidden Leaf Village. The three individuals from the Hidden Sand Village, Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara, had gotten into a conflict with Konohamaru and his friends. Kankuro had wanted to punish Konohamaru for accidentally bumping into him, but the timely appearance of the Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Ino Yamanaka trio prevented the situation from escalating. And Ino seemed to have gotten into a verbal conflict with that blonde girl from Sunagakure, eventually resulting in a physical confrontation. After a brief exchange, they were separated and taken away by Asuma and Baki of Sunagakure, respectively. So much happened. Naruto muttered, his brow slightly furrowed. Ino got into a fight. Given Ino's personality and strength, she probably didn't suffer a loss, but... Big Brother Naruto, you absolutely must give them a good beating during the Chunin exams. Konohamaru waved his fists, pleading with Naruto to help teach the three Hidden Sand Village ninja a lesson. I will. Naruto nodded. Oh, right, I also ran into a red-haired older sister from the Kusagakure before. When I said I was looking for Big Brother Uzumaki Naruto, that older sister happened to be passing by, and she seemed very excited when she heard your name. Do you know her, Big Brother? A female ninja from the Kusagakure? Karen. Naruto nodded, silently making a mental note of the incident. After leaving the excited Konohamaru trio, Naruto leaped onto a rooftop. In just a few bounds, the Yamanaka clan's residence, with its courtyard and floral fragrance, appeared before him. Naruto landed lightly from the rooftop, patted non-existent dust off his clothes, adjusted his forehead protector, and then walked to the door and knocked. Soon, the door slid open. A faint, warm scent, a mixture of morning dew and floral fragrance, wafted over him. The person who appeared behind the door was Ino's mother, Yamanaka Rino. She was wearing a plain, everyday kimono with an apron tied around her waist, apparently busy making breakfast, and wore her usual gentle smile. Oh, it's Naruto. Yamanaka Rino's eyes lit up, and her tone was warm. Quickly, come in. Ino and the others are still eating. Have you eaten yet? Why don't you join us? We made miso soup and grilled fish today. Faced with Aunt Rino's enthusiastic and sincere invitation, Naruto had no intention of being polite or declining. Having meals at the three Ino, Shika, Cho families, especially the Yamanaka household, was already commonplace for him and one of the important ways he felt the warmth of a family. A wide smile immediately blossomed on his face, and he nodded cheerfully, great. I haven't eaten yet, Aunt Rino. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Saying this, he bent down, ready to take off his shoes with practiced ease. Simba, perched on his shoulder, also let out a timely woof, seemingly greeting them too. Rino then noticed the fluffy little creature on Naruto's shoulder. After a moment of surprise, her smile deepened. Did you bring a little guest? How cute, come on in together. Leading Simba into the warm interior, the atmosphere of breakfast in the living room immediately enveloped them. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the three figures by the dining table. Ino, Hinata, and Hanabi, who were eating, heard the noise almost simultaneously and turned their heads toward the entryway. Naruto, you're here. Ino put down her chopsticks and spoke first. Today she was wearing a refreshing high ponytail, looked quite spirited, and showed no signs of injury or fatigue on her face. Seeing Ino completely unharmed, the worry that had been hanging over Naruto quietly dissipated. It seemed yesterday's conflict hadn't caused any substantial damage. Naruto walked forward, his gaze carefully sweeping over Ino, before asking, I heard Konohamaru and the others say you got into a conflict with someone from the Hidden Sand Village yesterday, and even fought. How was it? You weren't hurt, were you? His tone was filled with unconcealed concern. Ino waved her hand, a look mixing annoyance and confidence appearing on her face. Humph, that arrogant girl carrying the giant fan. She's far too early if she thinks she can hurt me. We just tested each other a few times before Asuma-sensei arrived. I didn't even get a scratch, don't worry. As she spoke, she unconsciously puffed out her chest, clearly not believing she had been at a disadvantage in yesterday's exchange. Then she suddenly realized she was in front of Naruto and said with a hint of embarrassment. I'm not hurt. Just then. Wow. A little doggy. Hyuga Hanabi, sitting next to Hinata, instantly brightened, staring intently at the fluffy golden mass on Naruto's shoulder as if she had found a treasure. She didn't even care about the food in her mouth, leaning forward, her small hands already eager to reach out. Hinata also followed her sister's gaze. When she saw Simba, her pale face flushed slightly, and she whispered gently, "Ah, really, what a cute puppy." Naruto's attention was drawn by Hanabi's gasp. Seeing the little girl's face full of affection, he smiled and explained, "Yes, this is a ninken that big sister Inuzuka Hana gave me. I named him Simba." Saying this, he carefully took Simba down from his shoulder. The little fellow seemed to sense the friendly aura emanating from the girls in front of him. He wasn't shy at all, his round, dark eyes turning curiously. Naruto gently placed Simba into Hanabi's outstretched hands. Hanabi immediately took hold of him carefully and happily, rubbing her cheek against Simba's fluffy head. Simba responded affectionately, sticking out his small pink tongue to lick Hanabi's cheek, making comfortable purring sounds in his throat. He. That tickles. So cute. Hanabi laughed out loud, her silver bell-like laughter filling the entire living room. She hugged Simba, gently stroking his back fur, completely enamored. Hinata also couldn't help but lean closer, extending a slender finger to carefully touch Simba's ear. Seeing the puppy obediently tilt its head, a gentle and joyful smile appeared on her face. Even Ino, who had just been discussing yesterday's conflict, couldn't help but curve her lips upwards at this heartwarming scene, temporarily forgetting about the hidden sand village incident. Yamanaka Rino walked over, holding the bowl and chopsticks she had prepared for Naruto. Seeing how happy the girls were, she also offered a relieved smile. "Naruto, sit down and eat quickly, the soup is getting cold." This little fellow seems quite endearing too. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, When one grows strong, change will come. Chapter 116, When one grows strong, change will come. After a warm breakfast, they went together to a nearby pet shop and carefully picked out a soft, comfy bed for Simba. Then, carrying the new bed and Simba, the group chatted and laughed all the way back to Naruto's house. Once the bed was set beside the living room sofa, Simba dove in excitedly, turned a few circles, and settled down contentedly, clearly delighted with his new nest. With the little guy settled, Naruto, Ino, Hinata, and Hanabi headed out for the training ground. They had barely stepped past the gate when a crisp, slightly urgent female voice called from behind. "Please wait, Miss Hanabi, and Miss Hinata." Everyone turned to see a young woman hurrying toward them. She had delicate features and wore the Hyuga's simple traditional robe, yet over it an incongruous white lace-trimmed apron. A hidden leaf village forehead protector rested on her brow, and her eyes betrayed a hint of barely hidden tension. Big Sister Natsu. Hanabi recognized her at once, Natsu Hyuga, the branch house maid who had once looked after her every day. Hinata greeted her softly as well. Big Sister Natsu. Natsu stepped closer and bowed respectfully to the two main house girls. Her gaze flicked to Naruto and Ino, hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she lowered her voice. "Young ladies, the elders, wish to see you immediately." Elders. Ino frowned, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Naruto's reaction was faster and more direct. The instant he heard the word elders, he moved on instinct, stepping in front of the sisters. His brows knitted, sharp blue eyes fixed on Natsu. Which elders? His tone carried a rare chill and vigilance. Not long ago Hayashi had made it plain, leaving the village this time was partly bait to draw out snakes, and he'd asked Naruto to watch over Hinata and Hanabi, especially against certain old things in the clan. Now, with Hayashi barely gone, those same elders wanted a private audience. Anyone who'd sat through a Blue Planet history class could guess they were planning something big. Seize the sisters as bargaining chips to force concessions, or even grab more power from Hayashi the moment he returned. The thought tightened Naruto's chest, he planted himself more firmly in front of them. Simba, perched on his shoulder, lifted his head and growled low, eyeing Natsu warily. Ino slipped to Naruto's side, hand subtly brushing her ninja tool pouch. She didn't know every Hyuga secret, but Naruto's stance and Natsu's nervous face told her this was no simple summons. Under Naruto's piercing stare the air grew taut, Natsu unconsciously stepped back, panic flashing across her face. She bit her lip and whispered, "The main house elders led by the Grand Elder, they're all waiting in the compound." "Then let them wait. Uncle Hayashi will be back in 2 or 3 days, they can tell him whatever they like." Naruto didn't yield an inch. But Natsu had no choice, controlled by the caged bird seal, she couldn't refuse the elder's order. Seeing her distress, Naruto realized she was just another pawn. He'd met her often before, after Hanabi's mother died, Hayashi had hired her to raise his youngest daughter. With Hayashi away, the elders must have used the seal to force her here. "Tell them I'm the one keeping the girls. If they've got a problem, let them complain to the third." Relief washed over Natsu's face. A reply, any reply, was all she needed. "Yes, I'll report to the elders at once." Watching her disappear down the street, Naruto's eyes glinted sharply. A line echoed in his mind with perfect clarity. I am not yet strong, once strong, there will be change. Wasn't he strong yet? In those decrepit, narrow minds he was still just a promising genin, a Jinchuriki to be managed, a piece to be shuffled across their board. But they forgot, players aren't seated by seniority. As the saying goes, why sit the imperial exam when you can storm the gates? A long smothered flame kindled quietly in the depths of his blue eyes. His low profile, his hidden strength, his by-the-book path, all looked like not yet strong to some. But now, claws were reaching for those he'd sworn to protect, using rotten rules to crush the people he cared about. Looks like the time has come. Time to give this seemingly calm yet secretly surging hidden leaf village a small, Uzumaki-style, shock. Consider it a pop quiz before the Chunin exams. Those old Hyuga fossils don't even rank 5-3 star. Perfect chance to test his ice release, too. He reined in his killing intent, turned, and looked at worried Hinata, indignant Ino, and little Hanabi with her small fists clenched. Naruto reached out, warm palm resting atop Hanabi's soft hair, and gently ruffled it. His voice was quiet, yet carried a rock-solid certainty. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He met Hanabi's eyes, then Hinata's and Ino's. Their hands can't reach you. A plain, even arrogant claim. Publicly, Naruto still held no lofty rank, most of his true strength stayed hidden. In the eyes of the mighty he remained an unpolished gem. Yet when he said, I'm here, trust blazed in Hanabi's eyes and she nodded hard, color returned to Hinata's pale cheeks as if she'd found her anchor, even independent Ino relaxed, a small, just as it should be, smile tugging at her lips. They believed him. Without reason, and with absolute certainty. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 117, Chapter 117 Sketch. Chapter 117 Sketch. Night falls. Konoha village is shrouded beneath a tranquil deep blue veil, its countless lights mingling with the starry sky. The vast Hyuga clan compound looms like a dormant beast in a corner of the village, stern, orderly, yet exuding an ancient, oppressive weight in the night. High walls and deep courtyards, winding corridors that follow an ancient, strict layout, showcase the heritage and seclusion of Hidden Leaf Village's premier noble house. A figure, as if merged with the night's shadows, silently lands in the central area of the Hyuga compound. At the highest point of the clan head Hayashi Hyuga's residence, atop the main house's eaves. The newcomer wears a flowing black robe that flutters in the night wind, his face concealed by a primitive, angular fox mask, its eyes obscured by sealing techniques. His black hair, left untied, dances in the breeze, blending with the robe and adding an extra layer of mystery and menace. He stands quietly on the roof ridge like a night owl surveying his domain, his gaze sweeping over the illuminated and shadowed courtyards, training grounds, and shrine below. This is the power core of the Hyuga clan, a symbol of restraint and antiquated rules. The air seems to thicken with the invisible, heavy aura of the caged bird seal. A deliberately altered, low and slightly hoarse voice emerges from beneath the mask, carrying a cold, playful tone. Perfect timing to test the technique I just learned. The moment the words fall, the black-robed man's perception spreads like an unseen net suddenly flung open, centering on him and silently, swiftly extending across the entire Hyuga compound and beyond. Kagura Mind's Eye, activate. In Naruto's perceptual world, everything is radically different. The outlines of buildings, the sway of foliage, the flow of chakra, all appear as crystal-clear three-dimensional images within his mind's eye. Every living being's position, chakra intensity, even the subtle fluctuations of emotional state are displayed like a palm-sized tapestry, every detail laid bare. He sees the Hyuga branch ninjas patrolling key points, their Byakugan activated, their chakra tinged with vigilance yet also shackled by the seal's stagnation. He sees the elders' residences within the main clan area, places of great chakra but exuding rot and arrogance. He also sees the ordinary clan members on the outskirts, the familiar energy veins of the compound's barrier, everything is within his grasp. The range, precision, and chakra analysis capability of the Kagura Mind's Eye far surpass any of his previous senses, truly worthy of the Uzumaki clan's famed perception techniques. Having confirmed the target's location and surroundings, Naruto retracts most of the spreading perception, maintaining only a fine-tuned monitor over specific zones. He slowly raises his right hand, wrapped in a black glove, fingers gently curved as if grasping a sword hilt. In the next instant, a strange, piercing cold gathers suddenly in his palm. Moisture in the air is rapidly drawn, compressed, and shaped, accompanied by a faint crack like forming ice crystals. A translucent, chilling longsword materializes in his hand. The blade is long and sleek, its lines cold and fluid, not solid metal, but pure, stable ice-release chakra solidified. Moonlight glints off the blade, casting a cold, lethal sheen, even the air at the edge seems to warp from the low temperature. This is one of the newly mastered, stable ice-release forms Naruto created by combining his massive chakra control with water and wind nature transformations. Gripping the ice sword, Naruto's aura shifts dramatically. The previous stealth and observer's calm evaporate, replaced by a poised, ready-to-strike edge, the blade's chill mirroring his newfound resolve. He lowers his head slightly, behind the fox mask's eye holes, his gaze locks onto the depths of the compound. Night deepens. The wind grows colder. It's the perfect moment for killing. The black robe stirs, and the figure on the roof, as if swallowed by darkness, vanishes in an instant. Only a few stepped-on tiles remain on the ridge, and a lingering, sharp chill hangs in the air like the aftertaste of winter. Earlier, Hayashi's party returned to Konoha village and part ways at the village gate. Hayashi did not head straight back to the clan compound. After sending Takuma and Haman away, he grabbed Niji and slipped through a quiet alley beneath Hidden Leaf Village's night sky, his steps light and purpose clear. Niji felt a flicker of doubt, but years of experience kept him from asking, and he simply followed in silence. Finally, the two stopped in front of a rather ordinary, slightly dated apartment building. The building sits in Hidden Leaf Village's older district, away from main roads, and exudes an unusually quiet atmosphere. Hayashi pulled out a key and opened an unassuming door on the ground floor. "Lord head of the clan, what is this?" Stepping inside, bathed in faint moonlight filtering through the window and the distant glow of street lamps, Niji surveyed the room and couldn't help asking softly. The room was small, simply furnished, covered with a thin layer of dust, and carried a stale, long uninhabited scent. It was clearly not any known residence of the Hyuga clan head. Hayashi did not answer immediately. He slipped off his travel coat as if returning to another home, and headed straight for the bedroom. A short while later, when he emerged again, he was draped in a peculiarly styled black cloak. The cloak's material was heavy and felt superb, almost merging with the darkness in the dim light. Most striking were the two shoulder pieces, each a grotesque, boldly lined metallic shoulder guard. The guards were forged into snarling demon heads with exposed fangs, emitting a cold, hard black glow in the faint light, as if ready to bite, adding a terrifying aura to the already mysterious attire. Donning this garb, Hayashi's demeanor shifted dramatically. The usually composed, dignified clan head seemed to vanish, replaced by a colder, more inscrutable figure with a hint of wildness. Next, Hayashi walked to an old dressing mirror in the living room and sat down. He opened a drawer of the small tea table beside the mirror, took out a leather pouch, and revealed neatly arranged makeup pens, paint boxes, and other tools. His movements were methodical, clearly showing great familiarity. Niji stood quietly, watching his uncle's actions, his questions mounting. When Hayashi picked up a fine brush, dipped it in a specially crafted green pigment that faintly glowed in the dimness, and began, with effortless precision, drawing on his smooth forehead. Niji's breath caught, his pupils contracting sharply. The familiar, intricate pattern, each twist etched into memory since the age of 3, was the Hyuga branch's lifelong seal of absolute obedience and bondage, the caged bird. And the one inscribing this mark was the clan head himself, Hayashi Hyuga. Read new book in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, The Avenger Returned from the Pure Land. Chapter 118, The Avenger Returned from the Pure Land. The face reflected in the mirror, framed by a deliberately cold expression and the gradually forming caged bird seal, overlapped more and more with the features of Hyuga Hisashi, Niji's father. In Niji's memory, no, it was practically identical. Hayashi and Hisashi were identical twins, their looks had always been extraordinarily alike. Right now, Hayashi, who had purposely shed the main branch's trademark composure and painted on the caged bird seal, blurred in Niji's eyes into the figure of his long-dead father, a man whose gentleness had forever carried a hidden ache. Niji stared, dumbstruck, forgetting how to speak, forgetting the questions in his heart. Time seemed to flow backward in this instant, or perhaps to twist. He watched his father face the mirror and paint that emblem of shame and agony upon himself. It felt as if an invisible hand clenched his heart. Sourness, pain, shock, bewilderment, emotion surged in, almost robbing him of the strength to stand. Never had he seen his uncle like this, nor imagined he would see his father's living likeness in such a lifelike, intimate way. Hayashi focused on each stroke, seemingly oblivious to Niji's astonishment. Only when the final line fell did a complete, lifelike caged bird mark appear upon his forehead. Setting the brush aside, he studied the mirror for several breaths. In the glass, Hisashi gazed back with icy eyes, the seal on his brow a livid brand. Slowly Hayashi turned, facing the stunned Niji whose pupils trembled like an earthquake. Now he deliberately lowered his voice, stripping away the usual calm authority and replacing it with a hoarse hardness that matched the guise, subtly imitating tones his younger brother had used in certain moments. "Niji, do you see clearly?" He tapped the convincingly green mark upon his forehead. "From this moment until dawn. I am not Hyuga Hayashi." He rose, the black demon cloak falling about him like a tempest, the ogre masks on his shoulder guards seeming to snarl in silence. Under the dim light the caged bird on his brow glimmered with an ominous sheen. "I am Hisashi." The pain and resolve that had been suppressed for too long wove through his words. A man long since dead, an avenger returned from the Pure Land. What do you mean, uncle? Niji's voice was hard as flint. Hayashi was one of those who had caused his father's death. He was the very reason Hisashi had died in his place. And now he staged this charade. Hayashi sighed at his nephew's look. Blame me, hate me, whatever you need. Your father died because of me, I won't deny it. But before that, Niji, it's time you learned the full story. Not the family register's terse died in his brother's stead, nor the scattered fragments you've overheard. The whole truth, its daylight compromises and its shadowed bargains. He sat again, the demon patterns on the cloak seemed to writhe like living things, the false seal on his brow deeper than before. 15 or 16 years ago. His voice sank into the mists of the past. Back then Konoha's yellow flash, Minato Namikaze, burst onto the world stage. With speed and power unmatched he cowed every nation and ultimately became the fourth Hokage, giving the village a brief, heady dose of hope. Yet Peace's foundations were far from solid. The smoke of the Third Great Ninja War was thinning, but the post-war negotiations tangled like knotted thread, each state tugging in its own direction, unable to settle on terms that satisfied them all. 12 years ago calamity struck. The nine-tailed demon fox appeared without warning inside Hidden Leaf Village. In its savage pupils the three-tomo Sharingan pattern was clearly reflected. Hayashi's voice dropped, carrying the weight only a survivor of that era could feel. Many saw it being controlled by the Sharingan. The fourth Hokage and his wife gave their lives to reseal the beast, heroes fell, and Hidden Leaf Village was left grievously wounded. Because the Nine-Tails had been manipulated by a Sharingan, distrust between the village and the Uchiha flared, each side eyed the other with suspicion. With part of Konoha's limited strength tied up preventing civil strife, the village could no longer project effective deterrence against its neighbors. The already difficult post-war talks were postponed indefinitely, one stacked reason after another. Chief among the opportunists was Kimogakure, cunning, overbearing. They seized on Konoha's weakness and dragged out what should have been settled at once, forcing the treaty to hang fire for 3 full years. His gaze seemed to pierce through time and walls, falling upon the Hyuga estate 9 years earlier in the dark of night. 9 years ago, that night. A hidden cloud delegation arrived, ostensibly to renew a peace accord, but in secret they coveted the Byakugan. One thief, relying on superb stealth and bold reconnaissance of the Hyuga compound, slipped inside and struck at his clear target, the young heiress Hinata. Niji's fingers clenched white. He knew this beginning, yet had never heard such detail from a participant's lips. I sensed it and pursued. Hayashi went on, calm as if recounting someone else's tale, though a cold glint flickered deep in his eyes. At the border I caught up, striking him from the sky with an 80 trigrams empty palm. I held back, intending only to stun and capture, to learn who was behind it. Yet, when I landed and checked, the man was already dead. Stripping away his disguise, we found to our horror that he was a formal member of the Hidden Cloud delegation. We knew at once it was a plot aimed at the Hyuga. The Cloud envoys instantly turned the tables, howling that their envoy had been murdered without cause during friendly talks. They demanded Hidden Leaf Village punish the killer and hand over my life, threatening to tear up the peace pact and restart the war. Hidden Leaf Village at that time had only just begun to recover from the Nine-Tails disaster, the void left by the fourth had yet to be filled, and third Hokage, back in office, labored under crushing pressure. In council the specter of war hung so thick no one could breathe. Kumogakure's wolfish ambition was plain. Using the envoy's death as pretext, they would either remove me, the one who'd slain their agent and coveted the Byakugan, or force Konoha to yield and extract huge concessions. The Hyuga elders convened in haste behind closed doors. At this point Hayashi's voice carried a swirl of mockery, sorrow, and deep helplessness. They hit upon a so-called perfect solution. Let my identical twin, Hyuga Hisashi, your father, die in my place. Using our mirror-like faces, they would hand Hisashi's body to Kimogakure and proclaim that the murderer of their envoy had taken his own life in atonement. He paused, then forced out the outcome in a hoarse voice. Your father agreed. He took his own life. His last words to me were, I'm not dying to fulfill some branch house duty, I'm dying gladly as a younger brother for his elder. That is the full truth. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, After tonight, you are the heir of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 119, After tonight, you are the heir of the Hyuga clan. As his voice fell, Hayashi drew a long sword with an ancient design and a beautifully curved blade. The blade emerged half an inch from its scabbard, a cold light flashing, with intricate patterns of the sun wheel and Magatsugami engraved on the tsuba. This was the very blade Hyuga Hisashi had carried in life, the Dainichi Gatsukiri. Held in Hayashi's hand now, it added an even greater sense of solemn killing intent. But Hayashi did not swing the blade, instead, he hung the scabbard back at his waist. Then, before Niji could fully recover from this series of shocks, he took a step forward, opened his arms, and pulled his nephew, who had lost his father at a young age and grown up carrying the fate and pain of the branch house, into a tight, forceful embrace. This embrace belonged to Hayashi, but it also belonged to the Hisashi he was portraying at this moment. It was broad and warm, yet carried an aura of iron and blood along with deep remorse. Child, your uncle is sorry to your father and to you. Hayashi's voice rang in Niji's ear. Beneath that deliberately maintained cold and hard shell was an unmaskable tenderness and sorrow. Feeling that unfamiliar yet familiar warmth of the embrace, and hearing that voice that seemed to come from the depths of memory yet was distinctly different, Niji's stiff body began to tremble slightly. Years of strength, suppression, resentment, and confusion were like a dam with a crack chiseled into it. His emotion surged violently. But he bit his lip hard, not allowing the tears to fall. Hayashi gently patted his back, then loosened the embrace slightly. Holding Niji's shoulders with both hands, he looked directly into those pure white eyes that were identical to his own and Hisashi's, speaking word by word like the most solemn oath and handover. After tonight, you are the heir of the Hyuga clan. What? Niji was jolted, almost thinking he had misheard. Heir? The heir of the main house. How could this be possible? But, the two young ladies. Niji instinctively wanted to object. Hayashi's gaze was deep and resolute. He shook his head, his voice brooks no argument. Do not call them young ladies anymore, call them your sisters. You were their elder brother to begin with. Hinata and Hanabi should not have to marry within the clan. They should not be like those ancestors in history who were forced to marry within the clan to continue the so-called pure main house bloodline, trapped in this decaying cage for their entire lives. The future of the Hyuga clan no longer needs to purify its bloodline in such a twisted way. Doing that would be unfair to them and unfair to their futures. The same goes for you, your uncle will support you in pursuing any girl you like. He paused, looking at the shock, confusion, and a faint light that even Niji himself hadn't noticed swirling in his eyes, and continued with a tone of heavy guilt. Your uncle was incompetent. I failed your father, failed to protect him, and even more so, failed to prevent the tragedy from happening. I also failed you, letting you grow up burdened by the shackles of the branch house and the pain of losing your father. You clearly have talent that is second to none, yet you were forced to live under the shadow of destiny. He raised his hand, seemingly wanting to touch the real caged bird seal on Niji's forehead that carried a burning past, but stopped in midair, finally just pressing down heavily on Niji's shoulder. In the future. Hayashi's voice lowered, carrying a gentle tone that was almost pleading. Do not call me clan head anymore, it sounds too distant. He looked at Niji, as if seeing another figure through him. In the future, in private, call me uncle. These words were light, yet they were like a heavy hammer, smashing the invisible high wall that stood between the main house and the branch house, and also shattering certain things that had been solidified in Niji's heart for over a decade. The night wind drifted in through the gap of a window that wasn't fully closed, stirring the black gray cloak on Hayashi and the stray hairs on Niji's forehead. The apartment was silent, with only the slightly rapid breathing of the two men. The shadows of revenge were coalescing, while the spark of inheritance was also quietly ignited at this moment in an unexpected way, handed over to the most suitable person. Uncle. Niji spoke the word, but as if burned by it, he instinctively lowered his eyes, not daring to look into Hayashi's. His hands at his sides curled slightly at the fingertips, betraying the violent fluctuations within his heart. Yes, uncle is here. After responding, Hayashi reached out, not for a hug, but like a true elder and a guide about to lead a junior into danger, he patted Niji's shoulder with strength and encouragement. His palm was warm and powerful, transmitting a heavy sense of trust and entrustment through the clothing. All right. His voice returned to its previous calmness, but the underlying tone belonging to an uncle had already settled within it. Time is short. Remember everything you saw tonight, and remember who you are to become. Now, follow me closely. He did a final check on the realistic, caged bird seal on his forehead, adjusted the ogre pauldron on his shoulder, and gripped the hilt of the Dainichi Gatsukiri at his waist. When he turned to face the door again, the gentle uncle vanished instantly, and the cold, murderous aura of revenge once again enveloped his entire body. The prelude to revenge should begin. In the future, if you have the chance, kill every person from Kimogakure you see, especially the Raikage. He whispered, stepping out the door first and merging into the deeper night. Whether from a personal standpoint or the village's standpoint, the fourth Raikage had done nothing wrong. Correspondingly, there was nothing wrong with Hayashi wanting to kill the fourth Raikage either. So-called right or wrong changes because of a shift in perspective. This is true for nations, and it is true for individuals. Niji stood in place, watching the tall and resolute back, the strength and warmth of that pat still seemingly lingering on his shoulder. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. All the confusion, struggle, and vulnerability in his eyes were pressed down bit by bit into the depths of his heart, replaced by a gradually clarifying, almost desperate determination. He took one last look at this simple yet profoundly significant apartment room, then stepped forward, following that black figure ahead without hesitation. Hayashi and Niji were like two swift shadows merging into the night, darting across Hidden Leaf Village's rooftops and through its alleys with a clear objective, the core of the Hyuga clan compound. The wind whistled in their ears, Hayashi's black gray cloak snapped in the air, and the ogre head on his pauldron appeared even more ferocious during the high-speed movement. Niji followed closely behind, his Byakugan already active. In his vision, the flow of chakra and the structures of the buildings were perfectly clear, yet his mind was still turbulent from the conversation in the apartment. The two knew the layout of the clan grounds like the back of their hands. They avoided patrol routes and took the shortest path straight into the main house area. However, the closer they got to the core courtyards where several elders and their direct descendants lived, the heavier the unusual atmosphere in the air became. It was deathly silent, a quietness that made one's heart race. Only the rustling of the courtyard plants in the night wind and the occasional distant chirping of insects served to emphasize how eerie this silence truly was. Hayashi and Niji landed on the wall of the courtyard where one of the elders resided. Read new book in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 120, The Mysterious Ice Release Ninja. Chapter 120, The Mysterious Ice Release Ninja. The courtyard was brightly lit, yet not a single soul was seen moving about. Hayashi gave Niji a meaningful look, and the two of them dropped silently into the courtyard. The sight before them caused their pupils to constrict sharply. Under the eaves and across the courtyard, several corpses lay scattered in all directions. Judging by their attire, they were the adult children and trusted guards of that elder. Expressions of shock, fear, or attempts at resistance still lingered on their faces, but their lives had already frozen in time. Even more striking was the manner of their deaths. The wounds were not messy, instead, they were exceptionally clean. The fatal injuries were mostly in vital areas like the throat and heart. The wounds were smooth, their edges covered with a thin layer of white frost that had not yet fully melted, shimmering eerily under the lanterns and moonlight. Scattered across the ground and nearby pillars were tiny fragments of ice crystals, and the air was filled with a faint, biting chill characteristic of ice and snow. Hayashi crouched down and reached out with a black-gloved finger to gently touch the wound on a corpse's throat. A bone-chilling coldness met his fingertip, along with the distinct, hard texture of ice crystals. He carefully pinched a tiny bit of blood-stained ice shard, a flicker of suspicion and surprise crossing his pure white eyes. Is this ice release? He muttered to himself, his brow furrowing deeply. The ice release Kekei Genkai belonged to the Yuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village, which had long since perished. As far as he knew, the Yuki bloodline had been declared extinct. Within Hidden Leaf Village, there had never even been a record of an ice release ninja. How could ice release appear here? Moreover, judging by the technique, it was clean, efficient, and lethal in a single strike. Is it an outside assassin? But why would they infiltrate Hidden Leaf Village? More importantly, why would they kill the descendants of these elders? Is it a vendetta? Or, an intentional move to disrupt the situation within the Hyuga clan? Countless questions swirled rapidly through Hayashi's mind. But right now, the most crucial thing was to check the status of those old geezers. Hopefully, they aren't dead. Hayashi intended to leave one or two elders for Niji to kill. He stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes as his earlier suspicion was replaced by a deeper severity. No matter who did it, their appearance might have unexpectedly cleared some obstacles for him, but it also introduced new variables. He had to seize the initiative immediately. Let's go. Hayashi barked a low command, no longer examining the bodies. One hand gripped the hilt of the Dainichi Gatsukiri, while the other firmly grasped Niji's wrist beside him. The two no longer hid their presence, transforming into two blurred shadows as they dashed at top speed toward the depths of the clan compound, to the tea room next to the ancestral hall, where the elders most liked to gather for discussions and were most likely to meet at night. No matter who had struck first, he, Hyuga Hayashi, had to see those old bastards before everything was settled and finish what he had set out to do tonight. The night wind whipped up blood and chill, trailing after those two resolute figures. This night in the Hyuga clan compound was destined to be completely stained red by ice and blood. The tea room next to the side hall of the ancestral hall, usually an elegant place where several elders sipped tea and discussed matters to display their authority, had now become the eye of tonight's storm. When Hayashi arrived at a sprint with Niji and skidded to a halt in the courtyard outside the tea room, the scene before them shook their hearts once more. The tea room doors were tightly shut, but a figure stood silently on the stone steps in front of them. The person wore a loose black robe, their long black hair fluttering in the night wind, their form blending perfectly with the darkness. Their face was covered by an ancient and cold fox mask. In their hand was a long, translucent ice crystal sword radiating a biting chill. The tip pointed diagonally toward the ground, though not a single drop of blood dripped from it, it emitted a killing intent more piercing than blood itself. They just stood there, like a lifeless sculpture, or like a long-waiting shinigami. The surrounding air was thick with the same lingering aura of ice and snow from the previous courtyard, adding a touch of grimness and mystery. When Hayashi and Niji appeared at the courtyard entrance, the fox mask seemed to twitch slightly, its gaze turning precisely toward them. To be more accurate, the two eye holes in the fox mask looked at them. There was no surprise, no wariness, only a flat sense of, "You've finally arrived." It was as if they had long anticipated their arrival and were specifically waiting here. Hayashi instantly shielded Niji behind him, his pure white eyes locked onto the black-robed figure as he activated the full power of his Byakugan. However, to his dismay, his vision hit an invisible and solid barrier, unable to penetrate the seemingly ordinary mask, let alone see the true face beneath it. The opponent's mask was clearly reinforced with extremely sophisticated sealing techniques or barrier techniques specifically designed to counter the Byakugan's X-ray vision. "Who are you?" Hayashi's voice was cold as a blade. His grip on the Dainichi Gatsukiri tightened as the chakra within his body began to circulate rapidly. The ice release aura emanating from the opponent, their mysterious attire, and the sealing mask that could block the Byakugan all indicated that they were not friendly and possessed unfathomable strength. More importantly, their presence here was definitely linked to the deaths of the Elder's descendants. The gaze behind the fox mask lingered for a moment on Hayashi's attire and the lifelike, caged bird seal on his forehead. A faint, nearly imperceptible ripple of emotion seemed to flash through, but it was too fast to catch. Facing Hayashi's questioning, the black-robed figure didn't answer, only saying in a modified, low, and calm voice, "You will find out later." The moment the words fell, a sudden change occurred. The black-robed figure didn't raise the hand holding the ice crystal sword, but a soft yet powerful current of air suddenly swirled around them. It wasn't an ordinary air current, but highly compressed and condensed wind-release chakra. A faint cyan light flickered beneath their feet and around them. The invisible wind, like a most loyal servant, gently and steadily lifted their body, causing them to slowly leave the ground and hover in midair above the courtyard. This scene caused Hayashi's and Niji's pupils to constrict once again. Such effortless and exquisite wind-release control was definitely not something an ordinary ninja could achieve. Able to use ice release and fly. He had never heard of such a ninja in history. The black-robed figure hovering in the air took one last look at Hayashi and Niji below. Their gaze was calm and rippleless, as if they had merely completed an inconsequential observation. The black-robed figure flew directly into the sky, leaving Hayashi and Niji profoundly shaken. When did such a person appear among ninjas? Better attend to the main business first. Watching the black-robed figure disappear into the sky, Hayashi slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the blade. He glanced at Niji behind him, who was equally shocked, then looked up at the night sky where the black-robed figure had vanished, his eyes turning incredibly deep. No longer hesitating, he turned and kicked open the tightly closed doors of the tea room. Book Recommendation 1. Dolua, I'm from Demon Slayer. 2. Pokemon, Reborn as Ash, I'll Conquer Every League. 3. Naruto, One Click Max Ninjutsu, Tsunade is Broken. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, It's all Hayashi's fault, don't kill us. Chapter 121, It's all Hayashi's fault, don't kill us. Bang. The exquisite sliding door of the tea room was kicked open by a brute force, slamming heavily against the doorframes on both sides, letting out a piercing bang that was particularly startling in the dead of night. Inside, the room was brightly lit, and sandalwood incense curled into the air. 5 elders, who usually held high positions and wielded the power of the Hyuga clan, were sitting around the tea table. But at this moment, their faces no longer held their usual composure and arrogance, each was pale, their eyes filled with panic, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The sudden, loud bang of the door being broken open made them all shudder in unison. They didn't even notice their tea spilling as their terrified gazes snapped toward the doorway. As the dust settled slightly, they saw the silhouettes of 2 people standing against the light at the door, especially the tall figure in the front wearing a black cloak. The elders' tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and they almost slumped over in relief. The Grand Elder even subconsciously forced a lucky smile and stood up shakily, trying to hide his previous loss of composure with a light tone. "Oh, it's the clan head. You've returned just in time. Just now, a vicious criminal somehow broke in, and the clan." As he spoke, he instinctively moved forward, as if he had found his pillar of support. However, before he could finish, his sleeve was suddenly grabbed by the 3rd elder, who was staring at the doorway with a face turned ashen. "What is it?" The Grand Elder turned back, somewhat displeased at being interrupted. The 3rd elder didn't look at him. His old eyes were wide open, and one hand was forming a seal, attempting to activate the caged bird seal on the person before him. Filled with horror, his finger trembled as he pointed at the Hayashi at the door, his voice as dry as rubbing sandpaper. "You, look closely, what kind of blade is he holding in his hand?" Hearing this, the Grand Elder and the others finally shifted their gaze from Hayashi's face to the long blade gripped tightly in his hand. That was Hizashi's blade from when he was alive, the Dainichi Gatsukiri. What was the problem with that? After Hisashi died, it wasn't strange for his belongings to fall into the hands of his brother or son. Niji was even standing behind Hayashi. Then, the third elder's voice rang out, even more terrified, and, look at his forehead. The elder's gazes snapped upward, focusing on Hayashi's forehead. Under the interplay of moonlight and the indoor lamps, there was clearly a complete, distinct caged bird seal. Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the main house, how could he have the branch house's caged bird seal on his forehead? A chill instantly shot from the soles of the elders' feet to the crowns of their heads, even more intense than when they faced that mysterious black-robed ice swordsman just now. Hi. Hisashi. The fourth elder cried out in shock, his old face deathly pale as he scrambled back, knocking over the chair behind him. Impossible. Hisashi died long ago. The fifth elder's voice also trembled. The smile on the grand elder's face froze completely, turning into an expression of utter despair. He looked at his nephew at the door, risen from the dead, holding a lethal blade, forehead bearing the cursed mark, and exuding a cold, murderous aura, and felt his scalp tingle and his heart race wildly. Had they really seen a ghost? No, wait. Ninjutsu that could bring back the dead was not unheard of. The elders were all old relics who had lived through the era of war and possessed broad knowledge. A name that was classified as a forbidden technique, yet was renowned, or rather, notorious, instantly surfaced in their minds, Edo Tensei. The evil forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. During the Sengoku period, that second Hokage was a famous, grave-robbing expert. To combat the Uchiha, he had even gone as far as digging up Uchiha ancestral graves, summoning the Uchiha ancestors via Edo Tensei using Uchiha clan members as sacrifices, and then attaching explosive tags to blow up the Uchiha main house, truly wicked deeds. Of course, after Hidden Leaf Village was established, this matter was no longer allowed to be mentioned. Could someone have taken Hyuga Hisashi's remains and brought him back with Edo Tensei? Just to come back for revenge. To seek revenge against these elders who had forced him to die in his brother's place and then mistreated his son, Niji. This thought, like the most terrifying nightmare, gripped the hearts of every elder present. They looked at Hisashi's pure white eyes, which seemed to burn with netherworld ghost fire, looked at the Dainichi Gatsukiri in his hand, and then thought of the mysterious black-robed person's cold slaughter just now. All of it seemed to link together into a desperate conspiracy. Hi. Hisashi, no. That's not right, whoever you are. The sixth elder's voice shook uncontrollably as he shrieked with false bravado. This is the Hyuga Ancestral Hall. What do you want to do? Hayashi slowly raised the Dainichi Gatsukiri, the blade's edge drawing a cold arc of light under the lamps. He didn't answer the grand elder's question but merely let his dead eyes slowly sweep across every terrified old face in the room. Say second nephew, Wa. The fifth elder, who was known for being harsh and stubborn, was the first to lose emotional control. Tears streamed down his old face as he began to cry out incoherently. You're deaf, you can't blame us for that. We were also forced. As soon as he spoke, it was as if a floodgate had opened. The other elders also began to scramble to scream, desperately pushing the responsibility away, seeking only a slim chance of survival. Yes. It was all Hayashi. Hayashi forced us. The third elder pointed his fingers wildly at the empty air, as if Hayashi were standing right there. He wanted to look like the good guy in front of the clansmen, to be the clan head who loved his brother and endured humiliation for the sake of the greater good. So he forced us old bones to play the bad guys in front of you. Those words criticizing the branch house, emphasizing the difference between main and branch, and forcing you to accept your fate, he tacitly approved or even hinted for us to say them. That's right. The fourth elder also chimed in shrilly, his face full of panic as he rushed to clear himself. It was he who wanted you to die for him. That hidden cloud village matter, there was originally room for maneuver. The third Hokage was going to lead us to charge again. It was Hayashi who privately weighed the pros and cons and felt that sacrificing a branch house brother was more cost-effective than risking a conflict with the hidden cloud. He was the one who decided your fate. We were just acting according to his wishes. They became more and more agitated as they spoke, as if they had found their only life-saving straw, desperately throwing all the filth onto the absent Hayashi. If you want revenge, go find him. Find him and his daughters. The sixth elder seemed to have grasped the key point, and a vicious, urgent light burst from his cloudy eyes. His two daughters. Hinata and Hanabi. We originally wanted to bring them back today, but we were stopped by that damned little fox demon. Yes. Go find that little fox demon. Hayashi isn't in the village right now, go find the little fox demon. Kill those two girls. Let Hayashi also taste the feeling of losing his closest kin. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. The grand elder also screamed out the final line with all his might, his voice cracking from fear and supplication. Don't kill us. We were just following orders. It's all Hayashi's fault. If you're looking for someone, go find him. Find that demon fox and those two girls. They spoke all at once, using every bit of their ability to slander and shift blame, pinning all the guilt, conspiracies, and malicious thoughts onto Hayashi's head. They even went so far as to point the finger at Naruto and the two children, hoping only that this vengeful ghost would shift his target and spare them the pitiful and coerced old fogies. Chapter 122, Hyuga Hayashi, this guy, really dares to kill. Chapter 122, Hyuga Hayashi, this guy, really dares to kill. Hayashi listened quietly, his fingers gripping the hilt turning slightly white from the force. Behind him, Niji listened as these elders, whom he had once regarded as the embodiment of authority and rules, tore into each other like ugly beasts, slandering his uncle. They even viciously tried to shift the blame onto Naruto and his two younger cousins. The stirring emotion he felt because of his uncle had long since been replaced by intense disgust, anger, and a bone-deep contempt for the people before him. Decadent, cowardly, selfish, and malicious to such an extent. When the final wail of, "Every debt has its debtor," fell, a brief, suffocating silence filled the tea room. There were only heavy, terrified gasps and suppressed sobs. Then, Hayashi moved. He slowly, extremely slowly, raised the Dainichi Gatsukiri in his hand completely. Under the interplay of lamplight and moonlight, the blade flowed with a bone-chilling cold light, steadily aimed at those few terrified old faces behind the tea table. There was no expected roar of rage, nor any impassioned sentence. Only a terrifyingly calm voice, sounding as if it came from the depths of the 9 underworlds yet carrying a strange sense of familiarity, broke the suffocating silence in the tea room. It seems that I, Hyuga Hayashi, am truly not welcome by you elders. The voice wasn't loud, but it exploded like thunder in the ears of the 5 elders. To think that while I was away, you pushed everything onto my head. Hayashi finished the latter half of the sentence calmly, the Dainichi Gatsukiri in his hand not even trembling in the slightest. The 5 elders were as if struck by a paralysis technique, completely frozen in place. The tears, snot, and terrified distortions on their faces were all frozen. They stared wide-eyed, looking in disbelief at the figure in the doorway wearing a cloak, with the caged bird seal on his forehead, holding the clan blade. He is Hyuga Hayashi. Not Hisashi's Edo Tensei body. Back then, they had only heard of the technique called Edo Tensei and didn't know the characteristics of those summoned by it. Because of this, they had made an incorrect judgment. The 3rd elder's head buzzed, going completely blank. In his extreme terror just now, he had indeed desperately tried to secretly activate the core authority of the caged bird seal inscribed on the foreheads of the branch house, which could remotely punish or even execute specific branch house members. But no matter how he tried to activate it, the Hisashi at the door had no reaction. He originally thought it was because the other party was an Edo Tensei body and not bound by real-world cursed seals, or that the black-robed ice swordsman had done something. Now, he understood everything. Bullshit Edo Tensei body. Bullshit Hisashi's revenge. The person in front of them was simply Hyuga Hayashi disguised as Hisashi. That realistic caged bird seal on his forehead was painted on. So the punishment mechanism of the caged bird seal was ineffective against him. No wonder he was out of control. No wonder although the temperament was imitated, it always felt like something was wrong. No. No wonder. The 3rd elder muttered to himself in a daze, and immediately, a boundless chill swallowed him, making his teeth chatter, nearly collapsing to the ground. Not good. It's a disaster. Just now, in order to survive, under extreme panic and foolish misjudgment, they had done it right in front of Hyuga Hayashi himself. All the sordid dealings, filthy thoughts, shifting of blame, and even the malicious plan to involve his daughters and Naruto, they had spat it all out like dumping trash. And in the ugliest, most despicable way possible. This wasn't just a confession, it was washing their own necks and actively stretching them out under the clan chief's butcher knife. They even polished the hilt and handed it over personally. Clan chief. We. The Grand Elder's lips trembled, wanting to explain, wanting to take it back, but he found he couldn't even organize a complete sentence. Immense fear and regret were like an abyss, completely swallowing them. The other elders were also ashen-faced, with nothing but utter despair left in their eyes. They knew it was over. All over. Not only because they might not escape death tonight, but also because they had personally exposed all their leverage, all their crimes, and all their shamelessness before this clan chief they had always tried to sideline and plot against. With Hayashi hearing these confessions, even if he didn't kill them tonight, they would never have a day to turn things around. Hayashi slowly lowered his raised blade, but the tip still pointed diagonally at the ground, his killing intent not diminishing in the slightest. In his pure white eyes, these 5 ugly and desperate faces were clearly reflected. There was no anger in them, only a cold, complete disappointment, and the resolve after the dust had settled. Now. Hayashi's voice was still calm, but colder than before, as if tempered in ice. Do you have anything else to say? Or rather. He took a step forward, and the blade of the Dainichi Gatsukiri followed his movement, tracing a lethal arc of light in the illumination. Is it my turn to speak? A sharp light flashed in the sixth elder's eyes, not a dead person. Then what are we still afraid of him for? As long as we swarm him together, even Hayashi is no match for us. It's true that the young beat the old in boxing, but these elders were all gentle fist masters. An Edo Tensei is a dead person, and there's no way to kill a dead person, but can't we kill you, a living person? The third elder, who was closest to Hayashi and the one who had just tried to activate the caged bird seal to no avail, feeling the most stifled and fearful, suddenly burst with a fierce and ruthless light in his eyes. He no longer hesitated, the chakra in his body surged wildly toward his hands, and with a burst of chakra under his feet, he charged forward like an arrow from a bow, taking the lead. 80 trigrams empty palm. He didn't get completely close, instead striking out a palm from a distance, the highly compressed chakra shockwave tore through the air, heading straight for Hayashi's face. At the same time, he advanced rapidly, his fingers curved like hooks, clearly intending to follow the empty palm and close in to seal Hayashi's pressure points. This sneak attack was both fast and ruthless, revealing the third elder's seasoned skill from decades of immersing himself in the gentle fist. If it were an ordinary opponent, they would likely have been thrown into a panic by this combination of feint and real attacks. However, he was facing Hyuga Hayashi, the strongest of the current Hyuga clan. Facing the whistling chakra wave of the empty palm, Hayashi didn't even dodge. He just expressionlessly raised his empty left hand, fingers spread, palm forward. Bang. A dull sound of impact. 280 trigrams empty palms collided and dissipated into nothingness. Hayashi's arm didn't even shake. And at this moment, the third elder's gentle fist hand blade had already arrived, stabbing straight at the vital point of Hayashi's left chest. After dispersing the empty palm, Hayashi's left hand's trajectory didn't stall at all, he casually deflected it inward, a movement that seemed effortless yet precisely caught the third elder's incoming wrist. A soft yet irresistible force came through, the third elder's certain hit strike was instantly diverted, and he himself couldn't help but stumble forward half a step, leaving his vitals wide open. It was this half-step opening. His right hand, holding the Dainichi Gatsukiri, was like a bolt of black lightning, without any unnecessary flare, it thrust straight forward. Puchi. The dull sound of a sharp blade entering flesh was exceptionally piercing in the tea room. Hyuga Hayashi, this guy, really dares to kill. Isn't he afraid of the Hokage holding him accountable? Read new book in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, you still have the nerve to mention the past. Chapter 123, you still have the nerve to mention the past. The third elder's forward momentum abruptly ceased. The ferocity on his face froze completely, turning into extreme pain and confusion. He lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the black hilt protruding from his abdomen, and the blood rapidly dripping from the blade onto the floor. Hayashi's gaze remained placid, as if he had just performed a trivial task. He did not give the third elder any chance to react or scream. He drew the sword, bringing out a spray of warm blood that splattered onto the clean floor and the nearby tea set. And stabbed again. Still in the same spot, the wound was cruelly expanded and torn open. Then drew it out again. And stabbed again. Clean, swift, and utterly cold-blooded. There was no furious roar, no unnecessary torture, only the most efficient and undeniable end. When the Dainichi Gatsukiri was withdrawn from the third elder's abdomen for the third time, the last light in the eyes of this elder, who was usually so condescending and imperious, was completely extinguished. A meaningless gurgling sound escaped his throat, and then his heavy body slumped softly to the ground like a sack of rags, the blood quickly pooling beneath him into a dazzling crimson stain. From the sudden attack to his death on the ground, only a few breaths of time had passed. Inside the tea room, there was a deathly silence. Only the drip, drip sound of blood falling from the blade remained, along with the frantic chattering clack-clack of the teeth of the other four elders. Hayashi flicked the blood beads off the blade, slowly raised his gaze, and let it fall upon the four remaining faces, which were pale as paper and filled with despair. The blade of the Dainichi Gatsukiri looked even colder, highlighted by the sheen of blood. Hayashi. Hayashi. Hayashi, I am your uncle. Do you truly not remember all that happened in the past? Seeing the third elder turn into a corpse in the blink of an eye, the sixth elder's last shred of courage for a desperate struggle completely shattered. Scrambling and crawling, he fell heavily to his knees at the edge of the pool of blood with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face, no longer retaining his usual arrogance, only the most abject pleading. I am your uncle. I watched you grow up. The sixth elder's voice was hoarse and broken, laced with a sob. I once showed you kindness and care, do you truly not remember any of it? We are all members of the main house. Just for the sake of this blood kinship, spare me this one time. All that happened in the past. Hayashi's gaze shifted away from the sixth elder and lowered slightly, as if genuinely moved by those words and sinking into some distant memory. A drop of blood slowly gathered at the tip of the Dainichi Gatsukiri in his hand, finally falling onto the floor with a distinct tap, a sound clear enough to make one's heart tremble. The floodgates of memory burst open, and time flowed back to the night that changed his life. In the scene, the young Hyuga Hayashi still possessed the sharp edges and youthful vigor that time had not yet smoothed away. He stood in the ancestral hall's council room, facing the six elders, his chest heaving violently with anger. I was the one who killed the Hidden Cloud Village's envoy. Young Hayashi's voice was firm and resolute, filled with undeniable anger and pride. He trespassed into our Hyuga clan territory at night with malicious intent, even trying to take my daughter Hinata. As the clan head and a father, why couldn't I attack him? His question echoed in the empty council room. At that time, Hisashi stood slightly behind him, silent, his pure white eyes lowered, concealing his emotions. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The second elder, who was still alive then and known for his rigid strictness, slammed the table and shouted sharply, his voice old but full of unquestionable authority. Since Hidden Cloud Village dared to send an envoy to sneak in late at night and specifically demanded you provide an explanation, it means they don't care who struck the blow. What they are after is the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Even if you killed their men and they didn't take the Byakugan, they can use this opportunity to delay the peace talks. Konoha village cannot afford a delay. The second elder's murky yet sharp gaze swept over young Hayashi and finally settled on Hisashi, his tone cold as iron. Hisashi, he looks exactly like you. This is the will of heaven, and it is his value as a member of the branch house. Young Hayashi trembled violently, looking sharply at the second elder, his eyes filled with disbelief. The second elder ignored his gaze and continued to pronounce judgment in that cruel voice. When the time comes, we will simply announce externally that Hisashi, privately, killed the Kumogakure envoy. To appease Kumogakure's wrath and preserve the greater good of Hidden Leaf Village and the Hyuga, we will hand him over to pay with his life. He is merely from the branch house, he was born to exist for the benefit of the main house and the Hyuga clan. Now is the time for him to fulfill this obligation. No. Young Hayashi's eyes were bloodshot, and he was about to retort. Impudence. Where are your manners? Who allowed you to shout in front of your elders? The sixth elder roared angrily. The third great ninja war just ended, and the fourth Hokage died 3 years ago, sealing the Nine-Tailed. Hidden Leaf Village cannot withstand another war. Do you want the Hyuga to become the culprits of the village? Brother. A calm voice rang out, interrupting him. It was Hisashi. He raised his head, and his face surprisingly held a strange, almost relieved, calm smile. He walked up to Hayashi, blocking his furious gaze toward the elders. Let it be. Hisashi said softly, as if discussing a trivial matter that didn't concern him. Later. Hisashi still died. He didn't die on the battlefield, but within the Hyuga clan grounds, dying in the arms of Hayashi, his twin brother. The memory frame finally froze. Hisashi, on his deathbed, was pale, his breathing faint. He looked at the tear-stained, grief-stricken Hayashi, and struggled to lift his hand, seemingly wanting to wipe the tears from his brother's face, but ultimately let it fall weakly. His lips trembled, and using his last ounce of strength, he said haltingly. Brother, don't cry. I am not dying because of my status as the branch house head, fulfilling the branch house's duty. His pure white eyes reflected Hayashi's face, contorted with grief, and held no resentment, only a clear tenderness and resolve. I am dying as a younger brother, willingly, for my older brother. As his voice faded, the hand he had tried to lift finally fell limp. Hisashi's eyes closed forever. The caged bird seal on his forehead, after being branded on Hisashi for more than 20 years, finally dissipated along with his life. Hisashi. In reality, Hayashi's lowered eyes suddenly shot up. They no longer held the haze of memory, but surging, monstrous waves. It was years of buried pain and regret, burning hatred for the manipulators of that past before him, and a ferocious killing intent that was finally unleashed. He stared intensely at the sixth elder, who was kneeling on the ground and still begging for mercy using all that happened in the past, his voice hoarse and distorted from extreme emotional repression. You old beast, you still have the nerve to mention the past. The Dainichi Gatsukiri, carrying the thunder of vengeance and the last whisper of his deceased brother, transformed into a cold light that tore through the night and the hypocrisy, striking down without hesitation. Read new book in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Karen. Chapter 124, Karen. This should be the place. After leaving the Hyuga clan compound, Naruto did not immediately return to his apartment. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, he transferred to a distant, secluded corner and quickly removed his disguise. Naruto's control over wind release was not yet sufficient to sustain flight, he could only simply lift himself straight up and down. He could still put on a show to fool people, or throw a large Rasengan and escape. The black robe and fox mask were put away, and the ice sword dissipated. A moment later, Uzumaki Naruto, back in his everyday clothes and with his golden hair, appeared in another area of Hidden Leaf Village. This was one of the temporary residential areas the village had allocated for the various ninja villages participating in the joint Chunin exams. Compared to the independent courtyard arranged for Sunagakure, the accommodations for some smaller ninja villages were much simpler. Naruto stopped in front of a rather ordinary, even somewhat old, two-story row house. The sign hanging at the entrance indicated that this was the barracks for the genin team from Kusagakure of the Land of Grass. The military strength and attitude of a village were equivalent to its international status and treatment. Hidden Sand Village, being a ninja village of the 5 great nations, had the best accommodation conditions, followed by Hidden Rain Village, which produced Hanzo. The outside world did not yet know the news of Hanzo's death. Therefore, although Hidden Rain Village was a ninja village of a smaller country, it received the same treatment as Hidden Sand Village. Although Kusagakure was an ally of Hidden Leaf Village, a fickle group like them, who lacked strength and had previously betrayed Hidden Leaf Village, did not deserve such good accommodation and lacked the funds, so they could only make do here. It was late and quiet. Most other rooms had their lights off, only a room at the end of the first floor emitted a faint light. Furthermore, low, yet malicious, shouting and cursing faintly emanated from within, sounding particularly grating in the silent night. Naruto silently approached the window emitting light, turned slightly sideways, and peered inside through a gap in the curtains. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only basic beds, tables, and chairs. 2 young boys, who appeared quite young and wore Kusagakure headbands and uniforms, were viciously surrounding a girl curled up in the corner. The girl looked even younger than Naruto, small and thin, and was wearing slightly oversized new clothes bought for her before the trip. Kusagakure still cared about appearances, they couldn't possibly let her represent the village wearing rags, could they? Most striking was her hair, which appeared exceptionally vivid red even in the dim light. Like burning flames, that was the signature hair color of the Uzumaki clan. At that moment, one of the Kusagakure boys was forcefully pulling the girl's red hair, pressing her toward the floor, and cursing obscenely, "You still want to run? You think you can turn things around just because you're in Hidden Leaf Village? Dream on." The other boy stood by, arms crossed, sneeringly agreeing, "Exactly. The Uzumaki clan is long extinct. Hidden Leaf Village watched as Uzushigakure was destroyed and didn't help. Where do you think your clan members are? Stop having foolish fantasies." The boy pulling her hair yanked harder, and the girl let out a stifled groan of pain. "Just like your short-lived mother, just be a good blood bag. Don't try any tricks to escape. If there's a next time, we'll break your legs." The window was gently tapped. Tap, tap. The sound was soft, yet it caused the 2 abusive Kusagakure boys to stop abruptly and look toward the window with alarm. The window was slowly slid open by a hand wearing a black glove. Outside the window, the blonde boy stood expressionless. His blue eyes shone astonishingly bright in the darkness, as if 2 clusters of deep blue flames were quietly burning. His gaze passed over the 2 Kusagakure boys, landing directly on the red-haired girl in the corner for a moment, before slowly shifting back to the faces of the 2 boys. At the corner of his mouth, he even curled a line that was extremely cold, completely contrary to his usual sunny demeanor. "Hey, hey." Naruto's voice was strangely calm, yet it carried a chilling quality. "I think I just heard you." His gaze, like a physical blade, scraped across the faces of the 2 boys. "Mentioned the Uzumaki clan, right?" The 2 Kusagakure boys felt their hearts clench due to Naruto's sudden intervention and the terrifying aura he exuded. They released the red-haired girl's hair, quickly exchanged glances, and both saw wariness and unease in the other's eyes. This was Hidden Leaf Village, and they were, after all, outsiders, so they were naturally cautious about their actions. Although the blonde kid in front of them didn't look old, his gaze and aura were definitely not comparable to those of an ordinary genin. "Who are you?" The boy who had been pulling the hair demanded weakly, putting himself into a defensive posture subconsciously. "Are you from Hidden Leaf Village?" "Stop meddling. This is an internal matter for Kusagakure." "Internal matter?" Naruto repeated the phrase in a low voice, the cold curve of his lips deepening slightly. He didn't answer the question, nor did he even look at the boy who had spoken again. No hand signs, no warning. Naruto's figure vanished from the window like a ghost. Divine sky strike, raging thunder. The sound of thunder erupted right next to the 2 Kusagakure boys' ears, accompanied by the sudden burst of violent, scalp-numbing lightning. Naruto's palms were, at some unknown point, entirely enveloped in dazzling, deep blue lightning release chakra. This was no ordinary lightning release, the chakra was highly condensed and compressed, and the jumping electric arcs made a crackling sound, illuminating his cold face and his blue eyes burning with fury. The two Kusagakure boys didn't even have time to make any effective reaction. They only saw lightning light filling their vision, followed instantly by an irresistible numbness and searing pain spreading throughout their bodies. Ugh! The short scream abruptly cut off. Naruto's palms, carrying the fierce power of the lightning, were pressed onto the chests of the two boys, respectively. There was no scene of blood and gore, but the violent lightning released chakra, like countless fine needles, instantly penetrated their clothes and physical defenses, striking directly at their internal organs and nerves. The two boys convulsed violently as if struck by a massive hammer. Their eyes rolled back, and saliva drooled from their mouths due to muscle loss of control. Then, like two heaps of mud, they slumped softly onto the floor, having lost consciousness. Tiny electric arcs occasionally jumped on their bodies, making a faint zzzt sound. Silence returned to the room, leaving only the faint smell of scorching and the residual ozone scent of the lightning release hanging in the air. Naruto didn't even glance at the two unconscious figures on the floor, acting as if he had merely swatted two buzzing flies. He slowly retracted the lightning light from his palms and turned around. His gaze finally landed fully on the small, red-haired girl in the corner. The girl seemed stunned by everything that had just happened in a flash. She was huddled there, hugging her knees, tear streaks visible on her dirty little face. Her large eyes were filled with fear, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. She looked at Naruto, her body trembling slightly, unsure if it was due to the previous beating or the terrifying strength displayed by the strange blonde boy before her. The coldness on Naruto's face rapidly melted away like snow under the spring sun. He took a deep breath, trying hard to make his expression softer, although the excitement and searching look in his eyes were still clearly visible. He slowly extended his right hand toward the girl, careful not to cause her any more fear. Naruto's voice also became much gentler. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Although he already knew, he paused, his blue eyes fixed on the girl's eyes, which held panic and a trace of hidden hope, and asked softly. "Are you also a member of the Uzumaki clan? Read new book in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, from now on, Hidden Leaf Village is your home. Chapter 125, from now on, Hidden Leaf Village is your home. Uzumaki. Naruto. Keirin's eyes widened slightly. This name seemed to carry a peculiar magic, gently stirring the deepest, most desired part of her heart. Clan members. She had once fantasized that one day, clan members would rescue her and her mother from the hellish hidden grass village. She never expected to actually meet a clan member here. Keirin looked at the golden-haired boy before her, whose hair shone like the sun, and a trace of doubt instinctively arose in her heart. Aren't all members of the Uzumaki clan, like her and her mother in her memories, supposed to have red hair? Why was his hair golden? But this thought was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by another, more direct and intense feeling. His chakra, it's so warm. Unlike the cold, rough, or predatory chakra of the ninja from Hidden Grass Village. The chakra aura of the boy who called himself Uzumaki Naruto, even in its unintentional leakage, was like the warm sun in winter, carrying a vibrant vitality and a reassuring sense of inclusiveness. That warm sensation, subtly transmitted through the air, seemed to relax her cold, stiff body slightly. Moreover, he bore her no ill will. Keirin had grown up amidst malice and bullying, and her perception of emotions was almost instinctively acute. She could clearly discern that there was none of the greed, disgust, or pure indifference in this boy's eyes that the Hidden Grass Village ninja showed her. In those azure eyes, there was concern, inquiry, and a resonance that she couldn't fully comprehend, yet it made her heart slightly warm. It was like suddenly seeing a tiny but steadily burning flame in a long, cold, dark night. A faint, yet real, light flickered involuntarily in Keirin's purplish-red eyes, which had been dulled by long-term malnutrition and fear. It was the light of hope, a tremor like rain after a long drought. She looked at Naruto's outstretched, clean, and warm hand, struggling intensely within. One voice urged her to seize this possibly sole opportunity, while another screamed, reminding her of her identity, her unworthiness, and her suspicion of Naruto. Ultimately, that faint light overcame the fear. She trembled, very slowly, extending her thin, scarred hand, covered in old and new wounds, towards Naruto's palm. However, just as her fingers were about to touch that warmth, the sleeve of her ill-fitting new clothes slid down with her movement, revealing a bony forearm. It was densely covered with overlapping old and new bite marks of varying depths. Some had scabbed over and turned black, while others were still red and swollen, with clear outlines of teeth marks, a truly shocking sight. Those were the marks left from being used as a mobile blood pack, and wantonly bitten by the Hidden Grass Village ninja, and the most direct proof of all her pain and humiliation. Keirin's pupils constricted as if she had been burned by a hot iron, and all color drained from her face. Extreme shame and self-abasement flooded over her like a tide. How could she use such a dirty and ugly arm to touch such a clean and warm hand? She abruptly tried to pull her hand back, to hide those humiliating marks back under her tattered sleeve. But, faster than her movement, was Naruto's hand. The moment she recoiled, Naruto's warm and firm palm, without hesitation, reached forward and steadily, yet exceptionally gently, grasped her bite-marked hand that was trying to escape. There was no disgust, no hesitation. His palm was warm and dry, the grip just right, neither allowing her to break free nor hurting her. Karen froze, as if caught by a paralysis jutsu. She stared down blankly, watching her ugly arm being firmly held by the clean, beautiful hand, feeling an unprecedented, genuine warmth continuously flowing from the contacting skin, almost scorching her. She slowly raised her head and met Naruto's eyes. In those blue eyes, there was none of the shock, disgust, or pity she had expected. Only a heavy, heart-wrenching tenderness, and a burning, almost tangible anger. That anger was not directed at her, but at those who had left those marks on her, at all the suffering she had endured. Naruto tightened his grip on her hand, as if to transmit his strength and determination. His voice was low and clear, every word like a bedrock promise, falling heavily. "You suffered a lot in Hidden Grass Village, didn't you?" It wasn't a question, but a statement. He saw it, understood it, and deeply remembered it. Then, he gently pulled Karen, who was still somewhat stiff and bewildered, up from the corner. His gaze swept past her, glancing at the two unconscious Hidden Grass Village scoundrels on the ground, then returned to her face, revealing a smile that, though heavy, was still full of sun-like power. "Come with me." He held her hand and turned towards the door, his steps firm. "From now on, Hidden Leaf Village will be your home." Naruto, holding Karen's small and cold hand, carefully led her around the two unconscious Hidden Grass Village ninja on the ground, leaving the cramped room filled with oppression and pain, and stepping onto the cool streets of Hidden Leaf Village at night. The moonlight spilled onto the quiet road, a stark contrast to the violence and despair in the room just moments before. Karen followed closely beside Naruto, her head bowed, her other hand nervously tugging at her tattered sleeve, trying to cover the scars on her arm. She still felt a sense of unreality, as if she were walking on clouds, only able to cling tightly to Naruto's warm and firm hand pulling her forward. However, just as they exited the Hidden Grass Village compound and stepped onto the relatively open street, Naruto's footsteps paused slightly. It wasn't due to any external anomaly, but originated from deep within him, in the deepest part of the ceiling space. An extremely strong, wild, and restless chakra sensation, like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, violently impacted his consciousness. Following this was Kurama's deep and serious voice, echoing directly in the depths of his mind, with a hint of rare vigilance and confirmation. "Naruto." The Nine-Tails voice was not as lazy or irritable as usual, it was tense. "I smell that Tanuki scent." Tanuki. One-tail Shikaku. Very clear, and full of instability and rage. Shikaku. I understand. Shikaku was a crucial part of the Konoha Crush plan, and Naruto was not surprised by this. The immediate priority now was to take Karen to see the third Hokage, although it would be easier for Karen to settle in later if Tsunade became the fifth-generation Hokage. However, it's better sooner than later for such matters. Karen currently lacks a sense of security, so the most urgent task is to quickly get her registered. Karen will be a great helper in the future. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, she should also have talent in sealing techniques. Under the moonlight, the golden-haired boy led the red-haired girl through the quiet streets, heading towards the Sarutobi clan's compound. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, A Night Visit to the Sarutobi Residence. Chapter 126, A Night Visit to the Sarutobi Residence. The Sarutobi clan is a major clan, having been famous in the Land of Fire even before the establishment of Hidden Leaf Village. They once had a brief collaboration with the Senju to seal away Uchiha Hikari. Later, when the Senju and Uchiha founded Hidden Leaf Village, they took the initiative to join the village. The area of the Sarutobi clan grounds was even greater than that of the Hyuga clan. Knock, knock, knock. The steady, unhurried sound of knocking was particularly clear in the quiet night at the Sarutobi residence. This was the home of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this time, the old man had likely finished his official duties and returned home. A set of slightly hurried footsteps came from the courtyard, accompanied by a deep and somewhat impatient male voice, "Coming, coming." "Who is it, so late at night?" The door was pulled open with a creak. Standing inside the door was none other than the son of the third Hokage, Asuma Sarutobi. He still had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The third smoked a pipe, making him Hidden Leaf Village's #1 old pipe smoker. Asuma smoked cigarettes, making him Hidden Leaf Village's #1 old smoker. Just moments ago, Asuma had been in the study discussing the details of his upcoming marriage to Kurina Yuhi with his father, the third Hokage. However, when he saw clearly the two people standing outside the door, the cigarette in his mouth nearly fell out. The impatience on his face froze instantly, turning into a blank slate of astonishment. "It's Nar." He subconsciously wanted to call out Naruto's name. but the words were only halfway out when they got stuck in his throat. Asuma's gaze was involuntarily and firmly seized by the sight before him. Under the dim light of the porch outside the door stood two people. The one in front had medium-length blonde hair, a clear and striking hidden leaf village forehead protector on his brow, and blue eyes that remained bright even in the night. It was Uzumaki Naruto, whom he recognized. But beside Naruto, the girl whose hand he was carefully holding, standing timidly a step behind, she had long red hair that looked slightly messy even in the dim light, a thin and small body wrapped in tattered clothes, and purplish red eyes filled with unease and fear, yet also vaguely showing a resilient vitality similar to Naruto's. One blonde, one redhead. Two youngsters stood side by side. Although their temperaments were different and there was an age gap, that side-by-side posture, the sharp contrast of their hair colors, and Naruto's subconscious protective movements. Asuma's pupils dilated slightly. The scene before him produced a startling overlap with a certain image long engraved in the depths of his memory. He seemed to see, from over a decade ago, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who also had dazzling blonde hair and a warm, sunny smile, standing beside Uzumaki Kushina, whose hair was as red as fire and whose personality was spicy yet gentle. They stood together, smiling at him mildly. That was once Hidden Leaf Village's most brilliant and most regrettable sight. Asuma opened his mouth, only to find himself momentarily speechless. The dangling cigarette slipped out silently, falling onto the floor tiles at the entrance, and he didn't even notice. Naruto, seeing Asuma's dazed state, asked, "Asuma-sensei, is Grandpa Third at home? I have a very urgent and important matter to discuss with him." Karen, on the other hand, became even more uneasy under Asuma's direct stare. She subconsciously shrank behind Naruto, her small hand gripping Naruto's hand tighter. Naruto's voice pulled Asuma back from his brief trance into reality. He blinked hard and looked again. Before him were still Naruto and the strange red-haired girl, not the long-deceased couple. But the shock in his heart caused by the overlapping images could not subside for a long time. Asuma bent down to pick up the cigarette from the ground, took a deep breath to suppress his churning emotions, and stepped aside to clear the doorway. His expression became serious. "He's here. Come in. The old man is in the study." His gaze lingered on Karen for an extra moment, his eyes filled with inquiry and a trace of lingering complexity. "And this is?" "Her name is Karen." Naruto led Karen into Hiruzen Sarutobi's small courtyard, his tone solemn. "She is an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Asuma-sensei, things are a bit complicated. I must see Grandpa Third immediately." Asuma didn't ask further. With Naruto's expression and wording, it was clearly no small matter. He immediately nodded, "All right, follow me." He turned, gesturing for the two to follow, while calling out toward the house, "Old man. Naruto is here, it's urgent." The interior of the Sarutobi residence was in a traditional Japanese style. But at this moment, no one was in the mood to spare it a second glance. Asuma led the two through the softly lit hallway, heading straight for the closed door deep within the residence that belonged to the third Hokage's private study. Bright light spilled from the gap under the door, showing that the master had indeed not yet retired. Arriving at the study door, Asuma stopped. He looked back at Karen, who was clinging tightly to Naruto's side and looking ill at ease, then at the determined-looking Naruto, and added in a low voice. "The old man has been busy all day and just finished discussing some things with me. He's a bit tired, but since you're the one who brought her, he will definitely see you." After saying that, he raised his hand and lightly knocked on the heavy wooden door of the study. "Old man, Naruto says he has something important to tell you." Asuma's voice carried through the door panel. Inside the study, the sound of flipping through documents stopped. After a brief silence, the steady and slightly tired voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sounded. "Come in." Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his somewhat sore eyes and cast a casual glance toward the study door, prepared to see what news the late-night visiting Naruto had brought. The door was gently pushed open from the outside by Asuma. Naruto, holding Karen's hand, stepped inside. When the two figures fully entered Hiruzen Sarutobi's line of sight, this third Hokage, who had weathered countless storms and had long since cultivated a composure that remained unchanged even if a mountain collapsed before him, suddenly froze. The hand rubbing his eyes stopped in midair. He even forgot to puff on his pipe, which fell onto the desk. His gaze, as if firmly pulled by a magnet, was fixed dead on the two children at the door, especially that thin little girl with vivid red hair being carefully held by Naruto. The torrent of time seemed to reverse at this moment. That dazzling gold, that flame-like red, two figures stood side by side. Though they looked youthful, they overlapped with a certain incredibly precious and incredibly painful image deep in his memory. Is it a hallucination? Was it because he was too tired, or because his longing for those two outstanding juniors was too deep? Hiruzen Sarutobi subconsciously and forcefully rubbed his eyes again. This time, the movement was even a bit panicked. However, when he looked again, Naruto was still standing there, his golden hair shining under the bright lights of the study, his blue eyes clear and firm. And the red-haired girl beside him also truly existed, her purplish-red eyes carrying a timid unease as she tightly gripped Naruto's hand. It wasn't a hallucination. They were two living, breathing youngsters. Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat moved, but no sound came out. Supporting himself on the edge of the desk, as if wanting to confirm something, he suddenly stood up, his figure somewhat unsteady. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Child, Rest Assured. Chapter 127, Child, Rest Assured. The solid wood chair scraped against the floor due to the sudden movement, letting out a piercing creak. He stood bolt upright, appearing somewhat stiff, within his aged yet still sharp eyes, extremely complex emotions churned. Shock, disbelief, deep nostalgia, a sudden surge of sorrow, and a faint trace of excitement and hope that even he hadn't immediately noticed. His gaze shifted back and forth between Naruto and Karen, finally lingering for a long time on Karen's vibrant red hair, as if seeking to confirm an incredible fact through its color. She truly was a child of the Uzumaki clan, and she looked very much like Kushina did when she first arrived at Hidden Leaf Village. The air in the study seemed to freeze. Only the blue smoke rising from the pipe on the desk continued to curl slowly through the air. Standing by the door, Asuma watched his father's intense reaction with understanding, sighing inwardly. Even his father, who had seen many great storms, was so out of sorts, it showed just how much of an impact this scene brought. Naruto, of course, knew what the third Hokage was so shocked about. He took a step forward, still holding Karen's hand tightly, and met the third's shocked gaze, breaking the silence with a clear and solemn voice. Grandpa Third, this is Karen. I found her among the teams participating in the Chunin exams from Hidden Grass Village. Pay attention. Take notes. This isn't recommended for practical use, as it's highly dependent on the setting, execution, looks, and the other person's history. First, state her name to give her the most basic individual recognition. Then, point out where she was found in the related event. This explains her origin while hinting at potential disputes. Finally, throw out the most crucial core information that would touch the old man's heartstrings. She is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan. The word survivor used here was far more impactful than orphan or descendant. It emphasized the difficulty of surviving the disaster, hinted at the tragic past hidden behind it, and silently questioned Hidden Leaf Village's inaction when Uzushiogakure was destroyed. It directly echoed the guilt and nostalgia the third Hokage felt for the deceased Uzumaki members due to that red hair. The combination of Uzumaki clan plus survivor plus Grandpa Third. With his words and posture, Naruto cleverly packaged an incident that could involve diplomatic friction and require complex handling into a family matter where a clan elder needed to step up to recognize and protect a relative in distress. This would undoubtedly make Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally more inclined toward a protective stance in subsequent dealings, granting Karen identity recognition and security more quickly, and making it easier to push back against potential accountability from Hidden Grass Village. Such is the wisdom in address and the art of language. It can quietly set the tone and emotional leaning of the entire conversation the moment one speaks. Naruto might not have been a calculating politician, but based on his understanding of the third Hokage's character and his empathy for Karen's situation, he instinctively chose the most effective and warmest entry point. Coaxing an old man isn't that hard. In the study, as Naruto's words fell, the air that had frozen in shock began to flow slowly again. The shock in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes gradually settled, turning into deep reflection, scrutiny, and a trace of complex concern for the red-haired girl before him. You've truly suffered these years, child. Naruto timely squeezed Karen's cold little hand, looking down to give her an encouraging look, his voice gentle yet firm. Karen, don't be afraid. Tell Grandpa Third everything you experienced in Hidden Grass Village. He is Hidden Leaf Village's Hokage and the most trustworthy elder. He will surely seek justice for you. The words seek justice seemed to give Karen immense courage. She looked at Naruto's encouraging blue eyes, then at the third Hokage's kind yet undeniably powerful gaze, and took a deep breath as if making a final decision. She began to speak, her voice initially as faint as a mosquito's buzz and trembling, but as the memories deepened, the long-repressed pain, fear, and helplessness gradually broke through the cage of cowardice. She told him intermittently how she and her mother ended up in Hidden Grass Village, and how they were taken in by Hidden Grass Village ninja because of the surname Uzumaki and the special healing constitution her mother possessed. The so-called taking in was nothing more than disguised imprisonment and plunder. She described how her mother was treated as a universal blood bag and medical tool, frequently having her blood drawn to treat the wounds of Hidden Grass Village ninja, her health deteriorating day by day. She told of how those Hidden Grass Village ninja greedily coveted their abilities, viewing them as objects to be used at will rather than human beings. She recounted how her mother gradually weakened and eventually died from long-term exhaustion and mental torture, clutching her hand tightly at the end, her eyes full of resentment and endless worry for her daughter's future. She told of how, after her mother's death, her own nightmare officially began. Those who had once used her mother turned their sights on her, the younger and perhaps more resilient replacement. Endless biting, insults, beatings, imprisonment. She was stripped of her freedom, her dignity, and even the right to her own chakra and body, existing merely as a living medical kit. Participating in the Chunin exams this time was merely because Hidden Grass Village wanted to bring her along as portable logistic support to continue exploiting her value. Keirin's narration was not smooth, it was sometimes interrupted by sobs and sometimes incoherent due to fear. But she struggled to speak, revealing those dark, unbearable years bit by bit before Hiruzen Sarutobi, a high-ranking official of Hidden Leaf Village. As she spoke, the atmosphere in the study grew increasingly heavy. The wrinkles on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face seemed to deepen, his hands behind his back clenched instinctively. In his eyes, which had seen all the winds and clouds of the ninja world, the initial shock and concern were gradually replaced by a cold, almost tangible anger and helplessness. That anger was not directed at the narrator, but at the inhuman, greedy, and cruel ninja of Hidden Grass Village. The helplessness was for the tragedy indirectly caused by Hidden Leaf Village's failure to provide more effective aid to its ally back then. Hidden Leaf Village was also in a difficult position at the time, surrounded by powerful enemies and unable to spare a hand to help the Uzumaki clan. No matter what the third Hokage said or thought, it couldn't escape two phrases. Where you sit determines how you think, and respect the dead. It was a fact that Hidden Leaf Village hadn't helped Uzushio, but wasn't there now a descendant with distinct Uzumaki blood right here? And it was a young girl. The sealing techniques Hidden Leaf Village had collected could also be put to use, and there would be no more worry about lacking a suitable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the future. Besides, Uzushio was gone, couldn't he just say a few nice words? Asuma stood to the side, his expression terrifyingly grim. An orphan of the Uzumaki clan had actually suffered such inhuman treatment in an allied nation. He crossed his arms, his brow furrowed tightly. Asuma had an upright character and couldn't stand such bullying and bottomless evil acts. Listening to Keirin's ordeal, he could almost see the despair and pain experienced by Keirin's mother and the girl before him. This wasn't just an individual tragedy, it was a severe deviation from ninja ethics and humanity. When Keirin mentioned being beaten and insulted by those two Hidden Grass Village genin and being warned that the Uzumaki clan is dead, and to obediently be a blood bag, Hiruzen Sarutobi finally couldn't help himself and slammed his fist onto the desk beside him. Bang. The solid wood desk let out a dull thud, causing the scrolls and brush pot on it to jump. Unacceptable. The third Hokage's voice carried irrepressible anger, though aged, it was full of majesty. Asuma also said in a deep voice, "Old men, this matter cannot be overlooked. It's not just about this child, it's about Hidden Leaf Village's dignity." Keirin was startled by the third sudden anger, her body shrinking back again. Naruto quickly draped an arm gently over her shoulder and whispered, "It's okay now. Look, Grandpa Third is very angry, but he's angry at those bad people. He will definitely protect you." Hiruzen Sarutobi took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the churning anger in his chest. The way he looked at Keirin was no longer just with concern, but with an unquestionable determination and protective instinct. "Child, rest assured." His voice returned to a steady tone, but that determination was even firmer than his anger just now. "From today on, you are a villager of Hidden Leaf Village. As for Hidden Grass Village, I will handle it personally. For the suffering you've endured, Hidden Leaf Village will seek justice for you. Your safety, your future, Hidden Leaf Village will guarantee them all." This was not just a promise, it was a declaration issued to the entire ninja world in the name of the Hokage. Uzumaki Keirin was, from this moment on, officially placed under the wings of Hidden Leaf Village. Read new book in profile. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, How About, We Sleep Together. Chapter 128, How About, We Sleep Together. Originally, based on the Sandame's considerations, he intended to arrange a steady and safe place for Keirin to stay. Perhaps she would be looked after by a trustworthy woman from the clan, or placed in a relatively independent guest room, with umbu or reliable ninjas immediately arranged for secret protection. After all, Keirin's identity was sensitive, and she had just escaped danger. She needed professional comforting and isolated observation to prevent further trouble from Hidden Grass Village and to avoid more anxiety from suddenly arriving in an unfamiliar environment. However, when the third Hokage tried to gently propose this arrangement, Keirin's reaction was unexpectedly intense. Like a startled small animal, she gripped Naruto's hand even tighter, her small body almost completely hiding behind Naruto, revealing only half of her face and those eyes filled with terror and resistance. She shook her head desperately, her lips tightly pursed, though she didn't speak, her posture said everything. She wasn't going anywhere, she only wanted to follow Naruto. Naruto felt her fear and dependence and immediately spoke up, "Sandame Gigi, Keirin just arrived and is still very unfamiliar with Hidden Leaf Village. Let her stay with me first. My place is small, but it's safe, and Uncle Inoichi is there too. I'll take good care of her." Seeing Karen's total dependence on Naruto, almost like a fledgling imprinting on its parent, and the unquestionable protectiveness in Naruto's eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly. He understood that for this child who grew up amidst malice and bullying, Naruto, the first person to reach out to her and who shared the same clan name, was already her only psychological pillar and source of security at this moment. Forcing them apart would likely cause her secondary trauma and exacerbate her anxiety. So be it. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment and finally nodded, compromising. In that case, Naruto, I'll leave Karen in your care for now. Be sure to ensure her safety, and report any situation to me immediately. He looked at Karen again, his tone exceptionally kind. Child, follow Naruto for now. That place is your home, live there with peace of mind. If you need anything or if there's anything you're not used to, just tell Naruto or me, alright? Karen finally breathed a small sigh of relief. Though still sticking close to Naruto, she timidly nodded to the third Hokage and said softly, Thank you, Hokage-sama. The arrangement was temporarily settled. Before leaving the study, Hiruzen Sarutobi asked Naruto about the specific reason he discovered Karen. After all, during the Chunin exams, ninjas from various countries were mixed together. How could Naruto accurately find the Uzumaki orphan in the Hidden Grass Village team? Naruto explained, actually, it was Konohamaru who gave me the heads up. He recounted the story of Konohamaru finding him to complain earlier today. After hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's serious face, and he nodded. Truly my grandson. Although it was unintentional, this accidental tip-off led to the crucial rescue of a wandering, suffering Uzumaki orphan. This merit was indeed worth noting. He'd give the boy some extra pocket money later. With the cause and effect of the matter roughly cleared up, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Naruto a few more instructions, telling him to be extra careful and look after Karen. Finally, Naruto, holding the hand of Karen, who had finally relaxed a bit but still followed him closely, left the Hokage residence accompanied by Asuma and headed towards his home. As the night deepened, the lights on the streets of Hidden Leaf Village were dim. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, who had unintentionally acted as the clue provider, was perhaps dreaming of the heroic sight of big brother Naruto helping him get revenge by beating up the trio from the Hidden Sand Village in the Chunin exams, completely unaware that a single careless word of his had quietly changed someone's fate. Back home, the house was quiet. A familiar note was stuck on the refrigerator door, still in Inoichi's elegant handwriting. Naruto, there's urgent intelligence to analyze, so I need to work overtime again tonight. Don't wait up for me, and take care of yourself. Inoichi. Seeing this note, Naruto actually felt relieved. With Uncle Inoichi not at home, there was less trouble explaining things, and the sofa in the living room was conveniently empty for him to sleep on. Holding Karen's hand, he first gave her a simple introduction to this small home. The living room, kitchen, bathroom, and his own room. Karen followed him closely the whole time, both curious and nervous about the new environment, like a kitten arriving in a new territory. They came to Naruto's bedroom. The room wasn't large but was kept fairly tidy. The most conspicuous things were the 3 flower pots on the nightstand. A light purple bellflower, 2 sunflowers, and a bouquet of white daisies. A simple single bed was placed against the wall. You sleep here tonight. Naruto patted his bed, his tone relaxed. The sheets and duvet covers are clean, I just changed them 2 days ago. The bathroom is over there, and there's hot water anytime. Are you hungry? Do you want me to get you something to eat? Karen shook her head, her attention seemed to be more on Naruto. When Naruto began taking spare pillows and a thin quilt from the closet, clearly intending to go to the living room, a flash of panic crossed Karen's eyes. Almost without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm as he was tidying the quilt. The force wasn't great, but it carried a stubbornness and dependence that couldn't be ignored. Naruto's movements paused, and he looked back at her. Karen lowered her head, her fingers tightly clutching his sleeve, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum but clearly audible. How about, we sleep together? This sentence made Naruto freeze for a moment. He looked at Karen's lowered, slightly reddened profile and her anxiously trembling eyelashes, and immediately understood what she meant. It wasn't anything else, she was simply and extremely lacking a sense of security. In this completely strange place, Naruto, her clansman, was her only familiar anchor. Darkness and being alone probably meant the fear of abandonment and the recurrence of past nightmares to her. Naruto's heart softened, all concern seemed insignificant in the face of the girl's dependence. All right. He immediately softened his voice, agreeing in a tone like he was coaxing a child. Then how about this, you sleep on the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor right next to you. Will that work? Saying this, he let go of Karen's hand, walked to the bedside, and skillfully lifted the bed board. There was a hidden storage space underneath. He briskly pulled out a set of spare bedding from inside. Watching his movements, Karen's tense shoulders clearly relaxed, and a look of relief appeared in her eyes. Naruto nimbly spread the mat on the empty floor by the bed and then laid out the bedding, his movements clean and efficient. Soon, a simple but comfortable floor bed was ready, right next to the edge of the bed. He patted the floor bed and gave Karen a bright smile. "See, I'll sleep right here. You can reach me just by stretching out your hand." Karen smiled. Though it was a bit stiff, it was the first smile she had shown since coming to Hidden Leaf Village. She responded softly, her voice less shaky this time. Naruto watched her climb onto the bed and carefully crawl under the covers, revealing only half of her small face and her eyes watching him under the dim bedside lamp. He helped her tuck in the corners of the quilt, then crawled into his own bedding on the floor, lying on his side facing the bed. The light in the room was turned off, leaving only a very dim nightlight that wouldn't affect sleep, emitting a warm yellow glow. In the darkness, the two were silent for a while. There were only the occasional sounds of insects outside the window and the sound of each other's shallow breathing. After a while, just when Naruto thought Karen had fallen asleep, he heard a rustling sound from the bed. Then, a cold little hand quietly reached down from the bedside, groped around, and finally lightly touched the back of his hand resting outside the quilt. Naruto didn't move, letting her touch him. Then, he felt that little hand, somewhat hesitantly but ultimately firmly, take hold of his hand. Karen didn't say anything, but the action said it all. Naruto turned his hand over, taking the cold little hand completely into his own warm palm, giving it a firm, reassuring squeeze. He spoke softly in the darkness, his voice deep and reliable, like a promise. "Don't worry. I'm always here." The hand holding his trembled slightly, then completely relaxed, resting steadily in his palm. Soon, the sound of even and steady breathing came from the bed. Karen finally sank into what was perhaps her first truly safe sleep in years, within this solid protection. Meanwhile, Naruto held her hand, staring at the ceiling with his eyes open. What was he thinking about at this moment? Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, A Private Chat. Chapter 129, A Private Chat. Early the next morning, soft morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, spilling into the room. Naruto woke up naturally from his deep sleep. The first sensation as his consciousness returned was the warm feeling on his hand, which was still being held tightly. Karen's hand was still firmly clutching several of his fingers, not letting go even in her sleep. On the other side, a furry sensation rubbed against his cheek. Simba had slipped in from the living room at some point and was affectionately nuzzling him with its head, letting out a satisfied purr from its throat. Naruto blinked, adjusting to the light, and gently moved his somewhat numb arm. He didn't pull his hand away immediately, afraid of disturbing Karen's rare peaceful sleep. He simply used his other hand to pet Simba's head. Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Wearing a plain apron, Inoichi Yamanaka walked in carrying a plate of perfectly fried bacon and eggs, a habitual, gentle smile on his face. He had clearly been back for a while and had prepared breakfast. "You're awake. Get ready to eat, Naruto." Inoichi's voice carried the characteristic freshness of the morning. His gaze fell on the newly awakened Naruto, and he gave a knowing smile. It was probably because Naruto had rarely slept in like this. This child must have been so exhausted that he fell asleep the moment he hit the ground. This is exactly how a hard-working ninja should be. However, that gentle smile of his, the moment his gaze inadvertently swept over the floor mat beneath Naruto, the bulging bedding on that bed, and the slender hand belonging to a girl extending from the edge of the covers, tightly holding Naruto's hand. It froze instantly. The smile on Inoichi's face melted and faded away with visible speed, like ice and snow under the sun. Those eyes, usually calm and gentle, suddenly contracted, as if a storm were brewing deep within his pupils. The image of the gentle uncle vanished in the blink of an eye. In its place was a complex expression mixing shock, bewilderment, disbelief, and a certain raging fire of feeling betrayed. His knuckles turned slightly white from the force of gripping the breakfast tray. His gaze was locked dead on those two intertwined hands, then he abruptly looked up, staring intently at Naruto, who was still lying on the floor mat with a dazed, just woken up expression. The air solidified. A second later, Inoichi Yamanaka's voice, which was usually smooth and pleasant, suddenly rose in pitch. It exploded in the small room with a gnashing anger that almost threatened to blow the roof off. "Uzumaki Naruto." Every word seemed squeezed out from between his teeth, full of the turbulence of an impending storm. "Taking advantage of my absence to bring another girl home behind my daughter's back, are we? Drop dead." Inoichi, attempting to suppress Naruto and demand an explanation, accidentally got elbowed by Naruto, causing his chin to slam into the bedroom doorframe. After a bout of chaotic commotion, the atmosphere in the living room finally eased slightly, though it remained tense. Inoichi Yamanaka sat by the dining table, clutching his aching chin with a livid face. His eyes were as sharp as knives, staring intently at Naruto and Karen, who were sitting side by side opposite him. Naruto sat upright and proper, while Karen kept her head down, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, occasionally stealing a glance at the terrifying uncle across from her. Under Naruto's rapid-fire explanation, interspersed with gestures, he emphasized the points: Uzumaki survivor, abuse in Hidden Grass Village, and third Hokage grandpa already knows and allowed her to stay here temporarily. Inoichi finally understood the general situation. Most of his anger subsided, replaced by shock and sympathy for Karen's ordeal, as well as disdain for Hidden Grass Village's actions. He released his chin and let out a long, heavy breath. The anger on his face was gradually replaced by a complex heaviness. The way he looked at Karen also became a bit gentler, carrying the scrutiny and pity of an elder. So she is, a child of the Uzumaki clan. Inoichi's voice regained its usual composure, though it was still a bit dry. To have suffered through such things, child, you've had it hard. Just now. I was too impulsive and misunderstood you. My apologies. Karen shook her head hurriedly and said in a small voice, It's okay. She seemed to hesitate for a moment, then raised her purplish-red eyes to look timidly at Inoichi, gathering the courage to ask the question that had been circling in her mind for a while. Uncle, are you Naruto-kun's father? As soon as this question was asked, the air in the living room froze subtly for a moment. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched. He wanted to explain, but Inoichi raised a hand to stop him. When Inoichi heard the title, Naruto-kun's father, his face, which had just softened, instantly turned cold again, even more somber than when he had misunderstood earlier. The temperature in his gaze plummeted, as if a taboo subject he didn't want to discuss had been touched upon. He fell silent for a few seconds, moved his gaze from Karen's face to the window, and said in a flat voice, yet one carrying an unquestionable distance and a resolute denial. No. Karen didn't quite understand why the two of them were living together if they weren't father and son. Is Naruto home? The voice coming from outside was calm and familiar, carrying the steady quality of someone long accustomed to a high position. Yet, it made Inoichi Yamanaka, who had just settled down in the living room, snap his back straight as if by reflex. This voice, is it Hyuga Hayashi? Wasn't he away on a long-term mission? According to the original plan, he wasn't supposed to be back for at least another 2 or 3 days. How could he appear at Naruto's doorstep so soon? I'm home. Naruto didn't think much of it. Hearing Hayashi's voice, he immediately responded, stood up, and walked over to open the door. Outside the door was indeed Hyuga Hayashi. He was wearing a dark kimono and looked slightly tired, but those pure white eyes were still sharp and spirited, and the aura around him was settled and stable. Beside him stood Hyuga Niji. Niji was also in casual clothes, his face even more serene than usual, though a trace of a yet-to-be fully calmed ripple seemed to remain deep in his eyes. Uncle Hayashi, you're back. Naruto looked very pleasantly surprised and stepped aside to clear the doorway. Did the mission go well? Please, come in. Yes, I returned early. Hayashi nodded, stepped into the entryway, and Niji followed closely behind. Hayashi's gaze quickly swept over the living room, seeing Inoichi sitting on the sofa with a somewhat tense expression, and a red-haired stranger girl sitting opposite Inoichi, looking rather ill at ease. His gaze paused subtly on Karen's red hair for less than half a second before naturally moving away, as if it were just a casual glance. When he was reporting the hidden mist trip to the third Hokage just now, Hayashi had heard about this girl's situation from him. It really hasn't been easy for her. The third Hokage even wanted Hinata to get closer to her and build a good relationship. It was indeed necessary, since she was an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Speaking of Uzumaki survivors, Hayashi's gaze fell back onto Naruto. I took a brief rest at home and came over right after reporting the mission to the third Hokage. Hayashi's voice was as steady as ever, betraying no particular emotion. Where are Hinata and Hanabi? Oh, they're at the Yamanaka house with Ino. Naruto replied. Lately, they've been training together often to prepare for the Chunin exams. Since Uncle Inoichi is living with me now, they come over here sometimes too. I see. Hayashi nodded slightly in understanding. His gaze turned back to Inoichi Yamanaka. This time, a meaningful light seemed to flash through those pure white eyes. He turned to Naruto and instructed in an unquestionable tone, Naruto, take Niji and go find Hinata and Hanabi first. I have something I need to talk about privately with your Uncle Inoichi. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 130, fortunately. Chapter 130, fortunately. Soon, Naruto, Niji, and Karen first went to the Yamanaka clan, and after finding no one there, they headed to the Yamanaka flower shop. Before even entering, they could hear the crisp laughter and chatter of girls coming from inside. Clearly, Hinata, Hanabi, and Ino were inside. When Naruto pushed open the shop door, leading Niji and Karen, who followed closely behind him, Inside, the warm and peaceful atmosphere of the flower shop seemed to hit a pause button. Yamanaka Rino, who was arranging flowers behind the counter, was the first to see them, and a warm smile immediately appeared on her face. "Oh, Naruto is here, and Niji, and this is..." Her gaze fell upon the red-haired girl behind Naruto, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Almost simultaneously, the back door was pulled open, and Ino, hearing the commotion, poked her head out first. "Naruto. You've come at just the right time, we were just, huh?" Her voice came to an abrupt halt. Following closely behind her, Hinata and Hanabi also squeezed out. The three girls' gazes simultaneously focused on Naruto and the strange girl beside him, the one with vibrant red hair who was clutching his sleeve with her head bowed. Time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Ino was the first to react, her emerald eyes widening instantly. Her gaze swept back and forth between Naruto and Karen. Seeing Karen's clearly dependent posture toward Naruto, her gaze suddenly became sharp. The moment Hinata saw Karen, her fair cheeks turned pale in an instant. She instinctively covered her mouth, her pure white eyes widening slightly as her gaze moved frantically between Naruto and Karen. Especially upon seeing Karen huddled close to Naruto, even clutching his sleeve, a sudden pang of sourness and tension gripped her heart. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound, only unconsciously wringing her fingers. Hanabi first narrowed her eyes and then curiously sized up Karen, especially her red hair, tilting her head. "Big brother Naruto, who is this older sister? Her hair color is so unique. Her name is Karen." He stepped aside so that everyone could see Karen more clearly. "I rescued her from those bad guys in Hidden Grass Village yesterday." After a pause, he specifically emphasized her key identity, his gaze sweeping over Ino and Hinata. "She is a member of the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki clan. Ino and Hinata whispered the words almost simultaneously, the expressions on their faces shifting subtly in an instant. Most of the sharpness and hostility in Ino's eyes faded, replaced by a complex look of shock and realization. This red-haired girl is Naruto's clansman. A trace of color returned to Hinata's pale cheeks. "That's fine then." Yamanaka Rino looked at Karen with a beaming smile. She hadn't expected any members of the Uzumaki clan to still be alive. If Kushina's spirit in heaven knew that Naruto had found an Uzumaki survivor, she would surely be very happy. Niji stood a bit further away, his pure white eyes quietly watching everything. None of this had anything to do with him, yet it was like a mirror, reflecting the turmoil currently in his heart. His gaze finally landed on his two cousins. Seeing Hinata's face instantly lose color because of Karen's appearance, only to soften slightly because of her clansman identity, seeing Hanabi's carefree and simple curiosity toward a new companion. Niji's heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Just late last night, in that tea room soaked in blood and conspiracy, after his uncle Hyuga Hayashi personally ended the lives of the four elders, he had handed the blood-stained Dainichi Gatsukiri to him. His uncle's voice had been cold and resolute, like a tempered blade. "Niji, the last one is yours." It was that old fellow who had tried to shift all the blame and even maliciously tried to redirect the trouble toward Naruto and his two cousins. Holding that blade and looking at the sixth elder shivering and weeping at his feet, the blood flowing through Niji's body seemed to be both frozen and ignited at the same time. Hatred, anger, the memory of his father, the resentment toward past injustices, all emotions reached their peak at that moment. He knew that this one strike was not just for his father, or for the branch house members who were bound by the caged bird seal and exploited by the rules of the main house, but also to make a complete break from his own past. He did not hesitate. The blade fell. Blood splattered. In that moment, he seemed to hear the sound of an invisible shackle that had imprisoned him for over a decade let out a crisp cracking sound. Hayashi looked at him, and in those pure white eyes, the usual majesty and distance were gone, replaced only by a deep, almost weary sense of relief and entrustment. He patted Niji's shoulder and said in a low voice, "The cage of the caged bird has been opened. The bird that yearns for freedom will eventually spread its wings." It wasn't an order or an expectation, but a statement of fact. "You have experienced the pain brought by the caged bird seal. I hope you can ensure that the Hyuga no longer has a distinction between the main house and the branch house." At this moment, although Niji still wore the forehead protector symbolizing a Konoha ninja on his forehead, beneath the protector, that caged bird seal, which once caused him pain and humiliation, constantly reminding him of his branch house fate, had already become a mere formality. It hadn't physically disappeared, but the meaning it represented, the constraints it imposed, and the pain it brought had been completely severed and reconstructed by last night's blood and fire, and by the authority and responsibility personally handed over by his uncle. It was still there, but it could no longer decide his fate or bind his soul. From now on, it was merely a mark, a piece of history to be remembered and transcended, rather than a sword hanging over his head. What made Niji's heart even harder to calm were his uncle's subsequent instructions. Hayashi explicitly told him that he would not interfere in his two daughters' marriages. Of course, he also encouraged Niji to pursue love freely. Hinata and the others could freely choose their own paths and partners, unlike their ancestors who, in order to maintain the so-called purity of the main house bloodline, were forced into intraclan or even consanguineous marriages, binding them within the seemingly glorious but actually decayed cage of the Hyuga clan. The future of the Hyuga does not need to be continued in such a distorted way anymore. This meant that Hinata and Hanabi's futures were open and belonged to them. And the future of the Hyuga clan was entrusted to Niji's hands. He had become the heir of the Hyuga clan. This realization weighed heavily on Niji's heart, far heavier than any weapon he had ever held. This was not the main house status he once resented and rebelled against, but a completely different kind of responsibility. The responsibility to break old rules, lead reform, and protect the true future of the clansman. He looked at Hinata's gentle and kind profile and at Hanabi's lively and bright eyes. They would possess the freedom he had once dreamed of but never dared to hope for. While he would shoulder the heavy burden of the entire clan's innovation, walking a path covered in thorns that was destined not to be smooth. There was relief, there was weight, there was uncertainty about the future, and there was a faint expectation for the vast sky after emerging from the cocoon. These were the myriad of unspeakable feelings surging in Niji's heart at this moment. He stood there in silence, like a statue quietly undergoing a metamorphosis, calm on the outside, but with a world-shaking change occurring within. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 131, Discussing Tactics. Chapter 131, Discussing Tactics. Brother Niji is here too. Hanabi's crisp voice broke the brief silence in the flower shop. Her gaze bypassed the others and landed on Niji, who had been standing quietly in the shadows by the door, a look of surprise appearing on her small face. Is father back as well? Following Hanabi's question, the others' attention temporarily shifted from Karen to Niji. Meeting everyone's gaze, Niji took 2 steps forward, placing himself fully under the bright light. His expression was calm, and his pure white eyes were the same as usual, but a careful observer might notice that deep within them, there seemed to be something more, a sense of settled maturity that wasn't there before. Facing Hanabi's inquiry, he nodded and replied in a steady voice, "Yes, Uncle brought us back to the village early. He sent me here to pick you up, to come back and stay at home." As his words fell, a strange silence filled the flower shop for a moment. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed he had missed some exciting drama last night. Hanabi blinked, a trace of confusion on her face as if she were confirming whether she had misheard. Hinata also widened her pure white eyes slightly, looking at Niji with some surprise. Even Aunt Rino raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. The issue wasn't the news Niji brought itself. It was perfectly normal for Hayashi to return to the village early and pick up his daughters. The issue was the way Niji addressed him. Uncle. He called Hayashi Uncle. In terms of bloodline and seniority, there was absolutely nothing wrong with this form of address. Hyuga Hayashi was indeed the twin brother of Niji's father, Hisashi. He was Niji's genuine biological uncle. However, in everyone's impression over the past years, Niji's way of addressing Hayashi had always been the respectful yet distant Lord Clan head. The word uncle had never once escaped Niji's lips. And yet now, Niji had used the term uncle so naturally and calmly. What did this mean? This was definitely not just a change in address. Behind this, there must have been a transformation in the relationship between Niji and Hayashi. It seems quite a few incredible things happened during this trip to the Hidden Mist village. For someone as proud and long-suffering as Niji to naturally change how he addressed the head of the main house, the experiences he went through likely far exceeded the imagination of those who stayed behind in the village. Was it mutual support during a life-or-death crisis? Was it the uncovering of some hidden truths? Or was it that Hayashi had given Niji some kind of groundbreaking promise or recognition? Whichever it was enough to show that Niji had returned from this mission a different person than when he left. Yamanaka Rino thought to herself that she must tell Inoichi about this as soon as he returned. Hinata also understood the significance. She looked at Niji, and besides surprise, her pure white eyes held a touch of concern and inquiry. She keenly felt that the gloomy edge brother Niji used to have seemed to have lessened, replaced by an indescribable sense of depth and determination. Hanabi clapped her hands happily. Great! Father is finally back. Niji didn't seem to mind the brief daze and whispering caused by his change in address. He looked at Hinata and Hanabi, his tone remaining steady. Uncle said there are some family matters to attend to, and he also hopes you'll come back to stay for a few days. Your things can be brought over later by clan members. For now, come back with me. His attitude was natural, carrying an unquestionable steadiness belonging to an elder brother. He was like a different person compared to the old Niji, who was always silent, enduring, and strictly bound by the duties of the branch house. Since it is Lord Hayashi's wish, Hinata, Hanabi, you two should pack up and go back with Niji. Yamanaka Rino was the first to break the silence. She offered a gentle urge in her capacity as an elder, while also nodding to Niji, her eyes carrying a faint, indiscernible trace of scrutiny. Hinata quickly responded, yes, Aunt Rino. She pulled on Hanabi, who was still immersed in the joy of father being back. Hanabi, let's go pack our things. Oh. Okay. Hanabi skipped along after Hinata toward the back. I heard that this time, the Chunin exams will be a joint Chunin exams involving multiple villages. Naruto spoke up at the right moment, pulling the conversation back and refocusing on the upcoming official business. He turned his gaze to Ino. The opponents come from various ninja villages, so the situation will definitely be more complex than before. Let's get Shikamaru, Sakura, and the others together to discuss it. We should make some preparations in advance. Also, we can introduce Karen to them. As the one with the most flexible tactical mind and meticulous thinking among Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation, Nara Shikamaru was undoubtedly the best candidate for discussing strategy. Hearing this, Ino nodded, all right. We really do need to plan carefully. We can't let those guys from other villages look down on us Hidden Leaf Village genin. Seeing her agreement, Naruto smiled and turned his gaze back to Niji, who was preparing to leave with Hinata and Hanabi. Hinata, I'll come find you in a bit. Niji suddenly looked at Naruto. He suddenly understood why his uncle occasionally ground his teeth when mentioning Naruto. Niji, do you want to join us? Your team should be participating in these Chunin exams too, right? Niji's pure white eyes met Naruto's sincere, inviting blue eyes. After a brief hesitation, he nodded, fine. After agreeing, he added, however, I must take Hinata and Hanabi back first and inform my uncle. Once I've seen them safely home, I'll come meet up with you. Naruto replied readily, no problem. Let's pick a place, how about Yakiniku-Q? This time, they would give those outsiders a little Hidden Leaf Village shock. If several of them worked together near the tower in the second stage, the Forest of Death, to intercept those coming their way, then in the end, not a single person from other villages would be able to enter the third stage of the Chunin exams. However, they still had to save some face for the other villages appropriately. The Chunin exams were held twice a year and were generally important occasions for allied nations to observe each other's national strength. To put it bluntly, it was an arms race, a stage to showcase the young talents of each village. Hokage Office. The third Hokage looked at the compiled list for the Chunin exams. Sunagakure, 10 teams. Amigakure, 7 teams. Hidden Grass Village, 2 teams. Takigakure, 2 teams. Hidden Leaf Village, 29 teams. Otogakure, 1 team. 2 members of Hidden Grass Village had been nearly turned into vegetables by Naruto's lightning and were still lying in the hospital, and Karen was now by Naruto's side. In other words, Hidden Grass Village effectively only had 1 team left. Hidden Leaf Village was facing a gap in talent, and Iwagakure wasn't doing much better. The envoy sent to Iwagakure a few days ago returned saying that Inoki had declined the invitation to the joint Chunin exams. This morning, Hayashi also reported on the attitude of the Hidden Mist Village. The scale of this Chunin exam was acceptable. Although there were only villages from 2 great nations, the intended effect of the Chunin exams could still be achieved. Furthermore, could it be that the Mizukichi has already been assassinated? The third Hokage narrowed his clouded eyes. It seems the ninja world is facing new turmoil. The cause of the last great ninja war was the disappearance of the third Kazekage, and then Sunagakure insisted on pinning that mess on Hidden Leaf Village. Now the fourth Mizukichi is also dead. They couldn't let the Hidden Mist Village throw dirty water at Hidden Leaf Village again. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Konoha. Chapter 132, The Konoha. Inside Yakiniku-Q. Several of them had booked a private room. This was the first time all the Konoha 12 had gathered together. Even Sasuke, who had been training with Kakashi to learn new ninjutsu, had been brought back. Amidst the group's heckling, Naruto sat in the seat directly facing the door. To his left were Karen, Sakura, Sasuke, Kiba, Shino, Hinata, and Niji. To his right were Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Hanabi, who had tagged along to join the fun. Of course, one of the focal points of the gathering, besides the upcoming Chunin exams, was Karen, who sat quietly beside Naruto, looking somewhat out of place in this lively atmosphere. As the young Hidden Leaf Village ninjas arrived one by one and squeezed into the private room, they reacted differently upon seeing the unfamiliar red-haired girl sitting right next to Naruto. Some were surprised, while others offered congratulations. These congratulations were all heartfelt. Naruto was an orphan, and being able to find a clansman was undoubtedly a joyful occasion worth celebrating. This realization allowed the young ninjas present to feel a different kind of warmth and completeness amidst the tension of preparing for the exams. Listening to the waves of congratulations around her, Karen looked at Naruto's profile, embarrassed yet unable to hide his happiness, and felt the goodwill released by these unfamiliar boys and girls. The heartstrings she had kept taut finally loosened another notch. She quietly looked up, her purplish-red eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the grill and the vibrant smiling faces around her. This unfamiliar place, these noisy people, it seemed they weren't so scary after all. The Chunin exams are about to start, so everyone must give it their all when the time comes. Kiba looked eager to give it a try. Woof woof. Akamaru barked twice in agreement. If you run into people from our village, just stop when you've made your point, everyone is a comrade from the same village. Naruto chuckled and waved his hand. If they really gave it their all, there was simply no need for that. Naruto is right. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice, only to see that Shino Aburame had silently finished off several slices of meat at some point and was now unhurriedly wiping the corners of his mouth with a tissue. He pushed up his sunglasses, the reflection making it impossible to see his eyes, and his voice was as flat as ever. From a tactical perspective, excessively consuming or exposing one's strength during internal competition when it is not necessary is inefficient and unwise. Preserving strength to deal with unknown opponents from other villages is a more rational choice. Sitting opposite Naruto, Hyuga Niji's movement as he was about to pick up some food paused almost imperceptibly, his pure white eyes turning slightly toward Shino. Tenten's relaxed smile also froze for a moment, and her eyes widened slightly. Even Rock Lee seemed to suddenly jam, a flash of bewilderment crossing his face. A giant question mark popped up in the minds of all three almost simultaneously. This guy who's talking, when did he get here? Shino is right. This time, Tsunagakure has sent 30 genin for the Chunin exams, including a troublesome guy named Gaara, who is undoubtedly our greatest enemy. Next is Amigakure with 21 genin. Shikamaru crossed his arms. As far as I know, a total of 87 people from Hidden Leaf Village are participating in this Chunin exam, and 12 of them are sitting right here. As he spoke, Shikamaru's brow furrowed. The selection mechanism of the Chunin exams, especially the first and second stages, is often highly competitive and exclusionary. Resources are limited, and slots are limited. He sat up a bit straighter, his voice carrying a hint of indisputable realistic consideration. If we don't prepare in advance and find ways to prioritize eliminating or weakening some competitors from other villages in the early stages of the exam, we might end up wasting too much energy internally or even being forced to face each other prematurely. In that case, Shikamaru spread his hands and delivered the most realistic and cruel conclusion. We won't all be able to advance to Chunin. In fact, many of us might be eliminated before even getting a chance to show our true strength. The room fell silent for a moment, with only the sizzle of the roasting meat. The joint Chunin exams were not just a competition of individual strength, but a battle for limited promotion slots between villages, teams, and even individuals. Having all 12 people advance sounded nice, but under the actual rules, it was an almost impossible task. To let as many Hidden Leaf Village comrades as possible reach the end, and even hold an advantage in the final selection, they had to have a strategy, make choices, and maybe, even take the initiative to attack. Shikamaru, you mean? Ino spoke up thoughtfully. Team up in advance and target the other villages. Niji followed up calmly, a slight glint in his eyes. He had already begun to consider the feasibility and specific operation of such a strategy. Exactly. Shikamaru nodded, clearly entering strategist mode. At least in the early stages, we need a certain degree of understanding and cooperation. Sharing intelligence, covering for each other when necessary, and even creating opportunities to let the troublemakers from other villages exhaust each other first, or having us help them exit early. I'll be counting on you then, Ino. Naruto turned his head to look at Ino sitting to his right, his blue eyes filled with trust. Use your Yamanaka clan's mind transfer jutsu as the situation requires to build a temporary communication bridge for us. Before she could voice her doubts, Naruto continued, his tone relaxed yet carrying a reassuring certainty. As for chakra, don't worry. I've recently learned a method to transfer chakra. After some consideration, the Nine-Tailed had taught Naruto the method for transferring chakra, and also gave him the choice of whether to retain the fourth Hokage's chakra after undoing the seal. When the time comes, I can transfer my chakra to you to support the consumption of the mind transfer jutsu. You just need to focus on maintaining the technique and mental guidance. Ino nodded vigorously, a confident, motivated smile appearing on her face. Leave the communication network to me, I won't be polite with your chakra. She believed in Naruto. She believed that if he said he could do it, he would. This unconditional trust was a tacit understanding and bond that had settled after spending so much time together and witnessing each other's growth. Shikamaru listened from the side, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he muttered, that saves a lot of trouble. It's indeed good to have a guy with an absurd amount of chakra as logistics. After finishing the meal, Shikamaru pulled Choji and Ino back, being the last to leave. What's wrong, Shikamaru? Ino had originally planned to leave with Naruto. Shikamaru didn't answer immediately. He crossed his arms, walked to the entrance of Yakiniku-Q, leaned against the wall, and looked toward the end of the street. There, Karen was holding Naruto's hand, their figures gradually shrinking in the afterglow of the setting sun before finally disappearing around the corner. The setting sun cast a long shadow from Shikamaru. He fell silent for a moment before withdrawing his gaze to look at Ino, who had walked up to him, his face showing a rare expression of seriousness and thought. It's nothing special. Shikamaru's voice was still as lazy as ever, but the content of his words made Ino pause. Just. I have a hunch. A hunch. What kind of hunch? Ino raised an eyebrow, curious. Shikamaru looked at Ino, those eyes that were always half-closed and seemingly lacking motivation now flashed with a clear light. He paused and said in a calm tone. If you really want to pursue Naruto, Ino, then you'll have to work hard. Eh? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Ino's face instantly turned bright red, like a ripe apple. Just then, Choji, who had been standing quietly to the side, leaned in and said sincerely, Ino, Shikamaru is right. But don't worry. He patted his solid chest, a reliable smile appearing on his face. If you need help, you can come to me and Shikamaru anytime. We're the Ino, Shika, Cho, after all. Partners forever. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, The Chunin Exams Begin. Chapter 133, The Chunin Exams Begin. The next time he saw Kakashi Hatake was during a break after a routine Team 7 training session. This silver-haired jonin, who usually presented an image of laziness, tardiness, and a love for reading erotic novels, seemed a bit different today. He wasn't leaning against a tree reading his book as usual. Instead, he stood at the edge of the training ground with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant Hokage rock. Though his face was still covered by a mask, leaving only one eye visible in a crescent-shaped smile, the aura radiating from him was inexplicably smug and cheerful, as if even his perennially messy silver hair had smoothed out a bit. Kakashi-sensei, you seem a bit different today. Sakura keenly noticed the change and asked curiously. Naruto, having finished his routine training, was sitting on the ground drinking water, while Sasuke leaned against a tree with his arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed, though his ears twitched slightly. Hearing this, Kakashi turned around, the smile in his exposed eye deepening. He had been waiting for them to ask. He cleared his throat and said in a deliberately casual tone. I just wanted to let you know. I'm getting married to Karen next month. Naruto, knowing this was bound to happen sooner or later, wasn't surprised. Sakura's green eyes instantly widened, her mouth forming an O shape, her face written with disbelief. Even Sasuke, who had been resting with his eyes closed, snapped them open, a flash of astonishment crossing his dark pupils. So fast. That was the first thought that popped into Sakura's head. In her mind, the time Kakashi-sensei had known Karen-san, who had recently joined Hidden Leaf Village, was less than a month in total, right? How could they suddenly be getting married? This pace was even more exaggerated than the plots in her romance novels. Am married. Kakashi-sensei, you and Karen-san decided this so quickly. She couldn't help but voice the confusion in her heart. Kakashi seemed to have anticipated this reaction from his disciples. His smiling eye swept over the expressions of Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke before he spoke slowly. Well, it's true we haven't known each other long. However. He paused deliberately, his gaze falling meaningfully on Naruto. Thanks to a certain someone. Kakashi continued in that leisurely tone, the third Hokage approved our marriage application long ago. It's only because of some preparations that the wedding is set for next month. Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto with questioning gazes. I helped them pick up the Konohagakure resident marriage application form, and did the legwork to get the third Hokage's stamp. Alright, my personal matters are settled. Let's talk about your Chunin exams. Kakashi briefly explained the details regarding the Chunin exams. The 3 members of Team 7 arrived at the exam venue, Konoha Village's Ninja Academy. You've arrived. Niji noticed the 3 of them immediately. Yeah, but why are you guys wasting time here? Naruto nodded, then looked toward the crowd gathered at the entrance of room 301, where the Konoha gatekeeper duo were using transformation jutsu, and Ten and Lee were putting on an act. This is clearly a genjutsu scene created by someone using a non-local technique, right? So that's how it is. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Rock Lee immediately stopped acting and stood up. Naruto had no intention of further exposing the gatekeeper duo's identities, he simply shrugged and said to his teammates, let's go, the real room 301 is still upstairs. As he spoke, he cast a half-smiling glance at Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane. That look seemed to say, keep acting, I won't spoil the show, see how many people you can fool. Noticing Naruto's movement, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane exchanged a glance. Did this kid recognize us? Even if he didn't, being able to instantly sense something was wrong is quite impressive. As expected of a genin who could go on out-of-village missions with Kakashi in his first year after graduation. Naruto knew in his heart that these two were Hidden Leaf Village's gatekeepers, and their strength and sense of responsibility were top-notch. In the original future, even against powerful enemies like the Six Paths of Pain, they could stubbornly hold the gates of Hidden Leaf Village. Guarding a classroom door was a piece of cake for them. This show of force before the first exam was, in a way, a part of screening one's heart nature and observation skills. He would just let them continue their duties. If someone could be screened out by these two, then so be it. The group ignored the farce on the first floor and turned to walk toward the stairs. While heading up, Naruto suddenly turned his head to look at Sakura, who was walking slightly behind him. His gaze lingered on her face for a moment, his expression somewhat complex, seemingly containing a hint of regret. What a pity. Naruto sighed inwardly. Sakura is someone with great talent for genjutsu. She has a delicate mind, precise chakra control, and excellent mental energy. Initially, there was even the inner Sakura setting, but unfortunately, the Sharingan is just too overpowered. By the time of Shippuden, inner Sakura was simply deleted, and her talent in genjutsu was rarely mentioned. However, the path in the original story where she studied under Tsunade isn't bad either. Because of the Sharingan, all other genjutsu can only yield to its brilliance. Even if Kishimoto said the genjutsu clash between Itachi Uchiha and Kurenai Yuhi was evenly matched, no one would believe it. In this ninja world, the peak of genjutsu is almost monopolized by the Sharingan. Itachi's Tsukuyomi, Shursui's Koto Ematsukami, and the Uchiha clan's Izanami, these three bug-level ocular genjutsu can essentially end a match in the field of illusion. Any other school of genjutsu pales in comparison and can hardly compete. This is perhaps a regret of being born in the wrong era. Naruto's glance contained this realization and a faint trace of pity, but he quickly withdrew his gaze and continued climbing the stairs. However, this glance was keenly captured by Sakura. She had been looking down, lost in thought, when she suddenly felt a gaze land on her. She instinctively looked up and saw Naruto turning his head away after looking at her. Sakura's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She instinctively looked behind her. There was no one there. Meaning, Naruto was looking at her just now. One of Naruto's shadow clones, disguised as Menma, was moving through Hidden Leaf Village's sewers. This kind of miserable work, it would have been better for the original to come here and let me participate in the Chunin exams instead. The shadow clone grumbled inwardly. Regardless, once he was dispelled, the original would gain the memories of using Kagura Mind's Eye to search for the root base's location in the sewers. At that point, wouldn't it be equivalent to Uzumaki Naruto suffering twice? Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at PA Trian. Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Analysis. Chapter 134, Analysis. Hidden Leaf Village's Konoha 12 soon gathered smoothly outside the real examination room 301 on the third floor. Compared to the noise and testing at the genjutsu-disguised floor below, the atmosphere here was much more solemn. Young ninjas from various villages were either communicating in low voices in small groups or standing alone against the wall, adjusting their state. An invisible competitive pressure permeated the air. After arriving, Naruto first placed his hand on Ino's shoulder to transfer chakra to her, allowing her to activate the mind transfer jutsu so they could communicate without exposing the content of their conversation. Naruto scanned their lineup, his gaze finally landing on the Hyuga siblings. Naruto requested in his mind, "Hinata, Niji, please use your Byakugan to check the situation inside the examination room. Understanding the environment in advance will give us some peace of mind." Although Naruto already knew the general content and hidden rules of this written exam due to his past life memories, he needed a logical reason to guide his companions. Directly revealing everything was clearly inappropriate. Letting Niji and Hinata scout would both gather information and naturally lead into his analysis. While sensory ninjutsu could detect chakra and life signs, it was indeed not as intuitive or efficient as the Byakugan, a Kekei Genkai with built-in X-ray and telescopic functions, for fine observation of the room layout, personnel distribution, and item details. Having the two members of the Hyuga clan act was undoubtedly the best choice. Niji nodded without saying much. Hinata also gave a small yes through the mental link. Almost simultaneously, the two of them gave a low shout, "Byakugan." Instantly, the blood vessels near their temples bulged slightly, and the veins around their pure white eyes stood out. Their vision penetrated the closed doors and walls of the examination room, taking everything inside into full view. A moment later, Niji was the first to deactivate his Byakugan. He frowned slightly, looked at the waiting group, and stated his observation. It seems the first stage is a written academic exam. An academic exam. The color drained from Rock Lee's face, as if he had heard some terrible news. His academic grades could only be described as disastrous. Most of his time outside of taijutsu training was spent on even more taijutsu training. Inuzuka Kiba's face also fell as he scratched his hair. It's over, it's over. A written test. I hate those the most. Akamaru, can you do the questions? Akamaru let out 2 whines from atop his head, indicating he couldn't help. Akimichi Choji's movement of stuffing potato chips into his mouth paused, a look of distress appearing on his chubby face. A written test, how troublesome. It'll consume a lot of brain cells and require more energy supplements. The academic grades of these 3 were indeed only below average among Hidden Leaf Village genin. Facing a strict written exam, their prospects of passing were worrying. Then, Hinata also deactivated her Byakugan and added somewhat uncertainly, I saw it too. The layout is just a normal classroom layout. Desks, chairs, a podium, a blackboard. There don't seem to be any special traps or other content. As she spoke, her voice grew smaller, as if she didn't have much confidence in her own judgment. Hinata, you did well. But I don't think it's that simple. Naruto raised his hand in a stay calm gesture. He looked around at his companions, who were either anxious or had headaches because of the written test news, and began to voice his analysis. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a convincing calmness. Combining what I know about past Chunin exams and my thoughts on a ninja's core abilities, I believe the first stage is a written test on the surface, but in reality, it should be testing information gathering skills. Information gathering. Sakura Haruno looked thoughtful. Exactly. Naruto nodded and continued to explain, the 3 most important abilities for a ninja are nothing more than information gathering, combat ability, and teamwork. As a hurdle for selecting higher-ranked ninjas, the Chunin exams will inevitably test all of these comprehensively. He pointed to the closed door of the examination room. I estimate the exam arrangement is likely like this. The first stage uses seemingly extremely difficult written questions to test how we obtain answers within the rules, or rather, without violating core rules. That is, information gathering and adaptability. The second stage is most likely a team mission in a wilderness or restricted environment, focusing on teamwork and survival execution. Once the first 2 stages have filtered everyone, the remaining elites will enter the third stage, public individual combat. That is the final showdown of raw strength and the stage to show off to the high-ranking officials of various countries. Naruto pointed out the common 3-part structure of the Chunin exams: information war, team survival, individual combat, and assigned a clear assessment goal to each stage. These words acted like a sedative, and the eyes of Kiba, Lee, Choji, and the others, who had been panicked by the written test, lit up again. If it was a test of information gathering, that meant there was room to maneuver and strategies to follow. If it was just information gathering, they could ask Ino for help when the time came. Nara Shikamaru listened from the side, nodding slightly. Niji was also lost in thought. Naruto's words gave him a clearer prediction of the exam they were about to face. Sakura's eyes were especially bright. She was already number 1 in academic classes at school and was skilled at theoretical analysis. If it really was a test of information gathering and adaptability, she felt she could truly excel. A slightly mischievous smile appeared on Naruto's face. So, after everyone goes in later, don't be intimidated by the questions. Observe the proctors carefully, pay attention to the environment, and even, keep an eye on the smart people around you. As long as you don't violate the most fundamental rules, like getting caught cheating and being disqualified, use every means possible to get the correct answers, or ensure you and your teammates can pass. That is the secret to clearing the first stage. The group exchanged looks, feeling a bit more confident and eager to try. Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation was ready to face their first real combat assessment. Not far away, Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses. Had the 12 most potential genin of Hidden Leaf Village's new generation gathered together? Even that Uzumaki Naruto, known as the Little Fox Demon in Hidden Leaf Village, seemed to be receiving more attention. Could it be that he was the leader of this group? That's quite impressive. Compared to this kid named Naruto, even Sasuke, whom Lord Orochimaru had initially told him to keep an eye on, seemed to pale in comparison. Thinking this, Yakushi Kabuto recorded the situation. There were many Hidden Leaf Village ninjas watching nearby. He would wait until the first stage of the exam was over before sending this important intelligence to Lord Orochimaru via a snake. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Written Exam. Chapter 135, Written Exam. After discussing the test content, Ino released the mind transfer jutsu. The group chatted for a while to ease their initial tension, then a proctor wearing a Chunin vest began checking each candidate's admission slip, verifying identities, and directing them into the examination room. The Hidden Leaf Village genin exchanged a few words of encouragement before following the crowd inside. Seats appeared to be assigned at random. When Naruto found his number and sat down, he looked up and discovered Hinata right next to him. She was nervously arranging her stationery, fair cheeks tinged pink, clearly flustered by the coincidence. Don't be nervous. Naruto leaned closer, lowered his voice, and gave her a relaxed, reassuring smile. Just do your best. I'm right here, it'll be fine. His words were a warm breeze, sweeping away some of her anxiety. She gave a soft nodding, feeling her heartbeat steady. Watching her, Naruto rolled his eyes and inched nearer, voice bright with hope. Say, Hinata, if we both pass the Chunin exams, I'd love to eat your cooking. Can I? The sudden request turned her face scarlet. She waved her hands frantically, voice barely a whisper. And Naruto-kun's cooking tastes better. Naruto shook his head. But I want to eat your food, Hinata. He propped his left arm on the desk, leaning slightly toward her, blue eyes reflecting her flushed face. If Hinata wants to taste my cooking. He drew the words out, grinning slyly, then Hinata has to cook first. Looking at Naruto's teasing smile, Hinata felt her heart race. Her cheeks burned, mind blank, she answered almost inaudibly, oh okay. Just then. Smack. A firm hand landed unceremoniously on Naruto's shoulder, jolting the pair from their moment. Without turning, Naruto's chakra told him who it was. He glanced sideways. Hyuga Neji stood in the aisle, face calm but veins bulging around pale eyes, Byakugan active. The foreign genin who'd been on Naruto's other side now lay in the aisle, gently put to sleep by a gentle fist strike. The exam is starting. Neji's tone was flat, but his Byakugan carried unmistakable warning as it swept over Naruto and the crimson-faced Hinata. Show some restraint. The hall buzzed with whispers, shuffling, and the rustle of stationery. Neji's high-handed move drew nearby stares. A few foreign candidates eyed the scene warily. What's going on? Wow, drama before the test even starts. Before the mood could escalate. You there? A deep, steely voice rang from the doorway. Back to your seat. Head Proctor Marino Ibiki strode in, black trench coat flapping, scarred face sharp as a hawk's. He spotted the boy on the floor and Neji beside Naruto, his brows snapped together and he barked the order. At his commanding roar the room fell silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Every candidate straightened, eyes wary or respectful, fixed on the formidable examiner. A suffocating tension filled the air. Thus, after a dramatic little interlude, the first stage of the Chunin exams, the written test, began. Neji silently returned to his seat. I step in 2 minutes late to size you up, and you fools still can't keep quiet. Where's the discipline of ninja? Foreign candidates decided being called fools was better than disqualification. Hidden Leaf Village genin weren't about to argue in front of outsiders. Seeing no challengers, Ibiki wasn't surprised. At least no idiots this year. He introduced himself. I'm Marino Ibiki, your first examiner. Sorry to keep you waiting. From the podium his gaze swept the room. Several vital rules for this stage. I'll say them once and take no questions, listen carefully. 1. Each of you starts with 10 points. 10 questions, 1 point each. Wrong answer loses a point. 2. Final scores will be judged by the total of all 3 teammates. 3. Most important. If a proctor catches you cheating or even suspects it, you lose 2 points per offense, hit 0 and you're out. If any member of a 3-man squad scores 0, the entire team fails. The 10th question will be given 45 minutes in. You have 1 hour. Begin. At his word, papers flipped open. The unlucky boy beside Naruto shot Neji a resentful glance, flexed his numb left hand, and started the test. The instant the clock started, Ino linked 12 minds with mind transfer jutsu. Listen, just as I thought, it's an intel gathering test. Naruto spoke first in the mental link. Second row center, second seat from the right, he flipped the page and wrote non-stop without thinking. Hinata, Neji, use Byakugan to check if his answers are right. He's probably the plant. A moment later Neji replied. He's already on question 7, impossible speed. And his answers to the cipher and the long parabola look correct. Then it's every man for himself, copy away. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at PA Trian. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, each shows their divine ability. Chapter 136, each shows their divine ability. Inside the examination hall, time trickled away, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt ready to wring water from the air. The 9 perversely difficult questions on the paper left most candidates drenched in cold sweat, yet none dared show it. Question 10 had yet to be revealed, but the terrifying rule, 1 wrong answer eliminates you and dooms your teammates, hung overhead like Damocles' sword. In the seemingly hopeless silence, Hidden Leaf Village's rookies quietly set their special methods in motion. Mind transfer jutsu, release. Ino glanced around. Once she judged her target had finished the 9 questions, she struck with the mind transfer jutsu. Her consciousness seized the boy's body, guided his gaze, and openly read the answers on his paper, memorizing them at lightning speed. the moment she had what she needed, Ino yanked her mind back. The boy blinked, dazed, assuming he'd merely zoned out for a second. Waving away a nearby bug, he studied his own filled-out sheet and began theatrically answering the questions. After reviewing the answers, Ino tried the mind transfer again, this time to steer Naruto into writing for her. To her shock, her mind transfer failed. A tremor ran through her psyche, brief bewilderment flashed across her face. Her technique wasn't top tier, but she'd never been rebuffed so cleanly. Since when had Naruto learned to guard against this? After a moment's confusion, Ino pouted in frustration but had to let it go. She turned to her real teammates. This was business. Hands sealing again, her mind smoothly linked to Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Using the mind transfer and the answer she'd stolen, she silently nudged Shikamaru's uncertain choices and fed the utterly lost Choji the key points. At the same moment, Akamaru perched on Inuzuka Kiba's head locked onto a speedwriter, then barked the answers to Kiba. Shino's insects fluttered to the ninja Naruto had mentioned earlier, peeked at his paper, and relayed the intel back to Shino. Hyuga Niji's approach was the most direct and domineering. Seated, the veins at the corners of his eyes quietly bulged. Byakugan, activate. Its powerful sight ignored distance and obstacles, his vision pierced rows of bodies and desks and landed squarely on the bespectacled candidate Ino had visited. The crisp handwriting lay bare in his all-white field of view. He had only to look, the answers were his. Uchiha Sasuke stayed on high alert. His dark eyes seemed downcast, yet from the corners he watched every shift nearby. When Ino, 2 seats to his right, suddenly drooped as if exhausted, then snapped upright and wrote like a fiend, Sasuke knew. Mind transfer from the Yamanaka, she scored. Instantly he read her odd behavior. Without hesitation, a faint red glint sparked in his eyes. Sharingan, activate. 3 Tomo slowly spun within crimson irises. The Sharingan's dynamic vision and copying power snapped into play. His gaze locked on Ino's writing hand, recording every micromotion, every sweep of her pen, every likely answer choice. Then he lowered his head and, mimicking her rhythm, began transcribing onto his own sheet. Though he couldn't see her paper, replicating her movements gave him roughly 70% accuracy. Across the room, Tenten's method was more delicate. Unnoticed, several nearly invisible threads had wrapped her right fingers. One end clung to her digits, the other stretched up, adhering to the 4 mirrors on the ceiling. She sat straight, eyes forward, apparently absorbed in the questions. Yet minute finger twitches, transmitted through chakra threads, subtly tilted a ceiling mirror. A sidelong peek at the angled mirror reflected the paper of an examinee who reeked of hidden proctor. Her heart pounded, but she stayed calm, reading the reflected answers while calmly copying them. Her moves were fluid, unless watched closely, nothing seemed amiss. Once finished, her fingers shifted the mirror again. Not far away, Rock Lee suddenly tied on his forehead protector. A casual gesture, but one of the code signs agreed upon via the mind link. It told Tenten that Lee had seen the mirror's reflection. After one glance, Lee buckled down and copied furiously. He would not be the reason his team failed. While candidates wielded Sharingan, puppet threads, super sight, Byakugan, Ninken scouts, insect spies, mind control, every trick imaginable, in this battle of information gathering. 3 examinees looked strikingly plain. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Haruno Sakura. From the start they'd neither glanced around nor used any special ninjutsu or tools. Heads down, brows knit, they pondered, wrote, focused. Simple reason, they actually knew the answers. Feeling the barrier nearby, the shadow clone disguised as Menma exhaled in relief. Searched all Hidden Leaf Village, it should be here. Frankly, Hidden Leaf Village's internal security was full of holes, the clone moved through the village's underbelly like a fish in water. Bright and shiny on the surface, but plenty of rat holes underneath. The clone filed the observation away. One last glance at what looked like a root base, then the clone dispersed itself. Instantly its memories flooded into the Naruto taking the exam. Found it. A sharp gleam flashed in Naruto's eyes. Everything was ready, now they only needed Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan to blow the starting whistle. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Mental Interrogation, Pressure. Chapter 137, Mental Interrogation, Pressure. Alright, 45 minutes are up. Now, I will announce the 10th question. Marino Ibiki suddenly spoke, and many examinees looked up at him with heavy expressions. Only 15 minutes left until the end of the exam. First, you must choose whether or not to answer this 10th question. To answer or not to answer. What does that mean? Temari didn't have the same cheating methods as her 2 younger brothers. She only managed to finish because Kankuro had passed her a copy of the answers after he finished cheating. In the oppressive atmosphere deliberately created by Marino Ibiki, she couldn't keep her composure and asked. We get to choose. What if we choose not to answer the 10th question? Marino Ibiki's calm voice responded to her. If an examinee chooses not to answer the 10th question, they will receive a score of 0, meaning they fail. Correspondingly, their 2 teammates will also be eliminated. A murmur of discussion arose in the examination room. Furthermore, Ibiki's voice rang out again, not loud, but like a heavy hammer striking everyone's taut nerves. There's one more rule. More. The examinees' hearts leaped again, holding their breath. Ibiki's gaze swept over every pale face, then announced the final rule. If you choose to answer the question. He deliberately drew out his words. But failed to answer correctly. A brief pause, allowing the fear to escalate to its peak. Then, that examinee will be permanently disqualified from participating in the Chunin exams in the future. Permanently disqualified. Like the final tolling of a death knell. With a buzz, many examinees' minds went blank. Choose not to answer, 0 points for oneself, teammates eliminated. Choose to answer incorrectly, and one can forget about ever becoming a Chunin again. How was this a multiple-choice question? This was clearly a fork in the road leading to despair. No matter which path they chose, there seemed to be no hope. Immense fear, pressure, and confusion about the future, like a tide, engulfed the entire examination room. Many examinees with weaker psychological fortitude had faces as pale as paper, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The slight luck and confidence they had from completing the first 9 questions through various means were shattered in the face of this brutal rule, which was nakedly about their future ninja career. Marino Ibiki stood silently on the podium, like a steadfast rock, or a deity judging fate. He intended to use this 10th question, this unprecedented choice and punishment, to interrogate the will, determination, and resolve of these young ninja regarding the Chunin qualification. Pressure. In this almost suffocating, heavy silence, Naruto remained unusually calm. His gaze did not linger on the imposing chief examiner on the podium. Instead, he slightly tilted his head and looked at Hinata, who was sitting beside him. He could clearly feel Hinata's body tensing up. She had her head down, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes, knuckles white from the effort, and her slender shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. Her pure white eyes were downcast, her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, clearly under immense psychological pressure. Naruto's heart twinged slightly. He knew that, according to the original trajectory, Hinata would eventually choose to continue answering the question. But knowing was one thing, and watching her struggle in fear was another. He couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Hidden by the table, Naruto quietly slid his right hand down from the tabletop, then grasped Hinata's left hand, which was tightly clutching her clothes. Hinata's hand was cold and still trembling slightly. Naruto's palm was warm and dry, carrying a reassuring strength. His movement was gentle, yet undeniable. Hinata trembled all over, suddenly looking up like a startled fawn, her pure white eyes staring at Naruto in astonishment. 2 red clouds instantly bloomed on her face, even her earlobes tinged with crimson. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but Naruto held it steadily, with just the right amount of force, giving her support without making her feel uncomfortable or forced. Nar. Naruto-kun. She whispered, flustered, trying to say something. Naruto, however, didn't look at her, his gaze still fixed straight ahead, as if he had just done the most ordinary thing. He spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Don't worry. His voice was calm, without the slightest tension or anxiety that one might expect when facing a desperate situation, instead carrying a strange, reassuring warmth. I'm here. These simple 4 words, however, seemed to possess immense power, instantly dispelling large patches of gloom and coldness in Hinata's heart. That warm touch spread from the back of her hand, smoothing its way to the depths of her flustered heart. Ibiki stood like a rock on the podium, his sharp eyes, which seemed to penetrate people's hearts, slowly scanning every pale, struggling, or resolute young face below. The despair and pressure permeating the examination room were precisely the trial grounds he deliberately created and enjoyed seeing come to fruition. Enjoying the struggles of the interrogated was a small pleasure for him as the Umbu interrogation department head. However, as his cold gaze swept across the examination room, he caught a small interlude that was incongruous with the solemn atmosphere around them. Uzumaki Naruto, that blonde-haired kid who was also famous in Hidden Leaf Village, was slightly tilting his head, whispering something into the ear of the Hyuga clan's young miss sitting to his right. Although the girl's cheeks were flushed and her head was down, her body was no longer as tense and trembling as before. She even subtly squeezed Naruto's hand, which he had held at some point. That secret interaction between the 2, filled with comfort and reliance, could not be hidden from an interrogation expert like Ibiki, with his astonishing insight. Naruto hadn't intended to hide it anyway. The examiners were all from Hidden Leaf Village, so they would naturally turn a blind eye. On Ibiki's scarred face, the corner of his mouth curved upwards in a barely perceptible, subtle arc. This kid. He's not stupid, huh? Ever since he asked the third Hokage for marriage application forms for Kakashi and Karen last time, Ibiki had noticed. This kid definitely had a knack for this sort of thing. Inoichi's daughter must like him too. The interrogation department and the analysis squad had a lot of dealings, so he and Inoichi Yamanaka were practically colleagues. I never thought I'd be gossiping about Inoichi's circle one day. So, who would this kid choose in the end? It couldn't be that he wanted both, could it? Thinking of this, the smile on Ibiki's face almost uncontrollably widened. However, his expression at this moment, seen by the examinees below who were in extreme tension and fear, was a completely different sight. His scarred face, with the corners of his mouth struggling to suppress a grin yet unable to resist turning upwards, twisted into an almost sinister appearance. Coupled with the oppressive feeling from his black trench coat and the cruel rules he had just announced, this smile looked like nothing less than a sinister grin of someone who had succeeded in a conspiracy and was enjoying everyone's defeat and pain. As if he was very happy to see these young ninjas struggle in despair, collapse in fear, and give up under pressure. This sinister grin was like the last straw, breaking some examinees with fragile psychological defenses. Some covered their heads, struggling internally, while others slumped onto their chairs with ash faces. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The First Exam Ends. Chapter 138, The First Exam Ends. Under Marino Ibiki's deliberately crafted, almost tangible pressure, thick as tar, time itself stretched, every second dragged like a blunt blade across flesh. Terror and uncertainty about the future gnawed at every candidate's will. At last, one examinee reached his limit. He sat to Naruto's left, face white as paper, cold sweat beading on his forehead, lips trembling uncontrollably. After an eternity of inner struggle, he raised a trembling hand. The gesture seemed to cost him every ounce of strength he had. He knew that lifting his arm meant all 3 members of his squad were finished. Refusing to answer the 10th question earned 0 points and dragged his teammates down with him. But. Eyes squeezed shut, a single thought screamed inside him, failing one Chunin exam is better than being barred forever. One wrong answer meant permanent disqualification, a risk he dared not take for himself or for his partners. He would rather be branded a coward who doomed his team than keep gambling in this brutal game. I give up on the 10th question. He spoke in a voice barely louder than a breath. Ibiki's gaze, cold as an arrow, locked instantly onto him and onto the 2 teammates beside him, their faces equally ashen. Candidate number 50 abandons the question. Ibiki's voice carried no emotion, as if reading a verdict long since written. Together with teammates 130 and 111, you have failed the first examination. Leave the hall. Brief, blunt, beyond appeal. The 3 candidates rose like puppets with their strings cut and shuffled out under stares of pity, scorn, or relief. The heavy thud of the door closing struck the heart of everyone still inside. It was only the beginning. The first domino had fallen. One after another, more examinees buckled, raising shaking hands. Each surrender triggered Ibiki's icy pronouncement and another squad's quiet exit. Number XX, disqualified. Number XX, disqualified. Number XX, disqualified. Because the rule was, skip the question and the whole team is out, every elimination wiped an entire squad, reducing the hall's numbers at a steady, ruthless pace. It neatly avoided the awkwardness of uneven groups or lone survivors. The atmosphere grew heavier with every departure. Those who remained sat stone-faced, afraid even to exchange glances, lest they see their own cracking resolve reflected in another's eyes. Time crawled onward. Less than 5 minutes remained. Marino Ibiki swept his gaze across the seated survivors and tallied them in silence. His expression stayed flat, yet a flicker of appraisal stirred deep in his eyes. 78. More than he had expected would last to the end. It seemed this year's genin included more steel-nerved gamblers than he'd forecast, an encouraging sign. He glanced toward the proctors stationed in the aisles, clipboards in hand. These seasoned Chunin and special Jonin had monitored every candidate's state. Ibiki met their eyes, wordless messages passed. One by one the proctors gave him slight nods. They, too, judged the remaining examinees worthy, their mettle proven. Ibiki understood. Dragging it on will change nothing. Those who would break had broken, those still here had passed the trial of will. Further pressure might only crush seedlings that could become fine Chunin. The moment had come. He drew a slow breath, the scarred, glacier-cold mask of his face shifting almost imperceptibly. Looking over the taut, expectant young faces awaiting final judgment, he spoke, his voice no longer icy, but tinged with approval. Your resolve is admirable. The sudden, jarringly different praise left every candidate stunned. Resolve. What did he mean? Before they could puzzle it out, Ibiki's mouth curved, not the cruel grin from before, but an open, almost proud smile. He raised his voice, clear and strong. Then. He paused deliberately, stretching the tension to its limit. Everyone's still here. His gaze traveled across their bewildered, half-hopeful faces. In this first exam. Passes. Congratulations. Bwahaha. The instant the word rang out, Ibiki roared with hearty, triumphant laughter. The sound rolled through the hall, sweeping away the gloom that had weighed on them for so long. A chorus of disbelief and questions erupted. Ibiki paid no heed. This first-phase written test had been, in truth, a massive psychological interrogation orchestrated by him. He relished laying the mental snares, watching fledgling ninjas squirm, hesitate, and finally fold under the strain. Every raised hand of surrender, every minute of terror endured, every quickened breath had been observed, and enjoyed. The exam tested more than knowledge or data gathering, it tested spirit. And he, Marino Ibiki, was the torturer with whip and sweet in equal measure, lashing and gauging their hearts with cold precision. Seeing the chaos of reactions below, he felt the peak satisfaction of a prankster and observer, far more entertaining than interrogating a single captive. Naruto gently released the hand he had been clutching, Hinata's no longer cold fingers. Slightly sweaty, he casually wiped his palm on his pants. The small, ordinary gesture made Hinata's cheeks flush again as her emotions settled. Great, we made it. Hinata lifted her gaze to Naruto's eyes, bright, cloudless blue filled only with joy and encouragement. The last knot of anxiety inside her melted under that smile. She nodded firmly, a shy but radiant smile blooming as she answered softly. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Enko Mitarashi. Chapter 139, Enko Mitarashi. Ibiki spoke about the importance of intelligence to a ninja and displayed his head, which was covered in scars. He then began to explain the painful lessons learned from a lack of intelligence. However, this silence, heavy with the weight of painful lessons, did not last long. Crash. A sudden sound of shattering glass abruptly broke the tranquility of the examination hall. A tall window on one side of the examination hall shattered, glass shards flying in all directions. A vigorous figure, accompanied by scattered fragments of sunlight, burst through the window in a highly impactful manner. The newcomer was extremely fast, her movements fluid and full of wild beauty. The moment she leaped into the air, she raised both hands. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two kunai with things tied to them whistled through the air and were accurately pinned into the ceiling in front of the examination podium. At the same time, a pre-prepared, thick dark red curtain was pulled by thin lines connected to the ends of the kunai, snapping open with a swish in front of the podium, blocking Ibiki from view. On the curtain, several large characters were written in eye-catching white paint with a flamboyant flourish. Second Proctor Enko Mitarashi has arrived. The handwriting was bold, the strokes carrying an air of uninhibited heroism. That figure was indeed the proctor for the second exam, Enko Mitarashi. Like a nimble swift, she landed right in front of the newly unfurled curtain. She stood firm, wearing a black mesh skin-tight combat suit suitable for movement, with a beige trench coat over it, and her deep purple short hair looked sharp and capable. Enko's gaze swept over the dumbfounded candidates below with sharp excitement. Next, she raised her right hand and slapped the curtain with the large characters behind her forcefully, with a touch of showmanship, making muffled thump-thump sounds. Don't celebrate too early. Enko Mitarashi's voice was loud and penetrating, carrying an unquestionable dominance. I am the proctor for the second stage, Enko Mitarashi. She paused deliberately, seemingly enjoying the attention brought by such a flashy entrance. Now, stop dazing around here. She waved her hand grandly. Follow me. For the next stage of the exam, follow me. As she spoke, she raised her right hand high again, fingers spread wide, as if summoning 10,000 troops or leading a carnival. However, below the stage, there was dead silence. The expected cheers, responses, or at least a commotion, did not appear at all. The candidates, who had just experienced Ibiki's hell-level mental interrogation, were still immersed in the trance of all past, reflecting on the rules just now, and feeling lingering fear from the scars on Ibiki's head. Facing Enko Mitarashi's highly theatrical, even somewhat exaggerated entrance now, most people's reaction was bewilderment, astonishment, and a kind of numbness that asked, what kind of act is this now? No one moved, and no one responded. The enthusiastic call hit a silent wall composed of fatigue, vigilance, and confusion. The scene was once very awkward. Enko Mitarashi's raised arm froze in midair, and the smile on her face was becoming hard to maintain. She blinked, seemingly not expecting this kind of cold reception. Naruto looked at the current, Enko Mitarashi, who was not yet, Enko Sweet Potato, thinking that Ikemoto really should go to the national highway to scare some trucks. Just then, from the edge of that dark red curtain, half a head peeked out silently. It was Marino Ibiki. He had wrapped his scar-covered head with a bandana. At this moment, from behind the side of the curtain, he spoke in a low voice to Anko Madarashi with a tone of helplessness and reminder that could only be heard up close. Read the room. The implication was, I just finished a serious test of will, and everyone hasn't recovered yet, and you pull this hot-blooded stunt, the timing is wrong, hey. Anko Madarashi instantly understood Ibiki's subtext. She snapped her head around, meeting Ibiki's eyes which were filled with the look of, you're such an idiot, then looked back at the confused faces below the stage. However, she quickly regained her composure and then looked at Ibiki. How come 78 people passed this time? That's 26 teams. Ibiki walked out. Because there are many excellent fellows this year. Fine. Anko Madarashi turned to look at the students with a smile, then coldly tossed out a sentence. Well then, for the second stage of the exam, I'm going to eliminate more than half. More than half. Is it that cruel? Details tomorrow. Ask your Jonin teachers for the specific time and location when you get back. That's all for today. Dismissed. As her words fell, she no longer looked at the candidates with their varying reactions. Her figure flashed, and as abruptly as she had come, she leaped out through the broken window gap, disappearing into the sunlight outside. Leaving only the dark red curtain that said, Anko Madarashi has arrived, still swaying slightly on the kunai, along with a floor of mess, witnessing her whirlwind-like arrival and departure. Inside the examination hall, there was another brief silence, followed by a burst of discussion even noisier than before. After learning the time for the second exam from Kakashi, the trio watched as Karen smilingly pulled Kakashi away. This time, be prepared to spend the night in the forest of death. I'll use sealing techniques to prepare more food and water. Before parting, Naruto left his two companions with a piece of advice and then hurried home. He didn't know how Simba and Karen were doing at home. When Naruto returned to the front door, he instantly sensed that there were more than just the auras of Simba and Karen inside. He pushed the door open vigilantly, his left hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch to grip the hilt of the wooden sword. It would hurt his heart if the Hinakagutsuchi sword broke, but the wooden sword was renewable, so he wouldn't mind if it broke, and its chakra conductivity was no worse than the Hinakagutsuchi swords. Pushing open the door, Naruto froze for a moment. In the living room, Karen was standing next to the sofa, her small face slightly puffed up, her purplish-red eyes carrying a trace of imperceptible anger and helplessness, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. And on the sofa, a woman was sitting leisurely. She was draped in a magnificent cyan cloak, the edges of which were embroidered with exquisite snowflake patterns. Her smooth, ink-black long hair cascaded down. Her face was beautiful, and her temperament was noble yet carried a bit of the calm and agility of someone who had seen much of the world. At this moment, her eyes were curved with a bright smile. As she held Simba, her slender, fair fingers gently stroking Simba's furry little head. Simba seemed to enjoy it very much, squinting his eyes and letting out a comfortable purr from his throat, looking like he was having too much fun to think of home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the woman on the sofa and the standing Karen both turned their heads together, looking at Naruto who was stunned at the door. The woman draped in the cyan cloak looked at Naruto and spoke softly. Welcome back. She paused, a flash of mischievous light in her eyes. Mr. Soma. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 140, Koyuki Kazuhana arrives. Chapter 140, Koyuki Kazuhana arrives. So it's Princess of the Storm. Hearing the playful Mr. Soma that carried a hint of a long-awaited reunion, Naruto's tense nerves instantly relaxed. A smile of relief appeared on his face, and a flash of realization and nostalgia flickered in his eyes. The newcomer was not an enemy but an old acquaintance, the current daimyo of the Land of Snow, Koyuki Kazuhana. He pulled his hand back from the wooden sword, casually closed the door, and walked into the living room. The slight tension in the air dissipated, replaced by the relaxed atmosphere of a reunion between old friends. Why are you here? Naruto asked curiously while taking off his shoes. You didn't even give me a heads up. Koyuki Kazuhana was still holding Simba. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes blinked, and she spoke in a matter-of-fact yet slightly smug tone, to establish diplomatic relations with the Land of Fire, of course. As the daimyo of the Land of Snow, isn't it perfectly normal to make an official visit to an allied nation? She was speaking of official business, but the liveliness in her eyes revealed that her purpose for this trip was far more than just that. As she spoke, she freed up one hand and patted the empty spot on the sofa next to her, her movements so natural it was as if she were the owner of the house. Sit down. She beckoned in a familiar tone. Hey. Naruto was amused by her acting like the host and couldn't help but complain, this is my house, you know. Ignoring Koyuki Kazuhana's invitation, he walked straight to Karen, who was standing by the sofa with puffed-out cheeks, sulking. He naturally reached out, gently took Karen's wrist, and led her to a chair by the dining table to sit down. It's like I'm the guest here. Naruto smiled helplessly at Koyuki Kazahana as he pressed down on Karin's shoulders to make her sit properly. Koyuki Kazahana watched Naruto's clearly protective and soothing actions toward Karin. A thoughtful glint flashed in her eyes, but the smile on her face remained unchanged. She placed Simba on her lap, then leaned back against the sofa at her leisure and dropped a bombshell. "Oh. Is that so? However, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has already agreed to let me take you away." She tilted her head, revealing a smile that seemed innocent but was actually quite devious. "So, theoretically speaking, you are now my vassal, Soma, or should I say, Naruto. Take him away." A vassal? If it were anyone else hearing a national daimyo say such a thing, especially using the name of the Land of Fire's daimyo, they would likely have been in a panic or at least skeptical. However, after Naruto heard this, the shock, panic, or doubt that Koyuki Kazahana expected did not appear on his face. He simply raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression calm, even carrying a hint of understanding. He shook his head gently and said in a firm tone. "The daimyo of the Land of Fire agreed, but Lord Third Hokage probably hasn't, right?" It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Naruto knew very well. While the daimyo of the Land of Fire held a high status as a symbol and one of the supreme rulers of the nation, ninja villages, especially major ones like Hidden Leaf Village, possessed a high degree of autonomy. The deployment of ninja was certainly not something a daimyo could decide with a single word. Usually, if the daimyo mentioned something to the Hokage would give some face and agree, as the daimyo provided part of Hidden Leaf Village's funding. But a Jinchuriki was different. As the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi's core responsibility was to protect the village and the interests of the ninja. How could he allow the vital Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of his own village to leave for a long period and become some vassal in another country? It would be as absurd and dangerous as handing over the keys and codes to one's most important strategic arsenal to a neighbor for safekeeping. No matter how friendly political relations were, when it came to trump cards and fundamental security, no competent leader would easily give in. Koyuki Kazahana's words were likely a half-serious joke or a test. The true part might be that the Land of Fire's daimyo, out of diplomatic etiquette or some exchange of interests, had verbally agreed to second elite ninja from Hidden Leaf Village to assist the Land of Snow for a period. The false part, or the part she intentionally ignored, was that such a deployment required formal approval from the Hokage and the higher-ups of Hidden Leaf Village. For a special existence like Naruto, the possibility of approval was slim to none. "I came to Konoha Village specifically for this matter." Just as you thought, the third Hokage flatly refused. Besides, the ninja he recommended didn't seem as impressive as Kakashi to me, so how could they compare to you? Kakashi-sensei is one of the most outstanding jonin in Hidden Leaf Village. Who knows, he might even become the 5th or 6th Hokage in the future. There are very few ninja in the village who can compare to Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stood up for Kakashi's reputation, though it was normal for Koyuki Kazahana, who didn't understand ninja, to say such things. It's like a group of Warhammer players joking that if they transmigrated to Warhammer, they would definitely serve the Emperor, while someone ignorant might say, unfathomably loyal, things like, "Look at how cowardly you are. If I transmigrated there, I would definitely replace that skeleton-like Emperor." It makes one want to laugh. How could those who said they'd serve the Emperor be as loyal as the one who said they'd replace the Emperor as the new one? Kakashi is already at the peak of jonin, there are very few jonin in Hidden Leaf Village stronger than him. Is that so? Koyuki Kazahana put Simba into the dog bed next to the sofa and stepped forward, only to be blocked by Karin with her arms spread wide. Koyuki Kazahana was stunned by Karin's action, and then a look of helplessness and resentment appeared on her face. She looked at Naruto, who had an "it has nothing to do with me" expression, then at Karin's stubborn eyes, and finally gave up on trying to force her way closer. Shrugging, she sat back down on the sofa. Fine, I won't get close." Her tone held a bit of grievance at being rejected, but she quickly regained a serious tone and began to explain the true purpose of her visit. "I have no choice. Those snow ninja used to act like tyrants in the Land of Snow. Not to mention you've already killed most of them, even if they were still around, I wouldn't use them. The Land of Snow currently has no ninja protection, and it's hard to resist the ambitions of surrounding countries with technology alone. That's why I thought about forming an alliance with the Land of Fire and issuing long-term missions for Hidden Leaf Village's ninja to help protect the Land of Snow." Looking at the wary Karin and the indifferent Naruto, Koyuki Kazahana smiled. She said something shocking. "It would be wonderful if you went to the Land of Snow. When the time comes, I could even hand over the position of daimyo of the Land of Snow directly to you." She said it lightly, as if transferring a country was like giving a gift. Before Naruto could react, she blinked and added another sentence, her eyes sweeping over Karin with deep meaning. "And, a daimyo, can marry several wives." Her gaze circled between Naruto and Karin, the curve of her lips carrying a hint of cunning and the look of someone who enjoys watching trouble unfold. "If you want, you can take this cute little red-haired sister along too." As soon as those words were spoken, Karen's face turned beet red, and even the tips of her ears were dyed crimson. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Niji's Vigilance. Chapter 141, Niji's Vigilance. Admit it, Naruto's heart really did skip a beat. Marry several wives. Honestly, it's pointless. If I ever decide to become emperor, I can simply wipe out the other villages later and unify the entire ninja world by force. What kind of emperor hides in a corner? There are so many countries in the world, yet even the largest, the Land of Wind, can be crossed in less than a week at full speed by a single chunin. Princess of the Storm, you're teasing. Naruto said with a grin as he looked at Koyuki Kazahana. Let's treat that as a joke, don't mention it again once you leave this room. How boring. Koyuki Kazahana drew out her tone, disappointment at her failed plan mixing with the frustration of being seen through. She'd been suffocating in the land of snow lately, those old retainers lectured her daily about the dignity of a daimyo. Only with Naruto, her friend, could she relax a little. She tilted sideways and flopped onto the couch without a care for appearances, one hand across her forehead in theatrical despair. Anyway, Konoha Village is hosting the joint chunin exams these days. Starting tomorrow I'll be away for a long stretch. If you've no other business, you'd best leave the village soon. The land of snow is still rebuilding, it can't do without its daimyo, can it? Orochimaru is about to launch the Konoha Crush plan, the village will be dangerous. Between Sandaifu and the others, I'm basically just a mascot over there. Though Sandaifu looks a bit dim, he served Fuka-Suzen and is quite capable in administration. Most importantly, he's utterly loyal, there's no doubting his devotion. Leaving the country in Sandaifu's hands puts Koyuki Kazahana at ease. Even if Sandaifu wanted to usurp the throne, with her currently in Hidden Leaf Village, Snow's defenses couldn't stop Hidden Leaf Village's ninja. Then take this. Naruto fished a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, walked into the bedroom, returned with a sheet of paper, and folded it into a paper crane. If you're ever in danger, tear the crane, I'll sense your location. Both items bore a Flying Thunder God mark, and the paper carried a tracking seal. Once the crane is torn, the seal vanishes, alerting Naruto instantly. After all, the two of them are friends. When chaos erupts, sending a shadow clone to protect Koyuki Kazahana is no trouble at all. I'll keep it, then. Koyuki Kazahana's eyes brightened and the corners of her mouth lifted. She reached out with her slender pale hand, first taking the standard kunai, identical to any other save for the small Uzumaki swirl stamped on it. The cool metal against her fingertip stirred a thought. In noble tradition, gifting a sharp weapon can imply severance, warning, or even threat, it's hardly auspicious. She mused, Naruto's an orphan, he's simply worried about me and gave the most direct tool he trusts. The realization warmed her heart rather than offending her. That he cares enough to ensure her safety is precious in itself. Next she carefully accepted the little paper crane folded from crisp white paper. The crane was delicate, every crease along its wings and tail sharp and clean. Seeing it, her smile deepened and her eyes sparkled. And there's the crane, full of good meaning. She cheered inside. Paper cranes symbolize blessings, wishes, safety, and hope. Naruto gave her one and told her to tear it in danger, his concern and protection couldn't be clearer. The kunai offered practical protection, the crane carried warm wishes and an emergency link. Simple as they were, the gifts were thoughtful and full of care. She tucked the kunai into a hidden inner pocket of her coat, ensuring it was secure against her body. Then she drew out a tiny silk pouch, gently placed the paper crane inside, and kept it close as well. Done, she looked up at Naruto, her smile bright and sincere, free of earlier mischief, filled instead with gratitude and warmth. Thank you for the gifts, Naruto. I'll treasure them. She patted the spots where they now rested. Still, I hope I never need to use them. Naruto smiled at her earnestness. Best if you don't, but better prepared than sorry. Koyuki Kazahana nodded firmly. Karen, watching from the side, remained slightly wary of the princess, yet she could tell Naruto's concern was purely friendly. The tiny prick of jealousy in her heart eased a little. Just then. Big brother Naruto. A bright, lively child's voice rang out as a key turned in the lock, shattering the cozy quiet. The door sprang open and a small figure bounded in like a frisky deer. It was Hyuga Hanabi. Her face beamed, she hoisted a big bag of fresh, dewy vegetables, clearly just back from market. My sister, brother Niji, and I came to eat at your place. She announced loudly. Behind her, two more figures appeared. Hyuga Hinata followed, clutching two large bags of snacks, cheeks pink, eyes lowered shyly yet sparkling with anticipation. Last came Hyuga Niji. He too carried two bulging bags, fresh meat by the look of them. His expression was calm, but the moment his pale eyes swept the room they locked onto Naruto. Ever since accepting his uncle's family, Niji, like Hayashi, had grown wary of Naruto. My cute little sister will not be fooled by this blonde brat. Look at him, surrounded by beauties. No, the innocent Hinata mustn't fall for this yellow-haired trickster. Wow. It's Princess of the Storm. Hanabi set the vegetables on the table, eyes shining as she gazed at Koyuki Kazahana. Can I have your autograph? Read new books in profile. Loving books so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at PA Trian. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, The Forest of Death. Chapter 142, The Forest of Death. What a truly adorable little sister. Koyuki Kazahana's voice was soft and pleasant, carrying the gentleness of an older sister. Of course. As she spoke, she leaned forward gracefully, reaching out to pat Hanabi's cute little head to show her affection. Her smooth, dark hair slid off her shoulders with the movement, shimmering like silk under the light. However, just as her fingers were about to touch the top of Hanabi's head, Hanabi, like a clever little kitten, tilted her head slightly and nimbly dodged Koyuki Kazahana's hand. No way. Hanabi shook her head solemnly, her small face full of seriousness. Father said that if you get your head patted, you won't grow tall. Pfft. Koyuki Kazahana's hand froze in midair, and then she couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Far from being embarrassed by the rejection, she found the little girl even more adorable and amusing. Is that so? I didn't know there was such a saying. She withdrew her hand with a smile and took the notebook and pen she had borrowed from Naruto. All right then, so that this cute little sister doesn't stop growing, I won't pat your head. Here, I'll give you an autograph. Thank you, big sister Princess of the Storm. Hinata gently placed the 2 large bags of snacks she was carrying onto the dining table. Seemingly infected by the little episode of her sister Hanabi's successful fan meeting, she relaxed a bit. With a gentle smile, she naturally looked at Naruto and spoke softly but proactively. Naruto-kun, I'm going to cook now. She had clearly taken to heart what Naruto said during the exam. Having said that, she prepared to head toward the kitchen, looking quite familiar with the way. Niji glared at Naruto, and Naruto glared right back. What are you acting like a good brother for? In the original story, you and Pain were the ones who beat Hinata the hardest. And you did it during the Chunin exams, no less. Niji wanted to give Naruto a beating. The current Naruto also wanted to give Niji a beating. What are you glaring at? If you can't see clearly, go get treatment. Why are you glaring here? Hanabi, you and big sister Karen play with big sister Koyuki for a while. I'm going to help your sister cook. Naruto habitually reached out to pat Hanabi's head, only remembering what she had just said after his hand was already out. Just as he was about to pull it back, Hanabi proactively leaned her little head toward Naruto, pressing it into his palm. The soft sensation of her hair came through. Then, Hanabi looked up, her pure white and clear eyes curving into cute crescents. A bright, slightly mischievous smile bloomed on her face as she replied in a crisp, loud voice. Okay. A single word, crisp and neat, filled with trust and intimacy. The meaning was clear, others can't, but you can, big brother Naruto. This sudden double standard and proactive closeness left Naruto stunned. It also made Koyuki Kazahana's eyes widen slightly. She then covered her mouth and chuckled, her gaze shifting between Naruto and Hanabi. Karen watched the scene with some envy. The last time she had her head patted was before her mother passed away. It had been a long time since she had been patted on the head so gently. Niji was simply ignored. Still asking. Ask again and you'll be cosplaying a hedgehog. Naruto, guess if I know the cutting technique. Ask again and I'll turn you into a stab. The next day, numerous candidates gathered at the designated location in the Forest of Death. Anko Mitarashi had already been waiting for a long time. This is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. After introducing the content of the second exam, Anko distributed stacks of consent forms. These were essentially death waivers. Once signed, Hidden Leaf Village would not be held responsible if they died inside the Forest of Death. Those in the front took one and passed the rest to those behind them. Each team send one representative over there to randomly draw a scroll. Anko commanded, remember, you can only see your own team's scroll type, you won't know anyone else's. You must collect both the Heaven and Earth scrolls to enter the tower at the center of the Forest of Death, and you are not allowed to open the scrolls before entering the tower. Each team stepped forward in turn, pulled a sealed scroll tube from the box, confirmed it, and immediately tucked it away. Finally, lots were drawn to determine the entrance to the Forest of Death. There were dozens of different entrances around Training Ground 44. Entering separately avoided an immediate large-scale melee and added uncertainty and strategy to their encounters. All procedures were complete. Anko Mitarashi stood on high ground, looking down at the young faces about to step into the domain of death. Her smile faded, replaced by a near-cruel calmness. Now, the second stage of the Chunin exams begins. proceed immediately to your designated positions according to the entrance numbers you drew. Any who fail to reach the central tower with both the Heaven and Earth scrolls by noon 5 days from now will be eliminated. As soon as she finished, the candidates hesitated no longer. Following the instructions, they dashed toward their respective entrances like arrows released from a bow. The dark and silent entrances of the Forest of Death were like the gaping maws of giant beasts, gradually swallowing the young figures one by one. The 5-day period of survival, competition, and hunting had officially begun. The moment they stepped into the Forest of Death, the surrounding light dimmed abruptly. Towering ancient trees blotted out the sun. The thick layer of fallen leaves was soft and silent underfoot. The air was filled with the scent of decaying plants, damp soil, and an indefinable sense of danger inherent to a primeval jungle. The chirping of birds and insects seemed exceptionally distant, emphasizing the forest's own silence and depth. The 3 members of Team 7 quickly found a relatively hidden thicket, paused to observe their surroundings, and confirmed each other's positions. What's our plan? Sakura looked at Naruto. Sasuke also listened intently. Before we got the scrolls, I used a sensing ninjutsu to record the chakra of that team from Hidden Grass Village. Follow me to take care of them first. I have a bit of a personal grudge against them. Naruto responded without hesitation. Even if Orochimaru had infiltrated the Grass Ninja, it didn't matter. After killing the other 2, Naruto was confident he could repel Orochimaru. But killing him was another matter, as Orochimaru was notoriously hard to kill. After dealing with them, we'll regroup with the others and then head full speed to the area outside the tower. As we agreed before, we'll only let 1 team from each of the remaining villages through, everyone else will be dealt with outside the tower. Naruto added, his tone lightening slightly. We can also take out any enemies we happen to encounter along the way and seize their scrolls. Understood. Sakura and Sasuke nodded simultaneously. All right, follow me. Move quickly and stay alert. Naruto said no more. With a sudden movement, he was like a leopard blending into the forest shadows, racing silently toward the chakra fluctuations of the Hidden Grass Village team he had sensed. Sakura and Sasuke followed closely behind, and the 3 of them quickly vanished into the dense, dark woods. Except for the fact that it can only perceive the shapes of objects and cannot directly see their appearance like the Byakugan, Kagura Mind's Eye can be said to be the most powerful sensory technique. The range of Kagura Mind's Eye could cover the entire Forest of Death. The movements of everyone here could not escape Naruto's perception, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, Grass Ninja. Chapter 143, Grass Ninja. Deep in the dark forest, the light was fragmented, cut into pieces by layers upon layers of branches and leaves. 3 ninjas wearing Hidden Grass Village headbands, looking exhausted and alert, were resting in a relatively dry hollow at the root of a tree. They were another team from Hidden Grass Village. Tisk. Grass Ninja A, with a sallow face and sinister eyes, carefully took out a few potions and bandages from his ninja bag. His face was full of distress at the cost as he grumbled in a low voice, Hidden Leaf Village is really too much. If they hadn't taken away that red-haired monster girl, why would we need to spend money on these deathly expensive medicines? He was referring to their original reliance on Kairin's Heal Bite ability, which allowed them to quickly recover from injuries and restore chakra at almost no cost. Now, having lost this portable blood bag, they were forced to spend a fortune to temporarily purchase a batch of military medical supplies and supplements before the exam, items whose effects were far inferior to Kairin's ability, yet whose prices were outrageously high. This was a significant burden for ninjas from a small nation where resources were already scarce. Beside him, the tall and thin Grass Ninja B, whose eyes were somewhat numb, sighed and spoke in a low, powerless voice, isn't that just how the great nations are? Plundering small nations at will. If they like something, they take it, if they need it, they requisition it. The key is that we aren't as strong as Hidden Leaf Village. So, we can't resist their plunder, and even our protests seem pale and weak. His words were filled with the helplessness and resentment of a small nation ninja, but they also carried a hint of resigned numbness. In the ninja world, strength is the right to speak, the law of the jungle is the unchanging law. As one of the 5 great nations, Hidden Leaf Village's actions, while hateful to them, were within the rules. Because those plunderers are mostly the ones who make the rules. All right, stop complaining. Grass Ninja C's voice came from above. He was crouching on the branch of a thick tree, tensely observing the surroundings, performing lookout duty. He was the calmest looking of the 3, though his expression was also quite grim. Small nations are like this, but in the end, that is our country. If you think the land of grass is weak, then get stronger yourself and go build up the village and the nation. Grass Ninja C's voice carried a trace of subtle fatigue and annoyance. Instead of wasting time complaining, you'd better think more about how to pass this damn exam. His tone was somewhat impatient. In fact, under the soul-crushing pressure of the first written exam, he had originally intended to raise his hand and give up. That kind of mental torture and the fear for his future qualifications had made it almost impossible for him to breathe. But he couldn't give up. There had been 2 teams from Hidden Grass Village before. That other team was even more miserable. For some unknown reason, they had provoked someone in Hidden Leaf Village. 2 members were beaten so badly they were hospitalized with serious injuries. The remaining one, that red-haired blood bag, Karen, was taken away directly by Hidden Leaf Village's people, and there had been no news since. If their sole remaining Hidden Grass Village team gave up at the very beginning of the second round, or performed too poorly, then Hidden Grass Village would be completely wiped out in this Chunin exams. Upon their return, what awaited them would likely not just be punishment for a failed mission, but also the wrath of the village's high-ranking officials and the disdain of their colleagues. To not even try the exam was simply losing face for Hidden Grass Village. To avoid even harsher punishment upon his return, and perhaps to preserve a shred of pitiful dignity in future mission opportunities, Grass Ninja C gritted his teeth, forced himself to endure, and held out until the second exam to sign that life and death waiver. He harbored a sliver of hope. As long as they could scrape through to the second round, even if they ultimately failed to pass, they would at least have an explanation when they returned, and wouldn't be punished too severely. Hurry up and rest, replenish your chakra and stamina. Grass Ninja C jumped down from the tree and said to his 2 companions in a low voice, "This forest isn't right, it's too quiet. We need to find other weak teams as soon as possible, seize their scrolls, and then find a safe place to hide and endure these 5 days." Before his words could finish. Rustle. An extremely faint sound, as if it were just the wind blowing through fallen leaves, came from behind the nearby bushes. The hair on the 3 men's necks stood on end instantly. That sound didn't seem like the natural sound of the wind. Enemy attack. Grass Ninja C was the first to react, shouting sharply while his hands rapidly formed seals. However, it was already too late. 3 figures, like ghosts, suddenly appeared from 3 different directions, moving so fast they left afterimages. It was Team 7. Naruto's eyes were cold and his goal was clear, lunging straight for Grass Ninja A, who had been complaining the loudest. Sasuke's figure flashed, cutting off Grass Ninja B's path of retreat. Sakura threw several kunai to attack Grass Ninja C. In the blink of an eye, Naruto drew 80 Days Calamity Cutter. Grass Ninja A only felt a chill on his neck, and his vision suddenly began to spin wildly. He saw his own headless body standing frozen in place, with hot blood gushing from the neck like a small fountain. Then, he discovered with horror that his head had already left his body, flying high with a trail of crimson blood. Time seemed to stretch at this moment. He could clearly see the terrified expressions of his companions, the distorted light and shadows of the forest, and the drops of blood falling from that pitch-black blade. His head traced a parabola in the air, finally falling heavily onto the leaf-covered ground, rolling a few times and becoming covered in dirt and broken leaves, his face frozen in a final state of shock and fear. The head flew up, trailing a string of blood, and then rolled onto the ground. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Nail Crimson. Sasuke formed hand seals and quickly spat out dozens of small fireballs from his mouth, each wrapping a shuriken. Like blooming phoenix flowers, they carried a sharp whistling sound, covering all of Grass Ninja B's possible evasion routes in a fan shape. In his terror, Grass Ninja B could only roll clumsily on the ground, barely dodging most of the fireballs. However, his sleeves and pant legs were still grazed, igniting small flames, and the stinging pain made him groan. His rhythm was completely disrupted, and he fell into a passive position. Without giving him any breathing room, Sasuke's second ninjutsu followed immediately. Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke took a deep breath, his chest swelling high, and then exhaled violently. This time, it was no longer scattered fireballs, but 3 condensed and compressed streams of blazing fire shaped like ferocious dragon heads. The 3 fire dragons formed a triangular pattern, roaring as they tore through the air, instantly engulfing the area where Grass Ninja B had just steadied himself. Ah! Grass Ninja B only had time to let out a short, miserable scream before his figure was completely swallowed by the violent fire dragons. The flames rolled, burning the ground where he stood into a charred black mess. When the flames dissipated, only a charred, curled, and unrecognizable corpse remained, the air filled with the pungent smell of burnt flesh. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Finishing off the enemy is a good habit. Chapter 144, Finishing off the enemy is a good habit. On the other side, Sakura Haruno's surprise attack was narrowly dodged by Grass Ninja C. As the most vigilant and calm of the 3, Grass Ninja C reacted the moment Team 7 appeared, subconsciously retreating rapidly to his side and rear, just barely avoiding several kunai thrown at a tricky angle by Sakura from the side. The kunai hit the tree trunk behind him with several thuds. Having dodged the strike, Grass Ninja C felt a surge of joy, thinking he had found a breakthrough. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his hands immediately began forming hand signs, preparing to cast his best earth-release ninjutsu to first repel this female ninja opponent before looking for a chance to escape. However, he was only halfway through his signs. A fair, seemingly delicate fist suddenly enlarged in his vision at a speed far exceeding his reaction limit. It was that pink-haired female ninja. When did she get so close? So fast. Crack. The clear sound of bone fracturing rang out. Arg. Grass Ninja C felt an overwhelming, completely irresistible, terrifying force transmit from his arm, instantly destroying his defense. Severe pain shot through his arms as if he had been hit head-on by a battering ram. His entire body flew backward out of control like a kite with a broken string. His body traced a long arc through the air, and his back slammed heavily into a thick tree that would take 2 people to encircle. Thud. Another dull impact. Grass Ninja C's body slumped down the tree trunk, sitting paralyzed on the ground. His head hung limply to one side, his arms twisted at unnatural angles, and blood overflowed from his mouth. He had completely lost consciousness. Sakura slowly pulled back her fist, and the chakra glow covering it quietly dissipated. She looked at her unconscious opponent with little expression on her face, only letting out a slight sigh of relief. The method Naruto taught her earlier, attaching chakra to her fists to strengthen her attacks, really was effective. From the start of the battle to the end, barely a dozen seconds had passed. Of the 3 grass ninja, 1 was dead, 1 was charred, and 1 was unconscious. The 3 members of Team 7 were almost completely unharmed, and they hadn't even consumed much chakra. Naruto walked over to the corpse of Grass Ninja B, which had been charred, curled up, and rendered unrecognizable by Sasuke's dragon fire technique. He frowned and gave it a gentle nudge with the tip of his foot. The charcoal-like corpse made a light cracking sound, and some fragments of clothing that had turned into black embers fell off. He turned his head toward Sasuke, raising an eyebrow with a tone of slight helplessness and warning. "Hey, Sasuke, don't burn them directly like this next time." Hearing this, Sasuke glanced at Naruto but said nothing. Naruto pointed at the charred corpse on the ground that was barely recognizable. "If the heaven or earth scroll happened to be on him, your burning would mean we did all this work for nothing." "Yeah, I get it." Naruto then walked to the tree trunk where several kunai were embedded, casually pulled one out, and weighed it in his hand. The kunai was still stained with a bit of grass debris and tree sap. He turned, flicked his wrist, and the kunai streaked out like a silver light, accurately thrown toward Sakura, who was about to search Grass Ninja C's ninja tool pouch. Naruto's voice was calm. "Sakura, remember to finish him off. Finishing off an enemy ensures they have completely lost the ability to resist or are dead. It is the most basic part of ninja combat, yet also the easiest for novices to overlook. Especially in a life and death exam like this, any small oversight could lead to fatal consequences." Sakura caught the kunai Naruto threw, her fingers tightening slightly. She looked at Grass Ninja C lying unconscious at her feet with twisted arms and blood oozing from his nose and mouth. A trace of hesitation and pity flashed across her face. The opponent had already lost consciousness and was severely injured. It seemed unnecessary to deliver a killing blow. After Naruto and Sasuke finished looting the ninja tool pouches of the ninjas they had killed, they saw that Sakura had delayed in taking action and looked at her together. "Do it quickly," Sasuke urged. "Have you forgotten what happened in the land of snow so soon? Do you want to be counter-killed because you didn't finish the job?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. Hearing these words, Sakura finally made up her mind. She took a deep breath, and the hesitation in her eyes was gradually replaced by determination. She took out 2 clean, sharp kunai from her own ninja tool pouch. She stepped back 2 paces to keep a relatively safe distance, then exerted force with her wrist. Swish. 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 3 kunai flew in a triangular formation with the sound of breaking air, accurately striking Grass Ninja C's throat, heart, and abdomen respectively. Thwack. 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 3 dull sounds of blades entering flesh. The unconscious Grass Ninja C's body twitched violently once, then became completely still. Blood quickly spread out from beneath him. Naruto walked over to Sakura, whose face was still a bit pale and whose fingers holding the kunai were trembling slightly. He didn't say any hollow words of comfort, he just reached out and patted her shoulder with moderate pressure. This gesture carried silent support and understanding. He looked into Sakura's emerald eyes, which still held a trace of shock, and spoke in a calm voice that carried the sincerity and guidance of a comrade. "It's okay if you were reluctant to strike at first." He acknowledged the normalcy of this reaction, especially for a young female ninja who had rarely experienced life and death combat. This wasn't weakness, but rather the kindness in human nature that hadn't been completely erased and an instinctive reverence for life. Forcibly denying or suppressing these feelings would instead be detrimental to growth. Back in the land of snow, it was usually Naruto and Sasuke who went on the offensive, while Sakura worked with Kakashi to help the local people who had been victimized by the snow ninja. This could be considered growth. But then Naruto changed the subject, pointing toward a more realistic and cruel future. There will be many more battles to come. His gaze swept across the dark, deep, and peril-filled forest. The meaning was self-evident. This was only the beginning. Over the next 5 days, they would face more enemies, more sinister environments, and harder choices. After you kill a few more enemies, you'll slowly get used to it and find the hard for it. These words sounded a bit cold, even carrying a hint of ruthlessness. But Naruto knew this was an unavoidable part of the ninja path. Being soft-hearted on a real battlefield often meant the death of oneself or one's comrades. He didn't want to see Sakura pay a tragic price at some critical moment in the future because of a temporary reluctance. Becoming accustomed to killing wasn't about becoming bloodthirsty, but about making one's mind resilient, being able to make the choice most conducive to survival and the mission without hesitation when necessary. This was a form of protection as well as growth. Just as Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke also walked over silently. He didn't look at Sakura, his gaze level as he stared at the forest ahead, but that slight nod of his head clearly expressed his agreement. He approved of Naruto's words. In Sasuke's worldview, power, survival, revenge, all of these required a heart that was sufficiently cold and determined. Unnecessary pity for an enemy was foolish and dangerous. Sakura needed to become stronger, not just in terms of ability, but in her heart as well. Naruto sent out a shadow clone, which found a scroll on Grass Ninja C's body. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 145, Chapter 145, Orochimaru. Chapter 145, Orochimaru. These Grass Ninja Scrolls were also Heaven Scrolls, making them useless for Team 7. However, their other friends should have Earth Scrolls. It was impossible for all 4 teams to have Heaven Scrolls, right? Tossing the scroll into his ninja tool pouch, Naruto sensed that the closest people to the 3 of them were Team 10's Ino, Shika, Cho trio. They seemed to be in the middle of a battle as well. Let's go. I've sensed Shikamaru's location. They've gotten into a fight with someone. The 3 of them didn't delay any further, moving quickly toward the direction Naruto sensed. Their movements were light and swift, like 3 shadows darting through the forest, carefully avoiding paths and sounds that might expose their presence. When the Team 7 trio followed their senses and the faint sounds of fighting to the vicinity of the battlefield, this was the scene that met their eyes. In a relatively open forest clearing, a battle was underway, but the Hidden Leaf Village side firmly controlled the situation. Shikamaru was crouching on a thick branch of a large tree, his brow slightly furrowed but his eyes focused. His hands maintained a steady hand seal. From his position, a long, slender, flexible black shadow snaked down the trunk, through the fallen leaves and bushes on the ground, and precisely connected to the feet of a hidden Rain Village ninja in the center of the clearing. Ino wasn't there. She must be hiding and using the mind transfer jutsu. In the center of the clearing, Akimichi Choji had activated the partial multi-size jutsu and was dealing with Rain Ninja A alongside Rain Ninja C. It seemed Rain Ninja C was being controlled by the hidden Ino. Rain Ninja B, controlled by Shikamaru, could only watch helplessly like a helpless bystander as his teammates were dealt with. Ino, release the mind transfer jutsu. Naruto rushed out and decapitated Rain Ninja A, who was fighting Choji, while Sasuke drew a kunai and stabbed Rain Ninja B, who was controlled by the shadow imitation technique. Rain Ninja C, controlled by Ino, nodded at Naruto and then raised his right hand high. The moment Rain Ninja C's right hand dropped, Naruto knew the mind transfer jutsu had been released. Taking advantage of the moment the opponent regained control of his body, he raised his blade and stabbed it into the man's heart. You guys arrived a bit slower than I expected. As the last Amigakure ninja fell, Nara Shikamaru jumped down from the branch where he was hiding, his feet landing on the ground with almost no sound. A rustling sound came from the bushes behind a tree on the other side. Ino Yamanaka pushed aside the dense foliage and emerged from hiding. You're here, that's great. Are you okay, Ino? Is your consumption high? Sakura stepped forward to help Ino pick off the leaves stuck to her. I'm fine, Sakura. Ino gave Sakura a bright smile. But I'll need you to protect me in the battles ahead. Sure. After Shikamaru got the Earth Scroll from the Amigakure village, his gaze quickly swept over his team's condition. Choji and Ino hadn't consumed much. He looked at Team 7 again. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had steady breathing and ample chakra. Clearly, they hadn't exerted themselves much either. No time to lose, let's go meet up with Kiba and the others. Naruto nodded and added, yeah, it seems they've already gone to meet up with Neji and his team. During the brief exchange, Naruto had already activated the Kagura Mind's Eye to scan the Forest of Death. Team 8 and Neji's trio were approaching quickly. Both teams had the Byakugan, so there was no need to worry about encountering other teams in between. The Byakugan's powerful X-ray vision and long-range sight were practically cheat codes in such complex terrain. With Hinata and Niji present, their two teams could not only avoid most obvious dangers but also detect other teams' tracks in advance, choosing safe routes or actively avoiding or ambushing them. This undoubtedly greatly increased the success rate and safety of the rendezvous. Hearing Naruto's words, a flash of understanding and praise crossed Shikamaru's eyes. This guy Naruto was not only strong but even his sensing ability was so abnormal. With him around, intelligence was indeed much easier. That's perfect then. Shikamaru made a prompt decision. We'll head directly toward where they're converging, trying to meet them on the way or near their rendezvous point. This saves time and avoids the risks of waiting at a fixed location. According to what was discussed before entering the Forest of Death, the scrolls would only be distributed once everyone was together. Shikamaru directly put away the Earth Scroll. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. Naruto, you lead the way. I'll leave the sensing to you. No problem. Naruto replied. Let's go. At Naruto's command, Team 7 and Team 10 set off again. They had barely moved for 2 minutes when Naruto noticed someone approaching. That cold and sinister chakra, could it be Orochimaru? Naruto left a kunai behind and then continued leading the group forward. After they left, a woman weaving through the trees arrived at the spot. Uchiha Sasuke, we will meet soon. Her long tongue flicked out, and the woman used it to wipe her face before preparing to speed up. I don't think you'll be seeing him. The kunai Naruto had dropped earlier transformed into his likeness. It turned out that kunai was a shadow clone Naruto had created in advance, using the transformation jutsu. While he couldn't use those powerful skills openly, Naruto was also thinking about how to ambush others, and how to exert more of his strength. The shadow windmill collaboration he used with Sasuke before gave him inspiration, and thus the shadow clone kunai was born. Looking at the Naruto before him, Orochimaru gave a sinister smile. Just with you. She was slightly surprised in her heart, such sharp sensing. I deliberately suppressed my presence, yet I was still detected in advance, and he even left a countermeasure. This kind of sharp sensing couldn't possibly be the Kagura mind's eye, could it? As a research fanatic, she also had some knowledge of the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques. The Kagura mind's eye was the Uzumaki clan's top-tier sensing technique, with an extremely wide range and high precision. But as far as she knew, even Uzumaki Kushina didn't seem to have fully mastered or displayed this technique. This kid, although he was the child of Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina, and having extraordinary talent was understandable, but the Kagura mind's eye, wasn't that a bit too much? After all, even within the Uzumaki clan, those who awakened the Kagura mind's eye were very few. Could this kid Naruto, who didn't even have red hair, actually awaken the Kagura mind's eye? Naruto's shadow clone didn't answer Orochimaru's taunt. He leaped lightly onto a nearby tree, casually broke off a branch that looked sturdy enough, and waited in his hand. Just with me. He said calmly, his gaze locked on Orochimaru. Orochimaru looked at the shadow clone's face, which closely resembled Minato Namikaze. A hint of reminiscence and amusement flashed in her golden slit pupils. He really does look like Minato. I just wonder if you have Minato's skills. Due to the living corpse reincarnation, Orochimaru was currently using a female body. It didn't matter, in the process of constantly improving the living corpse reincarnation for eternal life, she had long since grown accustomed to bodies of different genders and ages. Although this body could only exert about 80% of her strength, Orochimaru was confident that dealing with a genin brat was more than enough. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, This Body is Mine. Chapter 146, This Body is Mine. Naruto's shadow clone knew his mission was to stall for time. So he didn't mind chatting with Orochimaru a bit more. The main body was leading his companions away. Orochimaru's target was Sasuke. As long as he stalled her and gained enough time and distance for the main body, it would be fine. Besides, Naruto knew very well that Orochimaru would still be useful later. Moreover, the main body had prepared a little gift for Orochimaru later, although it was currently on Danzo. He couldn't kill her here. Thinking of this, the shadow clone's eyes sharpened. Wielding that ordinary tree branch, chakra erupted beneath his feet, and his figure shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight at Orochimaru on the branch. Initially, Orochimaru did intend to toy with Naruto. A genin holding a tree branch, what threat could he pose? However, when Naruto's figure rapidly approached and the seemingly ordinary tree branch in his hand was suddenly infused with highly condensed, incomparably sharp wind-release chakra, emitting a cyan glow, Orochimaru's expression instantly changed. Relying on her extraordinary reaction speed and flexible body, she twisted her torso eerily like she had no bones at the moment the branch reached her, narrowly avoiding the seemingly simple thrust. But the moment she dodged, the wind attribute chakra erupted. SSHHH, SSHHH, SSHHH. The tree branch, bolstered by wind-release chakra, unexpectedly shot out countless hair-thin yet incredibly sharp wind blades from its tip and various small twigs simultaneously. These wind blades weren't scattered randomly, instead, following the branch's swing trajectory, they formed a dense and precise cutting net. Crack! The tree Orochimaru had been standing on, one so thick it would take several people to encircle it, and the two trees behind it were easily and neatly sliced into dozens of segments the moment they touched the wind blade net, like tofu cut by an invisible blade. Wood chips flew, and the cross-sections were smooth. If this had hit a person. Orochimaru landed on another branch not far away, her golden vertical pupils staring fixedly at the tree branch still flowing with cyan light in the Naruto shadow clone's hand. The mockery and ease on her face had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. If I had really been hit by that move, wouldn't I have been sliced into pieces? This Uzumaki Naruto's mastery over chakra nature transformation and control had actually reached such a terrifying level. To be able to perform such a threatening area of effect cutting attack just by conducting wind release through a branch broken off at random. It seemed this chance encounter was far more troublesome than she had imagined. Orochimaru cast aside her contempt and began to take the brat in front of her seriously. To be able to dodge this move of mine. Naruto's shadow clone, holding the cyan glowing branch, tilted his head slightly and looked at Orochimaru, who had landed on a nearby branch with a grave expression, his tone carrying surprise and inquiry. You're certainly not simple. He paused intentionally, as if truly pondering the other's origin. Which village are you from? He asked, feigning an attempt to identify his opponent's identity. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flickered slightly. She sneered inwardly at the Naruto shadow clone's naive question, but on the surface, she maintained that pale and sinister appearance, responding in a raspy voice. Just, from a small village. She was vague, clearly not wanting to reveal her identity. She had originally planned to disguise herself as a grass ninja, but one grass ninja had been taken by Naruto, two were heavily injured, and the remaining team had been called away by Hiruzen Sarutobi before the exam. So this time, she used the vanishing facial copy technique to replace an unlucky fellow from Takigakure. Meanwhile, her fingers hidden under her wide sleeves moved extremely discreetly. A tiny, snow-white snake slid silently out of her sleeve, pressing against the tree trunk, preparing to swim quietly toward the Naruto shadow clone's flank. This was one of Orochimaru's usual tricks. However, just as that little white snake had left Orochimaru's sleeve and hadn't yet fully blended into the shadows of the environment. ZZZZT. A blindingly brilliant bolt of azure lightning suddenly shot out from the tip of the branch in the Naruto shadow clone's hand without warning. The lightning was as thin as a steel needle but incredibly solid, and its speed exceeded the limits of visual capture. It accurately struck the little white snake that was sneaking around. Zap. A soft sound. The little white snake didn't even have time to struggle before its slender body was easily pierced by the lightning. A charred hole appeared in the center of its body, and a faint smell of burning spread. The little white snake twitched stiffly, then slid limply from the tree trunk, falling into the fallen leaves below, motionless. Lightning release. And it was a high-precision lightning release with chakra form and nature transformation controlled to the extreme. Orochimaru hadn't expected the opponent to not only use wind release so sharply but also be able to instantly switch and trigger such a precise lightning release attack on a branch where the wind release chakra hadn't even fully dissipated, all in such a short time. This kind of chakra control and attribute switching speed was simply inconceivable. Naruto's shadow clone acted as if he had only done a trivial thing. Still holding the branch, he looked calmly at Orochimaru, his tone carrying a hint of understanding and playfulness. You like playing with snakes, huh? He paused, his gaze seemingly inadvertently sweeping over Orochimaru's sleeves and the surrounding tree trunks. Are you planning to slip away, or planning a sneak attack? Looking at the Naruto shadow clone's calm, I've seen through you long ago, expression, the shock and suspicion in Orochimaru's heart grew heavier. The strength, tactical literacy, and exquisite use of chakra displayed by Uzumaki Naruto had completely exceeded the scope of a normal genin. Even many jonin might not be able to switch and control two chakra attribute attacks so casually. The opponent hadn't even used hand seals. The son of Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina is indeed an extraordinary fellow. Orochimaru thought to herself. Her desire for Sasuke's Sharingan was still burning, but at this moment, she had also developed a strong interest in the blonde boy himself. Perhaps his body was even more valuable than the current Sasuke's. When the time came, she could completely gouge out Sasuke's eyes and transplant them onto this kid. Then she would possess both this exceptionally talented body and the Sharingan. Just thinking about it was a bit exciting. Little brother, how about letting me go this time? I can give you the heaven and earth scrolls I've collected. Orochimaru said, her right hand slowly reaching into her ninja tool pouch. Then, she suddenly thrust out her right hand. Her right hand transformed into several brown snakes, their mouths open to bite Naruto. Hidden shadow snake hands. Naruto's shadow clone calmly raised his hand, sliced the hidden shadow snake hands into chunks of meat, and then suddenly lunged at Orochimaru. The branch pierced Orochimaru's body, and from Orochimaru's mouth, a large white-scaled snake with long black hair emerged, its mouth open to bite Naruto's neck. A look of excitement flashed in the snake's golden vertical pupils. This body is mine. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, Uzumaki Naruto, will meet again. Chapter 147, Uzumaki Naruto, will meet again. The instant the white-scaled, black-haired serpent's icy fangs, carrying Orochimaru's glee and certainty, sank into the neck of Naruto. A sudden change. The branch in the shadow clone's hand, infused with chakra, sliced into Orochimaru's serpent body. A vicious gleam flashed in the white-scaled serpent's eyes. The brat was clearly trying to trade lives, but his goal was to seize the body, not kill it. This body will soon be mine, no. Orochimaru's eyes widened. The Naruto who had just severed his serpent body and been bitten in the neck began to turn transparent, indistinct, and then, with a pop, Naruto became a dense white cloud of smoke that quickly dispersed into the air. Shadow clone. This wasn't the real Naruto at all. He'd been completely played. Hiss. The bisected but still conscious white-scaled, black-haired serpent let out a shrill, venomous cry. Its golden vertical pupils glared at the vanishing smoke, filled with humiliation and fury at being toyed with. Ugh. It wrenched open its jaws again and, from deep in its throat, disgorged a figure curled like a newborn, wrapped in viscous translucent fluid. The newly emerged Orochimaru sprawled on the leaf-strewn, blood-spattered ground, gasping, body slick with reptilian slime. He lifted his head toward where the shadow clone had vanished, then at the two halves of the dying white serpent and the torn female corpse nearby. Damn it. Clenching his teeth, he forced out a voice thick with fury and frustration, golden eyes burning with cold fire. It was a shadow clone. Even the Uchiha clan and later the Otsutsuki of Naruto Next Generations can't tell a shadow clone from the original. Even someone like Uchiha Madara could only judge by experience. Orochimaru hadn't seen that this Naruto was a clone. This Uzumaki Naruto, his strength, cunning, and secret techniques, far exceeded every report, becoming an utterly unpredictable variable. Orochimaru rose slowly, though battered, his new body retained mobility and chakra. Face dark, he swiftly assessed the situation. So the old man's been secretly grooming him. The boy's displayed power was nothing like the talentless, hard-working Naruto described in the intel. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru murmured the name, eyes glinting with complex light. 2 consecutive Orochimaru-style body substitutions had taken their toll. Toward Naruto he felt rage, caution, defeat, but beneath it all, greed for a precious vessel, and research subject, burned hotter. First, he had to regroup, recover, and handle this unfathomable blonde far more carefully. Knowing Minato, he'd sealed the Nine-Tails into his son before death. That meant the boy, if cornered, might go tailed beast, perfect. The Konoha Crush plan needed Shikaka to rampage. If the Nine-Tails joined in, all the better. He wouldn't give up Naruto's body, so this was the only way. Uzumaki Naruto, will meet again. With a final glance at the wrecked battlefield, Orochimaru melted into the shadows of the Forest of Death and vanished. After rendezvousing with Team 8 and Niji, Naruto received the clones' memories. The one chasing them had indeed been Orochimaru. Naruto kept moving. The 4 squads now held 3 heaven scrolls and 4 earth scrolls, 1 heaven short of all reaching the tower at the forest center. The 12 swept through the Forest of Death in search of it. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the windows onto the tidy living room. Hanabi, cloth in hand, stood on tiptoe to dust the high shelves. She had volunteered for the cleaning. Karen, awkward, watched Hanabi bustle about, offering items when she could. Days of good nutrition had brightened Karen's red hair and healed her wounds. When Hanabi finished the shelves she bustled into Naruto's bedroom to straighten the bed. Lifting the mattress, she noticed the spare bedding beneath had been used, folded differently from before. The little girl's curiosity flared. She stepped back into the living room, pale eyes blinking, and asked casually, Karen, do you sleep in Naruto and I's bed at night? Startled, Karen nodded. Yeah. Remembering how Naruto had given up his bed and slept on the floor, she smiled softly. Naruto-kun's really kind. He let me have the bed so I wouldn't be scared, and slept beside me on the floor. Though she'd asked because of her fear, he'd agreed without hesitation. Recalling how he'd held her hand through the night, she added quietly, and he even held my hand while we slept. He makes me feel so safe. She spoke only to share warmth and gratitude. But to Hanabi, held my hand while we slept, struck like lightning. Hand-holding while sleeping. Her Byakugan eyes snapped wide. She stared at Karen, innocence gone, replaced by shock and a sudden sense of crisis. Seeing Karen touch her reddening face in fond memory, Hanabi's temples bulged. She activated her Byakugan. Voice rising with unchildlike interrogation, she demanded. So. Naruto NII likes holding your hand while he sleeps, Karen A. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, just a little more, we're almost safe, damn it. Chapter 148, just a little more, we're almost safe, damn it. Karen was startled by Hanabi's sudden change of expression and the activation of her Byakugan. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, she couldn't understand why this little girl had suddenly grown angry. She nodded instinctively and answered in a small voice. Why yes, my right hand. She lifted her right hand to show it. What's wrong? She couldn't see the problem. The right hand, is it? Hanabi's voice dropped. Those eerily pure white eyes, now glowing with Byakugan, locked dead on Karen's right hand. In her mind flashed countless images of Big Brother Naruto holding her hand, patting her head, smiling at her, contrasted with the sight of this red-haired woman holding hands while sleeping with Big Brother Naruto. I'd only just accepted Sister Ino, so why has another one appeared? Big Sister and I should have been enough, why do you all keep popping up to steal Big Brother Naruto? What's worse, this Sister Karen actually looks like she's enjoying it, like she depends on him. Unforgivable. Hanabi style. Slowly lowering the bedsheet, the little girl sank into a perfectly orthodox Hyuga gentle fist opening stance. Young as she was, her form was already impeccable, chakra began to swirl faintly around her. Veins bulging around her Byakugan eyes, she fixed Karen's right hand in her sights and, in a childish yet killing intent-laden voice, barked. 8 trigrams palm. Before the words had faded she shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Her target, Karen's right hand. From the look of it she really meant to use the Hyuga family's gentle fist to teach this woman who dared hold Big Brother Naruto's hand while sleeping a painful lesson. W8. Little Sister Hanabi, what are you doing? Karen was completely bewildered, backing away in fright. How had tidying up turned into a fight? Hidden Grass Village had never trained Karen, they needed a helpless blood bag, not a ninja capable of resistance. Naturally, with her less than stellar shinobi skills, Karen was no match for Hanabi and barely blocked 2 strikes. With a muffled groan Karen felt her chakra severed and frozen, a powerful numbness swept through every limb, robbing her of all strength. She slumped against the sofa, unable to move. Hanabi did not press the attack. Her small hand stopped a finger's breadth from Karen's nose. Those pure, all-seeing Byakugan eyes gazed down like an envoy from the Pure Land, no longer childlike but coldly analytical, pinning Karen's terrified face. The look sent an icy shiver down Karen's spine. Never in her life had she felt such oppressive, piercing eyes in a child. Sorry, Sister Karen. I got carried away. Hanabi's voice sounded. Tilting her head, still fixing Karen with white eyes, she asked an apparently unrelated question. Have you studied the transformation jutsu before? The question caught Karen off guard. Staring at the little palm poised to drop in those eyes that seemed to read her soul, she felt dread and confusion. She didn't know why Hanabi asked, but completely overpowered and with her life in the other's hands she dared not hide or stay silent. She nodded, and with her pressure point struck her voice came out weak and trembling. A little. That's just wonderful. Hanabi's lips curved. Crap. Have these leaf maniacs lost their minds? Several Suna genin were now gripped by unprecedented panic and disarray. They had started with 9 members and, relying on Suna's wind release and teamwork, had kept a steady footing in the forest. But moments ago they had the misfortune of running into the Leaf's 12 young ninjas, who were sweeping the forest of death. At first they tried to fight back. Yet one glance at the enemy lineup almost made them cry. Nearly every Leaf clan was represented. Pull out. Scatter and run. The Suna captain screamed himself hoarse. But it was already too late. Once the leaf hunting machine starts, escape is never easy. Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique and Shino's insect swarm sealed their retreat and broke their formation. Then, with Naruto accepted, the rest pounced like sharks smelling blood. The Suna team was scattered, only 6 fled deeper into the forest toward what they hoped was safety. Behind them 3 figures clung like shadows, Kiba, Shino, and Choji. The trio formed an arrowhead of pursuit, Kiba and Akamaru tracked by scent and speed, never losing the trail. Shino's insects harassed from the flanks, slowing the Suna ninja. Choji barreled through obstacles like a rampaging tank, making escape impossible. It was a one-sided game of cat and mouse. And the Suna ninja were the frantic rats. The leaf did not swarm all at once. Using numbers, coordination, and terrain, they peeled the fugitives away layer by layer, like stripping an onion. The first to fall tried to set a puppet trap in dense bushes. Uchiha Sasuke stepped from the shadows and drove a kunai through his throat, no scream, just a thud as he hit the ground. The second climber chose the wrong tree, Hyuga Niji, waiting in the canopy, struck with swift gentle fist, sealed every chakra point, then tossed the helpless Suna ninja down to be finished off. With Byakugan, the Leaf side might as well have had wall hacks. The fugitives left were bait. Aside from Leaf, Suna had entered the most genin. The survivors fled for their lives before a dozen pursuers. They spotted Kankuro's marker. His squad lay ahead. If they could lead these Leaf maniacs to that monster Gaara, they might survive. After all, elder sister Temari and Lord Kankuro were there too. Faster. Move it. Right ahead. Lord Gaara. For the first time the lead Suna ninja cried the title from the heart. Just a little more, almost safe, damn it. Read new books in profile. Loving books so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 149, Chapter 149, Gaara, now is not the time for your exit. Hey, read new book in profile 3. Naruto, start with Tenseigan. Chapter 149, Gaara, now is not the time for your exit. The world before his eyes seemed to suddenly broaden. The dense trees receded to both sides, revealing a relatively open forest clearing. Sunlight was able to spill down more freely, illuminating the scene in the center of the clearing. The 3 members of Gaara's squad seemed to have just finished a brief battle. Kankuro was looting the enemy's corpses, while Temari sat on a tree branch observing the surroundings. Beneath Gaara's feet, the sand writhed slightly, silently burying and swallowing the traces of battle. A faint scent of blood and the residue of agitated chakra still lingered in the air. Just then, a flurry of panicked, hurried footsteps and cries mixed with terror approached from afar, breaking the silence of the clearing. Several ninja wearing hidden sand village headbands, looking wretched and covered in wounds and dirt, rushed out from the depths of the forest like stray dogs, scrambling toward the clearing. The leading sand ninja's face was written with the ecstasy of surviving a desperate situation and a plea for help. He spotted the 3 important figures in the clearing and, as if seeing saviors, shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse and strained. Lady Temari. Lord Kankuro. Lord Gaara. Save us. There are hidden Leaf Village pursuers behind us, they've gone mad. They've killed so many of our people. Temari on the branch and Kankuro looting the corpses on the ground both felt their hearts sink, thinking, this is bad. This idiot. Temari's expression instantly turned somewhat ugly. Kankuro also stopped his movements, his brow furrowed deeply. They knew Gaara all too well. For this younger brother, who was regarded as a failed product by their father, had the one-tail Shikaka sealed within him, and possessed an extremely twisted personality. Any action or word that might slight or ignore him could touch his sensitive and dangerous nerves. Placing the names of Lady Temari and Lord Kankuro before Lord Gaara to Gaara's ears, this might be an invisible belittlement and neglect. As if in the seeker's heart, Temari and Kankuro were more important and more worthy of being asked for help first than him. This was practically dancing wildly in a minefield. Sure enough, Gaara, who had been standing in the center of the clearing with an expressionless face and arms crossed, reacted the moment he heard the cry for help and the order of the names. Beneath those deep dark circles, his pale green eyes shifted slightly. He slowly lowered his crossed arms. The movement seemed ordinary, but it made Temari and Kankuro's hearts leap into their throats. Gaara didn't look at the wretched, tearful ninja from his own village. Instead, he calmly cast his gaze toward the path they had come from, as if waiting for something, or perhaps confirming the position of the pursuers. Then, he spoke. His voice was low and devoid of ripples, yet it carried a chill that could freeze one's marrow. Sand-binding coffin. As his words fell, the mouth of the giant sand gourd on Gaara's back suddenly snapped open. A large amount of dark-colored, fine yellow sand, like a black tide with a life of its own, surged out silently and swiftly. The yellow sand did not attack the direction of the potential pursuers. Instead, like a tiger smelling blood, it pounced directly toward those several Sunagakure ninja who had just escaped death and thought they were saved, carrying a violent and suppressed killing intent. What? Lord Gaara. No. The ecstasy on the faces of the several sand ninja instantly froze, turning into extreme terror and disbelief. They never imagined that after struggling so hard to escape here and praying for the protection of their village's powerhouses, what awaited them was not a helping hand, but a lethal attack from their own important figure. They wanted to resist, they wanted to run, but the exhaustion and injuries from being pursued by Hidden Leaf Village, coupled with facing Gaara's sudden, oppressive killing intent, made their bodies stiffen and their reactions slow by half a beat. Whoosh! The speed of the yellow sand was beyond imagination. In an instant, it completely wrapped, entwined, and imprisoned the sand ninja, forming several sand spheres that constantly writhed and contracted. Muffled struggles and desperate whimpers came from inside the sand spheres. Gaara looked expressionlessly at the spheres that were bulging and trying to break free. He slowly raised his right hand, and then, suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. Sand waterfall funeral. Puff, puff, puff. Several muffled and tooth-grating sounds of crushing and bursting rang out almost simultaneously. The sand-binding coffins enveloping the sand ninja were like tomatoes instantly squeezed by an invisible giant force, extremely compressing and collapsing inward. Dazzling blood, like burst water bags, suddenly shot and sprayed out from the gaps and bottoms of the sand spheres, staining the surrounding sand and ground red. The sand spheres stopped writhing and quickly shriveled up. The life force within them vanished without a trace in an instant. Those sand ninja couldn't even leave behind a complete last word. Just like that, with a casual lift of Gaara's hand, they were slaughtered on the spot by their own village companion in the most cruel and bloody manner. A dead silence fell over the clearing. There was only the slight rustling sound of the yellow sand slowly flowing back into the sand gourd, and the scent of blood in the air that had suddenly intensified several times. Temari and Kankuro looked at the pools of blood quickly soaking into the sand and the shriveled sand shells on the ground. Their expressions were exceptionally grim, but no one spoke. They couldn't, and even more so, they didn't dare. Never mind that they were Gaara's sister and brother, Gaara would not distinguish them from insects. As if he had only done a trivial little thing, Gaara withdrew his right hand and looked back toward the depths of the forest, the direction from which the sand ninja had fled. The mouth of the sand gourd on his back remained open. Slaughter, to him, was as natural as breathing. The Hidden Leaf Village pursuers, however, stopped under the large trees and did not enter this field. They had also seen the scene just now. Originally, the cat-and-mouse game was meant to draw out other squads from the hidden sand village. They didn't expect to run straight into the big boss. Naruto stood at the front of the group, locking eyes with Gaara. There's no mistake. This kid is the Jinchuriki of that stinking tanuki. The Nine-Tailed voice rang out in Naruto's consciousness. Yeah, I know. No, now is not the time. Gaara, you still have your part to play. Thinking of this, Naruto already had a decision in his heart. Slowly but very clearly, he raised his right hand and then waved it toward his companions behind him. The gesture was clear: retreat. This action caused Shikamaru, Sasuke, Neji, and the others in the back to be stunned. Retreat. Were 12 of them supposed to retreat without a fight against 3 people? But they saw Naruto's unquestionable back and determined gesture, and they also saw Gaara's increasingly dangerous gaze opposite them, as if he would violently attack at any moment. Shikamaru was the first to react. He immediately barked in a low voice, "Listen to Naruto. Everyone, retreat slowly, stay alert, and don't turn your backs." Although the Hidden Leaf Village group felt unwilling or confused, they quickly executed the order and began to retreat silently, increasing the distance from the clearing. Naruto remained where he was, staring at Gaara until his companions had retreated to a safe enough distance. Only then did he cast one last deep look at Gaara before turning around, his figure merging into the shadows of the forest and disappearing. Gaara, now is not the time for your exit. Go and turn Hidden Leaf Village upside down. Only when you've muddied the waters will I have the chance to act. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 150, Blocking the Tower. Chapter 150, Blocking the Tower. Hey, read new book in profile 3. Naruto, start with Tensigen. On the way from the bloody clearing toward the central tower, the atmosphere of the team was somewhat somber. The shock of the previous scene and Naruto's decisive order to retreat left many with questions and a trace of reluctance in their hearts. Finally, the most straightforward one, Inuzuka Kiba, couldn't hold back any longer. He slowed his pace, waiting for Naruto at the back of the team to come up to him, and asked in a low voice. Naruto, just now. Why didn't we fight him? His voice carried confusion as well as a hint of regret for not being able to fight to his heart's content. Akamaru let out 2 woofs from atop his head, seemingly puzzled as well. Kiba's words drew the attention of many of the surrounding companions. Although Shikamaru, Sasuke, Neji, and the others didn't speak, their gazes involuntarily turned toward Naruto, waiting for his explanation. Clearly, they had similar questions in their minds. With the strength of the 12 of them, did they really need to retreat without a fight when facing that red-haired sand ninja and his 2 teammates? Naruto's gaze calmly swept across the deep forest path ahead. Hearing Kiba's question, he didn't answer immediately, appearing to organize his thoughts. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. You saw it too, he killed several Sunagakure genin just now with ease. Naruto said, although those people were caught off guard and the red-haired sand ninja succeeded through a sudden sneak attack, still. He paused, his tone becoming heavier. This is enough to prove that the red-haired sand ninja is very strong. I know everyone has put in a lot of effort for these Chunin exams and is eager to prove themselves and achieve good results. The Chunin exams are important, they are a significant step in our ninja careers and a stage to showcase the strength of Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation. His tone suddenly shifted, becoming exceptionally solemn. But compared to our lives, it's not that important. These words were blunt and harsh, yet they were the most realistic truth of the ninja world. No matter how important the mission or how noble the goal, if it requires life as the price, especially unnecessary sacrifice, it's worth reconsidering. We are companions, friends, and partners who will protect Hidden Leaf Village together in the future. Naruto's voice carried an unquestionable firmness. I don't want any one of you to be injured, or even die, in this exam. He looked at Kiba and then at the others. A momentary retreat isn't cowardice, it's for advancing more steadily. Our goal is to pass the exam, advance as many people as possible, and secure an advantage for the village. It's not to fight to the death here against an obviously abnormally powerful and dangerous ninja, gambling with our companion's safety. The group arrived in front of the tower but chose not to enter. Instead, they set up a pot to cook. Shikamaru, Sasuke, Choji, Sakura, and Kiba were responsible for the first watch. Niji, Shino, Rock Lee, Ten, and Ino were responsible for the second watch. Naruto and Hinata cooked together. Sasuke, help me out. Use the great fireball to light these logs, the freshly cut trunks are very damp. Naruto called out to Sasuke. TCH, can't you use fire release ninjutsu too? Sasuke, who was about to go and lie in wait, stopped in his tracks. When it comes to fire release ninjutsu, who in the entire ninja world doesn't know that the Uchiha clan's fire release is the strongest? Hurry up. Naruto pointed at the freshly chopped firewood with a smile. The corner of Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly. This guy Naruto is just too honest, he can't tell a lie at all. Anko Madarashi quietly arrived at the central tower. I say, you guys should have gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls by now. Why aren't you going in? We haven't gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, Examiner. Haven't gathered them. Anko's eyebrows shot up, and she almost laughed out of anger. She pointed at the guy who actually had the leisure to stew ribs, then pointed at the tightly closed doors of the tower nearby. You kid, your ability to lie through your teeth is quite something, isn't it? The exam has only been going on for over an hour, and you're already here starting a fire to cook. Anko Madarashi wasn't that easy to fool. She absolutely didn't believe they hadn't even gathered the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. She sensed the area, including the blonde kid in front of her and the young lady from the Hyuga clan chief's family. There were 12 people in total. And among these 12 people, with a luxurious scouting and tracking capability consisting of 2 Hyugas, an Inuzuka, and an Aburame, they couldn't even get another scroll and just ran to the tower entrance to wait. Even if they split into 4 teams and acted alone, with these kids' strength, obtaining another scroll would be no trouble at all. Not to mention they were now acting as a group of 12, this combat power was enough to walk sideways through the forest of death. Naruto didn't seem to notice Anko's doubt. His right hand steadily turned the ribs in the pot, ensuring every piece was evenly coated in sauce. Meanwhile, his left hand casually reached into the ninja tool pouch at his waist, felt around, and pulled out 2 identical scrolls, tossing them onto the nearby makeshift wooden dining table with a thud. On the scroll cylinders, the character for Heaven was clearly printed. We're waiting for the other half of the scrolls to deliver themselves to us. Naruto finally looked up at Anko, his lips curling into a half-smile. Anko's gaze fell on those 2 Heaven scrolls, then she looked at Naruto's composed expression as if everything were under control, and she understood instantly. So that's it. They probably already had more than 4 sets of Heaven and Earth scrolls. These kids were guarding the tower area, but in reality, they were waiting at their ease for the enemy to tire themselves out, waiting for the prey to come to them. They were waiting for those teams from other villages who had finally managed to gather their scrolls and were rushing excitedly to the tower to deliver themselves to their doorstep. When the guys from other villages arrived, they would strike all at once, thereby reducing the number of people entering the next stage of the exam. Truly, interesting kids. Anko couldn't help but praise them in her heart. This wasn't just a competition of strength, but a contest of strategy and psychology. Are they planning to eliminate more people in the second stage of the exam? Anko realized that it seemed Hidden Leaf Village's current generation had no small ambitions. The anger on her face dissipated, replaced by a playful look of understanding and a reminder. Just don't go too far. Anko waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual, but her eyes held a hint of warning. Although the rules allow for stealing, you must also mind your limits. If it causes large-scale chaos or too many accidents, it'll be a hassle for us examiners too. The accidents she referred to were, naturally, uncontrollable casualties. Although they signed a waiver, if there were too many deaths or injuries, it would still cause diplomatic disputes. Naruto nodded and evenly poured the prepared sweet and sour sauce over the ribs. The rich, sweet and sour aroma instantly became even more enticing. We know our limits, Examiner Anko. He smiled. After all, we're just a bit hungry and want to have a meal here, and entertain some passing friends while we're at it. Fine, as long as you know your limits. If something happens, they'll go to your Jonin teachers, not me. Saying that, Anko grabbed 2 skewers of 3-color dango from the table. You've prepared quite thoroughly, kid. I'll take these 2 skewers to tide me over, I'll treat you to a meal later. After speaking, she didn't wait for Naruto's response. With a skewer of dango in each hand, she turned around and, just as she had arrived, vanished into the shadows of the surrounding trees with a few light leaps. Read new books in profile. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 151, Chapter 151, The First Group of Guests. Chapter 151, The First Group of Guests. While everyone was preparing to eat, the first group of guests arrived at the banquet site outside the tower. It was none other than the Sand Trio, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. After a few quick exchanges of offense and defense, both sides tacitly pulled apart. The trio backed into the shade of the Forest of Death at the edge of the clearing, with Gaara in front and Temari and Kankuro on either side of him, forming a triangular defensive formation. Gaara was expressionless, the sand around him flowing slowly. Temari held her unfolded giant folding fan, looking alert. Kankuro had retracted his puppet, but his fingers still rested on the scroll on his back. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Neji, and Tenten quickly retreated to regroup with Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others in the rear, re-establishing a complete front line. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan, panting slightly, but his gaze remained sharp. He turned his head toward Naruto, who stood calmly at the front of the group, and whispered. That red-haired guy isn't as strong as we thought. After that brief head-on clash, Sasuke had made a preliminary assessment. Gaara's sand defense and manipulation were indeed troublesome, and his attacks were heavy and bizarre, but in terms of speed, flexibility, and piercing power, he didn't seem to show an overwhelming advantage. Especially in a one-on-one situation, Sasuke felt he had a good chance of winning. Yeah. Naruto nodded, acknowledging Sasuke's assessment. I hope these 3 are sensible enough to just go inside quietly. Kankuro looked at Shikamaru. We meet again. You guys looked pretty pathetic running away earlier. Heh. Facing Kankuro's provocation, Shikamaru just kept his hands in his pockets and gave a half-hearted heh without even bothering to lift his eyelids, having no intention of responding. This indifference annoyed Kankuro even more than a direct insult would have. Seeing Shikamaru's attitude, Kankuro grew even angrier and raised his voice to continue his mockery. Not planning to run this time. Consider yourselves lucky. Now get lost, we're going into the tower. Seeing that Shikamaru didn't reply, Kankuro continued to taunt them. Give them an inch, and they take a mile. Naruto drew his wooden sword from his ninja tool pouch and hung it at his waist. He looked at Kankuro. You're Kankuro, right? The son of the 4th Kazekage, Raza. The other 2 are your sister Temari and your brother Gaara, I assume. He exposed Kankuro's identity directly, while also pointing out his background. Kankuro was taken aback, not expecting the other party to know his background so well. Before he could react, Naruto had already issued battle orders, his voice clear. Leave Gaara to me. He pointed at the red-haired youth, his gaze sweeping over Temari and Kankuro. As for the other 2, do whatever you want, just don't kill them. He said it nonchalantly, as if assigning some trivial task. Finally, he added the objective. Out of respect for the hidden sand village, throw these children of the Kazekage into the tower later and let them enter the 3rd round of the exams. He paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. As for the rest of the sand ninjas, eliminate them all. As the words fell, the eyes of the Hidden Leaf Village group sharpened, and their battle intent surged instantly. They weren't afraid of a duel, let alone a group fight. Naruto suddenly bent down and quickly pulled up both of his pant legs. 2 weighted bands were strapped to his calves. Release. Naruto let out a low shout, his hands quickly brushing over the weighted bands, and the 2 bands fell off instantly. The moment the weights were removed. Whoosh! A visible current of air exploded from around Naruto. In everyone's sight, his figure suddenly became blurred and elongated. So fast. This thought rose simultaneously in the minds of everyone who saw this. Almost at the same moment the weights hit the ground, Naruto's figure appeared in front of Gaara as if he had teleported. The distance of over 10 meters between them seemed to be crossed in a single step. In Gaara's pale green eyes, a clear look of astonishment and a hint of delayed reaction appeared for the first time. The sand around him surged instinctively, trying to form a defense, but its speed seemed a beat too slow. Naruto raised his foot and kicked Gaara away, then rushed into the Forest of Death to continue his pursuit. This sudden turn of events left Temari and Kankuro completely stunned. Their eyes were still fixed on the moment Naruto removed his weights and blurred out of sight, their brains hadn't even processed the fact that Gaara had been kicked away. By the time they realized what had happened and snapped their gaze toward the direction Gaara had flown, a youth's voice, tinged with faint mockery, rang out leisurely behind Kankuro. Where are you looking? It was Uchiha Sasuke. Kankuro tried to spin around. However, it was already too late. Fire style, Phoenix Sage Fire Nail Crimson. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of shuriken wrapped in searing flames, like blooming death phoenix flowers, whistled through the air with sharp screeches and scorching heat. They were spat out from Sasuke's mouth, instantly covering all possible escape routes behind Kankuro. The flames illuminated Kankuro's expressionless face. Temari opened her giant folding fan and gave a powerful swing, blowing away the shuriken aimed at Kankuro. Just then, Ino Yamanaka's mind transfer jutsu also hit Temari. Not good. Rock Lee dashed forward and arrived beside Kankuro. Lee, his true body is inside the bandages. Attack the bandages on his back. Niji reminded him. Within the forest of death, Gaara was barely fending off Naruto's relentless attacks. Seizing this opportunity, the Nine-Tailed connected with Shikaku's consciousness through the Shikaku chakra leaking from several weak points in Gaara's seal. Whoa, 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 isn't this the stinking raccoon? It's been decades, and you've become this pathetic. The Nine-Tailed's appearance made Shikaku, who was already violently thrashing against the seal, even more berserk. You damn fox, it really is you. I guessed I might run into you before I came, but I didn't expect you to show up so soon. Also, I'm not a raccoon, I'm a tanuki. Feeling Shikaku becoming increasingly noisy inside him, Gaara clutched his head in pain. Mother, it's almost time. I'll give you the blood you want soon, ah. Because of Shikaku's endless noise, Gaara got very little rest, and his mental state was significantly affected as a result. Seeing this opportunity, Naruto used wind pressure suction to blow away the sand, then immediately unfurled 2 scrolls to bind Gaara. On the way back, carrying the struggling Gaara, Naruto expressionlessly patted Gaara's back gently. There, there. I'll give you a good night's sleep after this Chunin exams is over. Unexpectedly, Gaara struggled even more violently after being patted. Heh, being so uncooperative. Then, little gourd boy, you might as well stay awake. Hey, read new book in Profile 3. Naruto, start with Tenseigan. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at PA Trian. Chapter 152, Sister, let's team up. Chapter 152, Sister, let's team up. The second exam in the Forest of Death ended at noon the following day. The overall clearing record for the Forest of Death was broken. Except for Hidden Grass Village and the unlucky Takigakure, every other ninja village had at least one team pass the exam. 7 teams, totaling 21 people, advanced to the third exam. Among them, Hidden Leaf Village accounted for 4 teams. The remaining 3 teams from other villages only completed the second exam because they were tossed into the tower by Hidden Leaf Village teams. Since the originally scheduled time hadn't arrived yet, the ninjas were given an extra 3.5 days of rest. After returning home, Naruto immediately checked on Simba's condition. It seemed Karen had taken good care of Simba. You're back, Naruto-kun. The bedroom door opened, and Karen walked out with a bright smile. Seeing the radiantly smiling Karen walk out, Naruto narrowed his eyes and secretly used his Kagura mind's eye. Had Karen ever called him Naruto-kun before? Yeah, I'm back. Naruto nodded with a smile. The person before him bore no ill will. Had someone ambushed Karen and disguised themselves as her? Who could it be? It was so hard to guess. She has no malice. The Nine-Tailed reminded him. I know. Naruto replied to the Nine-Tailed before slowly walking forward and placing a hand on Karen's shoulder. What do you want to eat tonight? Karen's face instantly flushed red. Anything is fine. As long as Naruto-kun makes it, I'll love it. Simba didn't bark at her, which meant she was someone familiar. So hard to guess. But I don't like this, Hanabi. Naruto leaned his face in close, his blue eyes staring directly into Karen's eyes. Release the transformation jutsu. Where have you hidden Karen? Go apologize to her immediately. I'm sorry, big sister Karen. Having been caught red-handed, Hanabi lowered her head deeply and bowed to Karen in apology. It's all right. Karen helped Hanabi up, her tone unexpectedly calm. Yesterday, after Hanabi told Karen about the plan she wanted to carry out, she had even bought her a suitable pair of new glasses. The little girl's heart probably wasn't in the wrong place. She glanced at Naruto, whose lips were tightly pursed and brows were knitted in a knot, and sighed softly in her heart. Hanabi is still young, and she didn't really cause any trouble. How could it be all right? Naruto was truly angry this time. Hanabi had gone too far this time, attacking a comrade. Just so she could hold his hand while sleeping. The thought gave Naruto a surge of absurd headache. No, really, how old is this little girl Hanabi? Heh, as expected of Minato's son. The Nine-Tailed lay on the grass of the seal space, chin resting on its paws, enjoying the scene. The old blonde stole Kushina's heart, and now the little blonde is liked by a bunch of little girls. I love to see it, keep it coming. Thinking about how it had mocked that stupid Tanuki Shikaku yesterday and now had a good show to watch today, the Nine-Tailed comfortably shifted positions to continue watching the drama. Days like this are quite great. Perhaps, because she's young, she might not clearly understand the reasons behind her attachment and possessiveness, leading her to do such things. Children's possessiveness is very strong, though it's usually toward toys. However, precisely because Hanabi is still young, it's even more important to hurry and correct her. Thinking of this, the anger that had rushed to his head stalled slightly, transforming into a more complex and helpless emotion. Naruto rubbed his throbbing temples. In the Hyuga clan, although Hayashi was strict, anyone could see how much he doted on his younger daughter. Her older sister Hinata held her in the palm of her hand even more, her gentleness knowing no bounds. Outside, who among their peers didn't like this talented, lively, and clever second young miss of the Hyuga? Shikamaru would buy her favorite foods, Choji would always share his snacks, Ino would buy her flowers and trinkets, and Kiba would reluctantly hand over Akamaru for Hanabi to pet. Usually, Hanabi was indeed well-behaved, sensible, and polite in front of everyone. How did she turn out like this? Naruto took a deep breath and made a decision. Teaching Hanabi should be left to the people of the Hyuga clan. He looked at Hanabi and said sternly, "This matter can't just be let go. I'll take you to your sister in a while." He paused and emphasized, "In the coming days, stay close to Hinata and listen to your sister." Hanabi looked up sharply, her eyes widening as if she wanted to say something, but under Naruto's unprecedentedly solemn gaze, she eventually swallowed her words. Her small lips pursed even tighter, and her fingers unconsciously clutched the corner of her clothes. "Yes." Hinata bowed deeply. She gently pressed Hanabi's shoulder beside her, making her sister bow again as well. "I'm so sorry. Hanabi has caused trouble for Naruto-kun and Karen-chan." Her voice was soft and sincere, a faint look of shame coloring her fair face. As the older sister, she felt that she shared the responsibility for her sister's mischief due to a lack of discipline. "It's okay, really." Karen waved her hands hurriedly, adjusting the brand-new red-framed glasses on her face. Her eyes narrowed slightly behind the lenses. As for an apology gift, Hanabi has already given one. Last night, she bought me a new pair of glasses. New glasses. Naruto carefully examined Karen's glasses. They didn't look very different from the previous ones, but Karen was indeed wearing new glasses. Did she specifically buy the same style? It seemed his observation skills still needed improvement. Watching Naruto and Karen's backs disappear around the street corner, only the two sisters remained in the courtyard. Hinata let out a soft sigh and turned to her sister. Her voice was as gentle as ever, yet carried an unmistakable seriousness. "You can't do this anymore, Hanabi." However, Hanabi didn't lower her head or respond obediently as expected. She suddenly looked up, and in those white eyes similar to her sister's, a completely different, almost burning light flickered. She took a step forward and grabbed Hinata's sleeve. Her voice was lowered, yet it carried an urgency and certainty unbefitting her age. "Sister, let's team up." Eh? Hinata was stunned, bewildered by the sudden proposal. "Look." Hanabi's speech quickened as she began counting on her fingers. "Sister Ino is much more proactive than you when facing big brother Naruto. When she wants him to go shopping with her, she'll just say, 'Go shopping with me.' When she wants to buy him clothes or something, she'll just drag him along to choose. And Sister Karen is living in big brother Naruto's house right now. She has the advantage of being close, living together every day. But what about you, sister?" Hanabi looked up at Hinata's instantly flushing face, her tone full of disappointment at her lack of ambition. "You're always so shy, blushing just from saying a word to big brother Naruto. This absolutely won't do." She vigorously shook Hinata's sleeve, her Byakugan filled with serious plotting. "If you really want to pursue big brother Naruto, you must take the initiative. You can't wait any longer, sister. Do you really want to see big brother Naruto marry someone else? Hey, read new book in profile free. Naruto, start with Tensigen. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 153, not exactly a good person. Chapter 153, not exactly a good person. In another small courtyard. Hayashi was teaching Niji the 80 trigrams empty palm, the air thick with a serious and focused atmosphere. Suddenly, a gust of wind carried over faint but exceptionally clear fragments of conversation from the adjacent courtyard. "Let's join forces, sister. Sister Ino is more proactive than you. Sister Karen is already living in big brother Naruto's house. If you want to pursue big brother Naruto, you must take the initiative." Hayashi's movement, mid-demonstration, froze in midair. Niji maintained the starting stance of the 80 trigrams empty palm, his entire being seemingly immobilized by an invisible gentle fist technique. The wind seemed to stagnate at this very moment. A few leaves fluttered down from the trees, silently landing on the floor tiles between the two. Time froze for a full 3 seconds. Hayashi turned his head extremely slowly, frame by frame. On his face, which was usually as calm as a still well, the corner of his eye twitched uncontrollably. He looked at Niji. Niji also turned his fair neck with the same rigid speed, looking back at his uncle. In those Byakugan eyes, which were always calm and wise, the same shock, absurdity, and a deep, indescribable complexity of emotion were now clearly reflected. Hayashi's temples throbbed. He felt as if he could already see that the two most precious cabbages he had carefully nurtured were not only both eagerly growing toward someone else's fence. The smaller one was actually desperately egging on the larger one to pull up her own roots and jump into the person's yard. Uzumaki Naruto, you really deserve to die. Niji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He once thought that after experiencing despair, hatred, and reconciliation, his state of mind was already as solid as a rock. But now, he really wanted to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Hayashi's broad palm fell heavily on Niji's shoulder. That weight came not just from the palm itself, but also contained an indescribable expectation and a certain resolve. He didn't speak, but just gave Niji a deep look. Niji paused slightly, instantly deciphering the complex and difficult message in his uncle's eyes. It seemed the training volume for the next few days was going to double or triple. Instead of resisting, a cold flame ignited in his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. So what if he had lost to Uzumaki Naruto before? Even if he were to lose to Uzumaki Naruto again this time, it wouldn't matter. As long as he could land a single punch, it would be worth it. Seeing Niji like this, Hayashi knew he was overthinking things. Hayashi slowly shook his head, casting his gaze further away, as if piercing through the rooftops of Hidden Leaf Village to see the wider world. Niji. His voice was low. Do you remember that 8 gates technique Guy used back in the Hidden Mist Village? Niji's expression turned solemn as he nodded gravely. Guy-sensei's 8 gates is indeed very powerful. Powerful was an understatement. The blue steam might Guy erupted within that moment, that aura of power that was pure and crazed to the extreme. Niji had no doubt that if the circumstances hadn't been special, the shock waves of that explosive aura alone would have been enough to incapacitate most people present. If Guy-sensei truly had killing intent, no one could withstand his might. Hayashi withdrew his distant gaze and refocused on Niji, his tone carrying a deliberate guidance. Guy is a very pure person, his eyes hold only burning youth and worthy opponents. You are his student. If you were to take the initiative and make a sincere request, given his heart nature, he would surely be willing to pass this secret technique on to you. He paused, scrutinizing Niji's lean, powerful physique and those Byakugan eyes filled with steadfast will. You already have an excellent foundation in the Hyuga-style gentle fist, and your physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary people. If Guy is willing to teach you, I estimate that with your tenacity and hard work, it's not impossible to break through to the 3rd gate, that gate of life, in a short time. Hayashi's words stopped there, and he said no more. But the hand he had on Niji's shoulder tightened slightly. A cold light that could not be mistaken flashed through those habitually majestic eyes. The way is not taught lightly. Hayashi's meaning was clear. If Niji wanted to learn the 8 gates, he would definitely have to become a formal personal disciple. A master and a teacher represented different things. Niji straightened his back, the sharpness in his Byakugan condensing into substance. Meeting his uncle's gaze without the slightest hesitation, he replied in a deep voice. Yes, uncle. I understand. As long as he could land a punch on that blonde's face, never mind becoming a disciple. Even if he had to wear that embarrassing green spandex suit and shout about youth on the streets with Lee and Guy-sensei, Niji was willing. Are you willing to become my disciple? Naruto. Today, Jiraiya was wearing the iconic outfit from the depths of Naruto's memories, a dark red overcoat, a forehead protector engraved with the character for oil, and his white, spiky long hair tied back. If one ignored that face always filled with improper expressions, he had quite the look of a veteran ninja. If he didn't smile, that is. He appeared abruptly at Naruto's doorstep, looking at the red-haired girl who came to answer the door with a beaming smile. Karen adjusted her glasses, looking at this tall, white-haired stranger with some confusion, before she could even open her mouth to ask. Karen, don't open it. A golden figure flashed like the wind, moving from the kitchen to the door almost instantly. Naruto pulled Karen behind him, shielding her completely with his body. His azure eyes were filled with undisguised vigilance and hostility, like a lion protecting its cub. Get lost, you old pervert. He glared at Jiraiya, practically speaking through gritted teeth. Stay away from Karen. The air instantly froze. The smile on Jiraiya's face stiffened, then turned into a somewhat awkward, bitter laugh. He raised a hand to scratch his white hair. As expected, after being caught by this kid while collecting material outside the women's bath last time, his impression score had hit rock bottom, hadn't it? Humph. Ignorant brat, you probably have no idea what kind of figure is standing before you. He pointed his thumb back at his chest, full of momentum. Listen up. I am the Toad Spirit Sage of Mount Myaboku, commonly known as the Toad Sage, Jiraiya. He paused to observe Naruto's reaction. Seeing the boy still maintaining a defensive, keep on lying, face, he immediately threw out his heavy-hitting titles. I am one of the Sannin of Hidden Leaf Village legend, a hero who shakes the ninja world. I am the personal disciple of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the mentor of the fourth Hokage. After speaking, he narrowed his eyes slightly, expecting to see shock, admiration, or a sudden realization on Naruto's face. After hearing this, Naruto showed no admiration. Instead, his expression became even more disgusted and certain. Without a word, he grabbed the doorknob. Bang. The heavy door was slammed shut without mercy, nearly hitting the high bridge of the nose Jiraiya was so proud of. Immediately after, Naruto's voice came from inside the door, resolute and with logic so clear it made Jiraiya want to cough up blood. Based on what you said, the third grandpa who taught an old pervert like you must have been a big, improper pervert when he was young too. So, the fourth Hokage who was taught by an old pervert like you, I bet he wasn't exactly a good person either. Read new books in profile. Naruto, start with Tensigen. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, take it. Chapter 154, take it. Jiraiya stood frozen before the tightly closed door, as if a desolate night wind had blown past, swirling a few fallen leaves that slapped against his petrified body. My name is Jiraiya, and I never would have expected that in the end, I would still take Uzumaki Naruto as my apprentice. The sunlight was just right, warmly spilling onto the porch of that familiar little house in Hidden Leaf Village. That kid Naruto had finally shed his prickly defenses and was sitting properly on his knees before me, holding a steaming cup of tea respectfully above his head with both hands. His dazzling golden hair looked much more docile in the light, and his azure eyes no longer held their usual wariness and disdain, replaced instead by a heartfelt reverence for a powerful senior. I didn't know how formidable you were before, and I had many misunderstandings about you. Please forgive me. Jiraiya-sensei, please have some tea. His voice was clear, and his attitude was upright. Sakura and Karen stood nearby, watching the scene of Naruto's apprenticeship, feeling happy for him as well. Jiraiya nodded with a smile, the sense of accomplishment in his chest nearly overflowing. See. Sincerity can move even mountains. No matter how terrible the starting point, as long as one shows true strength and charm, they can eventually win over this stubborn kid. This is more like it, this is the prestige the Toad Immortal, the heroic Jiraiya-sama, should have. Ah ha 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 ha. He nodded with satisfaction, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably into a perfect, as it should be, and, everything is under control, smile. He reached out, ready to take the tea that symbolized the establishment of their master-disciple relationship. And then, he woke up from the dream. Before the arc of his grin could even be retracted, it froze in midair. There was no respectful Naruto, no warm sunlight, and no fragrant tea. There was only the slightly unfamiliar ceiling of a home he hadn't lived in for a long time, and the deep, somber indigo light of the pre-dawn filtering through the window. In the silent air, a trace of the dream's warmth remained, followed by an incredibly clear and icy reality. His arm was still held in the position of reaching for the teacup, his fingertips empty, touching nothing. Jiraiya silently withdrew his hand and rubbed his face. So it was a dream. Damn it. How could the great Jiraiya-sama be so pathetic as to have a dream like that? How embarrassing. I'll ignore the kid for a while. Once he realizes what a precious opportunity he's missed, I'll reappear and magnanimously forgive him. I shouldn't go looking for him during this time. After I collect my royalties, I'll go pay off some of Tsunade's gambling debts and then look for news about Orochimaru. Both of my old friends are so troublesome. 1 hour later. Jiraiya, carrying 2 ultra-deluxe portions of miso chashu ramen packed from Ichiraku Ramen, kept convincing himself, this is just a senior's routine care for a junior, definitely not a sign of backing down, and certainly not because I'm concerned about that kid. This is the poise of the Toad Immortal, the magnanimity of a hero. He arrived at Naruto's doorstep, cleared his throat, put on a smile he thought was kind but probably looked more like a creepy uncle's, and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, revealing Karen's wary red hair and her eyes behind her glasses. Yo. Little Karen, morning. I'm just here to bring you and Naruto some breakfast. Jiraiya held up the fragrant ramen, trying to prove his harmlessness. You again. Karen's brow furrowed, and she immediately tried to close the door. Wait. Wait. I really mean well. Quick as a flash, Jiraiya jammed his foot into the door crack while bracing the door with his hand. Old pervert, get lost. What? Old pervert. Koyuki Kazahana, who happened to be visiting, also came over to help hold the door shut. I am the feudal lord of the land of snow, Koyuki Kazahana. She looked at the white-haired man in the ridiculous pose holding ramen, her tone calm but carrying an undeniable pressure. Old man, if you don't leave immediately and explain your harassment of my friend, I will, in my capacity as the feudal lord of the Land of Snow, formally initiate negotiations with the Sandaime Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, accusing you of disrespect and harassment toward a national sovereign. Wait, did she call herself a feudal lord? The feudal lord of the Land of Snow. Living in Naruto's house. And blocking the door with Karen? Jiraiya's brain stalled for a tenth of a second. The force he was using to hold the door suddenly slackened. Ah. Jiraiya abruptly pulled back his foot, which had been stepped on hard. Luckily he was wearing geta, otherwise, it would have definitely hurt much more. Thud. The door slammed shut again. Jiraiya looked down at the carefully prepared ramen in his hand, then at the door that seemed to separate two different worlds. Not far away, on the top floor of a seemingly ordinary residence, a window was open just a tiny, unnoticeable crack. A pale, slender figure stood quietly in the shadows behind the window. Originally, she had planned to leave after seeing Naruto depart. But seeing Jiraiya arrive, Orochimaru stopped. Her golden snake-like pupils watched the little, cold shoulder farce nearby through the crack with great interest. When she saw Jiraiya standing frozen at the door with his ramen, balanced on one leg with a look of bewilderment and melancholy, the corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled into a derisive arc she couldn't suppress. Heh! A very faint, breathy chuckle escaped her throat. Truly, what abstract behavior. Still so clumsy, so blunt, so easy to predict. Decades have passed, yet in some ways, this fellow is like someone who has never grown up. A fool and a pervert since childhood. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils constricted slightly, her gaze seeming to pierce through space to land on that closed door, and then seemingly tracing back through time to see a certain dazzling golden figure from years ago. Jiraiya, she silently mouthed that familiar yet distant name. He must have recognized him the moment he saw that little fellow named Uzumaki Naruto. That overly dazzling golden hair, those azure eyes like a clear sky, and the faintly discernible shadows of Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina in his features. Given Jiraiya's feelings for Minato, how could he not recognize him? Recognizing the child of an old friend, yet only able to approach in this ridiculous, guarded, and rejected manner. Holding that absurd ramen like a clumsy sycophant rather than a renowned mentor. The mockery in Orochimaru's eyes gradually settled, transforming into a more complex, almost icy indifference. She shook her head slightly, as if brushing away some boring thoughts or delivering a final verdict on a stagnant soul, her voice so low only she could hear. A good-for-nothing fool, a coward who hasn't improved at all. If Jiraiya had returned to Hidden Leaf Village even once in these 13 years to look after Minato's son, it wouldn't have come to this. Regarding Jiraiya's plight, Orochimaru had only 2 words. Take it. Read new books in profile. Naruto, start with Tenseigan. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, When a Dog Falls in Love with a Cat. Chapter 155, When a Dog Falls in Love with a Cat. At this moment, Naruto was not at home. With a look of utter despair, he was being dragged along the streets of Hidden Leaf Village by Inuzuka Hana, who had him by the arm. Hana-sis, take it easy, I can walk on my own. Naruto tried to struggle, but Inuzuka Hana's resolve was firm. Besides, Naruto couldn't actually use his full strength to break free. Cut the crap. I heard you're a real hit with the girls, so do your big sister a favor. I've helped you guys out plenty before, so just help me this once. Inuzuka Hana's other hand was pulling the ear of an equally miserable-looking Shikamaru. And you, Shikamaru, don't even think about slipping away. Everyone says you're smart, so hurry up and give Kiba some advice. As it turned out, Inuzuka Kiba had fallen for a girl named Koko. It was love at first sight. This left Hana, as his older sister, both relieved and anxious, relieved that her little brother was finally growing up, but anxious because his thinking was more straightforward than a summoned beast's and his actions were far too reckless. The members of the Inuzuka family were all very straightforward, and Inuzuka Tsum was the best among them. Let's put it this way. When Kiba was little, he was basically raised like a puppy. What did he know about dating? Thus, she had decisively taken action to capture a brain trust. Naruto and Shikamaru unfortunately became the first batch of conscripts. When they were dragged to the small park where they had agreed to meet and caught their first glimpse of the girl named Koko, Naruto's scalp tingled. Shikamaru's eye twitched. The two looked at each other, and in an instant, they read the same crystal-clear thought in each other's eyes, run. We need to run right now. The reason was simple. Koko looked quiet and cute, but she was holding 2 cats. Under Inuzuka Hana's introduction, the two learned about Koko's grandmother. She was the one who lived in seclusion in the special ninja world zone called the Empty District, and operated a legendary weapon shop. Cat Granny. This was the woman who once specialized in providing custom ninja tools for the Uchiha clan. Even after the Uchiha were tragically massacred, she continued to secretly provide weapon support to the sole survivor, Uchiha Sasuke. More importantly, she was a fanatic cat lover. The empty district was less of a weapon trading post and more of a massive cat cafe, home to countless cats with all sorts of personalities. And the Inuzuka clan. They were a family of dog breeders famous throughout Hidden Leaf Village and the entire ninja world. Their family's secret techniques were all closely related to dogs, and Kiba himself treated Akamaru like a blood brother. Dogs and cats, this was no longer a simple conflict of hobbies or difference in family traditions, this was a battle of fundamental paths, etched into their very racial instincts. Let's put it this way. In the original story, Inuzuka Kiba did indeed date this Koko, and they had even started their relationship before the Ninja World War. Kiba was the first of the Konoha 12 to get a girlfriend, yet by the time Boruto was as old as Kiba was when they started dating, Inuzuka Kiba still wasn't married. Hanasis, I just remembered I haven't fed Simba yet. Naruto tried to make one last struggle. The orchids at my house need watering. Shikamaru chimed in expressionlessly. Both of you, stay right there. Inuzuka Hana grabbed one in each hand, tightening her grip. Seeing that there was no hope of escaping, Naruto and Shikamaru exchanged looks again, reaching a new consensus in a flash. Wait, Hanasis. Naruto had a sudden brainwave. I think, for something like this, just the two of us giving advice might not be enough. There's someone who understands the situation on the girl's side. Shikamaru immediately added with tacit understanding, that's right. Since Koko's grandmother is Cat Granny, then when it comes to understanding Cat Granny and her related affairs, there's probably no one in all of Hidden Leaf Village who knows more than Uchiha Sasuke. After all, he is currently Cat Granny's most important client. Inuzuka Hana paused, her brow furrowing as she seemed to consider the logic of this proposal. At the training ground, Sasuke had just finished a high-intensity shuriken control practice, with fine beads of sweat still on his forehead. When he heard Naruto and Shikamaru explain their purpose, his dark eyes were immediately filled with a disdain that said, "Did you guys train so hard you broke your brains? Giving someone relationship advice?" He scoffed, crossing his arms as his gaze swept over Naruto and Shikamaru's faces. The third round of the Chunin exams is right around the corner, and you two actually have time for this kind of nonsense. Naruto was momentarily choked up by his words and scratched his hair. What if I said, the guy is Kiba? Sasuke's eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed to think that a hot-blooded dog-style youth plus romance was ridiculous enough, but he still lacked interest. However, they were friends after all. If they really needed his help, he might as well go. Shikamaru timely added the decisive sentence in his usual flat tone, as if stating that the weather wasn't very good. The girl is Cat Granny's granddaughter. The air went still for a moment. The cold, none of my business, expression on Sasuke's face changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His crossed arms lowered slightly, and deep within his dark eyes, something seemed to light up, flashing with a very quick but exceptionally clear glint of amusement. Cat Granny's granddaughter. That eccentric, highly territorial Cat Granny who raised a bunch of cats like they were her ancestors, but who definitely had the good stuff in her shop, her granddaughter. And Inuzuka Kiba. That Inuzuka Kiba who spent all day cuddled up with dogs and probably smelled like one too. I definitely need a front row seat for this. The corner of Sasuke's mouth moved imperceptibly, as if he were suppressing a smile. He cleared his throat, and his originally standoffish posture quietly shifted. Ahem. His gaze drifted for a moment toward a nearby training post, and his tone became serious, even carrying a hint of forced nonchalance. True, cultivation also requires a balance between work and rest. He turned his gaze back to Naruto and Shikamaru. Although his face still didn't show much emotion, the light in his eyes betrayed him. After all, that guy Kiba is our friend. It's just helping out, leave it to me. Naruto and Shikamaru smiled at each other. Sasuke was the sharpest of them all, it was obvious he was only going because he wanted to watch the drama. But it didn't matter, as long as he went, it was fine. However, Sasuke poured a bucket of cold water on them, his gaze sweeping over Naruto and Shikamaru. The three of us, or rather, everyone currently present is a guy. Do we really understand a girl's thoughts? Can we actually succeed in planning this? Naruto, however, looked like he was long prepared. He grinned and pointed his thumb coolly behind him. Isn't Hanasis still here? The three of them turned their gazes in unison toward the other side of the street. Inuzuka Hana was standing with her arms crossed, waiting patiently. The morning light outlined her tall and athletic figure. Her hair was neatly tied back, her eyes were bright, and her entire being radiated a spirited and heroic aura that was different from ordinary girls. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. If I understood it, I wouldn't need your help. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Inuzuka Hana felt a bit embarrassed. She was already nearly 17, yet she had never been in a relationship. Uchiha Itachi was 17 when he appeared after the Chunin exams and died at the age of 21. Inosuke Hana was in the same class as him. Shikamaru and Sasuke exchanged a look. Naruto, the one who attracted girls the most among their peers, was still just standing there cluelessly. If girls understand girls best, and a girl with a crush understands a girl with a crush best. Nara Shikamaru has sent a party invitation to Ino Yamanaka. Uchiha Sasuke has sent a party invitation to Sakura Haruno. Uzumaki Naruto has sent a party invitation to Hyuga Hinata. Ino and Sakura have joined the party. Hyuga Hayashi has declined the party invitation on behalf of his daughter and left a message. The third round of the Chunin exams is about to begin. Hinata needs to undergo special training with me. Read new books in profile. Naruto, start with Tenseigan. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Shino. Since when was he here? Chapter 156, Shino. Since when was he here? Despite the efforts of several people, there was still no progress. It couldn't be helped, Naruto's maneuvers were too dependent on timing, Sasuke's playstyle relied too much on character models, and Shikamaru still had room for improvement in this area. Yakiniku-Q, you can't rush these things. Naruto patted Kiba's shoulder to comfort him. It couldn't be helped, a girl's thoughts were too difficult to understand. Kiba looked at Naruto, who was sincerely comforting him, and suddenly asked a question in a low voice. Naruto, if Ino or Hinata made a meal for you and put celery in it, would you eat it? Hearing the word celery, Naruto's brow instinctively furrowed. Naruto didn't like eating celery or bitter melon, this was something the five-man group back in the academy all knew. Because Naruto made lunch, the others would sometimes give him money or just provide the ingredients. They later found out that Naruto would usually sneak in at night, take only the vegetables with price tags, leave the money, and take the goods. Naruto glanced at Ino, who was eating at a nearby table with Sakura, Koko, and Hana Inuzuka, and then responded in a low voice. I'd have to eat some. You can't just leave it untouched after someone worked so hard to make it, right? Of course, I'm not sure about Ino, but I don't think Hinata would cook celery. Why? Hanabi doesn't like celery either. Hinata dotes on Hanabi so much, she definitely wouldn't buy celery. But bitter melon is hard to say. TCH. Shikamaru, who hadn't chimed in much, made a sound of disapproval. He leaned back lazily against his chair. I say, aren't you guys spoiling the kid a bit too much? He thought of his own mother's methods. I remember when I was little, I especially hated eating radishes. I'd hide as soon as I saw them. But my mom didn't indulge me. Instead, she specifically went to learn several ways to cook radishes. Finally, she made a radish feast so delicious I couldn't tell left from right, and she forced me out of that habit. Sometimes, blind accommodation isn't necessarily a good thing. Then what do you think celery and bitter melon taste good with? Kiba. Shikamaru. After a few seconds of silence, Kiba nodded heavily, his tone carrying a strange sense of resonance and resignation. That's true. He seemed to understand that whether dealing with hated celery or facing the cats that might exist around the girl he liked, one at least needed the resolve to brave it and try. Sasuke frowned and pondered for a moment. How about juicing them? The three of them turned their heads in unison, looking at Sasuke, who had joined the ranks of the thinkers at some unknown point. Mix the celery and bitter melon, add a little water, and use a tool to extract the juice. Sasuke's tone was calm. When the time comes, close your eyes, hold your breath, and gulp it down in one go. The flavor will be concentrated, but the process is brief. It should be easier to accept than chewing and swallowing. Wait, what? You're actually thinking about this? Naruto and the other two looked at Sasuke in surprise. In that case, it's no different from drinking traditional medicine, right? Sasuke shrugged. He had already suggested a method. If those two things had to be eaten, a short pain was better than a long one. Even if celery is stir-fried with meat, it's the meat that tastes good. The taste of the celery won't change much, at most, its own flavor becomes a bit milder. As for bitter melon, even fresh ones need to have the white pith removed and then be pickled to suppress the bitterness. Naruto didn't even want to imagine the taste of juicing those two things directly. Naruto turned his head. Shino, what do you think? How can celery and bitter melon be prepared so they're edible? At another table, Shino, who was there eating yakiniku with his father, was using tweezers to flip the sizzling meat slices on the grill. Hearing the question, his movements didn't stop at all as he nodded. His gaze behind the sunglasses fell calmly on the meat slices. Either is fine. Shino. Since when was he here? Kiba, Shikamaru, and even Sasuke, who had been seriously proposing the juicing plan, all froze at the same time. They turned their heads in unison toward Shino. Only then did they notice that Shino had actually come, and he wasn't alone. Sitting across from him was a steady-looking middle-aged man wearing sunglasses. It was Shino's father, Shibi Aburame. Shibi Aburame also had a small grill in front of him, and his movements were equally composed. Hearing his son's answer and the commotion from over there, he only slightly turned his head, his sunglasses facing the four boys. "Hello, uncle." The corner of Shibi Aburame's mouth seemed to twitch upwards slightly. He raised his hand and waved gently at the four boys, his voice deep and steady. Hello. Continue your discussion, don't mind us." As for Shibi Aburame, a trace of an imperceptible smile seemed to flash in his eyes behind the sunglasses. It's good to be young, to be able to worry so much over these simple yet complex little matters. He picked up a perfectly grilled piece of meat and placed it on his son's plate. Shino pushed his glasses and said softly, "Thank you, father." This hairstyle, this appearance, and this personality, there's no doubt. The blonde boy who first noticed Shino and himself must be the Uzumaki Naruto that Shino often mentioned. Truly worthy of being Minato's son. In Shibi Aburame's mind, the figure of the fourth Hokage from years ago, who also had warm blonde hair, a bright smile, and speed unparalleled in the ninja world, vaguely drifted by. Although their temperaments were vastly different, that core light that shone on others seemed to be continuing in this boy in a new form. He withdrew his gaze and refocused on the yakiniku in front of him, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth did not completely vanish. For his son to have such companions, it seems, not bad. At least it's lively. "Father, this piece is ready." Shino placed a grilled piece of meat onto Shibi's plate, interrupting his father's thoughts. "Good. If this child can pass the Chunin exams, then in a couple of years, once Naruto's strength reaches the mark, I'll find a few old friends to recommend him for Jonin together." Shibi picked up the grilled meat his son handed him and put it in his mouth. "Lord Third, oh Lord Third. You were unwilling to reveal Naruto's heritage, so why didn't you clarify it immediately after the Demon Fox rumors appeared? Why wait 2 days to clarify? Once hearsay becomes a widespread rumor, stopping it won't prevent it from spreading in people's hearts. What are the 4 high-ranking officials of Hidden Leaf Village thinking?" He understood the current Hidden Leaf Village less and less. Shibi didn't understand the full picture of politics, nor did he rashly criticize the profound meaning of the highest decisions. He just thought from the perspective of a father, if that were Shino. He put down his chopsticks, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Even the warm tea couldn't dissolve the gloomy confusion in his heart. Hidden Leaf Village's roots run deep. Behind the prosperity in the sunlight, the tangled shadows and choices are not something a jonin focused on clan affairs and missions can fully perceive. He just felt that some prices perhaps shouldn't have to be paid by a child. But one good thing is, Hidden Leaf Village's new sprouts always grow quietly, intertwining and lifting each other up when least expected. I hope their generation can inject new vitality into Hidden Leaf Village. Read new books in profile. Naruto, start with Tenseigan. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Byakugan vs. Byakugan. Chapter 157, Byakugan vs. Byakugan. The third stage of the Chunin exam still had one preliminary match left. 21 candidates would be whittled down to 10 for the real tournament. From here on out there were no teammates to lean on, promotion depended solely on individual performance. Before the match began, Proctor Gecko Hayate announced that, because one Rain Ninja remained too badly injured, only 20 contestants would fight. Naruto's opponent was that Rain Ninja's teammate. They had been the ones Naruto's group strong-armed into handing over the Heaven Scroll before being shoved into the tower. Their strength was mediocre, but the trio could combine ninjutsu to conjure a wide-area cursed rain technique that weakened foes, hardly impressive, yet not without merit. It was hard to tell whether it was deliberate. Hinata's opponent, once again, was Niji. Niji clenched his fist, then loosened it. To think that in the Chunin preliminary he would face Hinata. Stepping onto the field, Niji's heart swirled with mixed feelings as he watched Hinata approach. He remembered when his father, Hisashi, had spoken with rare lightness about the main house welcoming a baby girl, his new cousin, and the young Niji had been genuinely happy. Even later, when the caged bird seal that marked Branch House sacrifice was carved into his forehead, that joy never fully died. His father had rested a hand on his head, voice heavy yet firm, "Niji, this seal is also duty. Grow strong and protect the main house, protect Hinata." Back then he had thought the seal changed nothing. Even without caged bird he would protect his little sister. The turn came when Hinata was 3. News of his father's death struck like lightning out of a clear sky. The stern men whose eyes had always hidden deep love was forced, in the name of Hyuga custom and peace, to die in the main house's stead. Anger, confusion, resentment, poison vines, wrapped round his childish heart. Looking toward the main house, toward the little sister for whom his father had given his life, Niji could no longer find simple affection, only cold distance and wordless blame. The past is sand, scattered by time and by the winds of truth, he would later learn. He grew strong, and finally reached the buried past. It had not been his uncle Hayashi who drove his father to death, but the rigid main/branch system, and a few greedy, cold Hyuga elders who treated Hisashi as a disposable pawn. Those filthy schemes and betrayals were the true culprits. When the truth stood revealed, blood debts demanded blood payment. Together with his uncle Hayashi he struck like thunder, making those rotting plotters pay the price. His father's vengeance was achieved. The sand blew away, revealing what had been hidden. Now, facing Hinata again as an opponent in the Chunin exams, every shred of resentment, blame, and coldness had long since vanished. In their place dwelt a deeper, more complex emotion that settled into clear affection, yes, affection. An elder brother's fondness for a sister too gentle for her own good. He watched the slight tremor in her straightened back, saw the resolve written in her nervous white eyes. Still, this time I won't hold back. This is only an exam, a test. And as her older brother, perhaps what he should offer is a fight that will truly let her see herself and surpass herself. Niji slowly assumed the gentle fist opening stance, veins around his Byakugan bulged as his vision pierced everything. Calmly he spoke across the field. Hinata, give everything you have. Let me see what strength you've gained to reach this day. Yes. Please give your all too, brother Niji. Both activated their Byakugan. The instant Gecko Heiate declared the match open. Hinata's hands crackled with lightning and she shot toward Niji. Divine Sky Strike, Raging Thunder. Seeing the familiar move, Niji's pupils flared. Wasn't that the technique Uzumaki Naruto had used last time? Though a bit slower. Niji's aura surged, reflexively he opened the gate of opening and answered with the counter he had used before. Using gentle fist footwork he slid sharply back left, evading the thunderous frontal rush. At the same moment, his right palm gathered precise chakra and, like a viper's tongue, whipped a reverse strike toward the ribside tenketsu along Hinata's charging path. Hinata, who had watched the last duel, was ready. Before her forward momentum ended, the lightning wreathing her hands vanished, replaced by two sudden blooms of violet chakra. The chakra solidified into two majestic, glaring lion heads, manes flying, encasing her small fists. Gentle step, twin lion fists. A soundless roar seemed to shake the air. Hinata's chakra erupted. The recoil jolted Niji's arm numb and his attack was flung aside. Riding the burst, Hinata twisted, her right fist, wrapped in the purple lion, carved a fierce arc toward Niji's exposed flank as he reeled. Attack and defense reversed in an instant. True surprise and admiration sparked in Niji's eyes. He retracted his arm to block, left palm gathering chakra to meet the roaring lion fist. Boom. The dull thud of colliding chakra burst across the field, a gust tossing their hair and clothes. The two sprang apart. Everyone around Naruto turned to him. Isn't that the move you used? Kakashi asked. He still remembered that after the movie Naruto had rushed in, knocked Niji's attack aside, and ended the fight with one kick. Yeah, that's Divine Sky Strike, Raging Thunder. I created it while sparring with Hinata and Hanabi, mixing their gentle fist with elemental change. With her gentle fist foundation Hinata picked it up quickly. The first time Kakashi saw it Naruto had only just graduated. Which meant the boy had invented the ninjutsu taijutsu while still at the ninja academy. Astounding talent. Naruto stood at the rail, eyes fixed on the fight below, ready to leap in if anything went wrong. Hinata's talent was actually excellent, but because she had focused on gentle fist she could only use the lightning and fire nature she already possessed. So she had only mastered Raging Thunder and Fierce Flame Rush. Against Niji it would probably be tough. After all, Wind Vacuum and Water Prison were about control, Earth Shift was finesse, while Raging Thunder and Fierce Flame Rush were pure numbers. Simple numbers struggled against a mechanics master like Niji. Below, Hinata and Niji traded blow for blow, looking evenly matched. Read new books in profile. Naruto, start with Tensigen. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 158, forget it, I don't like him anyway. Chapter 158, forget it, I don't like him anyway. Hinata attacked again proactively. This time, she didn't use vacuum attack, but instead used her most familiar gentle fist, closing in swiftly. Her palms flew, their shadows like falling blossoms, enveloping Niji's vital points. It was the basic, yet most indicative of skill, opening move of the Hyuga style, the 80 trigrams 64 palms. Good move. Niji let out a low growl, advancing instead of retreating. Employing the same gentle fist, his movements were even more concise, precise, and seasoned. Palm against palm, point against point, a rapid succession of impacts echoed in the air. Both their Byakugan were fully active, predicting each other's palm trajectories, searching for fleeting weaknesses. The spectators in the stands watched the battle below. This was a contest of the Hyuga Gentle Fist. There were no flashy ninjutsu clashes, only the perilous, inch-by-inch struggle within a small space. Every block, every dodge, determined whether their chakra pathways would be invaded and seized by their opponent. First palm. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Hinata's palm techniques were dense and meticulous, defending flawlessly, even occasionally interspersing a fierce twin lion fist strike to force Niji to change his moves. However, Niji's experience and foundation were clearly superior, his palm strength was more condensed, and he controlled the rhythm with ease, often applying pressure during the subtle shifts in Hinata's moves, gradually compressing her range of movement. 64 palms. Hinata cried out, her palm strike suddenly accelerating, attempting to use speed to overcome slowness and break through Niji's blockade. Niji remained unperturbed, chaining skills with normal attacks, and interspersing skills with basic attacks. Too eager. A glint flashed in Niji's eyes as he saw through Hinata's eagerness for success. He suddenly lowered his body, gliding like a fish through the gaps in Hinata's rapidly accelerating palm shadows, making most of her palm strikes miss with minimal movement. At the same time, he brought his right index and middle fingers together, chakra highly condensed at his fingertips, emitting a faint, almost imperceptible pale blue glow, like a scorpion's sting, flashing like lightning towards Hinata's left shoulder, which was slightly exposed due to her full-force attack. In a critical moment, Hinata gritted her teeth. She did not forcibly retract her moves to defend, as that would only lead to a more passive situation. Instead, her footwork suddenly changed, and her entire body forcefully spun to the right, using her left shoulder as an axis. Niji's fingertip was slightly deflected by Hinata's risky spin, failing to hit the center of the pressure point, merely grazing her shoulder. Hinata used the spinning force to kick Niji's waist and abdomen with her right leg. Niji frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Hinata to be so decisive. He pressed his left palm down, striking at the incoming shin. Bang. Leg and palm clashed, and Hinata was shaken back 2 steps, almost falling. Niji also retreated a small half-step, neutralizing the force. Ultimately, Niji was still stronger. Standing by the railing of the spectator area, Might Guy, who usually exuded fiery passion and a bright smile, now had his arms crossed, brows tightly furrowed, and a solemn expression as he watched Niji in the arena below. What's wrong, Guy? Asuma sensitively noticed his companion's unusual mood and followed his gaze to Niji and Hinata in the arena, who were adjusting their breathing. Niji clearly has the advantage in strength. Although Hinata's performance is amazing, the outcome should be without suspense, right? Are you worried he'll be too rough? After all, he was fighting the eldest daughter of the main house, so he needed to be careful with his actions. Guy slowly shook his head, his signature bowl cut seemingly losing some of its vibrancy due to his seriousness. He spoke, his voice much deeper than usual, not entirely. Asuma, there's something you might not know yet. He paused, his gaze fixed on the subtle yet unusual chakra flow on Niji's body. Shortly after the second round of the Chunin exams, Niji officially became my disciple. Oh. Asuma raised an eyebrow in surprise. The genius of the Hyuga clan becoming a disciple of Guy, who specialized in taijutsu. That combination was somewhat interesting. Guy's frown deepened. I taught him the 8 gates. Guy had previously considered whether to teach Tenten and Niji the 8 gates. Although, judging by their previous states, it was very likely they wouldn't be able to learn the 8 gates, or perhaps they would give up learning it in the early stage. After all, the 8 gates requires great perseverance to learn and use. One must commit, and commit again. Persist in cultivating self-discipline. When one first starts learning the 8 gates and isn't proficient, it can become a hindrance to Gentle Fist, making it difficult for the user to precisely control the chakra in their body to use Gentle Fist. And Tenten's combat style is entirely weapon-based. When first using the 8 gates, it's easy to lose control of weapon deployment due to the sudden increase in physical ability. Therefore, learning the 8 gates in the early stage might actually affect their normal performance. But they are also his disciples. He taught Naruto and Rock Lee, so he couldn't show favoritism, could he? However, he didn't expect the Hyuga side to be so, how should he put it, right, ritualistic. They even held a master-disciple ceremony. Just a few words, but they made Asuma's cigarette-holding fingers pause slightly. The 8 gates, that ultimate taijutsu profound truth rumored to be a forbidden jutsu, its difficulty in cultivating and the cost of its use, he, as a jonin, naturally understood. Because he already has an excellent taijutsu foundation, and his understanding of the body's meridians and chakra control far surpasses ordinary people. Guy continued to explain, his tone carrying a hint of admiration and also a touch of worry. Coupled with his, particularly strong determination to become stronger and his hard work recently, his progress is astonishingly fast. These past few days, he has already been able to stably open the second gate, the Gate of Healing. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled, remarkable talent and perseverance. Are you worried he might use it in the match? He shouldn't need that kind of power to deal with Hinata, should he? Moreover, with the violent chakra unleashed by opening the 8 gates, would it affect Niji's ability to use Gentle Fist? The young girl was usually so delicate and weak, Niji shouldn't use that move, right? The first 3 gates won't, but the 4th gate is where the true 8 gates begin. At that point, the chakra becomes even more uncontrollable, and I'm afraid even a Gentle Fist great master like Hayashi Sr. would find it difficult to precisely control, but it would also grant immunity to Gentle Fist's pressure point strikes. Of course, Gentle Fist is not entirely unusable in the later gates. The 6th gate, the Gate of View, allows one to enter a semi-open buffer state, maintaining the green energy emitted after opening the gate but without any physical changes, to reduce one's consumption burden and damage. When needed, one can instantly unleash full combat power. In the Gate of View, when in the semi-open buffer state, chakra is controllable. Even Guy, who is not skilled in jutsu, can use summoning jutsu. Guy's gaze was fixed on Niji, as if trying to see through him. That's the problem, Asuma. He pointed to the arena. At the very beginning of the battle, when Hinata launched her attack, although it was only the first gate, Niji had already activated the 8 gates. What? Asuma was stunned and looked closely at Niji again. This kid is pretty ruthless. It's probably because he was defeated by Naruto using this move last time. Niji is taking it a bit too seriously. Is that so? Niji is already this strong, yet Naruto can defeat him. Asuma looked at the other children standing with Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto, truly remarkable. Hinata's disadvantage was evident, and after a few more minutes of fighting, she was defeated. 2 golden figures unhesitatingly flipped over the railing of the spectator stands, and to everyone's surprise, leaped directly from the height, landing lightly in the center of the arena. It was Uzumaki Naruto and his shadow clone. He rushed straight to Hinata, carefully and steadily picking up the exhausted Hinata. The shadow clone, with equally swift but slightly rough movements, also grabbed Niji, who was similarly unstable from immense chakra consumption, by the waist, and carried him. Niji, held by Naruto's arm. Before Niji could resist or question, Naruto and his shadow clone made a few light leaps and returned to the spectator stands, gently setting them down. After Hinata sat down by the railing, Naruto used mystical palm technique to heal her. Niji, meanwhile, was tossed by the shadow clone next to Rock Lee. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I lost. That's alright, Hinata tried very hard. Niji, who was helped up by Rock Lee, twitched the corner of his mouth. This guy, really is, forget it, I don't like him anyway. Read new books in profile. Naruto, start with Tenseigan. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Infiltrating the Root Base. Chapter 159, Infiltrating the Root Base. The Root Base. Danzo wore the long yearned for Hokage ceremonial robe and draped the Hokage cloak over his shoulders. The robe stitched with 4th Hokage swayed with every step Danzo took. Why the 4th? Because it had been sewn during the 3rd Great Ninja War, but Minato became the 4th Hokage. Danzo never threw it away. He kept it hidden away, along with his thwarted ambition and the icy resentment he harbored toward Minato, toward Hiruzen, toward those naive ideals. Each solitary confrontation with the robe rekindled the undying flame inside him and his hunger for the title of Hokage. And now, at last, he had draped it over his shoulders. Though it was only a replica, though it was deep within an unknown shadow, the psychological satisfaction and illusion of power the garment gave him was exquisite. Every pore seemed to tremble and cheer. The robe fluttered gently with his slow pacing, producing a faint rustle in the dead-silent base. He walked through the corridors of the root base, past root ninjas standing like stone statues, masked and absolutely obedient. All this would soon usher in a brand new beginning. According to the plan of that dangerous ally, Orochimaru. The Hidden Leaf Village collapse plan was about to commence. Hiruzen, his former teammate, now political rival and stumbling block, would finally die. And that fool Jiraiya, who had suddenly returned to the village, had been lured away by false information Danzo released about Orochimaru's whereabouts. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado were nothing to fear. As long as Orochimaru succeeded in killing Hiruzen Sarutobi, as long as Hidden Leaf Village fell into brief power vacuum amid chaos and grief, then he, Shimura Danzo, the guardian who had always worked behind the scenes for Hidden Leaf Village, would become 5th Hokage by dint of his seniority. At the thought, Danzo's breathing quickened. Years of lying low and careful maneuvering, all for this moment. Ever since that doddering Hiruzen dissolved root for a laughable reason, Danzo had sensed danger. But would he sit idle? Without root, he still had his clansmen. And if the clansmen were gone? The Shimura family was not some great clan handed down from the Sengoku era. Their foothold, growth, and prosperity in Hidden Leaf Village had relied on Shimura Danzo's covert support, deals, and cleanup work. Without Shimura Danzo, could they have peacefully enjoyed the fruits of peace, developed family ninjutsu, and trained their children? Reaping without sowing, how could that be allowed? He gathered the clan's children of suitable age and formed a new route. Young ninja requisitioned from every Hidden Leaf Village family filled his new route. With the cursed tongue eradication seal he bound their bodies and souls, forging them into perfect tools that obeyed only him, with no past, no future, only missions. Now, apart from the Hyuga and the Uchiha, reduced to one orphan and one missing nin, already extinct in all but name, nearly every clan in Hidden Leaf Village had members under his control, serving him in the dark. This was the vast hidden net he had woven, the bedrock of his power and the pieces with which he would one day control Hidden Leaf Village completely. Soon, very soon. Danzo murmured, fingers stroking the smooth cloth of the robe, a cold, determined gleam in his left eye. He could already see himself atop the Hokage building, stepping out of the shadows to bask in true sunlight while everyone knelt before him. Under his leadership, Hidden Leaf Village would cast off weakness and naivete, sweeping away all internal and external threats with iron and force, marching toward true, absolute strength. A pair of eyes opened soundlessly in the darkness. An icy, crystal-clear blue like the polar deep sea. Within that blue was none of the usual sunlight or warmth, only frozen killing intent and absolute focus. A figure in a black cloak seemed to merge with the shadows, slowly floating out of a seamless rock wall. Long black hair, black robe, and a fox mask. It was the disguised Uzumaki Naruto. He used no light. After obsessive reconnaissance, repeated scouting, observation, analysis, his super-sharp senses and acute perception of chakra fluctuations had mapped every sensory node, energy flow, and guard rotation in the outer and shallow layers of the root base. Moments ago he had used the inner decapitation skill to bury himself deep in the colder, deeper rock beneath Hidden Leaf Village, carefully avoiding every known detection layer. He had descended 300 meters straight below the root base's lowest floor, slipping into the deepest sector through a dead angle no barrier covered and no one would imagine. Right now, the Chunin exam's final matches were in full swing above ground in Hidden Leaf Village. A shadow clone had taken his place in the stands, cheering for his teammates. The real Uzumaki Naruto had become the deadliest ghost, infiltrating Hidden Leaf Village's darkest, most forbidden heart. He had to be certain, absolutely certain. A cold sensation touched his palm. Naruto opened his right hand, ice-release chakra condensed and crystallized above it with a faint crackle. A blade of crystal-clear ice, exuding frigid air, formed silently. Its edge was paper-thin, shimmering with lethal blue-white under the dim light. At the same moment, vast, precise perception burst outward like invisible radar. Kagura Mind's Eye. The sensorial art of the Uzumaki clan, amplified by nine-tailed chakra, reached an almost absurd level of range and precision. In an instant the entire sprawling root underground base, like a machine stripped of its shell, mapped every chakra signature, life presence, and energy node into his mind. Every guard, researcher, trainee, their positions, movements, even chakra natures, became exact coordinates and points of light. Without hesitation Naruto's hands flashed through seals. Shadow clone technique. Pop 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 pop. 30 identical clones in fox masks, each holding an ice blade, appeared amid soft white smoke. Without a word they met the original's gaze, then shot off like loosed arrows, racing toward separate targets locked in his mind. Their task, search, confirm, pin down, and ultimately help the original locate Danzo's exact position. And the original Naruto moved at the same instant. He slipped past every patrol route and surveillance point, a piece on a dark chessboard that could jump freely, unconstrained by rules, beginning a silent, efficient walk and cleanup through the vast subterranean base. Right now Naruto was a king fused with the rook's movement, charging straight ahead, unchecked. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, Toryun and Fu. Chapter 160, Toryun and Fu. A root ninja had just finished a patrol rotation and stopped at the handover point, preparing to take a short break. He leaned against the cold wall, his face beneath the mask showing signs of fatigue. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his chest. It wasn't the sharp pain of being pierced, but a strange, rapidly spreading coldness, as if his blood and heartbeat had been frozen in an instant. He looked down in shock, seeing that a crystalline longsword had been thrust into his chest at some unknown moment. At. He wanted to shout, but found his voice frozen in his throat. In the next second, ice crystals suddenly erupted from inside his body, bursting outward. Fine ice thorns instantly pierced his organs, blood vessels, and muscles, even erupting from beneath his skin, exploding him from within into an ice sculpture frozen in a state of shock. It then shattered silently, turning into crystalline powder all over the floor without leaving a single trace of blood. In the pupils of his final moments, he only had time to reflect a fleeting, blurry figure in a black robe with black hair wearing a strange fox mask, and a glimpse of the empty mask holes in the darkness. Naruto's figure did not pause for a moment, not even looking back at the ice sculpture that had instantly dissipated. Withdrawing the ice blade, Naruto's form merged into the darkness again, rushing toward the next locked chakra reaction point. The hunting hour had already begun. This secret dark cleansing taking place in the deepest part of Hidden Leaf Village's underground was quietly proceeding with startling efficiency and ruthlessness. And his target remained only one, Danzo, who was dreaming of becoming Hokage. That old fellow actually wasn't staying on the lowest level, where was he? 10 minutes later, Naruto sensed that a shadow clone had disappeared. The memory sent back by the shadow clone instantly informed Naruto of Danzo's location. That shadow clone had been poisoned to death by a venomous insect from Aburame Torian that crawled into its clothes. So that's how it is. Naruto dispelled the remaining shadow clones, and then 3 sections of wood grew from Naruto's back, slowly transforming into his likeness. Wood release, wood clone technique. Naruto's figure dashed through the intricate passages, quickly arriving at the place where the previous shadow clone had dissipated. This was a large hall. At the other end of the hall, in front of a heavy door, stood 3 people. The leader was none other than Danzo Shimura. He wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe, and the shadow of the Hokage had almost completely covered his face, revealing only tightly pursed lips with a hint of a gloomy curve. He seemed to have just stepped out from behind that door. To Danzo's left was a man wrapped entirely in dark tight-fitting clothes and a mask, with even his eyes hidden behind goggles. His aura was cold and silent, as if merging with the surrounding darkness. Aburame Torian. To the right was a man with a slightly feminine air and long orange hair, Fuyamanaka. The moment Naruto's figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, Danzo seemed to slightly lift his hat, revealing that cold left eye. He clearly recognized the identity of this uninvited guest as the person who had just tried to assassinate him, had the original body come this time. However, there was no sign of panic or surprise on Danzo's face, only a controlled indifference and a hint of annoyance at being disturbed. He didn't even give Naruto a second look, as if this intruder, who could silently infiltrate the core of Root and instantly take out the guards along the way, was merely a slightly troublesome fly. He just waved his hand toward Aburame Torian and Fuyamanaka beside him. The movement was casual, like shooing away a mosquito. The meaning was clear: get rid of him. After giving this extremely concise command, Danzo seemed to lose interest in everything that followed. He pressed down the brim of his hat with one hand, hiding that cold eye back in the shadows, and turned back into the room without hesitation. Danzo's figure disappeared once more as Aburame Torian and Fuyamanaka bowed slightly to take the order. Bang. The heavy door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. In the hall, only Naruto remained to face off against the 2 top experts of Root. Throughout the entire process, Danzo hadn't said a word, nor had he shown even a hint of intent to fight. That arrogance of treating an intruder as nothing, and the coldness of casually tossing trouble to his subordinates, showcased the habits he had cultivated over many years in a high position within the shadows. Naruto's azure eyes stared coldly at the closed door through the eye holes of his fox mask. Danzo's avoidance of battle and contempt did not cause the slightest emotional fluctuation in him. As the door shut, Aburame Torian slowly raised his hands, and fine dust with a dangerous purple-black luster, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, began to seep from between his fingers. Those were swarms of venomous nano-insects capable of eroding cells and dissolving flesh and blood upon contact. Fuyamanaka drew the long sword from his back, preparing to finish Naruto off. The shadow clone from earlier was already so difficult to deal with. If this one was the original body, it would certainly be even more troublesome. Naruto made a gesture with his left hand. No hand seals, no lengthy prelude. It was as if the air around his palm was violently stirred and compressed by an invisible force, then instantly released. An unimaginable, violent suction, not blowing forward, but centered on Naruto, formed a small-scale, high-intensity, yet completely reversed terrifying eye of a hurricane. The purple-black mist of venomous insects that was originally drifting toward Naruto was instantly strangled and cleared by this sudden storm, then blown back toward Aburame Torian. What? Aburame Torian's eyes behind his goggles widened, but the wind pressure was so strong and abrupt that it completely disrupted his chakra control rhythm. The venomous insects were swept up by the storm and lunged back at him and Fuyamanaka beside him. Fuyamanaka's expression also changed drastically as he swung his long sword, trying to cut through the wind pressure and the insect swarm, but the wind was formless and the insects were tiny. His sword light could only cleave through a few. Aburame Torian stood in front of Fuyamanaka to block the corpses of the venomous insects, preventing him from being poisoned. In the instant the storm rolled back and the two responded somewhat clumsily. Naruto's figure rushed in front of them like a ghost. In the next moment, Aburame Torian and Fuyamanaka felt their necks tighten simultaneously. An irresistible, massive force gripped their throats like iron pincers, slamming their bodies, which hadn't yet fully stabilized, violently against the cold wall behind them. Boom. Boom. Two dull impacts sounded almost at the same time, and fine cracks were smashed into the surface of the wall. Aburame Toryun and Fuyamanaka were pinned dead against the wall, their feet off the ground. The intense feeling of suffocation and the dizziness from the impact caused them to lose their ability to resist instantly. Too fast. From the wind pressure rolling back to being captured, the time was too short. Aburame Toryun's face under the mask twisted due to suffocation, but the nano-insects inside his body sensed that their host was under a fatal threat and reacted immediately. Countless even finer and more deadly venomous insects poured frantically from his skin pores and even from his gripped neck like a black tide, spreading up Naruto's arm that was clutching his throat, preparing to instantly engulf and dissolve the attacker. However, just as the venomous insects were about to touch Naruto's skin, Naruto's arms gripping the two, along with his entire body, suddenly underwent a change. His skin quickly lost its color, turning into a coarse wood grain, and just before the insects could bite, his form shriveled as if drained of moisture, turning into two pieces of tough wood that tightly coiled around the necks of Aburame Toryun and Fuyamanaka, binding their bodies to the rock wall. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 161, Chapter 161, Better to Kill by Mistake. Chapter 161, Better to Kill by Mistake. Is this a wood clone? Ugh, cough. Aburame Toryun and Fuyamanaka were tightly bound by the tough wood, making it even harder to breathe, their eyes filled with horror. Especially Fuyamanaka, after the initial shock, an extremely familiar ninjutsu name that absolutely shouldn't have appeared here, along with a long-buried code name, exploded in his mind like thunder. Would release. Kino. Except for the legendary first Hokage, Fuyamanaka had only seen would release on one person. The would release test subject who once belonged to Root with the codename Kino, and was later personally taken away by the third Hokage and given the new identity Tenzo. Kino, how could this be? Could it be? Fuyamanaka's mind, blurred by lack of oxygen, turned with difficulty. The one who wants to kill Lord Danzo is the third Hokage. This thought made him shudder. If it really was the third Hokage pulling the strings, sending Tenzo, who mastered would release, to assassinate Lord Danzo, what did that mean? A split in Hidden Leaf Village's highest echelons of power. A long-planned purge? However, he had no more time to think. Just as the wood clone successfully entangled the two, Naruto's figure slowly emerged from the shadows on the other side of the hall. He still wore the fox mask, his black robe silent, and the ice-blue blade in his hand reflected a cold, death-like light in the dim illumination. He slowly walked up to the two of them. Naruto, wearing gloves, stuffed a piece of paper inscribed with runes into Aburame Toryun's mouth, then took out an identical piece and stuffed it into Fuyamanaka's mouth, sealing the cursed tongue eradication seal in their mouths. After doing all this, Naruto used a memory sealing technique on the two Root elites who were in a semi-conscious state due to suffocation and the power of the talismans. Naruto had met Toryun before, he and Shino had a good relationship, and Shino treated him like an older brother. So he couldn't kill Toryun. Sleep, when you wake up, the darkness will be gone. When you open your eyes again, your younger brother will come to pick you up. After loosening the space slightly so the two wouldn't suffocate, Naruto straightened his black robe and then swaggered to Danzo Shimura's door. He raised his hand and curled his finger. Knock, knock, knock. Neither too light nor too heavy, even with a somewhat polite rhythm, he knocked on the door. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, a voice with a hint of fatigue and breathlessness, yet forced to remain calm, drifted in. It was strikingly Fuyamanaka's voice, imitated perfectly. Lord Danzo, we have captured the thief who tried to assassinate you. The opponent actually knows would release, it's Kino. It seems the one who moved against you this time is the third Hokage. The room fell into a brief dead silence again. That fellow Hiruzen, would he really move against me? Danzo's voice finally sounded, carrying a deep sense of disbelief and a trace of icy anger at having his reverse scale touched. Fine, so you've finally lost your patience and decided to move against me. I only planned to assassinate you a few times, yet you dare to send someone you snatched from me to deal with me. Wait, is that really Fuyamanaka? How could Kino be captured so quickly? Screech. A piercing tearing sound suddenly rang out. Not from outside the door, but from inside. A highly condensed, incomparably sharp pale green wind blade sliced through the door panel without warning, carrying a shrill whistling sound, and slashed directly at the position where Fuyamanaka's voice came from. This strike was ruthless and decisive, clearly Danzo's choice for the most direct test amidst his suspicion. Or rather, to silence a witness. No matter who was outside, or whether the assassin was really captured, he would kill them first. Better to kill by mistake than to let one go. How could a mere Fuyamanaka compare to his own life? However, what the wind blades hit was not a body of flesh and blood. The moment the wind blades burst through the door, Naruto had already raised the ice-blue longsword in his hand, the blade held horizontally, precisely blocking the fierce wind blades. Clang. A crisp but short clash. The wind blades hit the ice sword and exploded into countless turbulent air currents, making Naruto's black robe flap loudly, but it failed to shake him in the slightest. The ice sword didn't even show a single crack, instead, it emitted an even more biting coldness. The door was completely cut open. Naruto continued to use wind pressure suction with his left hand, and as the wind blew through, the door collapsed inward with a bang. The scene behind the door came into view. Danzo Shimura had already unwrapped the layers of bandages that were wrapped around his right arm year-round, revealing that abnormally pale, eerie arm covered in dark red Sharingan patterns. His left hand tightly gripped a sharp kunai, his body slightly bowed in a perfect combat stance, and his only remaining left eye was locked onto the person outside the door like a venomous snake. However, when he saw that the person outside was not the expected Fu Yamanaka, nor was it Kino, but rather the black-robed person wearing a fox mask, his pupils suddenly contracted. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on the crystal-clear, ice-blue longsword in the opponent's hand that emitted an ominous coldness. Ice release. Danzo's brow furrowed deeply, his suspicion growing even stronger. Countless thoughts flashed through Danzo's mind like lightning, but his long-standing insidiousness and decisiveness allowed him to instantly suppress all doubts. No matter what, the opponent had seen the Sharingan on his right arm, so he couldn't be left alive. No matter who you are, today, this place will be your burial ground. Danzo's hoarse roar was still echoing in the cold air, and the row of eerie Sharingan on his right arm began to glow with an ominous red light, with a faint tendency to spin. The air in the entire room seemed to become thick and filled with killing intent. Naruto's figure disappeared. It wasn't high-speed movement or the afterimage of the body flicker technique, but a true, unannounced spatial jump. The position where he appeared was not any attack angle Danzo had predicted, but, on the door panel at Danzo's feet, almost right in front of him. What was even more bizarre was that when he appeared, his left hand had already turned into a blurred afterimage, with determined precision and coldness, his 5 fingers like hooks, piercing straight for Danzo's right eye under the bandages. What? Danzo's pupils contracted. The distance was too close, and the way the opponent appeared was too bizarre. He didn't even have time to activate Izanagi, only having time to tilt his head back sharply by combat instinct while subconsciously blocking with his right hand. But, it was too late. Naruto's left hand seemed to cross the barriers of space and time, ignoring the tiny distance and Danzo's hasty reaction. His 5 fingers were covered with a layer of chakra blades condensed to the extreme, passing through without hindrance. Poochie. A toothacheing, wet muffled sound. The 5 fingers precisely gouged into Danzo's right eye socket, and sharp pain swept through Danzo's entire brain like an explosion. Ah. A shrill scream that didn't sound human burst from Danzo's throat, filled with unbelievable pain, horror, and a trace of deep-seated fear and fury from the depths of his soul. Is it a chakra scalpel? Is the opponent also a medical ninja? Could it be one of Orochimaru's test subjects? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 162, Chapter 162, Izanagi. Chapter 162, Izanagi. The chakra on Naruto's fingers dissipated as he gave a steady, firm tug. A warm eyeball, stained with blood and viscous tissue, its pupil displaying the 3-tomo pattern, was forcibly gouged out of Danzo's eye socket by him. It was Uchiha Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan that possessed Koto Ematsukami. The moment the eyeball left his body, Danzo felt as if a piece of his soul had been torn away. It wasn't just intense pain, there was also a sense of emptiness and violent fury from having a power forcibly stripped away. Naruto instantly used the Flying Thunder God to put distance between himself and Danzo. Without even looking at the precious trophy in his hand, he unfurled a small sealing scroll he had already prepared with his left hand and pressed the eyeball into the sealing formula at the center of the scroll with his right. Seal. With a low shout, chakra was injected. The runes on the scroll suddenly lit up, firmly sealing the eyeball within and cutting off all presence and possible tracking. Immediately, the scroll rolled up automatically and was quickly tucked away by Naruto into an absolutely safe spot within the lining of his black robe. The entire process was smooth as flowing water. From his appearance to the eye snatching and sealing, it took no more than 2 seconds. Fast, accurate, and ruthless, there wasn't a single redundant movement, as if it had been rehearsed 1,000 times. Alright, the primary objective of this infiltration was complete. From behind his mask, Naruto's gaze swept coldly toward Danzo Shimura, who was staggering backward, his left hand clutching his bleeding right eye socket while letting out a cry of agony. Kill Danzo. That was merely a secondary convenience. In fact, in Naruto's plan, this might be even simpler than seizing the eye. Because he had to prevent the opponent from destroying that eyeball. And Danzo's trump card was nothing more than that nauseating revival coin trick. Relying on those plundered Sharingan on his right arm, he could cast the forbidden ninjutsu Izanagi, turning unfavorable reality into a dream to achieve brief immortality. But so what? In the face of absolute power, speed, and an insight that knew all his trump cards like the back of his hand, the so-called revival coin, was nothing more than a pathetic trick to prolong pain and add futile struggle. Danzo suddenly leapt back several meters, leaning against the cold wall, his body trembling slightly from the intense pain and blood loss. Warm blood bubbled out from between the fingers of his left hand, staining the front of his Hokage's ceremonial robe and dripping onto his grotesque right arm covered in Sharingan. His remaining left eye was bloodshot from extreme pain and rage, staring fixedly at the masked figure in the black robe, almost bulging out of its socket. That sudden spatial movement just now, it was the Flying Thunder God. The S-rank spacetime ninjutsu created by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and brought to glory by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. To know the Flying Thunder God and master such powerful ice release, while also knowing precisely that Shirsui's Mangekyo was hidden in his right eye and seizing it instantly in such a humiliating manner, who, exactly was this person? Orochimaru? Impossible. Orochimaru had never seen the scroll recording the Flying Thunder God. Sent by Hiruzen. When did Hiruzen have such a terrifying subordinate? Or was it some force hidden even deeper, one that even he was unaware of? An unprecedented sense of crisis and mystery, like ice water mixed with intense pain, drenched Danzo's entire body. For the first time, he felt that he had gone from being the hunter who always lurked in the shadows, weaving conspiracies and controlling the lives and deaths of others, to a pathetic prey completely shrouded by an unknown shadow, with all his trump cards seemingly laid bare in the sunlight and seen through at a glance. This massive gap in status and the sense of losing control, mixed with the pain and humiliation of having his eye gouged out, nearly drove the habitually dark and calm Danzo Shimura into a frenzied rage. You've got to be kidding me. I, Danzo Shimura, have plotted my whole life and endured for decades, how could I fall at the hands of some cowardly rat who hides his face? Before the roar in his heart could subside, an ice-cold, piercing pain exploded from his chest without warning. Danzo's remaining left eye widened suddenly as he looked down in disbelief. He saw a section of a crystal-clear, ice-blue blade emitting a chilling aura. At some point, it had already completely pierced through his chest, emerging from the front, with his warm blood dripping from the tip. The cold sensation spread rapidly, freezing his blood and numbing his nerves, as if even the pain of his lost right eye was being covered by this bone-chilling cold. What are you thinking about? So engrossed. A voice, altered by a voice changer, echoed faintly. When did this happen? Flying Thunder God? No. He had clearly been staring at the opponent just now, and there were no signs of the opponent making hand seals or using a technique. A shadow clone. Or something else. Danzo's thoughts suffered a moment of stagnation and confusion because of this sudden fatal blow. However, something even more terrifying was yet to come. The ice blade that had pierced his body didn't just stop at the initial damage. The moment it entered his body, the ice blade acted like an activated venomous snake and suddenly erupted. Chi chi chi. Countless sharp, jagged ice thorns burst forth from the main shaft of the ice blade that pierced his chest, like wildly growing brambles, exploding in all directions. They tore through muscle, punctured internal organs, snapped bones, and even pierced out from under the skin of other parts of his body. Danzo's entire chest cavity seemed to transform in an instant into a bloody ice thorn hell erupting from the inside out. Puff. A large mouthful of thick blood mixed with organ fragments and ice crystals sprayed from Danzo's mouth, staining the ground and the air in front of him with a layer of gruesome crimson. His body twitched violently due to the internal destruction, and his life force drained away rapidly like a floodgate being opened. His consciousness blurred quickly, but deep in Danzo's left eye, the ruthlessness and determination belonging to the darkness of the shinobi burned to its peak just before death arrived. Flying Thunder God, it truly is troublesome, unpredictable. The opponent must have used a shadow clone to use the Flying Thunder God, teleporting to his blind spot to deliver that fatal blow. No, thinking about this now is useless. But I haven't lost yet. I can't die, I can't die. I'm about to become the Hokage. The fifth Hokage. Hidden Leaf Village will become truly strong in my hands. I cannot die here. I cannot die at the hands of this cowardly rat who hides his face. A roar born of near obsession echoed wildly in the depths of his soul, overriding his physical pain and squeezing out every last bit of remaining willpower. The thirst for power, the obsession with becoming Hokage, and the fear of death mixed into a violent force. Relying on this force, Danzo used all his remaining strength, even ignoring the terrifying ice thorns that were grinding his internal organs into slush. The shadow clone pulled the sword out and then severed Danzo's right arm. The veins on his neck bulged, and broken, raspy syllables containing a certain eerie rhythm squeezed out of his throat, like the final roar of a dying beast or a sacrificial call to some forbidden existence. I-Z-A, na, G-I. The moment the last syllable fell, a sudden change occurred. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 163, Chapter 163, The Real Immersion in the Naruto World. Chapter 163, The Real Immersion in the Naruto World. The ice blade in Naruto's hand, along with all the ice thorns piercing Danzo's body, seemed to suddenly plunge into an illusory bubble. Danzo's mangled, collapsing figure began to twist and fluctuate violently, like a reflection in water disturbed by a stone, becoming bizarre and utterly surreal. Immediately following. Bang. A puff of white smoke, not particularly violent but exceptionally abrupt, exploded in the center of the room without warning. The smoke spread rapidly, carrying a strange ripple of chakra that felt as if time were flowing backward. The smoke dissipated. Naruto's pupils constricted slightly. The spot where a cold corpse should have been was now empty. A few steps away, an unscathed Danzo Shimura slowly stepped out from the lingering smoke. The bandages on his right arm were still wrapped, clearly, his right hand had also recovered. To Naruto's surprise, the right eye socket, which Naruto had just brutally gouged out and which had been bleeding incessantly, was now perfectly intact. His sinister left eye stared coldly at Naruto. Even the blood-stained Hokage ceremonial robe on his body had returned to a pristine white. This eerie scene caused even the prepared Naruto to feel a momentary shock. Then, Naruto's eyes lit up. His right eye was fine again. Holy crap, there's a bug like this. Is this for real? The real immersion of the Naruto world has arrived. You bastard, die. Danzo, having just revived through Izanagi, no longer had any intention of testing the waters or relying on luck, only an outpouring of rage and a lethal determination remained. His left eye was bloodshot, locking onto Naruto, as his right arm suddenly thrust forward. The pale arm, covered in crimson Sharingan, underwent a terrifying mutation under the frantic infusion of chakra. The skin on his arm rapidly lignified, darkening like old tree bark. His fingers twisted and extended, and the tips suddenly split and proliferated, turning into countless hideous, thick brown trunks with sharp wooden spikes, piercing toward Naruto with incredible speed and range. Would release, smashing spear tree. Facing this overwhelming wooden tide emanating decay and killing intent, Naruto still stood his ground. He didn't dodge, he simply raised his right hand. Upon his palm, chakra frantically gathered, compressed, and spun. It was an extremely deep pitch black, as if it could swallow all light. The black chakra sphere rotated at high speed, its volume expanding rapidly. Its edges pulled at a distorted force field, and even the surrounding light seemed to be drawn in and warped by it. Reisenrigen. Go. A single, nonchalant word. The pitch-black Reisenrigen flew from his hand. It didn't seem fast, yet it carried an eerie weight that ignored spatial barriers, crashing straight into the oncoming wooden tide. In the next instant, a terrifying collision occurred. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a more heart-stopping annihilation, as if all things were returning to nothingness. The moment the Reisenrigen touched the first few giant trunks, the hardwood, strong enough to pierce rock and crush steel, acted like fragile withered branches meeting an invisible millstone. Without even a hint of resistance, it was completely shredded and decomposed by the pitch-black rotating force field in silence. Like being thrown into a high-speed shredder, it turned into the finest wood dust, which was then completely swallowed and annihilated by the force field. 1, 2, 3. The Reisenrigen advanced with unstoppable force. Everywhere it passed, Danzo's terrifying, smashing spear tree vanished quickly, like pencil marks erased by an eraser. Danzo's left eye widened in shock as he watched his strongest would-release attack prove so powerless against that eerie black sphere. What kind of ninjutsu was that? Was it Rasengan? But the Rasengan shouldn't be a technique that can be thrown. However, Naruto's attack did not stop. Just as the Reisenrigen flew out and shredded the wooden tide, he formed hand seals again. Would release, would clone technique. For wood clones, identical to him and also wearing black robes and fox masks, appeared instantly. Including the previous clone, the 5 wood clones moved without pause like 5 streaks of black lightning. From 5 different tricky angles, they avoided the path of the Reisenrigen's annihilation and the lingering storm of wood chips. With incredible coordination and speed, they lunged boldly at Danzo. Their goal was clear and unified. They were determined to seize his newly grown right eye, obtained through the reset of Izanagi, once again. If he couldn't be killed once, then they would kill him twice, 3 times. If the eye was refreshed, they would steal it again. Until all your revival coins were exhausted and all your trump cards were plundered. Danzo Shimura tore off the bandages on his right arm, then quickly formed seals and spat out a high-pressure wind sphere. Humph, me avoid your edge. Wind release, sexy sun bro, vacuum great sphere. Below, in the center of the Chunin exams arena. During the intense battle with Naruto's shadow clone, the Shikaka chakra inside Gaara completely spiraled out of control due to excessive stimulation. Yellow sand swirled wildly, letting out a non-human roar. Gaara's body began to twist and swell, half of it covered by dark red Shikaka chakra filled with eerie patterns. His nails grew sharp and long, emitting a heart-stopping, violent aura. He had entered the extremely dangerous possessed form. At the highest point of the stands, in the VIP seating. Orochimaru, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, took it all in. A cold and excited glint flashed in his golden snake-like eyes. Although it's a bit rushed, the time has come. No longer hiding, he shook his sleeve the moment the chaos began below and everyone's attention was drawn to the rampaging Gaara. He silently threw a special smoke bomb. Bang. Dense grayish-white smoke erupted instantly, completely enveloping the small area where the two were. Beside the third Hokage, Rado Namishi was struck in the abdomen by two kunai and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Kazekage. You. The third Hokage's face changed drastically as he shouted a stern question. Years of battle instinct allowed him to enter a state of alert instantly, retreating backward while preparing to form hand seals. However, Orochimaru's movements were faster. He was a master of sneak attacks and understood his former teacher deeply. The moment the smoke filled the air, a cold glint broke through. Orochimaru's figure approached like a ghost. His left hand, like a venomous snake's tongue, darted out with lightning speed, and a sharp kunai was already held firmly against the third Hokage's neck. The cold blade pressed against his skin. Teacher, it's been a long time. Orochimaru's hoarse, teasing voice rang in the third Hokage's ear, using his original voice. Orochimaru. It's you. The third Hokage's eyes were sharp as knives, beyond the shock was overwhelming anger and sorrow. He understood everything in an instant. This joint Chunin exams was itself a combined conspiracy between Orochimaru and the hidden sand village. The other side even brought the one-tailed Jinchuriki, it seems this was long planned. So, where is the real fourth Kazekage? Without waiting for the third Hokage to break free or sound an alarm, Orochimaru exerted force. Up. Holding the third Hokage hostage, he kicked off the ground. His body surged upward as if weightless, smashing through the covering of the VIP seats. Carrying the third Hokage, he landed steadily on the high, towering main roof of the competition venue. Exposing the two of them to everyone's view, they instantly became the focus of the entire arena. At almost the same moment. Throughout the venue, as if a pre-programmed sequence had been triggered, countless pure white, light feathers appeared out of air, fluttering down from the sky and covering the entire audience area. Demonic illusion, Temple of Nirvana technique. This is an A-rank wide-range hypnotic genjutsu. The feathers landed on the heads and shoulders of defenseless civilian spectators and even some genin and chunin. The light in their eyes quickly dimmed, their consciousness feeling as if soaked in warm water. They grew drowsy and collapsed one after another, falling into a deep sleep. In an instant, the noisy venue became deathly silent, with only a few powerful or quick-reacting ninja remaining awake. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 164, Chapter 164, Konoha Crush Plan, Launch. Chapter 164, Konoha Crush Plan, Launch. This is Genjutsu, isn't it, Kakashi? Might Guy looked at the feathers falling from the sky and turned to Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake nodded, and then both of them performed hand seals simultaneously. Release. After dispelling the genjutsu, Might Guy and Kakashi immediately tried to rush toward the third Hokage's side to protect him. Leave it to us. Several figures in black robes wearing animal-patterned masks leaped over their heads. It was the Umbu. On the other side of the spectator stands, Sakura Haruno noticed something was wrong the moment the white feathers appeared. Seeing the companions and civilians around her falling into a deep sleep and her own consciousness becoming groggy, Sakura performed a hand seal. Release. With a low shout, she broke the influence of the genjutsu on her own. She looked around nervously and found that Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and others had been trapped by the genjutsu, while in the distance, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, and others also seemed affected but were recovering with the help of their companions. Sakura immediately began to act, helping her teammates dispel the genjutsu. However, the crisis had only just begun. On the outskirts of the arena, after seeing the smoke signal, the Otogekyure forces that had been lying in wait for a long time tore off their disguises like hyenas smelling blood. Kill. Countless ninjas wearing Otogekyure headbands with ferocious expressions rushed into the arena from various entrances or by directly destroying the walls. They were well trained, had clear objectives, created chaos, attacked Konoha ninjas, and pinned down their effective forces. At the same time, most of the Tsunagekyure team, who had originally come to watch as allies, suddenly turned hostile. They cast off their disguises, revealing their fierce faces, and joined forces with the Otogekyure ninjas to launch a fierce assault on the caught-off-guard Konoha ninjas. Enemy attack. Protect the spectators. Repel the invaders. The Hidden Leaf Village Jonin were the first to react. Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and others instantly charged into the enemy crowd, engaging in a fierce battle. The Chunin and Genin who were gradually awakened by their companions also quickly organized themselves, covering the sleeping civilians as they moved to safe areas while forming ranks to resist the invaders. Naruto's shadow clone slammed Gaara heavily onto the ground with a leg drop, then split off another shadow clone to protect Koyuki Kazuhana while his main body went to the spectator stance to protect Hinata and the others. If Gaara wanted to cause a scene, let him. Even if he turned into Shikaku and fired a tailed beast ball, it had nothing to do with Naruto. The Hidden Leaf Village Umbu, like black shadows, had already moved when the disturbance first began. They quickly split into two teams. One elite team pounced like ghosts toward the special protection area where the daimyo was located, building the tightest line of defense. The other team rushed toward the main roof without hesitation, attempting to rescue the kidnapped third Hokage. He. On the roof, Orochimaru looked down at Hidden Leaf Village, which had instantly fallen into war and chaos. Feeling the tension in the third Hokage's body in his grasp, he let out a pleasant but cold chuckle. He tore off his Kazekage disguise, revealing his pale and eerie true form. His golden snake-like pupils looked down upon this land he once protected but was now going to destroy with his own hands. Sensei, do you see? Hidden Leaf Village has already begun to crumble. The Konoha Crush plan officially kicked off at this moment. The illusion of peace was completely torn apart. Screams, roars, the clashing of weapons, and the sounds of ninjutsu explosions instantly replaced the previous enthusiastic cheers of the competition. The sunlight remained bright, yet it shone upon a sudden conspiracy and war that swept through the entire village. Just as Orochimaru took the third Hokage hostage and leapt onto the roof, becoming the target of all eyes, four figures appeared simultaneously at the four corners of the roof platform like ghosts. The newcomers were the Sound Four. As soon as they appeared, their hands began to form seals in unison. Ninjutsu, Four Violet Flames Formation. The four shouted in unison as the final seal was completed. Buzz. Four dazzling purple pillars of light shot up from their respective positions, quickly converging and extending above the roof, forming a giant, purple transparent barrier cube that completely enveloped the entire roof platform. The four were also encased within the barrier. The barrier wall was not a simple chakra shield, instead, glowing purple flames flowed and leaped within it, emitting a heart-palpitating heat and an aura of destruction. A Hidden Leaf Village Umbu member charging at the front, desperate to save the Hokage, tried to force his way through while the barrier was still forming and not yet fully stable. His body moved like lightning as he slammed into the purple barrier wall. The moment he made contact, he was repelled. The purple flames flowing on the barrier wall instantly wrapped around him like living things, spreading and burning frantically from the point of contact. Ah! A shrill scream rang out as the black clothes on the Umbu member were instantly ignited, turning him into a ball of fire. He struggled and fell off the barrier wall, dropping like a broken kite onto the edge of the roof. After rolling in pain for a few moments, he tumbled off the high roof, still covered in flames, his fate unknown. This terrifying scene caused the Umbu members who arrived later and other ninjas trying to approach to stop abruptly, their expressions changing drastically. The Four Violet Flames formation not only isolated the inside from the outside, but the flames on it ignited upon contact and were extremely difficult to extinguish. It was an incredibly powerful sealing barrier technique. Almost at the same time the Four Violet Flames formation rose, on the outskirts of Konoha village, in a secluded forest near the wall. Several elite ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village were sitting cross-legged on the ground, forming a strange ritual circle. With solemn expressions, they pressed the special summoning scrolls they had been holding tightly in their hands onto the center of the formation simultaneously. Summoning Jutsu. Chakra was injected in synchronization. Bang. A massive cloud of white smoke rose into the sky, accompanied by an earth-shaking roar. Within the smoke, a shadow so massive it was suffocating quickly manifested. It was a brown three-headed giant snake, over dozens of meters long and as thick as a mobile fortress. The massive body of the three-headed giant snake twisted, ignoring terrain obstacles, and charged towards the nearby high walls of Konoha village with an unstoppable aura. Its massive body itself was the most terrifying siege weapon. On the high walls of Hidden Leaf Village, the ninjas on patrol saw the terrifying beast moving like a mountain range from a distance, and their hearts nearly stopped from fear. Enemy attack. It's a giant summoned beast. On the field, Shiranui-ginma, acting as the referee, saw Naruto leave to protect the civilians, so he rushed forward to face Gaara in his partial transformation state. He absolutely could not let this monster attack at will. I won't let you have your way. Baki pulled out a kunai and rushed toward Shiranui-ginma. Clang. Gecko Heiate drew his long blade and blocked Baki's path. Because Orochimaru had used the Orochimaru-style body replacement technique twice to escape Naruto, the exhaustion was too great, and Yakushi Kabuto had been taking care of him these past few days, so he hadn't gone to meet Baki. Therefore, Gecko Heiate luckily survived and, at this moment, as if by fate, still faced off against his original opponent, Baki. Your opponent, is me. Gecko Heiate stood in front of Shiranui-ginma, facing the powerful Sanjonin without a hint of fear. The starting stance of Konoha-style Kenjutsu was already set, forming a standoff with Baki. A sickly weakling, get lost. Even if I'm a sickly weakling, I'm enough to stop you. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, Common Enemy. Chapter 165, Common Enemy. Just as Kakashi Hatake and Might Guy repelled several Otogekyur ninja and looked anxiously toward the roof isolated by the four Violet Flames formation, preparing to find a way to break through and support the third Hokage, four figures blocked their path like ghosts. The leader was dressed in standard Hidden Leaf Village Umbu attire, wearing an animal mask. It was Yakushi Kabuto, who had been disguised and infiltrating Hidden Leaf Village for many years, finally showing his fangs. The three Otogekyur ninja behind him made no attempt to hide their hostility, their chakra surging as they took up battle stances. Wanting to go help the third Hokage. Unfortunately, this path is closed. He gestured with his hand, and the three Otogekyur ninja behind him immediately dispersed, faintly surrounding Kakashi and Guy along with Kabuto. Kakashi's Sharingan slowly rotated, scanning the four people in front of him, finally fixing on Kabuto. You're not Umbu. Who are you? Kabuto chuckled and didn't answer directly. Rather than caring about my identity, you two should care more about yourselves. After all, breaking through us won't be an easy task. Might Guy's thick eyebrows shot up, his blood boiling. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to harm Hidden Leaf Village or Hokage-sama is our enemy. Kakashi, let's go. Yeah. Kakashi pulled up his forehead protector, his gaze becoming sharp. The enemies in front of them were clearly prepared, and their strength was not to be underestimated. They had to be dealt with quickly. On the other side, the Hyuga residence. Compared to the clamor of war and chaos outside, the Hyuga clan compound seemed relatively quiet, but it was also filled with a tense atmosphere. Hyuga Hayashi's face was as cold as water as he had the people behind him casually toss several bodies, crudely wrapped in straw mats, into the courtyard. Those were the corrupt Hyuga elders, their direct descendants, and several branch house members who protected them, who had colluded with external enemies and forced Hizashi to his death, and had been cleared out by him and Niji earlier. Looking at these corpses, Hayashi felt no sadness. Instead, he found them exceptionally eyesore and troublesome. Killing them was for the good of the family, a housecleaning, but explaining their sudden deaths to the clan and the Hidden Leaf Village higher-ups, especially since they died at his hands, was a difficult problem. He had originally intended to keep it hidden. Just as he was worrying about not finding a suitable excuse or scapegoat, the hidden sand village delivered itself to his doorstep. Could there be a more perfect timing? Damn it. Hayashi immediately turned and shouted in a low voice to the several Hyuga branch house elite jonin standing by, quick. You go support Sandame-sama first. Then, he strode to the center of the courtyard and announced loudly. Everyone. The ninja of the hidden sand village have secretly infiltrated our Hyuga clan compound amidst the chaos of the Chunin exams. They are plotting for our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. They have frantically attacked and brutally murdered several of our elders. His voice was full of shock and fury as he pointed toward the arranged corpses. Hearing this, the clansmen fell silent one by one. It wasn't in mourning, but because they were holding back laughter. Ninja of the Hyuga, take up your weapons. Join me in slaying the invading Tsukuyomi, protecting our family, and protecting Hidden Leaf Village. Let those rats who covet the Byakugan pay a price in blood. He didn't even bother to mention avenging the elders. Following Hayashi's order, the ninja of the Hyuga clan quickly sprang into action. Byakugans were activated one after another, searching for any possible Tsukuyomi infiltrators. The entire Hyuga clan compound quickly entered a state of high combat readiness. Hayashi himself straightened his robes and looked coldly toward the direction of the chaotic sounds coming from outside the compound. To him, the Tsukuyomi invasion was not only a crisis for Hidden Leaf Village but also a perfect stage to cover up the internal clan purge and use the opportunity to further consolidate clan power and demonstrate the Hyuga's strength. He even skipped the act of pretending to be grieved and went straight into clan chief mode to repel the enemy. The deaths of several corrupt elders could be blamed entirely on the Tsukuyomi, and the Hyuga clan could stand on the moral high ground and in the war records as both victims and heroic resistors in this crisis. These sand ninja came at just the right time. On the roof, under the purple glow of the four Violet Flames formation, the atmosphere was eerie and oppressive. Outside the barrier, the Hidden Leaf Village Umbu were anxious, their various ninjutsu and taijutsu striking the barrier wall in turns, but they could only stir up ripples of purple flame waves, unable to move it in the slightest. Instead, several people were accidentally burned by the purple flames. Inside the barrier, Orochimaru held the third Hokage hostage, seemingly in absolute control. However, the next scene stunned everyone who witnessed it. The playful and cold expression on Orochimaru's face remained unchanged, but his left hand suddenly raised the kunai he was using to hold the third Hokage and stabbed violently. He stabbed, surprisingly, his own right hand that was holding the third Hokage. Puchi. The dull sound of the blade entering flesh was clearly audible. Blood instantly splattered from Orochimaru's right palm, a few drops falling onto the third Hokage's robes. The third Hokage's gaze narrowed, but he didn't take the opportunity to counterattack or break free. He just tensed his body slightly, watching his close disciple warily. Orochimaru seemed not to care about the wound on his palm. He even lazily yawned, then completely released his hold on the third Hokage. I've been feeling sleepy since just now, and now I'm finally a bit awake. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of raspiness and laziness as if he had just woken up. His gaze bypassed the somewhat stunned third Hokage in front of him and cast toward the chaotic battlefield below. His sight accurately locked onto the golden-haired figure weaving through the crowd, constantly directing and leading his peers to effectively resist the attacks of the Otogekure and Sand Ninja, Uzumaki Naruto. Watching Naruto calmly assign tasks, use shadow clones to draw fire, use a wooden sword to defeat enemies, and even find time to save comrades in danger, the appreciation in Orochimaru's golden snake-like pupils grew stronger, almost overflowing. I knew it would be like this, what a fine child. The third Hokage glanced sideways at Orochimaru, feeling extremely puzzled and wary of his self-mutilation and sudden relaxation of vigilance, but he did not act rashly and remained where he was. He spoke in a low voice, trying to use words to probe the true intentions of this disciple who had long since become strange and dangerous. Orochimaru, I know you. You are not someone who acts purely out of hatred. You attacked Hidden Leaf Village and caused this disturbance, yet there is no clear political goal, nor a motive driving you to do this. Deep in his heart, he even held a tiny, unrealistic sliver of hope. Hoping that this was really just an out-of-line and malicious joke by Orochimaru, that he had discovered the Tsunagekyure's conspiracy in advance, assassinated and impersonated the fourth Kazekage, and used this method to protect Hidden Leaf Village. Although logic told him this was impossible, looking at the disciple who was once his greatest pride and greatest heartbreak, the complex emotions of a teacher still made him unable to stop thinking in the best direction. Yes. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from Naruto and looked back at the third Hokage, his mouth curling into an exaggerated and eerie arc. Teacher, you're right, but as for a goal, I suppose I do have one. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Windmill. Chapter 166, Windmill. If I had to say, I find things that move to be interesting. He raised his uninjured left hand and removed the bamboo hat belonging to the Yondaime Kazekage that he had been wearing, tossing it aside to reveal his pale, eerie face and long black hair. A windmill that doesn't turn, although also interesting. Orochimaru spread his arms as if embracing the entire chaotic Hidden Leaf Village below, his voice suddenly rising with a near-fanatical excitement. Is essentially not worth a single glance. His words were like a cold poisonous snake slithering into the third Hokage's ears. This village, Hidden Leaf Village, is like a giant windmill that has rusted, turning slower and slower, becoming more and more boring. Orochimaru turned around, his golden snake pupils staring fixedly at his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now, I want to use this wind of Hidden Leaf Village's destruction to see if I can make this old windmill start turning again. Or, in the moment it completely shatters, will it burst into the final and most brilliant sparks? His goal had nothing to do with power or hatred, he didn't even necessarily want to completely destroy Hidden Leaf Village. What he wanted was change, turmoil, and the unknown and possibilities that might burst forth under the pressure of extreme chaos and destruction, things that fascinated him beyond the ordinary. Naruto's performance, the struggle and counterattacks of those young ninjas below in the crisis, and even the third Hokage's current response were all variables and phenomena he was observing in this experiment. The third Hokage fell silent. Looking at the pure and crazed light in Orochimaru's eyes, his last sliver of unrealistic fantasy completely shattered. He slowly raised his hand, pressing down the brim of his Hokage hat to hide the swirling heartache, disappointment, and resolve in his eyes. You haven't changed a bit, Orochimaru. The third Hokage's voice became incredibly calm, yet it contained a weight like the calm before a storm. You are clever, but you will always be like a playful and willful child, easily trampling over everything others cherish just to satisfy your own curiosity. He looked up, his gaze already sharp as a blade, and the aura of the shinobi legend began to rise. However, Hidden Leaf Village is not your toy. The people here are certainly not experimental subjects for you to manipulate at will. Today, let me, as your inadequate teacher, put an end to this twisted interest of yours. Uzumaki Naruto. A violent roar echoed across the chaotic battlefield. Having completely entered the possession state, Gaara grew more and more of Shikaka's elemental features, even his right eye had turned into Shikaka's eye. With a violent giant palm of sand, he slammed Shiranui Genma, who had been fighting him for a long time, flying away. Genma was thrown against a wall, coughing up blood upon landing, temporarily losing the ability to pursue. Those bloodshot eyes, almost completely eroded by Shikaka's will, immediately locked onto the blonde figure not far away. It was him. It was that Uzumaki Naruto. In the match and in the battle just now, he had stimulated and provoked him time and again, making the monster inside him so excited, so eager to tear the opponent apart. Now, no one could stop him anymore. The yellow sand around Gaara surged violently, carrying him like an out-of-control cannonball as he charged directly at Naruto with startling speed. Naruto had just cleanly finished off an Otogekure ninja who tried to sneak attack a civilian with his wooden sword. Sensing the terrifying killing intent and the sound of breaking wind from behind, he turned around without hesitation. He didn't retreat in the slightest, his eyes were frighteningly calm. Twirling his wooden sword, he exerted force with his feet, advancing instead of retreating to meet the pouncing Gaara head-on. Naruto, look out. Shikamaru had been moving along the edge of the battlefield, using his shadow imitation technique to assist his comrades and restrain enemies. His heart tightened when he saw Gaara suddenly switch targets to attack Naruto fiercely. Gaara's current state was clearly abnormal and his power was violent. Although Naruto wasn't weak, he would likely suffer in a direct clash. Without any hesitation, Shikamaru's hands quickly formed seals in front of his chest. The shadow beneath his feet, like a living black tentacle, extended swiftly, aiming precisely at the shadow beneath Gaara's feet. As long as the shadow connection was successful, even if it only controlled him for an instant, it would create a perfect opportunity for Naruto. Shadow imitation. Whoosh. A blast of wind, fierce beyond imagination and like an invisible giant hammer, struck suddenly from the side without warning. The wind was so strong that it not only made Shikamaru's robes flap loudly and his footing unstable, but it also caused his newly extended shadow to shake violently, distort, and dissipate directly. The technique was interrupted. Startled, Shikamaru immediately steadied himself and turned to look at the source of the strong wind. He saw that Temari had at some point closed her giant 3-star fan. With the fan closed, she propped it against the ground with one hand and brushed back her blonde bangs with the other. Her emerald green eyes were currently staring straight at Shikamaru. "Hey, your name is Nara Shikamaru, right?" Temari spoke, her voice crisp but carrying an unquestionable tone. "This time, if you go easy on me again like you did in the match." She narrowed her eyes slightly, her grip on the 3-star fan tightening as a sharp aura radiated from her. "Then you might die a very miserable death." Her words were direct, even carrying a hint of provocation, but Shikamaru heard a different meaning behind them. During the Chunin exams, Shikamaru had directly forfeited. In the original story, Shikamaru also chose to give up, but he was slapped down from the railing by the original Naruto, forcing him to fight Temari. Naruto's shadow clones wouldn't force Shikamaru to go up and fight. Although Temari won, she felt slighted. And now, in this true battle involving the survival of the village, Temari clearly wanted to settle the score with Shikamaru. What she wanted was a fair and square contest where both sides gave their all. Looking at Temari's serious gaze, Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. "What a drag, this is such a pain," expression appearing on his face. "Honestly, do you have to be so particular about this at a time like this?" He sighed, but his body had already slightly adjusted its posture, and his chakra began to flow in a different way. The preparatory hand signs for the shadow imitation technique also changed. "However, since you put it that way." He didn't say anything more, but the meaning was clear. He wouldn't hold back anymore, at least, he wouldn't cheat in that almost humiliating way like last time. The battle before him concerned the lives of his comrades and the safety of the village. He had to get serious too. The corner of Temari's mouth seemed to twitch upward, serving as an acknowledgement of his reaction. She unfurled the 3-star fan again, chakra flowing over the fan's surface as she locked onto Shikamaru. "Then, let's start the second round, Hidden Leaf Village's trouble-hating genius." Hey, don't just go giving people nicknames." Shikamaru grinned. He didn't just know the shadow imitation technique, having practiced with a taijutsu genius like Naruto. If he didn't know taijutsu, he would easily be insta-killed once an opponent closed in. Chapter 167, Goodbye, Danzo Shimura. Chapter 167, Goodbye, Danzo Shimura. Just as the twice-resurrected Danzo, relying on his rich combat experience and the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, narrowly twisted his body to dodge the direct, bone-chilling ice blade thrust from Naruto's true body. A new anomaly occurred. The skin on Naruto's left palm suddenly wood morphed, and a hard wooden stake, as thick as a steel bar and sharp at the tip, instantly shot out without warning, like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair. Poochoo. The wooden spike accurately pierced Danzo's right flank, which had been exposed while dodging the ice blade. The powerful piercing force sent Danzo's body stumbling back several steps. However, this was only the beginning. Wood release, cutting technique. Naruto inwardly let out a low cry, and the wooden stake embedded in Danzo's body suddenly erupted a second time under his conscious control. Chi. Countless sharper, finer wooden spikes, like instantly blooming flowers of death, violently burst forth from the main stake, exploding wildly from the inside out without any pattern. They pierced muscles, tore internal organs, ruptured blood vessels, and even stabbed out from other parts of Danzo's body, practically turning him into a blood-soaked, wooden hedgehog. Ugh! Danzo let out a painful groan. His body convulsed violently due to the internal agony and destruction, and his vitality rapidly drained away once more. At the same time, Naruto's shadow clone, which had been lurking like a phantom on the side, searching for an opportunity, moved. In the instant Danzo was heavily injured by the cutting technique and his attention and physical control experienced a momentary lapse, the shadow clone rapidly closed the distance, its right hand covered in a precisely sharp edge like a chakra scalpel, shooting out like lightning. Target, Danzo's right eye, which had just been refreshed by Izanagi and was completely intact. Puff. There was another soft sound. The shadow clone's hand plunged steadily, accurately, and viciously into Danzo's eye socket. A grab, a pull. It truly was a Mangekyo Sharingan. The shadow clone quickly placed the eyeball into a sealing scroll prepared by another shadow clone and completed the seal. Feeling the same ocular power on the scroll as the previous Mangekyo, Naruto's heart pounded wildly. Holy crap, that's amazing. 2 Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, the arm Danzo had previously lost was also reverted. This rollback mechanism of Izanagi is simply too much of a bug, isn't it? Not only does it resurrect and refresh the status, but it can even generate a Mangekyo. However, the Sharingan that had already been used for Izanagi remained in its original state. Although both are right eyes, doesn't Kakashi still have Obito's left eye? But those are matters for later. Right now, the battle is not over. Danzo suffered another fatal blow and the agony of losing an eye. His remaining left eye nearly popped out of its socket, filled with hysterical madness and malice. Being robbed of a precious Mangekyo twice in a row, and having consumed 1 Sharingan on his right arm, this loss made his heart bleed with pain and drove him completely insane. Bastard, you bastard! He roared, relying on the effect of Izanagi that hadn't fully ended and his last remaining will, draining chakra once more as he shrieked. G-I. He intended to rewrite reality again. He could not die. He still had Sharingan. He could still turn the tables. This time, Naruto did not move to stop him. He just wanted to see if Danzo could produce a third Mangekyo. Trading 1 3-tomo for 1 Mangekyo was a huge profit. The smoke dispersed. Danzo walked out of the mist. One more Sharingan on his right arm had closed, and the bandage over his right eye was restored to its original state. It worked, just as expected. His collar was pulled high, indicating the technique was truly activated. However, Danzo, who had just been resurrected and seemingly reborn, reacted completely differently this time. He did not immediately adopt a fighting stance or roar and launch an attack, unlike the previous 2 times after resurrection. Instead, his face showed no relief at surviving, nor the fury of having his eye stolen again. There was only the ultimate savagery of utter despair, coupled with a maniacal determination to take his enemy down with him. His left eye stared intently at Naruto, his gaze like a poisoned ice pick. Then, under Naruto's slightly surprised gaze, Danzo made an unexpected move. He suddenly extended his left hand, violently ripped open the front of his robes, and exposed his pale chest. 4 symbols sealing technique. This was the final and most extreme measure Danzo Shimura had prepared for himself. Once activated, it generates a massive spherical sealing barrier centered on the user, sucking everything within the barrier into the space of the 4 symbol sealing technique for complete annihilation. It is a technique for mutual destruction in the truest sense. Clearly, having his core power repeatedly stolen, consuming precious Izanagi uses, yet still being unable to truly harm even the hem of his opponent's clothing, made Danzo realize completely that conventional means could no longer defeat this mysterious and powerful enemy before him. Continuing to use Izanagi in a war of attrition would only lead to a slow death, and he might also continue to have more Sharingan stolen by his opponent. Rather than being humiliatingly drained of life and completely plundered, he might as well drag this terrifying enemy down to hell with him. At the very least, he could ensure the remaining Sharingan wouldn't be stolen. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Danzo let out a low, maniacal laugh. His sole remaining left eye flickered with destructive light. He glared intently at Naruto, his voice hoarse and triumphant. Let us perish together. The moment his voice fell, the sealing formula of the 4 symbol sealing technique on his chest suddenly erupted with blinding black light. Terrifying chakra surged frantically from his body like a breached dam. Black patterns spread and extended rapidly in all directions, like ink dripping into clear water. A massive dark barrier was quickly forming, centered on Danzo. He intended to drag this entire area, along with the enemy before him, into eternal nothingness. Goodbye, Danzo Shimura. Naruto calmly took the other scroll from the shadow clone's hand, then used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the area. A circular void opened up underground. Naruto instantly returned to the previous hall. Aburame Toryun and Fu Yamanaka were still alive. They were quite lucky, as the corridor was long, and the 2 of them in the hall were not affected. Naruto glanced at them but paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed on the center of the hall, the massive circular void created by the four-symbol ceiling technique, which pierced through several floors and had smooth edges. As he watched, the space in the void's dark center became abnormally distorted once more. White smoke burst open again. The smoke slowly dissipated. A figure stumbled and climbed up from the edge of the smooth rock wall at the center of the void. It was none other than Danzo Shimura. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, I said goodbye, are you deaf? Chapter 168, I said goodbye, are you deaf? Danzo Shimura held onto the cold, weirdly smooth edge of the rock wall, gasping for breath, his body trembling slightly, and his chakra nearly exhausted. To think. Izanagi was actually this powerful. In Danzo's heart, what surged at this moment wasn't relief, but a cold, near-desperate lingering fear. Just now, the power of the four-symbol ceiling technique was true, absolute annihilation, even space seemed to have been partially swallowed. He clearly felt the process of being swallowed by the darkness, decomposed, and returned to nothingness. That was a death more thorough and ultimate than any damage caused by ninjutsu. However, Izanagi, the ultimate forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan, had actually rewritten the reality of being completely obliterated by the four-symbol ceiling technique. It directly pulled him back from absolute nothingness. This simply defied common sense. It was a reversal of life and death, in the truest sense. This is the power of the Uchiha. Moreover, even though he was resurrected, that feeling of being completely annihilated, that fear of being infinitely close to absolute death, was still branded deep in his soul, leaving him incredibly weak at this moment. He looked up, his remaining left eye meeting the black-robed figure standing quietly at the other end of the hall, as if he had never left. Naruto mocked, I said goodbye, are you deaf? The moment he saw Naruto, Danzo directly activated the four-symbol ceiling technique. The moment he saw Naruto's figure, a final glint of light, a mix of extreme fear and madness, erupted in Danzo's left eye. He knew. Rather than being killed by the opponent, or perhaps having something else taken away, it was better to try one more time. Ugh, let's die together. He roared, and with almost no warning, his remaining chakra surged recklessly toward his chest. He was attempting to reactivate the four-symbol ceiling technique, which theoretically should have been consumed, but perhaps because of Izanagi's reset effect, the technique's markings themselves might still remain in his body's memory or cells. Black markings faintly reappeared under the skin of his chest, attempting to twist and reorganize, emitting a dangerous light. However, too naive. A cold voice sounded, almost right against his ear. Naruto's figure appeared before him like a ghost at the very moment Danzo tried to activate the seal. A hand covered in pale blue chakra, precise as a scalpel, shot out like lightning with a clear target. It was Danzo's bandage-covered right eye, which had just been refreshed by Izanagi. Puchi. In a soft sound, fingers pierced the eye socket without resistance, followed by a hook and a pull. A warm Sharingan with a 3-tomo pattern was cleanly gouged out. Blood splattered. The intense pain caused Danzo's movements to freeze, and the activation of the four-symbol ceiling technique suffered a fatal delay and disorder. But it wasn't over yet. Naruto didn't withdraw the hand that took the eye, instead, he slammed his palm onto Danzo's chest, where the twisted black markings had just emerged. Evil Sealing Method. With a low shout, the powerful strength of the sealing technique poured into Danzo's chest like a bursting flood through Naruto's palm. It wasn't a power to attack the physical body, but specifically aimed at destroying and interfering with the structure of the technique. The black markings of the four-symbol ceiling technique on Danzo's chest, which had just appeared and weren't fully formed, were like patterns splashed with strong acid. They made a hissing sound and then began to twist violently, crumble, and dissipate. It was as if they were being crudely wiped away by an invisible hand. Before the four-symbol ceiling technique could fully activate, it was forcibly destroyed and dismantled from its source by Naruto's precise sealing technique. Ugh. Danzo's remaining left eye widened, looking in disbelief at the black markings rapidly disappearing from his chest, feeling the destructive energy that was trying to erupt inside him being extinguished like a fire whose source had been cut off. His final method of mutual destruction was also so easily broken by the opponent. Despair, like the deepest ice, instantly froze his heart. And Naruto, after doing all this, acted as if he had only completed an insignificant step. He casually put away the Sharingan he had just taken, and the ice-blue longsword he had been holding in his other hand was only now slowly raised. The sword's tip pressed against Danzo's chest, which was trembling slightly from despair and weakness. Then, without mercy, it pierced through. Puchi. The cold sword tip pierced through flesh, bringing a real pain of death that could no longer be rewritten. Danzo's body suddenly stiffened, his life force rapidly draining away as the blade entered. He struggled to lift his head, his remaining left eye staring fixedly at the fox mask inches away. That gaze was filled with endless doubt, resentment, and a final trace of confusion. He opened his mouth, blood overflowing from the corners, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows. Who, exactly, are you? This question had plagued him throughout the entire battle. Possessing Flying Thunder God, Wood Release, Ice Release, powerful knowledge of sealing technique, and knowing his trump cards inside out, this enemy seemed like a collection of all his nightmares and deepest fears, yet had no identity that fit his knowledge. The gaze behind Naruto's mask looked down calmly at the dying Danzo. He clearly had no interest in answering this question. The blade pushed forward another inch. In this world. He spoke, his voice altered, indifferent without a hint of emotion, as if stating a fundamental truth. Dead people don't keep secrets either. The words were like a final sentence. So, you should, take your doubts to the Pure Land and think about it slowly. Danzo lay on the ground, his eyes refusing to close even in death. Naruto left a shadow clone in case the old man tried to come back to life again, then departed. Although he left a shadow clone at home, he needed to go back first to confirm if Karen and Simba were safe. Inside Konoha village. A giant three-headed brown snake, like a moving mountain, crashed frantically into Hidden Leaf Village's houses. Every tail whip or collision made the earth tremble and bricks fly. The Konoha ninja's ninjutsu and attacks landed on its thick scales with little effect. The situation was critical. Boom. The sky seemed to be torn apart by something. A massive black shadow, accompanied by a deafening sound of breaking air and an aura-filled shout, fell from the sky like a meteorite, landing squarely and heavily on the largest, most ferocious middle head of the three-headed giant snake. It was a giant toad whose size was not at all inferior to the three-headed giant snake. Its skin was as rough as rock, it held a giant pipe in its mouth, and a samurai sword larger than an ordinary house was slung at its waist. It was exactly Mount Myaboku's Gamabunta. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, The Hero Appears. Chapter 169, The Hero Appears. The moment Gamabunta landed, he wasted no time. With a backhand motion, he drew the chillingly sharp katana from his waist. Behave yourself for this great lord. Accompanied by Gamabunta's gruff roar, the massive blade sliced through the air with the power to split mountains and shatter stone, ruthlessly piercing the top of the central head of the giant three-headed snake. The blade pinned it firmly to the ground, and foul-smelling snake blood erupted like a fountain. Hiss! As the middle head suffered a heavy blow, the other two heads let out even more violent roars, twisting their bodies frantically in an attempt to attack Gamabunta. However, Gamaken and Gamahiro also descended from the sky, one pinned a snake head with a fork, while the other used dual blades to skewer the remaining head. Gamabunta even had the leisure to take a puff from his pipe, blowing several large smoke rings with an air of complete composure. Even more eye-catching was the figure standing atop Gamabunta's head. It was a tall, white-haired man, but his current attire was a far cry from his usual image. He wore a slightly exaggerated black theatrical robe embroidered with golden cloud patterns, appearing both magnificent and somewhat mysterious. Over it, he wore a matching cloak, one corner of which he held up stylishly with one hand. In his other hand, he held an unfurled folding fan decorated with landscape paintings, covering the lower half of his face. Only his eyes, weathered yet gleaming with sharp light, and his signature spiky white hair were visible. He struck a dramatic stage pose, tilting his head slightly as his gaze seemed to pierce through the chaotic battlefield toward the distance. Then, a sonorous voice with a unique rhythm and cadence, reminiscent of a stage monologue, rang out from his mouth, clearly carrying across the noisy battlefield. Looking up at the canopy of the heavens, he elongated his tones, enunciating every word perfectly, full of theatrical tension. Then, he suddenly snapped the folding fan shut with a schwa sound, whipped the cloak behind him in one smooth motion to reveal his righteous face, and raised his voice sharply, filled with heroic spirit. The hero Jiraiya has arrived. This series of movements and lines was like cold water dropped into boiling oil, causing a moment of eerie stillness to fall over the brutal battlefield. Whether it was the Hidden Leaf Village defenders, the attacking Otogekure and Suna Ninja, or even the struggling giant snake and the steadily standing Gamabunta, everyone was stunned by this sudden and stylistically jarring entrance. It turned out that Jiraiya, frustrated after failing to find Orochimaru's exact whereabouts, had been thinking of ways to get closer to Naruto. By chance, he had passed through a small town and saw a theater troupe performing. He found it interesting. Remembering that kids Naruto's age seemed interested in novel things, he had a whim and spent some time learning a few simple face-changing techniques and classic lines from the troupe's old master, even buying a set of costumes while he was at it. He hadn't expected that just as he changed into the costume and was leisurely strolling back toward Hidden Leaf Village while practicing his lines, he would see dust rising into the sky and hear the deafening cries of battle and the hissing of giant snakes from afar. Something big had happened. Jiraiya instantly put away his playful thoughts. His expression turned solemn as he immediately summoned Gamabunta and rushed over at top speed. He arrived just in time to see the three-headed snake wreaking havoc, leading to this scene of him descending from the sky. Although the entrance was a bit unique, Jiraiya's appearance undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into the struggling Hidden Leaf Village defenders. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. He was finally back. On the rooftop, the recently summoned Edo Shodai and Edo Nidame also looked toward the suddenly appearing Jiraiya. The hero Jiraiya. He looks like a decent ninja, to have summoned 3 such large summoned beasts on his own. Tobirama's gaze lingered for a moment on Jiraiya's rather abrupt theatrical costume and white hair, his brow furrowing slightly. The name Jiraiya seemed somewhat familiar. He looks a bit old, doesn't he? At that age, he should already be a pillar or an elder of the village. Can his reactions and explosive power still be at their peak? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was currently confronting Orochimaru and the 2 Edo Hokage, felt his mouth twitch imperceptibly upon hearing the 2 former Hokage's evaluation of his disciple. Jiraiya was indeed no longer young, but as Jiraiya's master, he himself was even older. Maintaining his defensive stance, he responded in a low voice. Shodai-sama, Nidame-sama, Jiraiya, is indeed a ninja from the same generation as Orochimaru and Tsunade. This year, he is already 51 years old. 51. Upon hearing this, Shodai Hashirama's eyes widened, and a look of extreme astonishment appeared on his face. He hadn't realized at all that so much time had passed. His mind seemed to be stuck in the era when he was active, in the distant memory of when his granddaughter Tsunade was still a little toddler chasing after him for hugs. Which means, little Tsunade is also over 50 now. The Shodai's voice was full of disbelief and the days of time flying by. The cute and lively childhood image of his granddaughter Tsunade instantly flashed through his mind, followed by an attempt to imagine her in her 50s with gray hair and many wrinkles. A complex emotion welled up in his heart, ranging from regret over missing her growth to a deep sigh at the ruthless passage of time. Time really does pass quickly. Seeing his elder brother looking so devastated, Nidame Tobirama remained expressionless, but his eyes seemed to dim slightly. Seeing this, the third Hokage quickly added an explanation. There is no need to worry, Shodai-sama. Tsunade, because she mastered the Een seal in her early years, she can store excess chakra and release it when needed, while also greatly delaying the aging of her bodily functions. So her current appearance and physical state look to be about 20-something. Oh. Shodai Hashirama's eyes lit up again, his daze and sentimentality instantly replaced by pleasant surprise. He clenched his right fist and slammed it into his left palm. Sauka. He came to a sudden realization, a bright smile breaking out on his face. As expected of my granddaughter. Haha, that's good, that's good. Thinking that his granddaughter still maintained her youthful and energetic appearance, the Shodai's mood instantly turned from cloudy to sunny. He even ignored the tense confrontation before him, becoming happy all on his own. To him, the well-being of his family meant that everything he did in life was not in vain. Hashirama's original intention in founding the village was the hope that children like his 2 younger brothers, Kawurama and Itama, would not have to go to the battlefield. It seemed that even after death, Hashirama had found his way back to his original wish. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 170, could it be, you are my baby Tsunades? Chapter 170, could it be, you are my baby Tsunades? Alright, now is not the time for idle chatter. Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of faint excitement, interrupting this brief, cross-generational Hokage tea party. Suddenly his gaze, like a cold snake's tongue, locked firmly onto a direction in the battlefield below, his golden vertical pupils contracting slightly. Following his line of sight, the first, second, and third also cast their gazes over. They saw a golden figure galloping toward the rooftop at extreme speed at the edge of the chaotic battlefield. That figure was agile and swift, constantly using body flicker technique or clever positioning to avoid the aftershocks of battle and scattered enemies along the way, with a clear goal, precisely the rooftop isolated by the 4 violet flames formation. Behind that golden figure followed several equally young but distinct teenage ninjas. They followed closely behind the blonde youth in front, like a sharp arrow, trying to break through the chaos and point straight at the core. No, we can chat a bit longer. The first Hokage looked at Naruto. This child's appearance feels a bit like the 4th face on the Hokage rock. Is he the 4th Hokage? He's so young. Hearing the first words, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's body stiffened imperceptibly. A look of struggle flashed across his aged face. Should he reveal Naruto's life story here, in this situation? He glanced at Naruto, who was struggling to arrive below, then at the 2 previous Hokages beside him waiting for an answer, and finally, took a deep breath, saying in as calm a tone as possible. Shodai, first, Sama, he is not the 4th Hokage. Orochimaru took over, his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Right, sensei. Uzumaki. Naruto. Hearing this, first Hokage Hashirama's eyebrows twitched slightly, no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity, but then he became somewhat puzzled. Mito's clansman. This surname, but the hair is blonde. The Senju and Uzumaki clans were old family friends. Hashirama had a good impression of Naruto. Second Hokage Tobirama analyzed calmly, although the Uzumaki clan's bloodline is known for its powerful life force and talent for sealing technique, hair color is not absolutely fixed. While blonde descendants are uncommon, they are not impossible. At least one of his parents should not be from the Uzumaki clan. After all, his elder brother's children didn't have red hair either. Neither Tsunade nor Nawaki of the grandchild generation had red hair, none even had black hair like their grandfather. This wasn't strange. Nawaki's hair color was the same as their third brother, Itama, likely due to recessive genes. Orochimaru listened to their conversation, watching the third Hokage's complex expression, his mouth curling into a pleasant yet cold arc. He enjoyed in advance the feeling of bringing secrets to the fore, watching those in the know struggle and bystanders suspect. At the thought that he would soon speak up for this child, Orochimaru wanted to laugh. Let me speak out all the grievances this child has suffered in the village. He. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru licked his lips, staring intently at the blonde youth getting closer below. Sensei, you hit him well, and protected him quite poorly, didn't you? The third Hokage's expression became even more unsightly. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, and Niji's group had just broken through the scattered perimeter interceptions, stabbing under the four violet flames formation like a sharp blade. Before they could attack the barrier, several Hidden Leaf Village Umbu immediately stepped forward to stop them. Stop, it's dangerous ahead. The Umbu's voices were urgent and serious, though they were also anxious. It was their duty to prevent these young genin from rashly approaching such a dangerous battlefield core. On the roof, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, isolated by the barrier, suddenly spoke. His voice was calm and clear, carrying a strange power that penetrated the barrier, falling directly into Naruto's ears below. Blonde kid down there. Naruto instinctively looked up, meeting the second's calm, sharp golden eyes that seemed able to perceive everything. The second's gaze lingered on Naruto for a moment, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, and then he asked a question that no one expected. Kid, where is your original body? Original body? Was such a valiant Naruto actually just a wood clone? When did Naruto become so powerful? On the roof, third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils shrank slightly, and interest surged in Orochimaru's golden snake pupils. Meanwhile, first Hokage Senju Hashirama blinked, looking at Tobirama then at the Naruto below, with a curious, what did my brother discover now, look. After watching Naruto for a while, the first broke into a smile. Now that you mention it, I've noticed this child is using a wood clone. Wood clone? Which meant Naruto could use wood release. Naruto's wood clone smiled. Was he really recognized that easily? Hashirama clapped his hands suddenly and looked at the third Hokage, his tone becoming excited. Has another wood release ninja appeared in the village? This is a huge deal. Since me, He suddenly paused, his gaze focusing again on Naruto's dazzling blonde hair, and a bolder guess escaped him. Blonde hair. Would release. Uzumaki surname. Could it be, you are my baby Tsunade's child? Tsunade's child? Now, even the usually calm second Hokage Tobirama's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly, clearly speechless at his elder brother's train of thought. The third Hokage almost lost his breath, the wrinkles on his face seemingly deepening. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, some surprised, some inquiring, some expectant, the wood clone under the rooftop barrier suddenly made an unexpected move. He didn't answer any questions or launch an attack, he just slowly released the wooden sword he had been gripping. Then, his hands quickly formed a seal in front of his chest, not an attack or defense seal, but a release seal. Release. A murmur barely audible. The next second, his body turned into a wooden statue. The wood clone had released itself. Just as the wood clone completely dissipated. A flash of golden light. A golden light, fast beyond the limit of visual capture, as if tearing through space, caught the wooden sword without warning before it hit the ground. The light instantly faded, and a figure was already standing there steadily. Having comforted Karen, Naruto, who had just taken off his black robe, sensed the release of the wood clone and immediately rushed over using Flying Thunder God. How could he miss such a grand show? Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru's coveting of Naruto's body decreased significantly in an instant. With Flying Thunder God, as long as the opponent wanted to leave, he wouldn't be able to touch them at all. Otherwise, the fourth Hokage wouldn't have become a nightmare for other villages. But would release made up for this perfectly. That's would release, after all. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 171, Chapter 171, Orochimaru's Mockery. Chapter 171, Orochimaru's Mockery. Hehe, we meet again, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru's voice carried a slimy pleasure. His golden snake-like pupils were locked onto Naruto below, his gaze full of scrutiny, evaluation, and an almost pathological satisfaction. In his view, the more suffering and rejection this child endured in the hotbed of Hidden Leaf Village, the more twisted and intense his longing for recognition, care, and belonging would become. Like a bent bamboo stalk, he was accumulating the power to spring back, making him easier to lead, in the direction Orochimaru desired. I have some good news for you. Orochimaru's tone was full of temptation, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue in its prey's ear. News, about your lineage. He deliberately dragged out his words, observing Naruto's reaction. I know who your parents are. Naruto didn't react much, but the others' reactions were quite significant. Orochimaru, shut your mouth. An angry shout exploded like a clap of thunder. A figure carrying powerful fluctuations of nature energy landed beside Naruto. It was Jiraiya. Jiraiya's appearance had changed drastically. Red markings appeared on his face, his pupils became horizontal like a toad's, and small bumps appeared on the sides of his nose. On his shoulders stood two old toads, Fukasaku and Shima Sage. Clearly, to deal with the crisis before him, Jiraiya had activated Sage Mode without hesitation. This was currently his strongest combat form. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru inside the four violet flames formation. He could never let Orochimaru throw the cruel truth at Naruto at such a time and in such a manner. That would be nothing less than the most malicious devastation. However, facing the aggressive Jiraiya in Sage Mode, Orochimaru showed no fear. Instead, he stuck out his unusually long tongue and slowly licked his cheek, as if cleaning it or perhaps savoring something. He looked at the wary Jiraiya below with great interest, malicious light flickering in his golden vertical pupils, his voice carrying playful and sharp irony. What's the matter, Jiraiya? Are you in a hurry? You're in such a hurry. Orochimaru's tone suddenly shifted, becoming incredibly sharp and biting. Every word was like a poison-tipped ice pick, stabbing hard at Jiraiya, the silent Naruto, and the complex-looking Hiruzen Sarutobi on the roof. You're in such a hurry, yet in all these years, why haven't you come back to see this child even once? Jiraiya's body suddenly stiffened. Orochimaru's voice continued to echo, carrying a cruel pleasure as if tearing open a wound and rubbing salt into it. If you had visited this child even once, with your title and influence as one of the Sannin, and shown even a little concern. His gaze swept over Naruto, then Jiraiya, and finally landed on the third Hokage, his tone full of mockery. His situation in the village when he was little wouldn't have been so terrible, would it? After all, these Hidden Leaf Village villagers fear power but do not appreciate virtue. What use are the words of a weak old man? Hated, cursed, and isolated by the people in the village, treated by everyone as the demon fox and monster that brings disaster. Orochimaru spoke slowly, as if to brand those cold words into everyone's heart. Eating expired, high-priced food sold to him by others, living in a dilapidated apartment covered in red paint with words like, die, demon fox, and, get out, monster, having no friends and no relatives. Walking on the street, even people near him would hurry away as if avoiding a plague, casting only undisguised disgust and deep-seated fear. Orochimaru's voice was like the most malicious curse, describing cold and biting scenes in minute detail. Every sentence felt like it was slicing through the hearts of those who knew the truth. In the end, what could he do? He could only wait until night when everyone was asleep, like a thief who couldn't stand the light. Sneaking into the shops that had verbally abused him during the day, carefully taking just a few daily necessities. Orochimaru paused here, with a twisted sense of admiration. And, he even left money. What a principled child, isn't he? Then, during the day, he might carry a small bucket of even cheaper paint and, bit by bit, silently cover up those glaring red insults and curses on the apartment walls. Either by covering them directly or painting them into other patterns. Again and again, as if trying to cover up the invisible infamy on himself. Then, hearing that a friend was bullied by other children for being close to him, he might cover his face one night and use his unrefined taijutsu to quietly beat up those bullies, warning them not to bully his friend, using this clumsy and dangerous method to try and protect that tiny, pitiful bit of warmth. Orochimaru's gaze was like an ice pick, stabbing at Jiraiya, whose face was growing increasingly pale. All of this. Jiraiya, did you know? Did you care? Even once. He shook his head, his voice suddenly rising, full of extreme irony and contempt. No, you didn't. You're just a coward who, to escape Hidden Leaf Village, calls himself a gallant traveling the world in search of the child of prophecy, but in reality, you're a complete coward. He emphasized the word coward very heavily. Then, Orochimaru's attack turned in another direction, even more pungent and direct. You've chased Tsunade for so many years, from your youth until you're over 50. Did you catch her? No. On the other hand, that fellow Kato Dan, how many days did he know Tsunade? He won her heart. Do you know why? A malicious smile spread across Orochimaru's lips. Because when people needed you most, you were never there. During the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunade witnessed countless comrades die miserably because they didn't receive timely medical treatment, and she was heartbroken. She proposed to the old man that every three-man squad should be equipped with at least one medical ninja, even if only with basic training. That was her ideal, her persistence, and the time she needed support most. Orochimaru's voice carried the coldness of history repeating. And you? Jiraiya. What were you doing then? You had just been pulled back from the brink of death by Tsunade 2 days prior because of a serious injury. You clearly knew the importance of medical ninjas better than anyone. But when Tsunade argued her case at the meeting, facing numerous doubts and opposition, did you stand by her side? Did you speak up to support her? And what about Kato-dan? Orochimaru's tone was full of malicious contrast. He chose to support Tsunade without hesitation. Not only did he support her at the meeting, but when Tsunade felt lonely and pressured because her ideas weren't understood, he stayed by her side, listening to her, understanding her, and supporting her. And then, naturally, he won the beauty's heart. See, what a simple truth. Unfortunately, you didn't understand, or rather, you couldn't do it. Orochimaru's offensive didn't stop, continuing to tear open wounds. The fourth Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Kushina, was about to give birth. That is when a Jinchuriki is at her weakest and the seal is most unstable. Yet Hidden Leaf Village suffered a long-planned invasion at that very moment, with the enemy coming directly for the Nine-Tails. As one of the village's top combatants, and someone with extensive experience dealing with giant summoned beasts and powerful enemies. Jiraiya, where were you then? Were you in the village? Did you rush back? That was the birth of your proudest student's child. His gaze swept over the grim-faced third Hokage and landed back on Jiraiya. The answer is still, you weren't there. And what was the final result? Our master's wife, Biwako Sarutobi, died in battle to protect Kushina during childbirth. The fourth Hokage and his wife both sacrificed themselves to protect the village and seal the rampaging Nine-Tails. Hidden Leaf Village's origin chi was greatly damaged, and countless families were broken. And you, the great gallant Jiraiya, once again, were absent at the critical moment. Finally, Orochimaru pointed his spear at the most recent and comical scene. And then, there's this child, Uzumaki Naruto, who has grown up a bit. A few days ago, you, Jiraiya, probably finally had a pang of conscience and went to find this child, excitedly carrying ramen. An undisguised mockery appeared on Orochimaru's face. I was watching nearby, it was quite a show. You were blocked outside the door by 2 little girls as if you were a thief. You didn't even get inside. That ramen you so carefully prepared, you probably ended up eating it yourself, didn't you? How pathetic, Lord Gallant Jiraiya. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, the house-playing game ends here. Chapter 172, the house-playing game ends here. Every word pierced the heart, every sentence drew blood. Orochimaru was not just driving a wedge between Naruto and Hidden Leaf Village, but also torturing Jiraiya's soul in the most cruel way. He was exposing the scars of Hidden Leaf Village's high-level decision-making, laying bare the guilt, mistakes, and regrets buried by time, bloodily under the sunlight. Jiraiya's fists creaked, the natural energy in his sage mode fluctuated violently due to extreme anger, shame, and pain. On his shoulders, Immortals Fukasaku and Shima Sage looked at him with concern. The third Hokage seemed to age another 10 years in an instant, his back hunched, speechless. He knew all of this. Just as Orochimaru said, he truly could not change it. As Hokage, he could only stop the rumors on the surface, but he could not stop the malice in people's hearts. Orochimaru's accusations and exposure of old wounds, which permeated every inch of the air like venom, plunged the entire battlefield into a deathly heavy silence. The cold images painted by those words formed a soul-tearing contrast with the usual Uzumaki Naruto, who seemed like the incarnation of the sun, enthusiastic and friendly to everyone. Ino stepped forward, she reached out a slightly trembling hand and gently held Naruto's left hand hanging by his side. Those always bright green eyes were now filled with shock, heartache, and an indescribable bitterness. The Naruto she knew always had a smile on his face. However, behind that brilliant smile, there was once such a desolate and cold frozen land. Hinata stood on Naruto's other side at almost the same moment. She didn't speak, but just slightly raised her pale face, looking deeply at Naruto's lowered profile with her pure Byakugan. So, had Naruto-kun once experienced such darkness? Was every kindness he showed to others, every hand he reached out, a way to fill the void he once craved but never received? Heartache flooded her like a tide, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Naruto, this name fell heavily in their hearts, carrying an unprecedented weight. Just then, a hand, with a bit of hesitation but finally steady, rested on Naruto's slightly tensed back. It was Sasuke. He still maintained that expressionless face. He had also experienced the night of his clan's extermination and the loneliness soaked in hatred, but at least he had once possessed complete love. Whereas Naruto had nothing from the beginning, struggling and growing up alone in the cold. Sakura bit her lip and also stepped forward, gently placing her hand on Naruto's back. Her eyes were a bit red. No wonder the bad kids who mocked her for having a wide forehead and made her feel inferior for a long time suddenly stopped and never dared to bully her openly again. Thinking about it now, could it be Naruto, on some night she didn't know about, taught those guys a lesson in his own way? Shikamaru glanced at Choji. The simple smile was gone from Choji's chubby face, replaced only by heaviness. The two stepped forward and supported Naruto's shoulders. Kiba rubbed his aching nose and, along with Akamaru, leaned forward and placed his hand on Naruto's back. "Hey, Naruto." He wanted to say something but found his throat choked up. Akamaru also let out a low whimper and rubbed his head against Naruto's leg. Shino pushed his glasses, the sunglasses blocked his eyes, and the high collar blocked his face, making it impossible to see his expression. He also stepped forward and placed his hand next to Shikamaru. Lee pursed his lips tightly, trying not to let the hot tears fall. He thought of his past, being mocked for not knowing ninjutsu or genjutsu and desperately cultivating taijutsu. He sniffed hard, took a big step forward, pressed his hand heavily on Naruto's shoulder, and said with a sob but absolute determination, "Naruto, this is youth. Even in darkness, never give up, and finally welcome the bonds of comrades. This is truly hot-blooded youth." Tenten looked at Naruto, who was silently surrounded by his companions, her heart filled with complex emotions. She also stepped forward and joined the silent line of support. Finally, Neji looked at Naruto, who was surrounded by everyone but still had his head lowered, his figure appearing exceptionally lonely. He was silent for a few seconds, then finally took a step forward and gently placed his hand on Naruto's other shoulder. 1, 2, 3, the elites of Hidden Leaf Village's younger generation, as if sharing a common mind, gathered around Naruto as the center. They didn't speak, but used the simplest and most direct physical contact to convey silent support, understanding, and companionship. Only now did they truly catch a glimpse of what a long polar night the sun that shone on them had experienced. And because he had experienced such darkness, the light he emitted seemed so precious, so warm, so heartbreaking, and something they wanted to protect. This silent but powerful support was like an invisible barrier, temporarily isolating Orochimaru's poisonous words and the wedge he tried to drive. Jiraiya watched this scene, his eyes filled with complex relief and deeper self-reproach. The third Hokage looked at the group of young figures huddled together below, tears flickering in his cloudy old eyes. The smile on Orochimaru's face faded slightly as his golden snake pupils watched the scene of huddling for warmth below. An inscrutable emotion flashed deep in his eyes, seemingly mockery, yet also a faint hint of something else. In any case, this was not what he wanted. Naruto-kun is a smart child. You must have guessed long ago that the fourth Hokage and his wife are your parents. Use your power to kill Jiraiya, and I'll help you resurrect your mother. How about it? Orochimaru didn't think the third Hokage's cleverness could hide it from Naruto. He could recognize him as Minato's son at a glance. This smart child, looking in the mirror every day, would find that he was carved from the same mold as the fourth Hokage. It was impossible for him not to notice. Naruto raised his hand and gently patted Ino's hand, then signaled his companions to let go first. Naruto looked up at Orochimaru and said with a smile. "Are you talking about Edo-tensei? Why is only my mother among your bargaining chips? Is it because you found you couldn't summon the fourth Hokage?" The smile on Orochimaru's face instantly froze. This child even knows about this. Because the fourth soul is not in the Pure Land at all, but entered the belly of the Shinigami because of the Reaper Death Seal. Of course, Edo-tensei cannot summon him. Naruto put away the wooden sword and clapped his hands together. "All right." Naruto spoke, his voice calm without a single ripple, as if the heart-piercing words just now, enough to break anyone's mental defenses, were nothing more than a passing breeze to him. "The house-playing game ends here." The moment his voice fell, an indescribable chakra, vast as the sea and vibrant with life, suddenly erupted from him like a volcano that had been silent for thousands of years. Would release, would human technique. The roof groaned and shook under the unbearable weight. Right where Naruto stood, countless thick and gnarled giant brown trees grew out violently, intertwining, combining, and shaping themselves with amazing speed and precise structure. In the blink of an eye, a 30-meter-tall behemoth rose from the ground and then landed on the arena. It was a massive wooden humanoid creation. It was clad in bright light armor carved with complex patterns. The armor plates were grim, the lines hard, filled with unparalleled majesty. The face of the woodenman was blurred, but it possessed an aura that looked down upon all living beings. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, The Great Melee. Chapter 173, The Great Melee. The Hidden Leaf Village 12 stood atop the wooden golem's head. Jiraiya and the Umbu adjusted their footing and landed on another rooftop. The giant wood golem casually kicked Gaara, who had suddenly awakened and entered a further stage of tailed beast transformation, sending him flying. Wood Release instantly coiled around him, restraining him. No. Lord Shikaku has only just. Gaara struggled, but the Shikaku eye in his right socket reverted to its original color. Wrapped in the Wood Release, Gaara fell into a deep sleep. On the rooftop, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, saw this familiar technique. His eyes widened, his face filled with shock and disbelief, and he even subconsciously leaned forward. This is. The second Hokage, Tobirama, also had his pupils shrink. He stared intently at the massive wood golem and then at Naruto standing on its head. The scrutiny and assessment in his eyes reached a peak instantly. Could that fourth Hokage be little Tsunade's child? Otherwise, how did this child learn Wood Release? In Orochimaru's golden slitted pupils, a light of fanaticism and greed almost overflowed. Would human jutsu, to think he even. Perfect. Simply perfect. Orochimaru impatiently took out 2 kunai tied with special talisman paper and inserted them into the back of the heads of the first and second Hokage. Naruto controlled the wood golem to launch an attack. Vacuum attack, water dragon prison. Water currents wrapped around the wood golem's fists. The 4 violet flames formation was shattered directly under 3 punches from the wood golem. The sound 4 also arrived by Orochimaru's side. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru raised his hand to interrupt Taiyuya's words. Would Release, we have it on our side as well. The controlled Edo Tensei first Hokage clapped his hands together and also used the wood human jutsu. However, because the Edo Hashirama could not exert his peak strength from when he was alive, his wood golem was only about 20 meters tall. After all, the current Edo Tensei still had many flaws. The Edo second Hokage, meanwhile, moved to face the third Hokage. Teacher, I never thought we would face each other in battle one day. The third Hokage summoned Enma to face the Edo second Hokage. Ino, take Hinata and the others and leave first. Follow my shadow clone to the outskirts of the village. My other shadow clone has already left with Karen and the others. Leave things here to me. Naruto looked down disdainfully at the savage-looking wood golem opposite him. Understood. Be careful, Naruto. Knowing that they wouldn't be of any use in this level of combat, Ino didn't dawdle and immediately led the group away. She had tried earlier to use the mind transfer jutsu on the Edo Hashirama, but it was as useless as using it on a piece of wood. Since she couldn't help Naruto, she couldn't stay here and make him worry. You truly are powerful, Naruto-kun. The sound 4 beside Orochimaru intercepted the approaching Umbu. Orochimaru once again performed the Edo Tensei jutsu. 3 coffins slowly rose from the ground. 3 figures stepped out of the coffins. They were the 4th Kazekage Raza, who had been prevented from being summoned earlier, as well as Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina, whom Orochimaru had prepared in case things got out of hand after Naruto went berserk. Orochimaru, you bastard. As soon as Raza appeared, he wanted to attack Orochimaru, but found he couldn't move at all. Raza, the Konoha Crush plan is already underway, but a variable capable of using Wood Release has appeared. I need your help. Your 3 children have all been captured by Hidden Leaf Village. I know you might not care about them, but your youngest son is also the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. If you want to rescue them, I'll need you to put in some effort. Humph, so that monster was suppressed. It seems his value wasn't fully utilized. I won't settle scores with you for now. I'll take care of Jiraiya. Raza scanned the area and locked onto Jiraiya. Dressed like a stage actor, he didn't have the air of the legendary Sannin at all. He had heard this guy frequently appeared in red light districts and was already over 50, his body was likely hollowed out by wine and women. Even if he couldn't use his full strength now, dealing with him shouldn't be a problem. Capable of using Wood Release, is he a descendant of Little Nawaki or Little Tsunade? Uzumaki Mido looked toward the person confronting Senju Hashirama. Blonde hair, black clothes. Wait, the nine-tailed seemed to be sealed within his body, but that seal appeared very weak. It seemed little Kushina had been dead for many years. Was there no one left in the village who could perform a decent sealing technique? But how was that little brat Hiruzen still alive? The situation left Uzumaki Mido somewhat confused. Kushina was dead, yet the third Hokage was still alive. And Hashirama and Tobirama had been summoned too. Tobirama's technique really has brought no small amount of trouble to Hidden Leaf Village. This was Uzumaki Mido's last thought before she was taken over by Orochimaru's control. Naruto. Kushina stared blankly at the blonde figure atop the wood golem. You really look just like your father. Naruto. This name was decided long ago, taken from the protagonist of Jiraiya's first book, The Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi. On the open ground above the Hokage Rock. Koyuki Kazahana and Karen looked toward the arena with worry. Don't worry, the main body is still holding back. This crowd can't possibly beat the main body. Naruto's shadow clone watched the two giant wood golems fighting, his heart filled with longing. When would he be able to pilot a big wood golem too? Still holding back. Kairin's eyes widened. In a battle that seemed like gods fighting within the village, Naruto hadn't used his full strength yet. Yeah, the main body's great Raisin Shuriken could send the entire village sky high, but since his friends are still inside, he hasn't used that move. As far as the shadow clone was concerned, he should have dropped a few great Raisin Shuriken on Hidden Leaf Village long ago to test the waters. Those unruly citizens weren't worth pitying even if they died. Unruly citizens were practically a local specialty in Japanese anime and games. The Jubilife Village in the Pokemon games was even worse than Hidden Leaf Village. Leveling the village with a great Raisin Shuriken wouldn't even be an overreaction. The battle between the two wood golems continued. A long wooden sword grew out of the armored wood golem's right hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, a sharp, light green light suddenly glowed on the blade. That was wind attribute chakra. The application of applying wind attribute chakra to a wooden sword was being used on the wood golem's blade. Slash. Standing atop the wood golem, Naruto's mind connected with the golem, and he gave a low shout. The armored wood golem gripped the giant wind release wooden sword with both hands. Taking advantage of the savage wood golem's recovery lag, it twisted its waist with sudden force. The giant blade sliced through the air, turning into a bolt of green lightning that tore through the sky, sweeping across the battlefield. The savage wood golem tried to parry, but the wooden sword covered in wind release chakra was far sharper than normal. The light green blade light passed through the savage wood golem's waist like a hot knife through butter, meeting no resistance. Fortunately, there were few buildings over 17 meters tall in Hidden Leaf Village at this time, but tall buildings were still affected. In the next moment, the savage wood golem's mountain-like upper body slowly tilted along the mirror-smooth cut. Edo Hashirama's wood release instantly repaired the savage wood golem's injury, and it then launched a frantic assault on the armored wood golem. The armored wood golem, with lightning in its left hand and fire in its right, showed no fear. Because its left punch dealt high damage, and its right punch also dealt high damage. Amidst the chaos, Naruto, holding a scroll, leaped from the head of the armored wood golem and landed on the head of the savage wood golem. The lightning in his left hand instantly pierced through Edo Hashirama's body. The immortal Edo Tensei body froze, the dust slowly gathering back. At that moment, Naruto unfurled the scroll. The unfurled scroll was like a living serpent, wrapping around Edo Hashirama's body with startling speed. From ankles to chest, then to neck, layer upon layer, it instantly bound him like a mummy. The sealing formulas on the scroll flared up as if ignited the moment they touched the Edo body. Naruto then took out a sealing scroll and sealed Edo Hashirama inside. The third Hokage and the others leaped down from the affected tall buildings to other rooftops to continue the fight. The controlled Uzumaki Mito and Edo's second Hokage teamed up to face the third Hokage. The third Hokage fell into an unprecedentedly difficult battle. Although he was known as the Professor of Shinobi, proficient in 5 elemental transformations and seasoned in experience, he was after all advanced in age, and his stamina and chakra were not at their peak. Facing a legendary combination where one specialized in sealing and binding while the other excelled in assassination and space-time ninjutsu, even though both were limited by being controlled and the imperfect Edo Tensei. The third could only rely on his vast experience and the summoned Enma to barely hold his ground. For a time, he was in constant peril, and several wounds soon appeared on his body. On the other side, Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage Raza were in a very bad spot. Jiraiya, having entered Sage mode, finally revealed the terrifying power of a top-tier Sannin. The Senjutsu chakra fused with natural energy gave his strength, speed, perception, and ninjutsu power a qualitative leap. Fukasaku and Shima Sage on his shoulders not only provided natural energy but could also coordinate to perform powerful senjutsu. Once serious, Jiraiya handled the two of them with ease. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 174, Chapter 174, Edo Tensei, Release. Chapter 174, Edo Tensei, Release. After sealing Hashirama, Naruto was in no hurry to return to the fray. As for the third Hokage, if he died, he died. If he survived, it would be considered a stroke of luck. Jiraiya was fighting as fiercely as a rabid dog that had spotted meat, so he didn't need any help. He scanned Hidden Leaf Village. Throughout Konoha Village, the battle was no longer confined to a few core areas. With the full-scale invasion by Otogekure and Sunagekure, and the stubborn resistance of Hidden Leaf Village's defenders, the flames of war had spread to every corner of the village. Hidden Leaf Village's outer defense lines had been breached by the initial assault of giant beasts and ninja raids, but Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas reacted quickly. Forming small squads and utilizing familiar streets and buildings, they engaged the invaders in fierce urban combat. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan played a massive role in the urban warfare, detecting enemy positions in advance and coordinating with the Gentle Fist for precise kills. The ninjas of the Inuzuka clan worked in perfect harmony with their Nin-ken, their sense of smell and mobility providing a clear advantage in the complex environment. The insect users of the Aburame clan released various types of insects for reconnaissance, interference, and attack. The remaining ninjas, with Inoichi Yamanaka acting as a relay under Shikaku's command, conducted interceptions and counterattacks at key nodes. Young genin, led by their seniors, were either protecting and evacuating civilians or assisting in the fight against weaker invaders. Ino and the others hadn't listened to Naruto's advice to leave, instead, they had joined the battle. Since they couldn't face the powerful enemies on Naruto's battlefield, they would fight against the other invaders. Everyone was doing their utmost to protect their home in this sudden war. Naruto's gaze finally shifted from the chaotic yet resilient Hidden Leaf Village battlefield below and landed on the red-haired figure that Orochimaru had just summoned, who seemed not to have been placed under forced control yet. Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina had also been watching him. From the moment she was summoned, her gaze had never left the blonde youth. She could sense Orochimaru's twisted sense of humor, summoning her but not rushing to control her for battle. It was for this very moment, to let her see her own child with her own eyes, and to make Naruto face her. This was a weapon far more cruel than directly forcing her to attack. Seeing Naruto look over, the corners of Kushina's mouth slowly curved upward. She didn't speak, but simply tilted her head slightly and playfully to the right. That smile seemed capable of dispelling all the surrounding gloom and war. She felt no joy at being resurrected, only gratification at seeing her child grown. Of course, if she had appeared before Orochimaru's verbal onslaught, the expression on her face might not have been a smile. Kushina's voice rang out, carrying a hint of a sob that she tried hard to suppress but which was still audible. Though an Edo Tensei body had no tears and no real physiological reactions, the emotion in her voice was incredibly real, piercing through the boundary between life and death. To be able to see you once. I'm already very happy. A simple sentence, yet it seemed to contain 10,000 words, the 10+ years of lost time, the regret of not being able to accompany him as he grew, and the gratification of this reunion. She looked into Naruto's deep blue eyes, so similar to her husband's, looked at his tall and straight posture, and looked at the heaven-reaching wood golem behind him. Pride welled up in her heart like a tide, drowning out all bitterness. Do it, Naruto. Her voice became clear and firm, carrying a power unique to mothers, full of trust and expectation. I believe, you will definitely become the greatest Hokage, one who surpasses your father. She seemed to already see that future, the future where a child stood atop the Hokage rock, overlooking the village he protected with his life. Finally, she used all her strength to shout that encouragement, which she had likely rehearsed in her heart countless times but never had the chance to say to her child in person, complete with her thick verbal tick. Go for it. You must become the Hokage, Naruto. Databane. As her words fell, she closed her eyes, a satisfied yet resolute smile on her face, waiting for her own release, and for her child to take that firm step. She knew Orochimaru wouldn't pass up the chance to use her to interfere with and hurt Naruto. Rather than becoming the enemy's weapon to be used against her own child, it was better for her child to personally send her back to the Pure Land. Naruto looked at Uzumaki Kushina, who was standing there quietly. She had closed her eyes, a gentle and resolute smile on her face, as if she were ready to welcome the final purification and return to the peace she deserved. However, the expected scene of the Edo Tensei body beginning to crumble and soul motes rising did not occur. Kushina still stood perfectly intact, with no sign of the Edo Tensei debris on her body dissipating. She did not enter the state that should follow the release of Edo Tensei after one's wishes were fulfilled. Naruto's deep blue eyes flickered slightly. Did she still have unfulfilled wishes? The principle of Edo Tensei was to recall the soul of a deceased person from the Pure Land and bind it to a sacrificial vessel. But if the summoned soul itself, because certain wishes were fulfilled, could use its own will to break free from the shackles of Edo Tensei and return to the Pure Land. Thinking of this, the answer in Naruto's heart instantly became clear. That's it. How could a mother, who had missed her child's entire upbringing and had only just managed to see him, leave so easily and willingly? Even if it was just one more look, staying for one more moment, feeling one more trace of her child's real presence, this most primal attachment and reluctance originating from the depths of the soul was likely the strongest obsession sustaining Kushina's Edo Tensei body right now. Look at me. Naruto's voice was very soft. Kushina slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with confusion and an attachment that was almost overflowing. Follow me and weave the signs with your hands. Naruto said softly as he raised his own hands, fingers facing each other, forming an initial hand seal. Kushina was stunned for a moment, looking at her son's close, serious face, as if she understood something. She followed Naruto's example, raising her hands and mimicking Naruto's gestures and chakra flow. Naruto began to weave the signs slowly and clearly, ensuring each movement was visible for Kushina to follow. Rat, ox, monkey, tiger, dragon, boar. When the final boar seal was completed, Naruto gazed into Kushina's eyes and shouted in a low, heavy voice. Edo Tensei, release. How could this be? Orochimaru, who was battling the rabid dog-like Jiraiya, suddenly felt his control over Kushina vanish and was instantly shocked. Uzumaki Naruto was actually this cold-hearted. However, this only proved that he was an excellent ninja. An opening. Seeing the opportunity, Jiraiya immediately struck. Sage Art, Gomen. Of the two toad sages on his shoulders, one spat oil and the other spat wind, while Jiraiya himself breathed out intense flames. The scorching fire rushed toward Orochimaru. Magnet style, Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral. Raza manipulated the sand Gaara had left behind to block the path in front of Orochimaru. There was no choice. Without gold dust here, Raza could only settle for the next best thing and use ordinary sand to fend off the enemy. He already lacked the strength he had when he was alive, and now his power was even further diminished. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Wind Release Needs Rest, You Should Go to Sleep Too. Chapter 175, Wind Release Needs Rest, You Should Go to Sleep Too. The extreme heat instantly melted and vitrified the surface layer of sand. The pungent smell of burning and heat waves scattered in all directions. The sand wall was scorched at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming glass mixed with a large amount of impurities. Large chunks of sand, burned into a charred glass-like state, kept peeling off the wall and smashing onto the roof with dull cracking sounds. Raza's defense against this level of fire release using ordinary sand was significantly less effective. If he weren't an Edo Tensei right now, Raza would have fled long ago. The sand wall was rapidly thinning. Finally, after the sand wall was mostly incinerated, barely withstanding the fiercest wave of the fire's impact, the remaining flames gradually died out. Orochimaru took the opportunity to retreat rapidly, escaping the danger zone, appearing somewhat disheveled. Raza also breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the sand wall. He glanced at Orochimaru, who had just steadied himself beside him, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction and questioning. Don't get distracted. And. He paused, his voice lowering. My gold dust, did you take it or not? Previously, after Orochimaru killed Raza, he had taken the large amount of gold dust that Raza habitually used, stored in a special scroll. This resulted in the Kazekage being forced to use ordinary sand to face his enemies in this high-end duel, his strength greatly reduced and his fighting style incredibly stifled. As Raza spoke, he manipulated the sand beneath his feet to form a sand cloud, lifting him into the air. He flew to Orochimaru's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him once again to face the aggressively approaching Jiraiya, who was preparing to pounce again. Orochimaru licked his dry lips, facing Raza's questioning. He didn't hide anything, though his tone was somewhat helpless. I haven't exchanged it for money yet. But. He glanced at Jiraiya across from them, whose sage art chakra was surging, with two toads perched on his shoulders, looking for all the world like he wouldn't stop until he tore them to pieces, and his mouth twitched. Against the current Jiraiya, even with gold dust, it wouldn't be of much use, would it? This was the truth. Jiraiya's sage art fire release was incredibly powerful. Even gold dust, under such continuous high-temperature calcination, would only be melted into a giant lump of metal, which might instead become a burden. That being said, Orochimaru still opened his mouth and spat out a sealing scroll, tossing it casually to Raza. Raza reached out and caught the scroll, but his face darkened further. It was covered in Orochimaru's saliva. He naturally knew that what Orochimaru said made sense. Against fire release of Jiraiya's level, the advantage of gold dust was indeed greatly countered. But. Humph. Raza gave a cold snort, expressing his displeasure. Ever since he had mastered the magnet release, gold dust, he had never used ordinary sand for a formal battle. Having grown accustomed to using gold, suddenly being forced back to using ordinary sand, that sense of frustration and awkwardness was almost unbearable. He didn't waste any more words and directly injected chakra into the scroll in his hand. Release. The sealing runes lit up, and the scroll automatically unfurled. In an instant, a dazzling and brilliant golden torrent surged out of the scroll like a dam breaking. It was a flowing river of gold, composed of countless minute particles of gold dust. Under Raza's exquisite magnet release control, they rapidly gathered and swirled, emitting a low rustling sound, like the most loyal soldiers surrounding him. With the gold dust, Raza's entire aura and expression changed instantly. The Raza from just now, who seemed cautious because of using ordinary sand, whose offense and defense were always somewhat sluggish and who was forced to retreat while fighting, seemed to have been injected with a shot of adrenaline. His eyes became sharp and confident, and the coldness and majesty belonging to the fourth Kazekage reappeared between his brows, and he even stood a bit straighter. The gold dust flowed, reflecting the light of the battle, making him look like a golden god of war. Magnet release, gold dust cube. Raza cupped his hands slightly, his mind moving. Wanting to comfort, yet not knowing from what standpoint. Listening to you talk, watching you cry until your hair is wet. I have received my punishment. The swirling torrent of gold dust instantly condensed and deformed, assembling in front of him into a massive and heavy golden cube, with sharp edges and a texture that radiated indestructibility. The Kazekage who barely managed to parry with ordinary sand had left the stage. Now, it was the turn of the shadow of gold dust. Command blocks take the lead, even if 3,000 come, it's still this move. Facing the gold dust cube, Jiraiya chose to respond directly with a Rasengan infused with Sage Art Chakra. Jiraiya still remembered the scene during the Second Ninja World War when Orochimaru said they should leave him behind. At that time, Tsunade was desperately trying to save him, and he flashed a peace sign at Orochimaru. How could he not know the importance of a medical ninja? At that time, they were facing enemies on multiple fronts, and the village's medical pressure was already high. Training medical ninja at the hardest moment of the war was completely unrealistic. Because at that time, even the school teachers who weren't good at fighting had gone to the battlefield. He had gone to persuade Tsunade after the meeting to let her slow down. The old men at the time also realized this problem, so after Tsunade left, he still spent a large amount of resources to build up a medical unit between the Second and Third Wars. He had indeed spent his life missing out, but today he had rushed back. No matter who the opponent was, if they wanted to destroy Hidden Leaf Village, they would have to step over Jiraiya's corpse. This time, it was time to give Orochimaru a Rasengan. Today, Jiraiya only wanted to kill the opponent or be killed by them. Having lived in this world for 50 years and traversed the ninja world for 30, today was the moment Jiraiya most wanted to die on the battlefield. Even when facing Hanzo before, Jiraiya wanted to live, but today, perhaps, the tale of the gallant Jiraiya should come to an end. Moonlight falls and crows cry through the frosty sky. 1,000 miles to Jiangling, returned in a single day. Let not the golden goblet stand empty under the moon. Rasengan. The blue light illuminated Jiraiya's horizontal pupils. There wasn't a trace of attachment to life in his eyes, only the calmness of facing an enemy. Naruto withdrew his gaze from the intense Kage-level duel on the roof and the perilous situation where the third Hokage was struggling against two Edo Tensei legends. He didn't seem particularly worried about the life and death of Jiraiya and the third Hokage. His gaze fell upon the chaotic battlefield below. There, the Tsunagekyu's leading jonin, Baki, had somehow broken through the Konoha ninja's obstruction and found Gaara, who was tightly bound by the wood prison technique and had fallen into a deep sleep. Baki was using wind release ninjutsu to laboriously cut through the tough wood release restraints, attempting to rescue Gaara. Naruto frowned slightly. Gaara's mission as the One-Tailed Jinchuriki was already complete. Let the kid sleep for a while. But Baki obviously didn't think so. As the commander of this Tsunagekyo operation and Gaara's teacher, his duty drove him to rescue Gaara. The Konoha Crush plan also needed Shikaku's power. This guy Baki, he's actually going to wake him up. He needed to go down and handle it. He couldn't let Baki take Gaara away. Thinking of this, Naruto turned to Uzumaki Kushina, who had just obtained her autonomous Edo Tensei state and was eager to help. Naruto said, "Go behind the Hokage rock." Kushina was startled, the excitement and battle intent on her face instantly turning into confusion. But Naruto, I want to help you fight too. Naruto shook his head and explained, I have two friends behind the Hokage rock, and one of my shadow clones is looking after them. I can handle things here, they need you more over there. He paused, his voice softening a bit. There's a red-haired girl from the Uzumaki clan I found there, her name is Karen. Naruto's words made Kushina understand instantly. Uzumaki clan, red-haired girl, clansman, these words held extraordinary meaning for her. Compared to the chaotic battle here, she needs someone's company and protection more, needs an elder like you to soothe her and tell her everything will be alright. Naruto looked into his mother's eyes and said seriously, moreover, although my shadow clone can keep her safe, there are some things only a true elder can give. Kushina fell silent. Her current strength was very weak, only her sealing jutsu could be of use. Since Naruto said he could handle it here, he definitely could. She nodded vigorously, a warm and firm smile reappearing on her face. I understand, Naruto, go ahead with peace of mind. Leave this to Mom. No, leave the area behind the Hokage rock to Mom, I will definitely take good care of them. She glanced at the distant battle between Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and the others, then her gaze returned to Naruto, her eyes full of trust, be careful yourself. After saying that, she no longer hesitated, turned around, and sped towards the Hokage rock, her figure quickly disappearing over the edge of the roof. After sending Kushina away, Naruto refocused his attention below. He lightly drew his wooden sword, his gaze locking onto Baki, who had finally cut through the last vine and was dragging the unconscious Gaara out of the wood release restraint. Alright, game time is over. Naruto said softly, his figure flickering and disappearing from the top of the wood person's head. The next moment, he appeared like a ghost in front of Baki, raising his wooden sword with his right hand. Gaara needs rest, you should go to sleep too. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, What are you thinking about, value bro? Chapter 176, What are you thinking about, value bro? After slicing Baki's gut like deveining a shrimp, Naruto grabbed Gaara by the collar and flung him beside Temari, who had already been tied up by Shikamaru. Baki had driven off Gekko Hayate and rushed to save Gaara, so he hadn't had time to rescue her. But because of the special status of the three Sen siblings, none of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sunagakure, or Otogakure ninja would kill them. They would make excellent bargaining chips later. Especially Gaara. Keep an eye on your little brother. Stepping forward, Naruto raised his wooden sword and, under Temari's terrified gaze, cut the ropes binding her. You. Before Temari could finish, Naruto pressed his right hand to her neck and left a flying thunder god mark. Don't even think about running. I can find you anywhere on Earth. With those words, he used Flying Thunder God and reappeared atop the armored wood golem. Temari reached for her neck, nothing there. She unfastened her forehead protector, adjusted the angle, and saw the Uzumaki swirl on her skin. Though she'd been tied up, she'd seen everything. She thought of the men whose name alone could hush crying children outside Hidden Leaf Village, Minato Namikaze. That had to be the mark of Flying Thunder God. A deep helplessness washed over her. Even if she wanted to carve it out, it was impossible. She couldn't very well slit her own throat. She scooped her little brother into her arms. Since she was branded, fleeing would only get her hunted by the boy who could summon the titanic wood creature. She would find Kankuro and get both brothers out instead. Temari never noticed the second Flying Thunder God mark already etched at the base of Gaara's neck. When Naruto returned to its crown, the armored wood golem stirred. A gigantic wooden hand swept across the rooftops, swatting Otogakure and Sunagakure ninja aside with terrifying agility. Facing Edo Tensei Tobirama and Uzumaki Mido, both under Orochimaru's forced control and attacking together, Third Hokage knew a prolonged fight would doom him. Old age had sapped his stamina and chakra. He couldn't trade blows with Edo Tensei bodies. He had to seize a chance, break them one by one, at least suppress one for now. When Edo Tensei Tobirama used Flying Thunder God again, flickering behind Third Hokage with a single kunai and thrusting a high-pressure water blade that could slice steel, the old Hokage's eyes flashed. He'd been waiting for this. Weakened and stripped of will, the second's Flying Thunder God was no longer instant. Had Orochimaru been in direct control, he'd never have allowed it. The instant the teleportation ended was Tobirama's opening. Adamantine prison wall. With a roar, Third Hokage spun to face him, whipping the adamantine staff forward. Using the same principle as Shuriken Shadow Clone, the staff split into dozens. In the blink of an eye, a lattice of gleaming adamantine rods formed a cubic cage around the second Hokage. Without pause, Third Hokage's hands flew through seals. 4 puffs of smoke, 4 grim shadow clones appeared. Perfectly in sync, they lined up between the cage and the enemy. Third Hokage and his 4 clones inhaled, forming the final seals for all 5 chakra natures. Vast chakra surged, compressed, and transformed along precise paths. 5 release, great combined blast. The aged yet majestic voice rang like final judgment. The composite blast, merging fire, wind, lightning, water, and earth, far stronger than 5 separate jutsu combined, slammed into the adamantine prison. Boom. An indescribable explosion erupted. Blinding light devoured everything, shockwaves swept outward like a tsunami. Space itself seemed to warp at the epicenter, sound drowned by absolute thunder. Inside, Edo Tensei Tobirama took the full brunt. His Edo body shook, cracked, and disintegrated. Reverting to its true form, the Monkey King returned to Third Hokage's side to block Uzumaki Mido's follow-up. Dust slowly reformed the second's body. A palm slapped the ground, embedding deep. Thick wooden roots burst from the wrist and edges, growing like unbreakable chains, pinning the hand, and the second inside, to the earth. Meanwhile, powerful seal runes already carved on the ground and roots blazed to life, layering multiple sealing arrays that completely suppressed him. The entire sequence was swift, precise, ruthless, giving Orochimaru no chance to reassert control. Was that the gate of the great god? On the rooftop, the well-read Third Hokage wondered. Though the details differed, the core idea, using wood release to crush and seal, echoed the first Hokage's technique for subduing tailed beasts. Sensing that even Edo Tensei Tobirama had slipped free, the overtaxed Orochimaru felt his heart sink. Another one lost. With both of his strongest Edo bodies sealed, what was left to fight with? Jiraiya tore at him like a rabid dog, leaving Orochimaru barely able to control his remaining Edo pawns. He glanced at the Edo Tensei 4th Kazekage Raza beside him, who was manipulating gold dust while looking equally fed up. Only Raza, self-aware and semi-allied, remained useful. Yet even Raza's gold dust was heavily countered by Jiraiya's senjutsu. Together they could only scrape a stalemate, victory impossible. The armored wood golem had lost a hand but none of its menace. And the converted Uzumaki Kushina was nowhere to be seen, likely carrying out Naruto's other orders. Continuing meant no hope of winning and every chance of dying. In Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils, the feverish curiosity gave way to cold reason. Retreat, gather data, wait, his usual creed. Raza. Dodging another Senjutsu needle Senbon, Orochimaru hissed, pull back. The plans changed. Raza batted away a wave of flame, glowered at Orochimaru, then at the rampaging Jiraiya and the distant Naruto and his Wood Titan, and grudgingly snorted. Pressing on would gain nothing. Tsunagakure had already bled enough, preserving strength came first. Humph. Fine. He began retracting his gold dust, searching for a way out. Next, locate Gaara. The one-tailed Jinchuriki must not remain in Hidden Leaf Village's hands. That was his bottom line, a lost Tsunagakure could not survive. Even in retreat, Gaara had to come too. Yet while Raza focused on finding Gaara below and fending off Jiraiya, his mind split between defense and the order to withdraw. A mocking voice whispered right beside his ear, "What are you thinking about, value bro? Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, the Konoha Crush Plan comes to an end. Chapter 177, the Konoha Crush Plan comes to an end. The sudden voice made Raza's hair stand on end. Who? When did someone get this close? He jerked his head to look, while his mind drove gold dust to shred the source of the sound. But it was too late. A long wooden blade stabbed violently into Raza's back. Raza's body stiffened, his control of the gold dust faltered. There's a sealing technique on this blade that seals chakra. That instant of hesitation was a fatal opening. Would release, wooden coffin. The wooden blade inside Raza erupted with even more overwhelming vitality. The blade sprouted, grew, and spread like mad. Countless tough wooden branches split from the blade, living tendrils that whipped around Raza's body at shocking speed. They did not merely bind, they wove, nested, and reinforced like master craftsmen, and in a breath built a seamless, rune-grained casket around him. Before Raza could even register who had struck, he was sealed and imprisoned. The wooden coffin cut off inside from outside, physically caging him while wood release constantly crushed and absorbed his chakra, making struggle almost impossible. Without control, the gold dust rained down from the sky. The instant the coffin formed, sealing glyphs rippled outward like tadpoles in water. The glowing symbol sank deep into the wood, merging with the suppressive force of the technique to lock Raza inside. After sealing Raza, Naruto didn't pause for a second, he shot off to stop Orochimaru. Orochimaru was the real core of this Konoha Crush plan. Catch Orochimaru, and one day the ninja world could be played in easy mode. He wondered whether that self-proclaimed Uchiha Shin was still under Orochimaru's banner. Seeing his most troublesome opponent charging him, Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils flashed with ruthlessness and resolve. He knew that once these two latched on, escape by ordinary means was impossible. Myriad Serpent Array. Orochimaru's mouth gaped wide, a ghastly hiss rising from his throat. The next instant, countless brown serpents mixed with tiny white snakes gushed out. Instead of retreating behind the serpent tide, Orochimaru twisted his body and lunged straight at Jiraiya, who was momentarily slowed by the swarm, clearly gambling everything on driving Jiraiya back or wounding him to open an escape route. Bring it, Orochimaru. With a roar, Jiraiya spun up a Rasengan, ready to clash head-on. Naruto's charge halted. He didn't know which serpent hid Orochimaru's trick, so he'd simply kill them all. Calmly he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and clawed at the air above Orochimaru's position. Vacuum attack, wind pressure siphon. This time Naruto held nothing back. Centered on Orochimaru, every molecule of air within a 50-meter sphere was seized, stirred, and crushed by an invisible titanic hand. A visible, violently rotating megavortex appeared out of thin air. Its suction far surpassed anything shown before. Rubble, broken weapons, even the tiny white snakes were yanked in and hurled together, spinning like debris in a centrifuge, grinding and smashing. The serpents were shredded to pulp before they could hiss. At the epicenter, Orochimaru felt unimaginable forces tearing at him from every direction. His limbs warped, the Kusanagi sword slipped from his mouth and clattered away. Jiraiya, sensing the air's murderous shift, paled and sprang high, the toad sage on his shoulder blasted a countergust, and together they barely tumbled clear of the storm's edge. Shima Sage, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, stared at the sphere of devastation that had swallowed Orochimaru whole. Her toad eyes bulged as she gasped, "Little Jiraiya, when did Konoha village gain a ninja this powerful?" Jiraiya himself could hardly believe it. So strong. Would release, Flying Thunder God, near instant, seal-less ninjutsu. The old man told me to take the kid as a student, but with that level the kid could be my teacher. A battered white-scaled serpent wriggled free of the storm. From its mouth it spat out a figure. The ejected man was Orochimaru. Naruto stepped up to the slime-slicked Orochimaru and sealed him inside a wooden coffin. With Orochimaru sealed, the Konoha crush plan was officially over. Naruto. Jiraiya's voice sounded behind him, tinged with complicated feelings, breaking the hush that followed the storm's end. Naruto turned slowly toward the white-haired man approaching in the sunlight. His flamboyant black opera robe and cloak, now dusty and torn from battle, looked a bit ridiculous yet carried the weariness of a hard-won victory. Yeah. It's over. Naruto nodded, voice calm, gaze sweeping across the battered rooftop and the quieting battlefield before settling on Jiraiya. Then his eyes lingered on Jiraiya's outfit, and he raised an eyebrow. Pervert, no. Jiraiya-senpai. Nice studs. Jiraiya straightened instantly, a brilliant, almost comical grin blooming across his face as if he'd just received the highest praise on earth. Of course they are. He even flicked his cloak and struck a theatrical pose, voice booming with pride. I picked these out myself after ages in that troupe, cut, fabric, embroidery, all top tier. If they hadn't taught me face changing I'd never have, I put real thought into it. Ha 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 ha. He burst into laughter, relief after survival, and, at Naruto's single word of approval, a delight almost childish in its simplicity. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Time Spares No One. Chapter 178, Time Spares No One. Freed from Orochimaru's control, Uzumaki Mito froze in place. The third Hokage, her opponent, exhaled in relief. But the moment he relaxed, the exhaustion, injuries, and massive chakra drain he'd been suppressing surged through him like a bursting dam. The nearly 70-year-old man swayed. Had the summoned ape Enma not swiftly braced him with a powerful arm, he would have collapsed on the spot. Supported carefully by Enma, the third Hokage shuffled to the edge of a relatively intact rooftop nearby. Hunched over, hands on his knees, he gasped for air, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his lips frighteningly pale. He lifted heavy eyelids and looked past the broken roofline at Konoha village below. What met his eyes was devastation. Houses burned, belching black smoke, craters, cracks, and fresh blood littered the streets. Beneath collapsed buildings villagers and ninja might still lie buried, distant sporadic fighting and wounded groans drifted on the air. Gamabunta and his two brothers, having flung the three-headed serpent beyond Hidden Leaf Village's walls, now stood beside those very walls. A village that had known peace and prosperity was ravaged in mere moments. As he took it all in, sorrow clouded the third's wrinkled face, his brow knitting into a deep river. Self-reproach, grief, dread for the future, those crushing emotions stole his breath. As Hokage he had failed to stop this calamity, failed to protect his people and his village. The fault, he felt, was solely his. He tried a brief meditation to recover strength and chakra, yet the moment he sat the weariness rooted in his soul only deepened, gnawing at bone and will like a parasite. He was 69. His body long past its prime, the last life-or-death battle this fierce had been the distant Second Ninja World War. Back then he'd stood at his peak. Now time had caught up, decades of desk work and worry had hollowed him out. This fight had drained every usable drop of chakra, his mind stretched taut to the breaking point. For an aging frame the cost was too great, perhaps even life-shortening. Elsewhere, Jiraiya, who'd just shared a laugh at Naruto's teasing, finally remembered his teacher was still fighting. He spun around, frantic, searching for the third. At last he spotted the old man, hunched, spent, almost shrunken, seated at a roof's edge with Enma. Old man. Alarmed, Jiraiya dropped out of sage mode, vaulted across the rooftops in a few strides. Up close the sight was worse. The third's face was paper white, his breathing ragged, eyes dim, veins throbbed at his temples from overexertion and pain, as though half his spirit had been ripped away. This was far beyond normal post-battle fatigue. Medical unit, get the medical unit up here for the third Hokage, now. Jiraiya spun toward the cleanup crews below and roared at the top of his lungs. He knew his teacher's condition, knew how brutal that fight had been. Delay was unthinkable, expert care was needed at once. The old man had wanted him to become fifth Hokage, he couldn't die now. If he did, Jiraiya couldn't edit his last words, he'd be stuck with the job. At his shout the crowd below stirred, several medical ninja in Hidden Leaf Village uniforms, medical pouches on their backs, raced after the Umbu clearing their path. Naruto stepped up to Uzumaki Mito and sealed her into a scroll. Major combat was over, yet scattered enemies weren't fully cleared for another hour. The Hyuga clan, meanwhile, were having a field day. Usually they couldn't use their Byakugan freely inside the village, sharp individuals could sense the gaze and glance around to spot a Hyuga. With restraints gone, unleashing their power felt exhilarating. After recapturing the mischievous Temari and her brothers, Naruto returned to the streets. Temari stayed put while Kankuro fled with Gaara. Naruto had held back on purpose. Gaara already bore a Flying Thunder God seal, Kankuro was irrelevant, what mattered was the one tail. Once he had Shikaku's chakra, he could use magnet release, and Naruto meant to play with command blocks. More than that, he wanted to study Kekkei Mora. By definition, it fused all 7 natures: fire, wind, earth, water, lightning, yin, yang, surpassing Kekkei Genkai and Kekkei Toda. The databooks listed only Kagaya, the Six-Path Sage, and Urashiki as users. Even Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Madara with the Rinne merely had the limit tag. Still, those books were only reference. Cling to them and you'd be blindsided someday. After all, Kakashi had morphed from genius graduate at 6, Jonin at 12, to entered the academy at 6 and graduated with a Bito. The outcome diverged from your script. Old Man Third is still alive, Nine-Tails growled, pressing its fox face to the bars. Alive in name only, Jiraiya's already acting Hokage. Remember, our goal was never mere destruction. To some, death is the perfect revenge, but the dead feel no pain. Let him dream of dying a hero for the village, it won't happen. Strolling the ruined streets, Naruto answered calmly in his mind, swiping a drink from a window, leaving payment beneath another bottle. He soon found Hyuga Niji leading a Hyuga patrol. Niji, how's the sweep? Quiet so far. Uncle and Hinata are covering other sectors, no stragglers detected. Hanabi. Safe at home. Naruto nodded. Good. Then Niji's brow twitched as if receiving a message. A moment later he turned to Naruto. Inoichi just passed word, Lord Jiraiya wants you at Konoha Hospital, urgent. The new acting Hokage clearly had something critical to discuss, likely the Third's condition or classified post-battle issues. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Got it. Without another word he headed for the hospital at once. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Mission, Rebuild Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 179, Mission, Rebuild Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto sprinted the whole way and quickly reached Konoha Hospital. The once spotless and solemn hospital now bustled with grim urgency. Injured people spilled out of the building, filling the courtyard and even the street outside. Inside, the corridors were packed with wounded ninja and a few civilians caught in the crossfire. The air reeked of antiseptic, blood, and stifled groans. Medical ninja hurried past, weary but focused. The moment Naruto stepped in, a figure strode up to meet him. It was Shiranui Ginma, bandaged in several places, his face pale. A senbon still rested between his teeth, but the usual sharpness in his eyes had given way to unmistakable exhaustion. Naruto-sama, you're here. Ginma stopped in front of him, bowing slightly, respect clear in his voice. That respect was owed not only to Naruto's decisive power shown moments earlier. More importantly, as former captain of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard, Ginma, having been near the main battlefield, had personally heard that this blonde youth was the 4th's orphan son. The revelation had sent towering waves through his heart. Shock, dawning understanding, guilt, and an indefinable sense of mission tangled together. Earlier, fighting Gaara in his possessed state, Ginma had rushed, once Gaara chased Naruto's shadow clone, to aid the exhausted and injured Gekko Hayate against the formidable Baki. Hayate's poor health gave out after a short bout, and he collapsed. 3 more Sand ninja arrived. Baki seized the chance to break off and pursue Gaara. Ginma stood alone against 3 opponents until Yuzuki Yugao arrived. Without her, Hayate would have died. Only after the fighting subsided could he receive treatment. From his hospital bed he received Jiraiya's order to wait for Naruto. Now, seeing him, Ginma's tangled feelings over Naruto's origin naturally surfaced as deference. Naruto showed no surprise at the change in address or attitude, he simply nodded. Lead the way. Yes, please follow me. Ginma turned and guided Naruto deeper into the hospital. They threaded through the crowded, hectic corridor. Naruto glanced left and right, familiar and unfamiliar faces sat or lay in pain. Along the way he spotted Sakura and Ino. Together with Hinata they had picked up basic medical ninjutsu from Inuzuka Hana. Once the fighting ended they reported straight to the hospital. Naruto's pace slowed for a heartbeat, his gaze lingering on the 2 girls. Right now they were wholly focused on healing, any distraction could endanger their patients. He merely took in their images and moved on, following Ginma toward the quieter wings. The hallway grew calmer, the passing figures were grave-faced medical jonin or umbu. They finally stopped before a closed office guarded by umbu. Ginma stepped aside and murmured, Jiraiya-sama is inside. Naruto nodded and pushed the door open. Jiraiya stood with his back to the entrance, gazing out at Konoha village still wisping with black smoke. He had swapped his flamboyant costume for plain dark clothes. Hearing the door, he turned. No usual roguish grin, only severity, fatigue, and deep worry. Seeing Naruto, he waved away formalities and explained with wry apology. Because we had to rush the old man here for emergency care, the hospital director's office has been commandeered as a makeshift command center. Cramped, but it'll do. His gaze fixed on Naruto, layered with scrutiny, curiosity, hope, and the caution one shows a power greater than expected. Without small talk he cut straight to the point, voice grave, "Naruto, I saw you use would release in the fight." He hesitated. After all, the villagers had never treated Naruto kindly. Wood release isn't just a weapon, it's a force of creation and renewal. The first Hokage used it to end the chaos and found Hidden Leaf Village. He drew a breath, eyes bright with entreaty. Now the village is devastated and everything must be rebuilt. Houses, roads, restoring them will cost vast time, labor, and materials, while our people are homeless. Every extra day is agony. So, I'm asking you, will you use your wood release to help rebuild Hidden Leaf Village? The request was nothing if not bold. To have the boy who had just displayed destructive might turn that same power to large-scale construction required absolute trust, and shouldering immense risk and responsibility. Worse, the boy's childhood had been miserable, thanks to those very villagers. Yet Jiraiya trusted his own judgment and the control Naruto, far beyond his years, had shown. Naruto listened without surprise, as though he had foreseen every word. He answered almost instantly with a nod. He had taken it easy during the brawl, time to show what he could really do. All right. His voice was calm, definite. Then, practical and precise, he added, I can rapidly grow building frames or even complete structures on a large scale. But the streets are littered with rubble, shattered weapons, and enemy corpses. If we build over that, we risk collapse or worse later. We need crews to clear the main roads and plan sites down to firm, level ground first. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Naruto hadn't blindly agreed, he had pinpointed the crucial technical snag and safety hazard. That cool competence only confirmed Jiraiya's decision. Maybe he should just make the kid 5th Hokage right now. Once the old man woke up he would recommend Naruto and then beat a hasty retreat himself. He'd write the letter at once. Good, done. Jiraiya nodded emphatically. I'll have it arranged right away. He turned at once to Shiranui Genma, who stood respectfully behind Naruto. Genma, go notify Inoichi Yamanaka and have him relay my orders. He rattled them off briskly. First, every patrol and sentry squad is to clear main roads and key areas of battle debris as fast as safety allows. Second, summon every ninja skilled in earth release to level ground, shore foundations, and haul large wreckage with earth ninjutsu. Third, detail taijutsu specialists to handle scattered fragments the earth release crews can't manage. Understood, Jiraiya-sama. Genma bowed without hesitation. He shot Naruto a look of deeper respect, then spun and strode from the room. Only Jiraiya and Naruto remained. Jiraiya exhaled, a weary but relieved smile finally surfacing. Then, Naruto, the future of Hidden Leaf Village may truly rest on you. Naruto waved it off. If I wanted to rule Hidden Leaf Village I'd have done it already. I won't become Hokage until Shikamaru's ready to serve as advisor. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, Azura. Chapter 180, Azura. Why did you agree to that? The nine-tailed, colossal head pressed against the cold iron bars, its blood-red vertical pupils brimming with undisguised bewilderment and a hint of anger, as if it had been fooled. Its voice rumbled like distant thunder inside the seal. The destruction of Hidden Leaf Village, that's what you wanted, isn't it, brat? You hate this place, hate those fools, hate the high and mighty leaders who turn a blind eye to your pain. Even if the village wasn't wiped out completely, it's hurting badly enough. Why turn around and help rebuild it? Naruto's mind-body still sat cross-legged before the seal gate. He didn't answer the beast directly. I like a certain poem. The nine-tailed froze. Poem? What poem? When had it ever seen a poem? Ignoring it, Naruto recited 2 lines in a slow, clear cadence. A monk, though ignorant, may yet be taught, a demon, born of treachery, will only bring calamity. The nine-tailed shook its head in irritation. What does that even mean? Speak plainly. Only then did Naruto look at it. In the depths of his blue eyes it was as though ice cracked, revealing a darker, colder abyss beneath. The ordinary folk of Hidden Leaf Village, those who feared me, shunned me, threw stones, are the ignorant. Naruto explained. They are the monks. Foolish, easily led, easily stirred, but in the end just tools hoodwinked and tamed by the 3rd Hokage, by Danzo, by the other higher-ups. They are the ruled, treated by their rulers as instruments. They themselves are not the root of evil. With guidance, with discipline, with education by example, they might still change. His voice paused, turning colder. Shimura Danzo and the dark logic of Root, together with the decaying forces that cling to them, they are the demons in the poem. They are the lurking evil beneath Hidden Leaf Village's bright skin, the true source of its calamities. They use fear and conspiracy to eliminate any who threaten their interests, all to preserve so-called stability. They are the ones who truly brew Hidden Leaf Village's tragedies. Naruto's gaze was sharp as a blade. As for the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, he may have started with good intentions, but he was indecisive, compromising again and again on matters of principle, tolerating, sometimes tacitly approving, many of Danzo's actions, excusing himself with the greater good, balance. There was no choice. He allowed the demons to breed, in that sense he himself is part of the demon host, or at least the warm bed in which they grow. The Nine-Tailed listened, fascinated, yet still puzzled. So what? They're all tarred with the same brush, smash Hidden Leaf Village and let them all die, problem solved, right? No. Naruto shook his head slowly, the corner of his mouth lifting. This thing really wasn't Kurama. That would be letting them off too lightly, especially the third Hokage. His voice dropped, carrying a chill that seemed to see through the heart of men. The way to hurt the third Hokage most isn't to kill him. Kill him and he'll simply close his eyes in bliss, hugging the glory of dying for Hidden Leaf Village, protecting the village. That is one of the ends he desires. Naruto lifted his gaze, as though piercing the mindscape to see the dying old man lying in a real-world hospital bed. What I mean to do is deny everything he stood for, deny that balance he spent his life maintaining, the idea that sacrificing a few is acceptable. Not denial for its own sake, but to keep the essence and discard the dross. To prove with facts that the third Hokage's weakness is unacceptable. And I will prove it while he still lives. Without his methods, without compromise, without sacrificing the innocent, Hidden Leaf Village can be rebuilt, faster, better, brighter, and grow strong again. The weapon of criticism can never replace the criticism of weapons. Between nations, might still does the talking. Hesitation only convinces more people that Hidden Leaf Village is an easy mark. Throw one punch to avoid 100. I want him to understand, protecting is good. But that protection he speaks of is, in truth, often just a fig leaf for incompetence and cowardice. The will of fire he believed in all his life, in his hands, has been twisted into a chain that preserves the status quo and fears change. Naruto's tone was decisive. To die on the battlefield defending your home is glory. But I don't intend to grant him that glory. He deserves only to lie on a sickbed, filled with doubt, frustration, self-reproach. Watching the village that declined under his rule burst forth with new life, life he can't comprehend or control. That way he'll never close his eyes in peace. His convictions will crumble completely. That is the finest punishment I can give him. The Nine-Tailed fell silent, as though weighing Naruto's words. Then, without warning, Naruto's tone shifted, he stared straight at the beast. Do you understand now, Azura? The Nine-Tailed's expression changed. Its great maw curved into a grin, and in mere heartbeats the entire mindscape transformed. In its place stretched a boundless, pure, empty white. No up, no down, no sound, only soft all-pervading light, and beneath his feet a cloud-like softness. Grass, iron bars, even the Nine-Tailed's vast fox body, all were gone. Naruto remained standing, unsurprised by the upheaval. He turned slowly. Behind him, within the white, a figure was coalescing out of nothingness and walking forward. A man in ancient white robes. His face was gentle, his gaze deep with compassion and love, yet touched by a weariness born of ages and a hidden obsession. Powerful yet gentle, his presence blended seamlessly with the white expanse. He was Azura, second son of the Six-Path Sage. Azura's chakra condensed into solid form, halting a short distance from Naruto. He studied Naruto quietly, his clear eyes filled with complex feelings, surprise, appraisal, the helplessness of being seen through, and deeper curiosity. He spoke, voice ethereal and resonant within the white void. When did you recognize me? Naruto met his gaze without flinching, calm on the surface yet detached and knowing beneath. His answer rang clear and firm in the silence. From the moment you tried to sway my judgment. Besides, I already told the Nine-Tailed why I won't kill the third Hokage. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 181, A Conversation with Azura. Chapter 181, A Conversation with Azura. Hey, read new book in profile. Dolua, Martial Soul Atlas Spear. That was indeed an oversight on my part. Azura sighed softly, carrying a sense of calm and helplessness that came from the accumulation of ages. He didn't maintain a standing posture, but instead, like an old friend chatting, he casually sat cross-legged in the air beneath him seemingly turning into a solid meditation cushion. This action dissolved some of the invisible tension, yet it also made his presence appear more natural, and more unfathomable. My consciousness has actually only gradually awakened recently. Azura explained, his voice peaceful. Earlier than that, those subtle influences on you were more like the remnants of my subconscious while I slept, or rather, my chakra instinctively influencing you. Guiding the host toward the path of understanding, bonds, and love. That was not my conscious manipulation. His gaze looked honestly at Naruto. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his tone betraying no emotion. Even if you say that, the first thing you did when you woke up was check my memories. Facing this nearly offensive question, Azura shook his head slightly. I cannot check your memories, but I saw you through the eyes of the nine-tailed. He admitted it straightforwardly. I needed to understand the current situation of my host, understand this era, and why you would have such strong resistance and wariness toward my guidance. His eyes became somewhat complex as he recalled the images he had read, and because of that, I saw your past, as well as your uniqueness. Naruto's expression didn't change in the slightest, as if he had already expected to be seen through. It seemed the study of the spirit transformation technique needed to begin. Azura's move was too ruthless. If he didn't get rid of him, he wouldn't be able to sleep. He looked at Azura's calm and composed, even overly easy-to-talk-to appearance, and suddenly asked. What, now that you've seen through my background and understand my abnormalities, are you, having suddenly awakened, preparing to perform a possession on me? This question was heart-piercing, directly touching upon the fundamental conflict of power and existence. However, upon hearing this, Azura quickly waved his hands, a somewhat wry smile appearing on his face. No, 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 how could I? Although he hadn't heard of what possession was, the term was easy to understand. The soul is the traveler, the physical body is the inn. So-called possession should be an external soul pushing out the original soul to occupy the body. His tone was exceptionally firm. I am already a dead man, my family, friends, and even the bonds of that era have all passed away. Living, for me, has no meaning. His voice lowered, carrying a loneliness that had seen through the cycle of life, death, and reincarnation. I am merely a wisp of lingering chakra, a piece of stubborn remembrance, a lingering obsession that I haven't fully let go of. Occupying your body to prolong my existence. That would be meaningless and would violate the beliefs I have always held. Changing the subject, a bit of childish embarrassment and longing appeared on Azura's face. He scratched his head and laughed. Actually, I really want to meet Senju Hashirama. He made no secret of his desire, that junior who inherited my chakra but walked his own path. The person who, with powerful strength and the philosophy of bonds, almost achieved the mutual understanding that both my brother and I failed to fully accomplish. Azura felt a bit embarrassed, and, I want to say to him in person. I'm sorry. He looked at Naruto and explained, you can probably guess that Hashirama was also influenced by my chakra. Although this influence was passive and unconscious, my chakra chose him and naturally brought certain traits and tendencies to him. But every time I think about how certain overly idealized aspects of his life even brought pain and regret to his friends and family because of it, I always feel a bit ashamed. He should have been able to create a more peaceful era with the intra-reincarnate of that generation. He was like an elder who only realized the impropriety after unintentionally leaving a mess for his juniors, his face filled with sincere apology and bashfulness. These words, honest to the point of being blunt, deepened Naruto's understanding of Azura by another layer. This guy didn't seem like the high and mighty, moralizing saint he had imagined, but rather like a gentle, reflective ordinary person. But the more it was like this, the deeper the vigilance in Naruto's heart grew. Because often, behind such a seemingly harmless, even likable posture, the hidden obsessions and goals are even more far-reaching and elusive. Your subconscious. Naruto spoke slowly. Or rather, the instinctive orientation of your chakra imprint seems to have overcorrected things. He stared at Azura, his gaze piercing. You long for love, understanding, and bonds. There is perhaps nothing inherently wrong with that. But the influence you exert always tries to suppress all hatred, resolve all conflicts, and use forgiveness and tolerance to cover all scars. You seem to believe that as long as everyone loves each other, problems will naturally be solved. Naruto paused. However, is what you are correcting necessarily wrong? Some hatred stems from real harm and injustice, some conflicts are rooted in structural flaws and the oppression of power. Blindly using love to gloss over and harmonize is sometimes just letting the victims continue to be silent, letting the perpetrators remain unscathed, and letting the problems continue to fester under a tender surface. In a way, how is your theory essentially different from the third Hokage's compromise philosophy of sacrificing the few for the big picture and maintaining superficial peace? Both are just avoiding the true conflicts to maintain a fragile, unfair stability. Facing Naruto's merciless analysis and questioning, the awkward smile on Azura's face gradually faded. He didn't refute, nor did he get angry, he just listened quietly, his eyes showing deep thought. When Naruto finished, Azura slowly and extremely solemnly pressed his hands together in front of his chest. He lowered his head slightly, his voice becoming exceptionally sincere. You are right, all of this is my fault. He admitted it without making excuses. My philosophy may indeed be too idealized. 1,000 years have passed, and the world has changed greatly. The Tao I adhered to may have deviated from its original intent in the hands of different people and different eras, or it may have exposed its inherent historical limitations. Only thoughts that keep pace with the times can better lead everyone toward the path of peace. Indra's path led to conflict, and my path may have led to weakness and indulgence. Azura looked up, his gaze earnest as he looked at Naruto, his longing to see Senju Hashirama becoming incredibly clear once again. So, I beg of you. His tone was almost pleading. I really want to meet Senju Hashirama. I want to see with my own eyes what this junior, who practiced my philosophy in his own way and almost took it to the extreme, actually looks like. I want to hear his views on bonds, on peace, and on the paths of us brothers. I want to know what the things I left behind have ultimately brought. This is very important to me. Immediately, he switched to a Dajiza posture, lowering himself even further. Also, for unconsciously influencing your judgment. I am truly very sorry. Hontoni gomen nasai. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 182, Chapter 182, The Senju Hashirama. Chapter 182, The Senju Hashirama. But your current appearance. Naruto scanned Azura's form, which was composed of pure chakra, and raised the most practical question, how are you going to meet him? You are inside my consciousness space, perhaps even in a space independent of my body. And Senju Hashirama, although summoned through Edo Tensei, is essentially a bound soul. How are you two going to have a face-to-face conversation? Naruto was secretly on guard. If this guy dared to say he wanted to borrow his body, he would immediately blow up at him. Upon hearing this, Azura's face showed an expression that said he had asked the right question. His expression became serious and slightly nostalgic as he began to explain. This involves an understanding of the essence of chakra. The chakra that you, and the vast majority of ninja in this era, perceive and use as a product of combining and refining physical and mental energy. It is primarily used to perform ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, a form of power and energy. He paused, his eyes reflecting scenes from an ancient era. However, in my father's and my era, chakra was not just for fighting. My father bestowed chakra upon people with an original intention. He hoped to use this miraculous energy to connect everyone's spirits, consciousness, and hearts. Azura's voice carried a distant sense of reminiscence. Through the connection of chakra, people could more directly sense each other's emotions, transmit thoughts, share knowledge, and eliminate misunderstandings and barriers caused by poor communication. Father called chakra the thing that links people's hearts, the cornerstone of ninchu. Back then, chakra was more like a bridge for communication and connection, a power of the heart. He looked at Naruto and, to make the concept clearer, specifically created a new term to distinguish it. To distinguish it from the chakra you are familiar with, I have thought for a long time about this application of chakra my father originally used to connect spirits. At first, I wanted to call it the power of the masses, but over the long passage of time, I have continuously refined its name. This power is the power of connection. After explaining the background, Azura got to the point and stated his specific plan. I will teach you the principles and usage of this power of connection. His eyes looked at Naruto with full trust. Then, you will serve as the bridge for the dialogue between Senju Hashirama and me. He elaborated, when the time comes, you will use the power of connection to temporarily link the mental energies of the three of us, me, you, and Senju Hashirama. Azura pointed to the pure white space around them. At that time, we can together enter a stable consciousness exchange space that I will lead the construction of. Like this place, but more stable and suitable for dialogue. In this space, the consciousness of the three of us can converse and perceive each other as if face-to-face, unrestricted by the outside world or our physical bodies. After exiting the consciousness space, Naruto rubbed his face. Intuition told him that this guy Azura was mixing truth with lies. Yet, the guy had such honest-looking features, he looked like a straightforward person. It was difficult to distinguish which of his words were true and which were false. Azura definitely hadn't woken up recently, or rather, that recently he spoke of had a significant time difference from what Naruto considered recent. After all, he was someone whose chakra had been circulating in the world for 1,000 years. Naruto always felt that Azura's awakening must have been before he even became a genin. Just then, Naruto felt a concerned gaze fall upon him. It was Jiraiya. He saw Naruto suddenly standing there motionless, then rubbing his face with a slight look of irritation after a while, and a worried expression couldn't help but appear on his face. Jiraiya thought Naruto had undergone continuous high-intensity combat, consumed too much energy, and his body or spirit was starting to flag. Naruto, what's wrong? Jiraiya stepped forward, his voice softening. Was the battle just now too exhausting? Are you tired? He glanced at the still chaotic Hidden Leaf village outside the window and said decisively. If you feel tired, go back and rest for a while. The reconstruction isn't urgent for this moment, your body is more important. I've already sent people to clear the streets. Once you've recovered, we'll talk about the reconstruction, okay? Jiraiya's concern was sincere. No matter how powerful Naruto was, in his eyes, he was still an underage child. It was normal to be physically and mentally exhausted after such a major battle. He had indeed trusted his teacher too much before and lacked attention toward this child. Since he had guessed long ago that Minato was his father, he must have known about his own existence. It was no secret that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, was the fourth Hokage's teacher. No wonder this child had been so resistant to him before. Naruto lowered the hand rubbing his face and looked at Jiraiya. He reined in his wariness of Azura, his face returning to its usual calm as he shook his head. No, I'm fine. I was just thinking about some things. He paused and looked at Jiraiya. How long will the cleanup take? I need to know the approximate time to arrange the follow-up. He neither accepted the suggestion to rest nor over-explained his days, but instead pulled the topic back to business, demonstrating his usual pragmatism and efficiency. Seeing this, although Jiraiya was still somewhat worried, he knew Naruto had his own ideas and didn't press further, replying, I've already had Inoichi coordinate with full effort, mobilizing all available manpower. The preliminary cleanup of the main streets and several key reconstruction areas is expected to be completed in about 5 hours, reaching a level where large-scale civil engineering work can begin. More detailed cleanup will be carried out simultaneously in other areas. 5 hours. Naruto pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, I understand. I'll come over then. After walking out of the office, Naruto immediately went to find Ino and Sakura. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, many of the wounded turned their faces away, not knowing how to face him. Lord Naruto. A man with a bandaged abdomen nodded to him in greeting. This was Rado Namishi, a member of Genma's team. Hearing someone call Naruto's name, Ino turned her head to look at him. Sakura, on the other hand, sped up her healing. Concentrate, Ino. Naruto placed his hand on Ino's shoulder to transfer chakra to her. Ino continued releasing her medical ninjutsu while looking at Naruto with concern. Why are you here? Are you hurt? Naruto shook his head. I'm not hurt. Jiraiya just discussed some matters with me. He then transferred chakra to Sakura as well. Thank you, Naruto. Feeling the continuous influx of chakra, Sakura also relaxed a bit. You're welcome. Don't push yourselves too hard either. He maintained his chakra support for Sakura, but his gaze calmly swept across the entire temporary medical area, looking at the wounded enduring their pain and the medical ninjas who, like Sakura and Ino, were clearly exhausted themselves but still gritted their teeth and persevered. He didn't stay long. After confirming that Ino and Sakura's conditions had stabilized, he quietly withdrew his hand, gave a slight nod to Rado Namishi and the two girls, and then turned to leave the hospital. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Reassurance. Chapter 183, Reassurance. Stepping out of the still busy and noisy Konoha hospital, the air outside was still thick with the scent of smoke and dust, but it lacked the oppressive smell of disinfectant and the groans of pain. Naruto did not immediately return to his residence or seek out a secluded spot suitable for researching the power of connection. Instead, he turned his steps toward the area the Hyuga clan was responsible for patrolling. Relying on his sensory abilities, he soon found Hinata at a relatively intact street corner, leading her clansmen in a meticulous search. Hinata had her Byakugan active, her expression focused as she scanned the interior of a half-collapsed building ahead. She looked somewhat tired, with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, but her mental state was okay. Her voice, though soft, was clear and organized as she directed her clansmen. Seeing Naruto suddenly appear, she was momentarily stunned. Then, an imperceptible blush crept onto her face, and she hastily deactivated her Byakugan, standing up somewhat awkwardly. Naruto-kun. Why are you here? Is something the matter? Hinata asked softly, her eyes filled with concern. It's nothing, I just came to see how things are going on your end. Naruto's gaze swept over her, confirming she wasn't injured and that her chakra consumption was within reasonable limits. He nodded and helped her replenish her chakra. Even with the Byakugan, you must be careful. The enemy is cunning. Hinata nodded vigorously, a flash of joy at being cared for and determination from being acknowledged flickering in her eyes. Without further pleasantries, Naruto turned and left. Confirming Hinata was safe put his mind at ease. His next destination was the Hyuga clan compound. After the previous fierce battle, the entrance to the Hyuga clan compound was guarded by clansmen. The atmosphere was solemn but not panicked. After announcing his arrival, Naruto was led to a secluded courtyard in the inner residence. This was where Hanabi Hyuga had been settled. Extra security was posted around the courtyard. It was clear that Hayashi was extremely concerned about the safety of his younger daughter. In the courtyard, a gentle and dignified Hyuga kunoichi, Natsu Hyuga, was sitting on the porch with her Byakugan active, constantly sensing the surroundings. Seeing Naruto's arrival, Natsu Hyuga immediately deactivated her Byakugan and stood up respectfully, bowing slightly, Naruto-sama. Her attitude was even more respectful than before, clearly aware of Naruto's performance on the battlefield and the weight of his true identity. "Is Hanabi inside?" Naruto asked. "Yes, young Miss Hanabi is resting in the room." Natsu Hyuga stepped aside to clear the path. "Shall I announce you?" "No need." Naruto waved his hand and walked straight into the room. Natsu Hyuga bowed again understandingly and then silently withdrew from the courtyard, leaving the space to Naruto and Hanabi. Naruto slid open the door to the washitsu. The light inside was soft, and the decor was simple. A small figure was sitting on a cushion by the window with her knees hugged to her chest, looking out at the busy figures in the clan compound. She seemed a bit sullen, her small mouth pouting slightly. It was Hanabi Hyuga. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Hanabi whipped her head around. When she saw it was Naruto, her pure Byakugan eyes instantly lit up, and all the gloom and boredom on her face vanished. "Big brother Naruto." She cheered and, as if released by a spring, bounced off the cushion. She ran toward Naruto with her bare feet pitter-pattering on the floor. As she reached him, she threw her arms wide without hesitation, like an agile and clingy little koala. With a heave-ho, she jumped right up. Naruto almost subconsciously bent down slightly and reached out to catch her. The next second, Hanabi had her arms firmly locked around Naruto's neck, her whole body hanging off him. She buried her small face in the crook of Naruto's shoulder, nuzzling him hard before looking up. With those sparkling big eyes, she scrutinized Naruto, her voice full of undisguised worry and urgency. "Big brother Naruto, are you hurt?" The fighting outside was so intense, I could hear it all. But big sister Natsu wouldn't let me out. I was so worried about you and big sister, and father and brother Niji. Her small hands nervously patted Naruto's back and arms. Her Byakugan was also searching Naruto's body for any wounds. Naruto reached out and gently patted Hanabi's back. "I'm fine. Not a single scratch." He paused and added, "Your sister, father, and Niji are all fine too, they're outside helping. Staying here obediently is the biggest help you can give them." "Really?" Hanabi was half convinced. She looked closely at Naruto's face again, and after confirming his expression was normal with no signs of strain, she truly breathed a sigh of relief. But she didn't loosen her grip on Naruto's neck, instead, she tightened it and muttered softly, "That's good. I was scared to death." She rested her head on Naruto's shoulder, seemingly finding the most secure harbor. The slight grievance and boredom from being kept at home just now vanished into thin air. Naruto let her hold him, not rushing her. This sudden war had also given this child quite a shock. After soothing Hanabi, who was hanging on him like a little koala, and confirming her emotions had stabilized, Naruto gently put her back on the cushion. He gave her a few more instructions to be good and not run around, before leaving the Hyuga clan compound under Hanabi's reluctant gaze. The next and final destination he had come out to find was behind the Hokage rock. The terrain here was high, backed by the massive Hokage rock statues. It was relatively hidden, offered a wide field of vision, and overlooked most of Hidden Leaf Village, making it a good temporary refuge and observation point. As soon as Naruto rounded a protruding rock, he saw a scene that was somewhat surprising yet seemingly expected. Uzumaki Kushina was sitting on a flat area. Her face was overflowing with a pure, radiant maternal glow and affection. Her left hand was gently encircling a somewhat reserved Koyuki Kazahana. Kushina's right hand was holding Karen even more closely. Karen seemed to have a natural affinity for Kushina. At this moment, she was completely relaxed, like a small beast seeking protection, snuggling in Kushina's arms. She was even softly and intermittently recounting some of her experiences, while Kushina would occasionally stroke her hair gently and offer soft words of comfort. Two girls, one of noble birth who had endured many changes, and one lonely and with a drifting past, had both found some missing warmth and security in Kushina. And Kushina, a mother who had longed for a family in life but tragically died young, also seemed to find great solace in this brief interaction, her face full of heartfelt pity and satisfaction. Not far away, one of Naruto's shadow clones was standing there, looking a bit at a loss. He was still holding Da Huang in his arms, his expression slightly stiff. Seeing the original body finally appear, the shadow clone felt as if he had been granted a grand pardon and breathed a huge sigh of relief. He quickly bent down, carefully placed the snoring Da Huang on the ground, then nodded to the original and formed a hand seal. Release. With a soft pop, the shadow clone vanished into white smoke, and his memories and experiences instantly returned to the original body. Woof bark. Gently placed on the ground, Da Huang opened its misty eyes in confusion. Its little nose twitched, and as if recognizing Naruto, it immediately let out a milky bark. It moved its four short legs and ran quickly to Naruto's feet, affectionately pawing at his pant leg, its tail wagging like a little windmill. Naruto glanced down at the little thing at his feet, the corner of his mouth twitching almost imperceptibly. He bent down, reached out, and grabbed Da Huang by the scruff of its neck, easily lifting the excited little puppy and letting it kick its little legs innocently in the air. Then, carrying the dog, he walked over to the three women. Kushina looked up at her son, the gentle smile on her face undiminished, but with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Koyuki Kazuhana and Karen also looked at him, the former with noble reserve and curiosity, the latter with a bit of dependence and trepidation. Naruto placed the still flailing Dawang beside Kushina, his gaze scanning the three of them as he spoke succinctly. The battle in Hidden Leaf Village has ended. The invaders have mostly been wiped out or captured. He looked at Kushina, then at Koyuki and Karen. It's temporarily safe here, but it's still very chaotic below. Rest here for a while, don't go down as you please. Finally, his gaze fell on Kushina, and he added a sentence in a calm but certain tone. Once I've cleaned up our home, I'll come to get you. Upon hearing this, Kushina's eyes lit up slightly, as if she understood something. She nodded vigorously, her arms tightening around the two girls as she said softly, we'll wait for you. Be careful, Naruto. Koyuki Kazuhana also nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Karen gave a soft, expectant With the instructions given, Naruto took Uzumaki Mito out of the sealing scroll and then turned to leave. Tranquility returned to the back of the Hokage rock, with only the soft sound of the breeze brushing against the rock walls, low-voiced conversations, and Dawang's occasional whimpers. Below, the reconstruction and cleanup of Hidden Leaf Village were underway in full swing. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, Let this true several thousand hands announce the end of the old era. Chapter 184, Let this true several thousand hands announce the end of the old era. Naruto felt that the speed of Hidden Leaf Village's reconstruction was a bit slow, so he had them shift their focus to moving people and property. Many people were dissatisfied, thinking Naruto was just giving blind orders, but pressured by Naruto's formidable strength, no one dared to voice their opposition. What, do you think you can go toe-to-toe with that 30-meter-tall big guy? Don't make your brother Naruto laugh. The wood golem you saw was only 30 meters tall because your brother Naruto was afraid that if he used a wood golem on the scale of the true several thousand hands, it would crush Hayashi and the others below to death. Mountains are nothing more than dirt mounds before the true several thousand hands. If it really came to a fight, it would be like this: you're level 50 and think you can enter a raid, but once you're inside, hey, it's a level 200 raid. And it's the kind where just running across the map to see the boss takes several minutes, and the map you're running on is actually the enemy's technique, which can also attack you. Important documents, scrolls, medical equipment, research data, food reserves, everything of value was given priority for transfer. There were too many wounded, so Naruto even sent out shadow clones to the hospital to provide treatment. For those who hadn't spoken ill of him, he used the mystical palm technique and the delicately targeted extraction technique to treat them. For those who had, he used the life-reducing regeneration technique. Since the life-reducing regeneration technique achieves rapid healing by overdrawing the body's vitality, those people thought Naruto was returning good for evil to heal them quickly. One by one, they thanked him incessantly and cursed themselves for not being decent human beings in the past. Fortunately, Hidden Leaf Village is the moral benchmark for villagers in Japanese manga, and the local customs are simple and honest. Many of the remaining people recovered very quickly. 3 hours later, all Hidden Leaf Village residents and ninja had been moved outside the village, and even the wounded were transferred along with them. The most important things in Naruto's home were just those few bouquets of flowers carrying memories. He also gave Sasuke a self-made sealing scroll to use for moving. Although Sasuke didn't care, the Uchiha heritage was far too abundant. After everyone had finished moving, Naruto arrived at the center of Konoha village. He closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the sealing space. Naruto's conscious form locked eyes with the nine-tailed. Kurama, it's time to get some exercise. The nine-tailed grinned widely. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Naruto's conscious form slowly floated up and peeled off the paper talisman on the nine-tailed sealing gate. The chakra left behind by Minato was instantly sealed by Naruto using chakra sealing jutsu the moment it woke up. Let's go, Kurama. Naruto lifted his shirt with his left hand and placed his right hand on the seal, giving it a twist. The lock cylinder of the sealing gate made a sound. Naruto's conscious form turned his back to the nine-tailed and spread his arms wide. The gate imprisoning the nine-tailed slowly opened. In the real world, the body of the original Naruto, standing in the center of the Hidden Leaf Village ruins, suddenly jolted. Golden chakra light erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. The light quickly contracted and took shape, finally condensing on his body into a set of burning, flame-like chakra raiment in the form of a great cloak. The edges of the raiment drifted with flocculent tail flames formed of chakra, his aura becoming terrifying. Since he hadn't learned Sage Mode, Naruto's eyes simply turned into vertical slits like Kurama's. Uzumaki Naruto, Kurama Link Mode, makes his grand entrance. Under the astonished, shocked, and even fearful gazes of everyone, Naruto, clad in golden chakra raiment with eyes transformed into golden vertical slits, soared into the sky like a golden heavenly god breaking free from the earth's shackles, hovering directly above the hidden leaf village ruins. The sunlight spilled over him, making the golden chakra raiment shine brilliantly, forming a piercing contrast with the scarred and scorched earth below. He slowly raised his right hand. Let this great Raisin Shuriken announce the end of the old era. The new era is the era of Uzumaki Naruto, the era of Hidden Leaf Village's new generation. All decay vanishes here, and the prologue of a new world begins from this moment. This is a local souvenir for the departure, crossed out. This is a parting gift to the old era. Background music had already begun to play automatically in Naruto's mind. The uninhabited azure sea tries to swallow. The prosperity and splendor in my dreams. A mirage is so much like a fairy tale. Carved into the passing years in my eyes. Above his palm, chakra condensed. The air began to warp, and light seemed to be swallowed as a pitch-black sphere, deep as a black hole in the universe yet with destructive energy ripples flowing at its edges, silently began to condense, rotate, and expand. 2 astral rings appeared beside the sphere. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Great Raisin Shuriken. That terrifying power, representing annihilation and the return to nothingness, emitted a pressure that made the soul tremble. Even the people watching from far outside the village felt a surge of palpitations and suffocation. That is. Beside the temporary medical point, 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just woken up and was being supported to observe the situation, snapped his cloudy old eyes wide open, staring fixedly at the black sphere in the sky. With his vast experience, he instantly recognized that this was by no means an ordinary ninjutsu. Standing beside him, Jiraiya's expression changed drastically. He seemed to realize that what Naruto wanted was not reconstruction, but total destruction and rebirth. Old man, don't look. Jiraiya instinctively reached out, wanting to cover the 3rd Hokage's eyes to prevent him from witnessing the scene that was about to unfold, which might overturn the beliefs of his entire life. However, the 3rd Hokage jerked his head aside and glared back with all his strength. There was no fear or anger in his eyes, instead, there was a strange mix of pain, relief, and final acceptance. Don't stop me, Jiraiya. The 3rd Hokage's voice was hoarse yet exceptionally firm. I know. I know what Naruto wants to do. He looked at the blonde youth in the sky who resembled a deity, and at the black sphere symbolizing destruction. The wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out a bit at this moment. This is a good thing. He seemed to see through the cold and decisive intention behind Naruto's action. To use absolute power to erase all the scars, filth, decayed foundations, and the unfair past of the old Hidden Leaf Village. Only upon that piece of absolute nothingness and ruins could a truly brand new, fair Hidden Leaf Village belonging to the future be established. The 3rd Hokage also breathed a sigh of relief because he hadn't taken out his crystal ball. It was good to have it physically destroyed directly, anyway, given his current physical condition, he wouldn't be able to use it anymore. His reputation could be considered preserved. As long as the crystal ball was destroyed, whoever wanted to be the controller of Hidden Leaf Village could go ahead and do it. Just as the 3rd Hokage's words fell, Naruto's right hand, which was holding up the great Raisin Shuriken, gently pressed downward. The black sphere fell silently. Time seemed to be stretched thin at this moment. There was no death-shattering explosion. Only an absolute, all-consuming silence and annihilation. The instant the black sphere touched the ground, an indescribable singularity of extreme light and shadow suddenly erupted. Following that was a silently expanding domain of pure white destruction. Boom. An unnameable shockwave expanded in a spherical shape. Under everyone's stunned gazes, the vast area where Konoha village originally stood, along with the earth beneath it, the ruins, the debris, the lingering smoke, everything within that pure white light, vanished, decomposed, and returned to nothingness, like a pencil drawing erased by the highest grade eraser. When the light dissipated and the dust settled, in its place, there remained only a massive circular crater with smooth edges and an immeasurable diameter. It was like a piece of flesh gouged out from the earth, or a brand left by a deity. The former Konoha village, all of its past, and all its physical traces were completely wiped out by this single strike. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 185, Chapter 185, would release, Konoha Village Technique. Chapter 185, would release, Konoha Village Technique. Naruto in the sky was like a golden judge, coldly gazing down at the blank space he had created. He heard distant exclamations, crying, and disbelieving murmurs, but he did not care. Next, the creation would begin. Vacuum attack, earth transformation. Naruto clapped his hands together heavily in front of his chest. A vast sea of chakra surged into the earth. Rumble. The earth groaned and trembled even more violently than during the previous annihilation. But this time, it was not destruction, but reshaping. At the bottom of the massive crater, the ground began to squirm, rise, and take shape like a living swamp. Soil and rock were compressed and leveled by an invisible force, instantly forming a massive and exceptionally solid circular foundation platform. Then, at the edge opposite the Hokage rock, the ground split open. An opening was created. This was the location of the future gate. The foundation was set, and the opening appeared. The main event officially began. Naruto hovered in the air, slowly spreading his arms as if to embrace the whole world. He closed those golden vertical pupils. In his mind, every detail of Konoha village, every street, every important building, even the scenery in certain corners, the scenes of running with Might Guy in the early morning, the street view when Sakura Haruno helped buy breakfast. The moments he noticed the Hyuga sisters during afternoon training, the instant Ino gave him a bellflower under the sunset, playing with Shikamaru and the others at school, competing with Sasuke to see who taught more bratty kids a lesson at night, racing dogs with Inuzuka Kiba and Inuzuka Hana on the Haimaru triplets at the Inuzuka family estate. He had measured every inch of Hidden Leaf Village's land with his feet, walking through spring grass, summer heat, autumn leaves, and winter snow. At night, because of hunger, he would sneak into shops to take food. Naruto had long since memorized the streets and residences deep in his mind. Would release, Konoha Village Technique. Accompanied by this low shout that seemed to herald the start of a new era, the majestic chakra within Naruto poured down like a river breaking a dam, injecting into the ground beneath him. Pop. A faint sound of breaking through the soil rang out, catching the attention of a few ninjas with strong sensory abilities. A tender green sapling broke through the soil at a visible speed and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lush, vibrant tree. Then, two flexible green vines naturally hung down from the branches, and a smooth wooden board automatically condensed below. A simple swing, full of childhood charm and memories, took shape, gently swaying in the breeze. That location. In the crowd watching from afar, Iruka looked at the swing and the tree, murmuring to himself. That should be the swing tree at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, right? As if to confirm his words. Just as the swing tree stood up, a wooden building rose from the ground nearby. Although it was a purely wooden structure, the overall silhouette, the style of the doors and windows, the layout of the floors, and even certain decorative details were exactly the same as the original Ninja Academy. It really is the school. Many former graduates and current students exclaimed. With the Ninja Academy as a clear and important memory anchor and landmark, the blueprint in Naruto's mind seemed to be instantly activated and lit up. The power of connection. Deep in the conscious space, Azura, who had been silently observing and preparing, finally moved. He slowly folded his hands in front of his chest, his face showing unprecedented solemnity and piety. His voice was ethereal and grand, as if reciting an ancient proverb. The power that guides the world toward understanding, stability, and coexistence. It is the bridge between hearts, the intersection of memory and vision. Following his words, a strange, warm wave that transcended the concept of ordinary chakra quietly spread out with Naruto as the center. At this moment, something miraculous happened. All the Hidden Leaf Village residents and ninjas who were watching felt their spirits shake slightly. It was as if an invisible thread had gently connected to their consciousness. It wasn't control, nor was it prying, but a kind of guidance and resonance. They saw the images that had just appeared in Naruto's mind, and Naruto also saw their memories of Konoha Village. The blueprint of the ideal Hidden Leaf Village in Naruto's mind became clearer, more specific, and full of detail than ever before. Not just the outer shape of buildings, but even the width of streets, the curvature of corners, the style of signs in front of certain shops, countless details he thought were long forgotten or blurred now unfolded like a high-definition scroll. At the same time, all the people who were connected, their beautiful memories of Hidden Leaf Village, their attachment to their home, and their expectations for a new life, these spiritual energies were also skillfully guided and gathered by Azura, flowing like trickles into a river, jointly injecting into the Konoha Village technique that Naruto was performing. A series of more dense yet vibrant and rhythmic sounds rang out on that newborn land. Wooden buildings rose in an orderly fashion around the Ninja Academy, like building blocks precisely placed by an invisible giant hand. Residences, shops, ramen shops, training grounds, assembly halls, family compounds, and public facilities, the former Konoha village was turning from a blueprint into reality at a jaw-dropping speed. Moreover, it was more regular, solid, and full of harmonious beauty and vitality than in memory. Hidden Leaf Village was being reborn from the ruins through godlike means. Some people who were originally dissatisfied with Naruto's contradictory commands were so frightened by this scene that they knelt on the ground. Is this even a human? This is a god. Even the third Hokage's strongest technique was minuscule compared to this one. Not only what existed before the destruction. Even places where memories conflicted appeared side by side. Some things that had disappeared due to Hidden Leaf Village's renovations also returned. At this time, the Hokage building also turned into a large square building. In front of it was a vast open square. The shock and bustle brought by the miraculous would release Konoha Village technique gradually subsided as the wooden roof of the last public bathhouse was set in place. The brand new Konoha village stood majestically on the completely reshaped land. The houses were arranged in an orderly manner, the streets were wide and flat, green trees were dotted in between, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fresh wood, with no sign of the hellish scene from a few hours ago. However, miracles are not omnipotent. Would release only instantly shaped the shells of the buildings, internal water and electricity pipes, drainage systems, communication lines, and barrier nodes still needed to be manually laid, installed, and debugged. But those had nothing to do with Naruto. He just wanted to shut up those in the village who had suicidal thoughts. I, Uzumaki Naruto, just want to marry a few more wives and live a stable life. You better not come looking for death. If you come looking for death, I am a kind-hearted person, so you and your family can just go on a trip to the distant Pure Land. Chapter 185, Would Release, Konoha Village Technique. Naruto in the sky was like a golden judge, coldly gazing down at the blank space he had created. He heard distant exclamations, crying, and disbelieving murmurs, but he did not care. Next, the creation would begin. Vacuum attack, earth transformation. Naruto clapped his hands together heavily in front of his chest. A vast sea of chakra surged into the earth. Rumble. The earth groaned and trembled even more violently than during the previous annihilation. But this time, it was not destruction, but reshaping. At the bottom of the massive crater, the ground began to squirm, rise, and take shape like a living swamp. Soil and rock were compressed and leveled by an invisible force, instantly forming a massive and exceptionally solid circular foundation platform. Then, at the edge opposite the Hokage rock, the ground split open. An opening was created. This was the location of the future gate. The foundation was set, and the opening appeared. The main event officially began. Naruto hovered in the air, slowly spreading his arms as if to embrace the whole world. He closed those golden vertical pupils. In his mind, every detail of Konoha village, every street, every important building, even the scenery in certain corners, the scenes of running with Might Guy in the early morning, the street view when Sakura Haruno helped buy breakfast. The moments he noticed the Hyuga sisters during afternoon training, the instant Ino gave him a bellflower under the sunset, playing with Shikamaru and the others at school, competing with Sasuke to see who taught more bratty kids a lesson at night, racing dogs with Inuzuka Kiba and Inuzuka Hana on the Haimaru triplets at the Inuzuka family estate. He had measured every inch of Hidden Leaf Village's land with his feet, walking through spring grass, summer heat, autumn leaves, and winter snow. At night, because of hunger, he would sneak into shops to take food. Naruto had long since memorized the streets and residences deep in his mind. Would release, Konoha Village Technique. Accompanied by this low shout that seemed to herald the start of a new era, the majestic chakra within Naruto poured down like a river breaking a dam, injecting into the ground beneath him. Pop. A faint sound of breaking through the soil rang out, catching the attention of a few ninjas with strong sensory abilities. A tender green sapling broke through the soil at a visible speed and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a lush, vibrant tree. Then, two flexible green vines naturally hung down from the branches, and a smooth wooden board automatically condensed below. A simple swing, full of childhood charm and memories, took shape, gently swaying in the breeze. That location. In the crowd watching from afar, Iruka looked at the swing and the tree, murmuring to himself. That should be the swing tree at the entrance of the Ninja Academy, right? As if to confirm his words. Just as the swing tree stood up, a wooden building rose from the ground nearby. Although it was a purely wooden structure, the overall silhouette, the style of the doors and windows, the layout of the floors, and even certain decorative details were exactly the same as the original Ninja Academy. It really is the school. Many former graduates and current students exclaimed. With the Ninja Academy as a clear and important memory anchor and landmark, the blueprint in Naruto's mind seemed to be instantly activated and lit up. The power of connection. Deep in the conscious space, Azura, who had been silently observing and preparing, finally moved. He slowly folded his hands in front of his chest, his face showing unprecedented solemnity and piety. His voice was ethereal and grand, as if reciting an ancient proverb. The power that guides the world toward understanding, stability, and coexistence. It is the bridge between hearts, the intersection of memory and vision. Following his words, a strange, warm wave that transcended the concept of ordinary chakra quietly spread out with Naruto as the center. At this moment, something miraculous happened. All the Hidden Leaf Village residents and ninjas who were watching felt their spirits shake slightly. It was as if an invisible thread had gently connected to their consciousness. It wasn't control, nor was it prying, but a kind of guidance and resonance. They saw the images that had just appeared in Naruto's mind, and Naruto also saw their memories of Konoha Village. The blueprint of the ideal Hidden Leaf Village in Naruto's mind became clearer, more specific, and full of detail than ever before. Not just the outer shape of buildings, but even the width of streets, the curvature of corners, the style of signs in front of certain shops, countless details he thought were long forgotten or blurred now unfolded like a high-definition scroll. At the same time, all the people who were connected, their beautiful memories of Hidden Leaf Village, their attachment to their home, and their expectations for a new life, these spiritual energies were also skillfully guided and gathered by Azura, flowing like trickles into a river, jointly injecting into the Konoha village technique that Naruto was performing. A series of more dense yet vibrant and rhythmic sounds rang out on that newborn land. Wooden buildings rose in an orderly fashion around the ninja academy, like building blocks precisely placed by an invisible giant hand. Residences, shops, ramen shops, training grounds, assembly halls, family compounds, and public facilities, the former Konoha village was turning from a blueprint into reality at a jaw-dropping speed. Moreover, it was more regular, solid, and full of harmonious beauty and vitality than in memory. Hidden Leaf Village was being reborn from the ruins through godlike means. Some people who were originally dissatisfied with Naruto's contradictory commands were so frightened by this scene that they knelt on the ground. Is this even a human? This is a god. Even the third Hokage's strongest technique was minuscule compared to this one. Not only what existed before the destruction. Even places where memories conflicted appeared side by side. Some things that had disappeared due to Hidden Leaf Village's renovations also returned. At this time, the Hokage building also turned into a large square building. In front of it was a vast open square. The shock and bustle brought by the miraculous wood release, Konoha village technique, gradually subsided as the wooden roof of the last public bathhouse was set in place. The brand new Konoha village stood majestically on the completely reshaped land. The houses were arranged in an orderly manner, the streets were wide and flat, green trees were dotted in between, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fresh wood, with no sign of the hellish scene from a few hours ago. However, miracles are not omnipotent. Wood release only instantly shaped the shells of the buildings, internal water and electricity pipes, drainage systems, communication lines, and barrier nodes still needed to be manually laid, installed, and debugged. But those had nothing to do with Naruto. He just wanted to shut up those in the village who had suicidal thoughts. I, Uzumaki Naruto, just want to marry a few more wives and live a stable life. You better not come looking for death. If you come looking for death, I am a kind-hearted person, so you and your family can just go on a trip to the distant Pure Land. Chapter 186, Chapter 186, Busy. Chapter 186, Busy. As the administrative and command center of the village, the Hokage building naturally had the highest priority. That evening, after emergency repairs and wiring by the technical squad's ninja, the core area of the Hokage building had power restored. Bright lights shone from the windows, like a guiding beacon in the still dim, nascent village. After debugging, the Umbu immediately entered the Hokage building to rearrange it. Inside the building, various departments quickly moved into their temporarily assigned rooms, with mountains of documents piling up. Population statistics, supply lists, casualty reports, mission records, post-war assessments, reconstruction plans, diplomatic letters, all poured in like a tide after dawn, and were quickly sorted, archived, and processed. Amidst this hustle and bustle, a particularly old and hunched figure slowly walked into the Hokage office on the top floor. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. In just one day, having experienced betrayal, fierce combat, severe injuries, a shock to his beliefs, and witnessing the destruction and rebirth of the village, this old man seemed to have aged more than 10 years. His eyes were sunken, his face pale, and his steps were somewhat unsteady, but the moment he entered the office, his eyes habitually sharpened, scanning the new environment. To his surprise, the layout, furnishings, and even the wall hangings and bookshelf positions of the office were almost identical to the office before its destruction. However, the portraits of the four Hokage on the wall had been replaced by wooden reliefs. Even the large desk he had sat at for decades was identical in every detail, from the wood grain and the curvature of the edges to the arrangement of the drawers. It even felt more solid and warm to the touch. Even this. The third Hokage murmured softly, his fingers brushing over the smooth desktop, a mix of emotions in his heart. Did Naruto remember even such details so clearly? He walked behind the desk and, almost instinctively and skillfully, pulled open a drawer. It was empty. The third Hokage's movements paused. He was silent for a few seconds, then opened several adjacent drawers, which were also empty. There were no familiar stamps, notepads, personal items, and no. That thing. The crystal ball was gone. Gone. The third Hokage slowly closed the drawers, leaned back against the wide, sturdy chair, and let out a long, silent sigh. His tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly. This is good. He curved his somewhat chapped lips, revealing a slight arc. It's gone, so let it be gone. Anyway, no one would know that he had once used the crystal ball to cast the telescope technique to peep. Let those secrets that perished with the old Hidden Leaf Village remain secrets forever. A new village, a new beginning, perhaps, there should also be new rules and a more straightforward way of doing things. While the third Hokage was lost in thought, facing the empty drawers. Inside the Hokage building's confidential archives, it was a different scene. Naruto and Jiraiya, leading a group of shadow clones, were frantically sifting through mountains of ancient scrolls, dusty documents, and various ninjutsu and secret techniques, like a hurricane passing through. Scrolls and documents were quickly opened, scanned, closed, and either tossed aside or placed in specific areas. The air was filled with the scent of aged paper and the urgency brought by the silent but efficient actions of the shadow clones. Where are the scrolls related to the Senju, Sarutobi, and Uchiha? Not just here, Tsunade's home and the Sarutobi clan land are also being scoured by Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto's shadow clone frowned, his voice urgent and unquestionable. His 50 shadow clones each occupied an area, acting like precise humanoid scanners, quickly searching for titles and keywords. It wasn't because Naruto could only create 50 shadow clones, but because the room couldn't accommodate more people. He was looking for something that recorded information about Uchiha Hikari. On the other side, Jiraiya was equally busy. He rarely used shadow clones in his daily life because the fatigue from the shadow clones would also return to his main body. But at this moment, he unhesitatingly created 5 shadow clones to join him in quickly sifting through scrolls labeled as Forbidden Jutsu, Secret Techniques, and Special Ninja Tool Records. His goal was very clear. Where did the old man hide the cultivation scroll for the telescope technique, or any related records? That's right. While the third Hokage was unconscious and being rushed to the hospital, Jiraiya took the opportunity to quietly swipe the third Hokage's specially made crystal ball, which he had hidden for casting the telescope technique. At this moment, Jiraiya was very anxious and really wanted to know where the telescope technique was. With that thing, his future research would be much more convenient. Naruto's main body was setting up anti-perception barriers in his new home. Who knew where that old man third Hokage put his crystal ball? What if he carried it with him and it wasn't destroyed? This is called nipping trouble in the bud. Naruto's new home was originally the Senju clan's compound. In the early stage of Konoha village's founding, the Senju, as one of the founders, owned large tracts of land. After all, the original Konoha village only had the Senju and Uchiha families, the rest of the families came later. As the Senju clan's bloodline dwindled and most people went into hiding to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village, most of their clan lands were either reclaimed by the village or sold to others, but a portion of the core residential areas and commercial property deeds still belonged to Tsunade, the heir of the Senju clan. The third Hokage withheld Tsunade's Senju clan land deeds to prevent her from selling them off. Tsunade's money for her lavish lifestyle mainly came from 3 sources: first, her medical fees; second, the dividends and rent she received from the Sarutobi clan managing Senju properties; and third, borrowing money. Yesterday, while the third Hokage was unconscious, Uzumaki Mito retrieved the land deeds from Asuma and gave them all to Naruto. Anyway, she, Hashirama, and Tobirama were all in Edo Tensei state, and Tsunade had run off. Naruto also straightforwardly used wood release to build a courtyard here, modeled after the Hyuga and third Hokage's homes. Kushina was very happy that their home had become bigger and now had a small courtyard. Koyuki Kazuhana also reserved a room and temporarily moved in. Dawan was also very happy with the large courtyard and had been frolicking since morning. Only Karen, who was forced to sleep in a separate room from Naruto, was unhappy. Although before, one of them slept on the bed and the other on a futon, now they were directly in separate rooms. The next day, the entire Konoha village was still in a bustling, yet clearly organized, state of post-war reconstruction 2.0. Furniture makers and electricians became highly sought after. Missions poured into the mission reception center like snowflakes. Merchant caravans quickly organized to travel to the Land of Fire's capital to purchase goods and bring them to the current Hidden Leaf Village for dumping. The daimyo were also preparing to return home. Koyuki Kazuhana was also preparing to leave. She had come with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. To ensure the smooth progress of cooperation between the two countries, she still needed to discuss follow-up matters with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although the work was still arduous, the speed was much faster than clearing debris piece by piece from ruins and then rebuilding brick by brick. According to preliminary estimates, with the high-efficiency assistance of the ninja, it would take about half a month for the entire new Konoha village to basically restore stable water and electricity supply and basic living facilities. Just as Orochimaru said, the villagers of Hidden Leaf Village feared power but did not appreciate kindness. After Konoha village was instantly destroyed and then rebuilt, they clearly showed more respect for Naruto. Chapter 186, Busy. As the administrative and command center of the village, the Hokage building naturally had the highest priority. That evening, after emergency repairs and wiring by the technical squad's ninja, the core area of the Hokage building had power restored. Bright lights shone from the windows, like a guiding beacon in the still dim, nascent village. After debugging, the Umbu immediately entered the Hokage building to rearrange it. Inside the building, various departments quickly moved into their temporarily assigned rooms, with mountains of documents piling up. Population statistics, supply lists, casualty reports, mission records, post-war assessments, reconstruction plans, diplomatic letters, all poured in like a tide after dawn, and were quickly sorted, archived, and processed. Amidst this hustle and bustle, a particularly old and hunched figure slowly walked into the Hokage office on the top floor. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. In just one day, having experienced betrayal, fierce combat, severe injuries, a shock to his beliefs, and witnessing the destruction and rebirth of the village, this old man seemed to have aged more than 10 years. His eyes were sunken, his face pale, and his steps were somewhat unsteady, but the moment he entered the office, his eyes habitually sharpened, scanning the new environment. To his surprise, the layout, furnishings, and even the wall hangings and bookshelf positions of the office were almost identical to the office before its destruction. However, the portraits of the 4 Hokage on the wall had been replaced by wooden reliefs. Even the large desk he had sat at for decades was identical in every detail, from the wood grain and the curvature of the edges to the arrangement of the drawers. It even felt more solid and warm to the touch. Even this. The third Hokage murmured softly, his fingers brushing over the smooth desktop, a mix of emotions in his heart. Did Naruto remember even such details so clearly? He walked behind the desk and, almost instinctively and skillfully, pulled open a drawer. It was empty. The third Hokage's movements paused. He was silent for a few seconds, then opened several adjacent drawers, which were also empty. There were no familiar stamps, notepads, personal items, and no. That thing. The crystal ball was gone. Gone. The third Hokage slowly closed the drawers, leaned back against the wide, sturdy chair, and let out a long, silent sigh. His tense shoulders seemed to relax slightly. This is good. He curved his somewhat chapped lips, revealing a slight arc. It's gone, so let it be gone. Anyway, no one would know that he had once used the crystal ball to cast the telescope technique to peep. Let those secrets that perished with the old Hidden Leaf village remain secrets forever. A new village, a new beginning, perhaps, there should also be new rules and a more straightforward way of doing things. While the third Hokage was lost in thought, facing the empty drawers. Inside the Hokage building's confidential archives, it was a different scene. Naruto and Jiraiya, leading a group of shadow clones, were frantically sifting through mountains of ancient scrolls, dusty documents, and various ninjutsu and secret techniques, like a hurricane passing through. Scrolls and documents were quickly opened, scanned, closed, and either tossed aside or placed in specific areas. The air was filled with the scent of aged paper and the urgency brought by the silent but efficient actions of the shadow clones. Where are the scrolls related to the Senju, Sarutobi, and Uchiha? Not just here, Tsunade's home and the Sarutobi clan land are also being scoured by Naruto's shadow clones. Naruto's shadow clone frowned, his voice urgent and unquestionable. His 50 shadow clones each occupied an area, acting like precise humanoid scanners, quickly searching for titles and keywords. It wasn't because Naruto could only create 50 shadow clones, but because the room couldn't accommodate more people. He was looking for something that recorded information about Uchiha Hikari. On the other side, Jiraiya was equally busy. He rarely used shadow clones in his daily life because the fatigue from the shadow clones would also return to his main body. But at this moment, he unhesitatingly created 5 shadow clones to join him in quickly sifting through scrolls labeled as Forbidden Jutsu, Secret Techniques, and Special Ninja Tool Records. His goal was very clear. Where did the old man hide the cultivation scroll for the telescope technique, or any related records? That's right. While the third Hokage was unconscious and being rushed to the hospital, Jiraiya took the opportunity to quietly swipe the third Hokage's specially made crystal ball, which he had hidden for casting the telescope technique. At this moment, Jiraiya was very anxious and really wanted to know where the telescope technique was. With that thing, his future research would be much more convenient. Naruto's main body was setting up anti-perception barriers in his new home. Who knew where that old man third Hokage put his crystal ball? What if he carried it with him and it wasn't destroyed? This is called nipping trouble in the bud. Naruto's new home was originally the Senju clan's compound. In the early stage of Konoha village's founding, the Senju, as one of the founders, owned large tracts of land. After all, the original Konoha village only had the Senju and Uchiha families, the rest of the families came later. As the Senju clan's bloodline dwindled and most people went into hiding to integrate into Hidden Leaf Village, most of their clan lands were either reclaimed by the village or sold to others, but a portion of the core residential areas and commercial property deeds still belonged to Tsunade, the heir of the Senju clan. The third Hokage withheld Tsunade's Senju clan land deeds to prevent her from selling them off. Tsunade's money for her lavish lifestyle mainly came from 3 sources: first, her medical fees; second, the dividends and rent she received from the Sarutobi clan managing Senju properties; and third, borrowing money. Yesterday, while the third Hokage was unconscious, Uzumaki Mito retrieved the land deeds from Asuma and gave them all to Naruto. Anyway, she, Hashirama, and Tobirama were all in Edo Tensei state, and Tsunade had run off. Naruto also straightforwardly used wood release to build a courtyard here, modeled after the Hyuga and third Hokage's homes. Kushina was very happy that their home had become bigger and now had a small courtyard. Koyuki Kazuhana also reserved a room and temporarily moved in. Dawan was also very happy with the large courtyard and had been frolicking since morning. Only Karen, who was forced to sleep in a separate room from Naruto, was unhappy. Although before, one of them slept on the bed and the other on a futon, now they were directly in separate rooms. The next day, the entire Konoha village was still in a bustling, yet clearly organized, state of post-war reconstruction 2.0. Furniture makers and electricians became highly sought after. Missions poured into the mission reception center like snowflakes. Merchant caravans quickly organized to travel to the Land of Fire's capital to purchase goods and bring them to the current Hidden Leaf village for dumping. The daimyo were also preparing to return home. Koyuki Kazuhana was also preparing to leave. She had come with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. To ensure the smooth progress of cooperation between the two countries, she still needed to discuss follow-up matters with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although the work was still arduous, the speed was much faster than clearing debris piece by piece from ruins and then rebuilding brick by brick. According to preliminary estimates, with the high-efficiency assistance of the ninja, it would take about half a month for the entire new Konoha village to basically restore stable water and electricity supply and basic living facilities. Just as Orochimaru said, the villagers of Hidden Leaf village feared power but did not appreciate kindness. After Konoha village was instantly destroyed and then rebuilt, they clearly showed more respect for Naruto. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, Hidden Leaf Village's Great Swindler. Chapter 187, Hidden Leaf Village's Great Swindler. Just as the reconstruction of Hidden Leaf Village was in full swing, Naruto carved out an underground space beneath the surface. After setting up sealing jutsu to prevent Orochimaru from escaping, he finally released him. The moment Orochimaru was released, Naruto grabbed him by the neck and used a chakra seal to suppress his chakra. Cough, cough, cough. Orochimaru lay on the ground like a dead dog, staring at Naruto with venomous eyes. Ignoring Orochimaru, Naruto released the second Hokage from a sealing scroll. As soon as the second Hokage appeared, he received the same treatment as Orochimaru and was suppressed by a seal. In fact, because he was in an Edo Tensei state, he was even easier to seal. Let's get straight to the point. I need the help of you two. Naruto used wood release to create a table and chairs, then sat down opposite the two of them. Orochimaru and the second Hokage glanced at each other before sitting down on the chairs. Naruto pulled a scroll from his sleeve. Inside this are a Mangekyo Sharingan and 2 pairs of Byakugan. Naruto felt that using Koto Emetsukumi on Orochimaru might not be entirely reliable, so he decided to influence him with words first. If that didn't work, he would simply kill him, resurrect him using the cursed seal on Anko's neck, and then use Koto Emetsukumi directly. After all, these things were hot-swappable, he could just pop it into his own eye socket to control Orochimaru when the time came. As for the 2 pairs of Byakugan, they belonged to Fuichiro and his father. When Naruto had gouged them out, he had conveniently frozen their corpses. They would shatter at the slightest touch. Even if left untouched, they would shatter once enough time had passed. By then, they would be nothing but red ice shards, who could tell if the eyeballs were missing. The second Hokage's eyes widened. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. How interesting. Brat, how did you get your hands on these things? The second Hokage asked with a grim expression. Naruto replied casually, this is Uchiha Shirsui's Mangekyo Sharingan. His eye was stolen by Danzo. During the Chunin exams, I took the time to kill Danzo and retrieved Uchiha Shirsui's eye. Orochimaru looked thoughtful, while the second Hokage was completely bewildered. Who is Uchiha Shirsui? Orochimaru explained to the second Hokage, he is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, known as Shirsui of the Body Flicker. He was an Uchiha who was close to the Hokage's faction. I spent some time en route and know about his Mangekyo Sharingan's technique. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the strongest Jinjutsu. The strongest Jinjutsu? The second Hokage frowned. Any technique must have its strengths and weaknesses. How could this Uchiha Shirsui's eye be worthy of being called the strongest Jinjutsu? Naruto explained the effect of Shirsui's ocular power. The ocular power of this eye is called Koto Emetsukumi. It can rewrite a target's will without them noticing. However, once used, it takes over a decade to be used again. Rewriting a person's will without them noticing. That was indeed a very powerful Jinjutsu. The second Hokage nodded in understanding. If Danzo had obtained this eye, it certainly wasn't because the child named Shirsui had entrusted it to him. What on earth had he and Sarutobi, those 2 bastards, been doing? A Mangekyo Sharingan user who was also loyal to the Hokage. If he only had some of Danzo's biological tissue. The second Hokage wished he could use Edo Tensei on Danzo Shimura right now just to give him a beating. You too should know that the Mangekyo Sharingan is not the end. Above it is the eternal Mangekyo, which requires the fusion of a blood relative's Mangekyo Sharingan to be born. Uchiha Madara's eyes were the eternal Mangekyo. Naruto unhurriedly pulled out another scroll. This is a scroll I obtained from the Uchiha clan. It records the method to awaken the Rinnegan. By combining the powers of the Senju and Uchiha, one can awaken the Rinnegan through the power of all creation. So that was how the Rinnegan, one of the legendary three great ocular powers, was awakened. Orochimaru immediately thought of the child named Nagato and the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain. Those eyes were originally on the red-haired boy who had traveled with him. If what Naruto said was true, then those eyes didn't belong to that child Nagato at all. Then whose were they? Uchiha Madara's? No, he was dead, and only the second Hokage should know where his eyes were. Was it an experiment by the second Hokage? But why would the Rinnegan end up outside the village? Kurama was very surprised inside the ceiling space. Naruto, when did you go to the Uchiha compound? I'm just making it up. As long as I'm strong enough, they'll wonder if what I'm saying is true. I just need to bluff these two into helping me. Kurama, oh, I see, you're the master of this. Thinking of how Naruto used to play the third Hokage, Kurama wanted to laugh. Although Naruto was heavily suppressed by the third Hokage when he was little, he quickly found ways to counter him. He even had Kurama cooperate to create the illusion of a chakra rampage, forcing the third Hokage to stop threatening to cut his living expenses after Naruto beat someone up. Unlike the brainstorming Orochimaru, the second Hokage reached out his hand. His meaning was clear, he wanted to check the scroll. Naruto had no intention of giving it to him and simply put the scroll away. His attitude was clearly, believe it or not. Seeing Naruto put away the scroll, the second Hokage narrowed his eyes. I want to see the contents. Naruto-kun, this is like refusing to show your hand during a card game. If we can't verify it, we can't be at ease. Then don't be at ease. Believe it or not. I'm keeping this as a collectible. Furthermore, there's the Byakugan. The Byakugan can evolve into the Tenseigan, which is comparable in power to the Rinnegan. Naruto pushed the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Byakugan toward Orochimaru, looking at him with a smile. I'm not asking you to turn the Sharingan into the Rinnegan, I just need you to mass-produce it. I'm leaving this task to you, Orochimaru. Tell me what you need. If it's not too difficult to get, I'll have it delivered to you quickly. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Was this guy intentionally making things difficult for him? Mass-producing the Mangekyo Sharingan. How was that possible? Was he supposed to find some women for Uchiha Sasuke to continue the Uchiha bloodline? He chuckled. Would you even give me Uchiha Sasuke or Hyuga Hinata if I asked? Naruto asked flatly, what? Do you think your head is a fruit on a tree that grows back once it's picked? Though he wanted to say it actually could, Orochimaru sheepishly shut his mouth. As for the second Hokage, I need you to develop ninjutsu. This scroll contains some of my ideas for ninjutsu, you can take a look. Seeing Orochimaru shut up, Naruto pulled out another scroll and handed it to the second Hokage. The second Hokage laughed in frustration after reading the requirements. What do you take me for? A turtle in a wishing well. Using the spirit transformation jutsu combined with Edo Tensei to bring back the souls of the deceased. Using puppet shells as their bodies to achieve a brand new Edo Tensei. Edo Tensei requires a sacrifice. And after entering a spirit state with the spirit transformation jutsu, one might get lost in the pure land. It's simply impossible. And this one, injecting chakra into a target to make it rotate continuously with the planet's rotation, such that the attack never ends until the planet stops spinning. Did you laugh when you wrote this? Is this even ninjutsu? This is a divine technique only the six-path sage could use. Naruto shrugged. Even so, that second one was indeed a skill Boruto had learned, Rasengan, Yuzuhiko. In the original story, the child of Naruto and Hinata, the combination of Uzumaki and Hyuga, was indeed exceptionally gifted. I know you might not believe me, but hold out your fists. I'll show you. The second Hokage hesitated for a moment before extending his fist. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this kid was trying to pull. Orochimaru simply extended his fist. Naruto could kill him easily, there was no need for petty tricks. Moreover, by showing the Koto Amatsukami, Naruto had already made his stance clear, he wasn't even willing to use it to control them from the start. This proved that Naruto didn't actually harbor any ill will toward them. The moment the two of them bumped fists with Naruto, countless images flashed before their eyes. A scene of two men sealing a giant white woman, that was the six-path sage and his brother sealing their mother. The branch family of the moon's Otsutsuki using the Tenseigan to wipe out the main family. A young adult Naruto fighting Tonari on the moon. The Otsutsuki invasion. Densely packed Sharingan, the clones of Uchiha Shin. Tensigan, black eyes, Jogan, purple, blue, yellow, and red Rinnegan. What on earth was all this? Was no one going to tell me about the version update? Seeing their shocked expressions, Naruto withdrew his hand. He had shown them parts of the future. After letting them process it for a while, Naruto finally spoke. Well. Is there any merit in my request for you to mass-produce the Sharingan, Orochimaru? The future you can mass-produce the Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru flicked out his long tongue and licked his face. Of course. If it's something the future me can do, I can certainly do it. But I need time. On this point, he was extremely confident. Orochimaru actually knew that fellow named Shin from the memories. That guy possessed a special physique that allowed him to undergo any organ transplant without rejection. Danzo's white right arm belonged to him. He hadn't expected the men to have such talent. However, Shin's own talent was poor, and he was an important research subject, so Orochimaru had never considered using the living corpse reincarnation on him. Who knew he could be used like this? Although the scene with the person having a Rinnegan in their palm only showed the Hokage rock for a split second. The second Hokage keenly noticed that there were 7 heads on it. Based on the features, the 5th Hokage should be Tsunade, the 6th was a guy in a mask, and the 7th had 6 whiskers on his face, likely the boy in front of him. The second Hokage also understood now. No wonder this boy had learned would release at such a young age and possessed such formidable strength. The ninja world had countless techniques, and heroes were as numerous as carp crossing a river. According to Naruto's memories, it wouldn't be surprising if tools or techniques that could send people or memories back appeared in the future. Seeing the sudden change in attitude from the two opposite him, Kurama was a bit confused. What did you show them? Didn't I tell you? I'm bluffing them. Naruto's consciousness smiled. Kurama used his true suspicious gaze on Naruto. Are you sure you aren't bluffing me too? How could I? Lord Kurama is so smart, how could you be fooled by me? Kurama was silent. Kurama thought. Kurama breathed a sigh of relief. That's true. Naruto secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunderas were truly the easiest to fool. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, The Second Hokage's Inquiry. Chapter 188, The Second Hokage's Inquiry. In the early morning, Naruto stretched lazily. Looking at the sky, it should be about 7 o'clock. It had been a long time since he had woken up this late. After getting up, Naruto took ingredients and cooking utensils from his ninja tool pouch, then went to the yard to start cooking. He had been busy outside all day yesterday, and the kitchen was still empty now. Fortunately, firewood was not lacking, so he could make a fire and cook. Little Naruto, you're up so early. Uzumaki Mito led Kushina out from the room. The two had chatted all night again yesterday. Kushina directly approached the stove, curiously watching Naruto's skilled movements, her nose twitching. It smells so good. Both of them were Edo Tensei bodies, needing neither sleep nor food to maintain bodily functions. Of course, they retained sensory abilities related to combat. Vision, touch, smell, hearing, and even taste. This was perhaps set by Orochimaru, or perhaps by the second Hokage when developing this technique, to ensure that Edo Tensei bodies possessed complete combat perception. This also allowed them, in a non-combat state, to experience the world and feel the warmth of being with loved ones in a way closer to being alive. I'm up. Naruto responded briefly while flipping the food in the pan. Regarding Kushina's question, he did not answer in detail, only saying lightly, living alone, one has to know a bit. He served a portion of breakfast onto a plate and placed it on the small wooden table nearby. Hearing this, Kushina's eyes dimmed briefly, then she perked up again. This afternoon, let mom cook. Naruto's hand holding the bowl paused. He looked up and saw Kushina's eyes filled with expectation and nervousness, falling silent for a second. Then, the corner of his mouth stiffly twitched upward, revealing a very faint smile. He nodded, his voice calm but carrying a trace of barely noticeable gentleness. Okay. This simple response seemed to give Kushina the greatest encouragement. The smile on her face instantly became more genuine and bright, as if she had received the most precious promise in the world. Naruto lowered his head. This afternoon, I want to invite some friends over for a meal. I need your help. Uzumaki Mito showed a kind smile and nodded. All right, leave the cooking this afternoon to Grandma and your mom. Naruto stood up. I'll go wake Karen up. After saying this, he turned and walked toward the wing room on the other side of the main house. The 5 of them sat in the yard having breakfast. To be precise, Naruto and the other 2 ate breakfast, while Mito and Kushina watched the 3 of them eat. Seeing Naruto and Karen reminds me of you and Minato. Uzumaki Mito gently rubbed Kushina's back of the head, Having restored her youthful appearance due to abundant chakra, she was indeed the oldest person in all of Hidden Leaf Village at the moment. Grandma. Kushina was uncharacteristically bashful because the children were still watching. Although she knew Minato's soul was in the Shinigami's stomach, as an Edo Tensei, she was completely countered by the Shinigami due to lacking a physical body to anchor the soul, making it impossible to rescue Minato. Regarding this matter, she had come to accept it. The Shinigami was just a sealing jutsu technique that would not erode Minato's soul, but even if Minato were rescued, there would be no way to bring him back via Edo Tensei. Even if Minato were truly brought back via Edo Tensei, would that really align with Minato's wishes? If not for Naruto, Kushina would not want to stay in a place like Hidden Leaf Village either. Breakfast ended, the dishes were cleared away, and the yard still retained a faint aroma of food and the tranquility of the early morning. Just then, the courtyard gate was gently pushed open, and a figure silently appeared at the entrance. It was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, in his Edo Tensei state. He still maintained that calm, serious, and imposing demeanor. His Sengoku-era armor was slightly damaged, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. He did not directly enter but stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over the people in the yard before finally settling on Uzumaki Mito, nodding slightly. Sister-in-law. Hearing the voice, Mito turned her head and, seeing it was Tobirama, showed a gentle smile. It's Tobirama. What is it? Is something the matter? Senju Tobirama's gaze then shifted to Naruto, who was preparing to go out, getting straight to the point. I have something I want to discuss with Naruto. Naruto, about to step out of the courtyard, paused. He turned around, looked at the second Hokage at the entrance, his expression unchanged, and responded calmly. We'll talk when I have time. He indeed had plans for today. With Hidden Leaf Village's reconstruction initially settled, besides searching for the scrolls documenting Uchiha Hikari, he also needed to personally check on several other companions, including Might Guy, to feel assured. However, Senju Tobirama clearly did not intend to accept this talk another day proposal. He took a step forward into the yard, his red eyes narrowing slightly like a hawk before hunting, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through Naruto's calm exterior and reach his core secrets. This is a very urgent matter. Tobirama's tone intensified. Last night, this guy had shown quite a friendly face to Orochimaru. He stopped beating around the bush and directly posed the long troubling, core of the core question. I want to know. How did you learn my Edo Tensei, my Flying Thunder God technique, and my elder brothers would release? He had wanted to ask this yesterday, but after initially establishing cooperation, Naruto had directly run off. The second Hokage specifically emphasized my Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God. It seemed he also knew about the fourth Hokage using Flying Thunder God to gain great fame. Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God were in the scroll of seals given by the third Hokage. Wood release was something I created through chakra nature transformation using water release, earth release, and yang release. Naruto had no intention of hiding these things, there was no need to conceal them. It was like how heaven-rank cultivation techniques such as thought science and engineering cybernetics were sold online, yet no second figure like the author emerged. The second Hokage's research abilities were no less than Orochimaru's. He also had some ideas about ninjutsu development he wanted to consult this ninjutsu great master about. So yang release was added too. No wonder I couldn't figure it out when I studied my elder brother before. The second Hokage nodded thoughtfully. My elder brother always said his wood release was water release and earth release, but there was indeed something else mixed in. Even that child called Tenzo's chakra attributes were water, earth, and yang. In that case, wood release was actually more like a secret technique of the same type as the Ino, Shika, Cho trio's secret techniques. A special manifestation formed by mixing in yin release or yang release. Seeing the second Hokage lost in brief thought, Naruto had no intention of waiting for him to figure it out. Alright, you come here at noon too, we'll have a gathering. Now I need to get busy. Naruto walked past the second Hokage and left home. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 189, Chapter 189, Indra. Chapter 189, Indra. Inside Sasuke's consciousness space. This was a deep, oppressive purple void realm, yet one where eternal flames faintly flickered. Purple chakra flowed like mist, occasionally coalescing into the shape of lightning and emitting crisp crackling sounds. In the center of the space, a black-haired man dressed in a white robe, his long hair tied back, floated quietly with a gaze that was cold, arrogant, and obsessive. He was none other than the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage, Indra. Sasuke's consciousness stood in this unfamiliar space, looking at this seemingly powerful man with both vigilance and curiosity. You mean? Sasuke digested the information Indra had previously revealed, his brow furrowed. Naruto, he suddenly became so powerful, even able to use wood release on such a scale, because your brother Azura has awakened within him. Correct. Indra's voice carried a sense of indifference. This is your consciousness space. However, to prevent that fellow Azura from sensing my presence, I have set up a special barrier for isolation and camouflage. He pointed to the flowing purple chakra and the faint flashes of lightning around them. This was clearly the manifestation of his methods. His gaze seemed to penetrate the barriers of the space, casting itself toward the earth-shattering destruction and creation that had just occurred in the outside world. That black sphere that completely annihilated the old Konoha in an instant was certainly not Azura's handiwork. But, that technique later on, the one that created an entire village out of thin air. Indra's tone carried a trace of familiarity with ancient arts and a faint, subtle mockery. Utilized a certain, special application technique of chakra from our era. He looked at Sasuke as if imparting knowledge. In the era when our father first spread chakra, it was not merely a tool for combat. It was used more for connection, communication, and creation. Azura, and those who followed his philosophy, were particularly adept at utilizing this characteristic of chakra. As for now, Indra narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to fathom his brother's thoughts. Knowing Azura, he would likely give this power he guided Naruto to use some noble name he came up with. For example, power of the masses, or perhaps, collective power. The corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic arc. He always liked to emphasize words like everyone, collective, and bonds, as if individual strength and wisdom were trivial. Because he was very foolish when he was young and achieved nothing, though he turned out to be quite a late bloomer. Then, Indra changed the subject and began to analyze the Konoha village technique that had shocked the entire village. That technique looks intimidating, grand in scale, and amazing in effect, appearing like a miracle. Indra's eyes grew sharp. But in reality, its principle of operation is precisely the utilization of that connection characteristic Azura preaches. He explained in detail that blonde boy named Naruto acts as the core and hub. He likely used techniques taught by Azura to connect and combine his own massive chakra with the hope for a home, the memories, and the naturally emitted mental energy within everyone below. Then, by mobilizing this mixed chakra that aggregates the power of the masses and combining it with his own would release, a power containing strong properties of life and creation, he finally achieved that miracle of creating a village out of thin air. Indra concluded, his tone carrying a coldness that saw through the essence of things. Therefore, while it seems Naruto accomplished all this alone and the consumption must have been enormous, in truth, the actual chakra consumption was dispersed among every connected individual. Didn't you feel exhausted at the time? As for Naruto himself, as the guide and core constructor of the technique, his primary consumption was mental energy and the fine control over the technique. His own chakra loss might be far less than you imagine. Sasuke listened in silence, his expression shifting. Indra's analysis pulled back a veil from Naruto's great power, but it also brought more questions. What exactly does Azura want to do? Is Naruto completely under his control? What risks and costs are hidden behind this power of the masses? And he, Uchiha Sasuke, as the reincarnation of Indra's chakra, how should he conduct himself in this brotherly feud spanning thousands of years and this era of change? You don't need to worry about Azura and me taking over your bodies or that boy Naruto's. Seemingly seeing the vigilance and doubt hidden behind Sasuke's silence, Indra spoke up. In those deep, calm black eyes, there was no desire for life, only a certain obsession. I have no interest in the act of living itself. And that fellow Azura wouldn't make a move against a child. He emphasized a fundamental premise to prove his words. Long stretches of time, endless cycles of reincarnation. I have grown somewhat weary. The physical body is but a fleeting vessel, consciousness is the eternal transcendence. He looked at Sasuke, his gaze as sharp as a blade, pointing straight to the core. The only thing I am still interested in is one thing, defeating Azura. To prove that my path and my philosophy are more correct, more powerful, and closer to the essence of the world than his weak set of love and collective. That is survival of the fittest, where power is supreme. To help Sasuke better understand his identity and position, Indra made a mental effort. In an instant, his eyes, which were originally just deep black, underwent a sudden change. 3 pitch-black tomo slowly emerged and began to rotate at a steady speed within his eyes. It was the 3 tomo Sharingan. Although it was only the most basic form, its unique pattern and the fluctuations of ocular power it contained were all too familiar to any Uchiha. This. Sasuke's pupils shrank violently, and his face showed uncontrollable shock. You are also a member of the Uchiha clan. He never expected that this figure, who claimed to be the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage and lived in the Age of Myth, would actually possess the Sharingan. Could the Uchiha bloodline truly be traced back that far? Seeing Sasuke's shocked expression, Indra nodded slowly, confirming Sasuke's suspicion. He seemed to be reminiscing. I remember that in the era when my brother and I were active, surnames were rare. However, Uchiha sounds quite nice. He seemed to hold a transcendent, slightly curious approval for this later arising family name that shared his eye characteristics. However, his next words caused Sasuke's understanding to be rocked once again. My grandmother was Kaguya. Indra calmly stated the ancient myth as if speaking of ordinary family matters. Her surname was Otsutsuki. Based on lineage and legacy, logically speaking, my father, my uncle, myself, and my brother Azura should all have the surname Otsutsuki. Then what about your grandfather? Sasuke couldn't help but press further. If there was a grandmother, then who was the grandfather? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 190, Returning from the Pure Land. Chapter 190, Returning from the Pure Land. Unexpectedly, Indra shook his head. His attitude toward Sasuke was far more patient, perhaps because Sasuke was his descendant, or perhaps because of the loneliness brought about by rarely waking up over the long passage of time. I have no grandfather. Indra's voice carried no emotion, he was simply stating a fact. Grandmother pacified the chaotic world and was revered as the rabbit goddess. According to the legends passed down, amidst the blessings and prayers of the people of the world, she sensed heaven and earth and conceived asexually, giving birth to 2 offspring. Those were my father, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, and my uncle, Otsutsuki Himura. He paused, seemingly organizing those distant fragments of memory pieced together across countless reincarnations. Regarding more matters about grandmother, such as why she was later sealed by the joint efforts of father and uncle, these more ancient and hidden truths are things I have only slowly pieced together and come to know in part through the experiences, sights, and fleeting memories glimpsed from successive reincarnations throughout this millennium-long cycle of chakra reincarnation. His words unveiled a more mysterious and cruel corner behind the creation myths of the ninja world. Gods were not born perfect, behind power lay sacrifice and betrayal, and the truth of history was often buried beneath layers of reincarnation and the long river of time. Sasuke silently digested this information. Otsutsuki, Kagaya, asexual conception, seal, every term struck at his existing worldview. And this man before him calling himself Indra, this ancient soul who possessed the same eyes as himself but bore a 1,000-year-old grudge, where would his appearance lead him? If you have any more questions, ask them quickly. Indra's eyes, with their spinning 3-tomo, stared unblinkingly at Sasuke's face, his tone carrying a hint of an indisputable command and a certain urgency to get to the main point. Lest you interrupt me again when I am speaking later. He added, seemingly having a clear plan for the upcoming main topic and not wishing to be disturbed by trivial doubts. Facing this near-staring gaze, Sasuke did not back down. He fell into a brief moment of thought. Regarding the Otsutsuki, Kagaya, reincarnation, Azura, the amount of information was massive, and the doubts were many. But intuition told him that perhaps he should first ask a question closer to the current situation, one that could better help him understand the mechanism of reincarnation itself. He looked up, meeting Indra's gaze, and asked in a low voice. Did you meet with your hosts like this before? He was referring to how Indra's consciousness had actively awakened and manifested a clear form within the mental space to communicate with the reincarnation. Whether it was the Indra inside him or the Azura inside Naruto, this behavior seemed to exceed the scope of subtle influence. Hearing this question, a very slight ripple appeared in the cold expression on Indra's face, as if he were remembering something, or perhaps feeling a certain absurdity regarding the answer itself. He was silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his words, and finally answered with a helpless tone. No. He gave a clear negative. Under normal circumstances, we do not manifest in such a clear, active manner to communicate directly with the reincarnation. Chakra reincarnation is more of an inheritance and resonance of ideals, talent, and destined inclinations. The host will naturally incline toward our path, possess certain traits of ours, and even unconsciously use our power, but they are usually unaware of our specific existence, let alone this kind of face-to-face dialogue. Indra's gaze became somewhat deep, as if piercing through time to look at a specific point. Originally, Azura and I had both returned to the Pure Land not long ago. The Pure Land. Sasuke's brow furrowed slightly. It is the resting place of the dead, you can understand it as the final destination for the soul. I know that, but what I'm curious about is why you were able to come back. Indra did not respond to Sasuke but continued, the reason we went back was that we thought this generation's duel had already reached a conclusion and come to an end. It was clear that Indra hated being interrupted. Reached a conclusion. Sasuke's heart stirred, faintly grasping something. Indra nodded, a hint of indescribable complexity in his tone, containing both reminiscence of the past and a sense of absurdity regarding a certain blunder. Because after your battle at the Ninja Academy, you formed the seal of reconciliation. His words instantly reminded Sasuke of that humiliating defeat. The two of them had indeed formed the seal of reconciliation under the witness of Might Guy and their classmates. Indra continued. In our view, being able to form the seal of reconciliation meant that one side must have acknowledged the other, or rather, both sides acknowledged each other and reached a reconciliation. Since it ended in reconciliation, to some extent, it could be seen as a staged result of this round of the reincarnation duel, or rather, a draw or mutual recognition. Since there was a result, we chose to return to the Pure Land and remain temporarily dormant. However, his tone shifted, becoming somewhat cold and annoyed. But later we heard that the battle was actually just a playful fight. And Indra's gaze swept over Sasuke with a sense of resenting that the iron didn't become steel. You even lost. Sasuke. Indra seemed to have suffered some kind of insult. The dispute of ideals between us brothers has lasted for a millennium, and the duel entrusted to the most talented reincarnations of this generation was actually treated so frivolously by you, and ended temporarily in such an undignified manner. How could this allow us to rest in peace in the Pure Land? Indra took a deep breath and concluded. So, Azura and I came back from the Pure Land again, carrying the dissatisfaction of being trifled with, the refusal to accept the result of this anticlimactic duel, and the intent to correct this destiny that has deviated from its track. His gaze locked onto Sasuke again, his eyes sharp. Now, do you understand why we would awaken at this moment, and why we would appear before you in such a direct manner? Because we are very dissatisfied with your last round of confrontation. This round, we intend to personally supervise, and even participate. Sasuke's heart sank. As expected, things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Ancient spirits were angered back because of a battle that wasn't serious enough and intended to intervene more deeply in the living world. And as one of the parties involved, he feared he could no longer simply view Naruto as a companion or rival as before. He had to find a way to get rid of this guy and his younger brother. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon.